so fucked up and obvious what's going on if you have the eyes to see.
Who is Apollo?
Who is Apollo? Well, the Greek god, a
Yes.
warrior representing everything from health to plagues. Apollo's one of those gods that basically has as many roles, as many purposes as you can throw onto him.
Okay, thanks. I got it.
Yeah, Apollo, like the Apollo moon missions, named after the Greek god Apollo. Carried a bow and arrow. I think he's the same as. Is he the same as Orion
No, I think Orion's just a mortal. Like I don't think he was.
or Hercules? Something.
Yeah,
But anyway, yeah. Apollo will heal you. Apollo will also kill you. Apollo will sing you songs, and Apollo will spread plagues. Apollo does it all. God of light, God of knowledge, will spread knowledge and wisdom.
Okay, I have a question. Is Zeus top of all Greek gods or
Zeus, yeah,
anyone
is
else?
Zeus. Yeah, I think isn't Zeus considered like the father, like Jupiter?
Yes, like the Almighty in Greek mythology.
Yeah, yeah, the top god. Is Zeus the creator? I don't really know. Zeus is the
I mean,
father of
they
the
have.
Greek gods, not the Roman. Correct, Adam. Yes.
Yes, he is the creator or not. I'm not sure because Greek gods have very different roles based on their works. Like Poseidon is responsible for sea, and Hercules is for strength. For war, we can uh, count on Ares, etc.
Yeah, I am conflating mythologies a bit, mainly because I find it also confusing. I mean, the Greek panoply of gods alone is confusing enough, and then you got the Romans on top of it, and you got the Romans trying to equivocate theirs with the Greeks, and it's a clusterfuck. So yeah, I don't know my classics as well as some other people do. And he's right; almost nobody actually researches it. It's a lot to research. It really is. Um, and I think it's worth researching because Western civilization is built on this stuff. And whether you like it or agree with it or not, it's important to know. But on a more broader point, though, is it's going back to what I was saying. Like this, it's really interesting what's come out of the unification of space as this conceptual backdrop where anything is possible, a place where you can gaze into but never actually reach, and and gods and human destiny. I mean, all of this is being wrapped up into a modern space program that provides a veil of scientific materialism. It's just remarkable what's taken place. And here we are, 2025. We think we've advanced. We think we've progressed as a people because of the technology we use. We think we're so freaking smart. We think, in in our modern age and in our very Hollywood-driven society, we're taught to laugh and scoff at the religious nutters, and at the same time hold fast to very religious beliefs. like man's destiny being the stars, Hollywood stars. Yeah. Hollywood stars, right? Just like the demigods. I mean, right? Hollywood stars are just like the demigods. History really does repeat itself. But what makes it different this time is this crazy technological overlay. It doesn't resemble anything that we can dig up in the ground from our past. And how quickly this has all happened, this whole infrastructure. Extremely rapid. Just extreme. Like I remember my dad telling me about like his grandpa was alive to see basically the mainstreaming of electricity all the way through the age of flight. And look what we have today. Something really is fundamentally different this time around, which I don't think could be said for the other times that have gone around. So we'll see. I mean, maybe we're at the end of one of these great ages like they talk about. Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't it be cool to witness something like it in your lifetime? Yeah, this modern society could have risen and fallen 10 times. Well, maybe over a longer period of time. Like we're not digging up miles and miles of copper cables from deep in the ground. I mean, we're not digging up electronic circuit boards that don't disintegrate. We have a whole different technology tree. It's not to say, I guess, it's any better or worse. It's just different than the kinds of technology that people may have had in previous ages. Um, it's structurally different, but it's not to say it's like any better. I should say, not different. It's not any better. It could just be a different way, a different means of interacting with the same substrate to reality. But many past civilizations are closer to each other in the way they did that compared to this one today. As I'm staring at a big row of electronic controlled HVAC blowers outside. All right, I got to do some work. I'll be in my office. At me or chat me up if you want to talk briefly, but I'll be listening. Hello. Didn't expect all this wet weather. Like, not this bad. Hello.
Please, OBS, fix the known issue. Please. We got to do some Candace alien talk though, right? Because little sister Queen Candace over here has gone full alien. She went full David Icke. Okay. She's over here. She's over here like Chitta Uri, human nature, 5 cents reality.
Okay,
Full
dude,
David Icke. No, I'm joking.
dude, I don't know what you got
the
going
heck
on
is
right now.
Candace over here talking about with she's gone full David Icke. Let's see what she says. This just caught my attention. This was crazy.
You, I don't even think these people are human. Like I look at Elon Musk and Sam Altman and Peter Thiel, and I'm pretty sure they're hybrid. You know what I mean? Like they just look like an Apple software that I should be able to download at night, you know? Like my phone's getting an update or something. It's something in the eyes. Like I don't know. I'm like, I know I'm human, but I don't know if I stabbed you if you bleed, you know? I'm not gonna stab them. But I don't know if they bleed all the way.
Girl,
I think
go
a battery
off.
would fall out. You
Go
know what I mean?
off, girl.
And I just get that sense. I've always known it was demonic. And people just get on board because, as we talk about in this book, they are using science and this idea of technology and this idea of transforming society
And what
for the
book is she
better.
talking about? She talking about this book right here. Esoteric Hollywood, girl. I'm joking. That's not the book she's talking about, but it is the book I'm talking about. Esoteric Hollywood 3, out right now for your perusal.
Mic check 1 2.
Morning.
What's up, brother? So you guys are just the people I want to talk to. Hey, Crit, have you seen the Grokpedia flat Earth entry?
No, I've been like, I missed a lot of stuff this week. I haven't.
What
It's
is
like
that?
the first day I've had to really kind of just sit down and relax. I've been like just nonstop.
I didn't really get to read it other than like the first sentence and like maybe a sentence I scrolled down. It's pretty. So I don't know if you know Elon Musk released Grokpedia, which is supposed to
Oh yeah, fact check Grok or something like
supposed
that.
to be better than Wikipedia or something like that. So I go on the flat Earth one. It said flat Earth is a theory that Earth is a disk. It's the first sentence. I'm like, oh boy, right? So I scroll down quite a ways, and then they're like, the sphericity of the Earth was proven by Eratosthenes or Aristotle looking at the moon, and just it's just horseshit. So I mean, the disc right off the bat is just like, my God, dude, can't even get one thing right.
Yeah, instantly, just an instant brain fart.
So what I'm thinking of doing, I think we should do like an event, dude, and like maybe a stage event or something. I don't know, something, and just review that whole article. I haven't read it yet, but I know it's horrible because it was long. It was really long. Like it might be 2 or 3 pages. Like you had to scroll down. I mean, I looked at it on a cell phone, so maybe it isn't that long on a PC, but it looked really long. And I was thinking like we should fact check Rockpedia flat Earth entry in like an event or stream or something like that.
I think that's a great plan.
Yeah,
You know, it would be
the-
interesting to have an event where we deconstruct the Wikipedia article, the Grokpedia article, and a few other basic kind of ways that the normally sees anti-flat Earth material disguised as real encyclopedia.
Yeah, when you're wrong in the very first sentence, that's pretty bad. It can only get worse.
yeah, there's no recovery from that.
Well, you know, that's the old trick of turning off the wrong people right away and then turning on the right people right away. So it's kind of like they're making fun of their space fanboys, all like in the very first sentence. Because anybody dumb enough to believe the first sentence is going to be dumb enough to believe the rest of the article.
Yeah, I figured it's low hanging fruit and ride the hype train. So because Elon Musk is spamming about it on X, so just ride the hype train. Let him, obviously his posts everybody sees.
So is Grokpedia always going to be purely AI, or is there editing opportunities?
I don't know. I didn't look at how it worked at all. I just clicked a link and then typed in flat Earth. That was it. And then read that sentence and was like, damn. It's like Grokpedia.com. Musk said it was open source, but I don't know what that means exactly. Is the code open source? Like I don't know.
Yeah, because I wonder with it being parallel to the name Wikipedia, makes me wonder if the AI is the start of it. So, if it is, then it's probably an invitation for us to go there and start editing it and working with it is by pissing us off. So it's probably intended 100% to get us to give Grokpedia free advertising.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's editable. I just because then it would just be a war, right? Especially things like, Gaza or something like that. Or January 20th nonsense, the J6 crap. Because that was one thing I saw that people were, Wikipedia says this, Grokpedia says that, whine.
One of the things I suggested some time ago, if we really wanted to do some outreach into the world of flat Earth, is to go into Wikipedia and start editing, the various citations, like, for instance, the supposed radio signal bounce off of Venus, and editing that to show the truth of what the study actually says, and stuff of that nature, and then slowly backtrack into editing the flat Earth articles and say, like going back on the reporting back to the various. I'm sorry, not reporting, but feeding back.
I mean, bro, that would be a full-time job, man.
Oh, no
There's so
doubt.
many things. Like you brought up the radio bounce. My God. There's other ones like Eddington's eclipse observation. I mean, there's people even at the time that thought he was full of shit because it was like cloudy and raining. Like in his diary, he wrote that it was like cloudy and raining the entire time he was there. And like, how did he even do the observation in the first place?
Right.
But then they were like, a lot of people didn't believe it. So there was an eclipse in 1922 that a bunch of people went to go make the same observation. And it didn't, I can't remember if it matched or not, but so there was a weird part of the observation that Venus, I guess it was an eclipse where Venus would be the closest to the moon it would ever be in like 4,000 years. So Venus was very close to the moon during the solar eclipse. And they said during the solar eclipse, Venus looks stretched out in pink, and what they said like an egg shape. So some of the scientists of the day said, well, that can't happen because of general relativity. Like, why is Venus displaced like the stars? Because Venus isn't affected by general relativity because it's beside the sun. It's not behind it. And so the theory that was put out was that this displacement that they're attributing to general relativity is actually refraction caused by the rapid cooling of the air when the sun is no longer visible, right? Because everything gets colder. I don't know if you noticed that during the eclipse, everything gets colder.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? So this is what they said is that this displacement, it has nothing to do with bending space-time, that it's caused by refraction because of the air cooling down. And that was in 1922, and that got shoved down the memory hole just like everything else does. The whole purpose of it was to be a confirmation of Eddington's observation, which, as far as I know, has never been a confirmation of that. Have you heard of one?
But I do think that there's a place for us to strategically go in and edit a few of these articles over time, because you're going to make an edit and then somebody's going to edit it back, and then you're going to have this Wikipedia process. So it's it's something that would take a bit of coordination, if you will. So you would never be able to go in and edit 20 articles at a time. You would have to go in and edit 1 or 2 articles, see if there's a resulting edit war, get the page locked and dispute and this and that, and then continue on to the next couple. It would be a project that would take some time, but here's what would happen. Regardless, all of this would be logged in the talk page. So most anybody who's a semi-professional user of Wikipedia, they read the article, but then they go read what's really going on the talk page. So regardless of all of this, I think it's a good project that several of us could just slowly work on, because, like I say, everything will be logged in that talk page, and so even if they ultimately don't make the edits, we've made so they revert everything, and but it's still recorded for history in the talk pages. Which are also publicly accessible and encouraged to be part of somebody's research on the topic.
Man, I gave up on Wikipedia decades ago, because so there was after 9/11 there was a clinical study done at Mount Sinai Hospital where they treated a bunch of people that worked on the pile at 9/11, and they found single wall carbon nanotubes in their lungs. Now,
Really?
these are oh yeah.
Wow.
And I put it on the 9/11 wiki page, and they freaking deleted it and then blocked me, even though it's like from a medical journal.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
what
want me to
you
post it in the chat, Jen? I'll post it in the chat, dude. Check it. They got they got transmission electron microscope photograph or images of them.
So here's
Now,
what you do.
well, hold on 1 second. I just want to tell for the audience or whatever. So single wall carbon nanotubes are only man-made. They do not form in nature. Okay, they can only be man-made.
Right. Of course.
Okay, so here's hold on just a quick second, Jim. So here's what you do, Indio, is like you make sure that you go through the talk pages and you put that stuff in the talk pages. And that stuff is fully publicly available and people will see that. And so, yeah, you'll have various special interests go in and work to get you blocked and stuff like that when you start editing the articles. But what's still in the talk page is everything you put in the talk page. So what I'm getting at is, with Wikipedia, there's multiple ways to skin the cat. And so those edits and everything else can still stand.
I was gonna offer up the idea, if you had a team of editors on our side, let's say, and then we go in and each one picks a certain section of what you want to edit, and then you go in 10-handed, 20-handed editing, and then you get it all done quickly. Or is that too quick?
Well, yeah, so you want to do like one edit, right? And then you want to have in the talk pages 20 people coming in there saying, this is correct. Okay, I'm disputing this reversion. Wikipedia has a process, and that process is not scientific, it's not etymological, it's nothing like that. It's 100% based upon a popularity contest. But all of that conversation is logged and kept in the talk pages. So you're 100% correct, Jen. You just make 1 or 2 edits, and then you stand by with your 10 or 20 people to go into war mode when somebody reverts one of your edits.
Yeah, I got the idea here from Japan because there was a problem around about 2007, thereabouts, 8, where America had sent over some of these soya beans, but they were GMO ones, right? And you know, in Japan, soya is used to make like tofu, for example. Okay, now people who were using it were falling ill, right? And it was because in order to cook this particular type of soya bean, you had to cook it at 200 degrees Celsius, right? Most cookers it's 100 degrees and that. You know, you can't reach, you know, to boil that water. You don't have that capability at home. So the Minister for Health and Food and Safety contacted the US and asked for the blueprint on how they managed to make this particular soybean. So they sent it, and guess what they said? They sent the book. They said you cannot photocopy it. Right? You know, you talk about 1,000 pages. So they got 100 people, and they translated it from English into Japanese. And I thought that was amazing that they would go to that length. Do you know what I mean? And employed like 100 people to help translate the book. And then that's when they found out that it was a GMO corn, GMO soya. Sorry, yeah. Because up until that point, they didn't realize. And then they were boycotting it, of course. No, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to ask. So do you guys think that this type of work can be just done with the AI? Because it seems like there's a lot of ideas of the old ways of how we used to do things, and just have one person like proofread everything before it gets published back to the corrections. Like, let's say somebody just comes in and does a correction for something that we put in there, and then you get frustrated because you have to keep making edits because somebody keeps like messing with what we put in there. Well, why don't you just task an AI agent to like oversee this, to autocorrect every time somebody comes in there? Because that's the day and age we live in right now, whether you like to live in it or not, is the age of the AI. So, and the technology is getting more advanced, more AIs are getting put out there. Why are we not like looking for
Utilize
that instead of
I agree with you, but also see Wikipedia has this whole dispute process. So if you make an edit and somebody reverts it, you can go back in and now you can file a dispute, and you can file a to have the page locked. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter whether we win or whether we lose, whether we get kicked or whatever else. But the more we pepper the top pages with our information, Wikipedia is still going to publish that for years and years and years. So my point is, though we may or may not be successful in getting articles changed, what we have is this dedicated space in the top pages that show all the conversation. And now the people who are going to dispute us, they get dragged into a conversation that if they stop, the edit happens. So now all these people who now, the moderators and things like that, they're now dragged into a conversation about why these various things are bad. So
yeah, I don't know, Barrington, if that goes to the point that I was making from the previous conversation.
Well, no,
what you guys were talking about.
No.
So
my point is AI is perfect for that.
Yeah,
No.
but I mean, also like the idea of having like hundreds of people view this thing and wait for somebody changes it, like we're gonna put the team on it, like that idea is archaic. Today's world we live in, like where monitoring posts could be regulated to an AI, whereas somebody does a change and we just have like a smart AI just monitor that and then change it back. Like it doesn't need to have like people monitoring things now that we have AI like as a part of a tool set that we can utilize.
Yeah,
'Cause I think
excellent
that-
idea.
Yeah, that whole idea of what technology is giving us right now, if we're not keeping in lockstep with it, we're going to get outperformed by the globalists. So we need to like rise to the challenge with AI along with them, because we're going to be left behind and they're just going to outpace us. They're going to outpace us like easily.
So they will lock the page is what they'll do. And so they have a rule that if you revert a change so many times, then various things happen. So,
Well, then that's just shutting this. That's shutting the whole platform down, isn't it? That means that it's not exactly what they were saying it is. They're putting out false advertisement of saying that this is going to be for the people. If the people can't change, make, or do edits, so that's then it becomes like it becomes like a gate. Yeah, hold on, Barrington. I know you want to come in, brother, but let me finish. It comes in like like Wikipedia. Like when it first started, it was for the people. Everybody can do and make their edits. But it seems like today they've locked it down to where it's now gate kept. Now you have to have permission and do this and that. And what I'm saying though, if there's any platform like what India was talking about, and we can utilize AI, we need to do that. Like instead of having to think about bringing more people on board, we just have to use the technology that's available. That's all.
No, I'm all in. I'm all in favor of it because not only I'm all in favor of using AI to monitor this stuff and to make revisions where it can, and because that gives us more and more ammunition to pepper up the talk pages with flat Earth content. That's it. So what you're going into any time you do something with Wikipedia, your Pyrrhic victory is the talk page because that stuff gets cited oftentimes just like the main Wikipedia articles. So I'm all in favor of especially getting AI to pepper up the talk pages like the Flat Earth, where they talk about the Flat Earth Society and such. And whatever else to go in and correct that shit and have AI. No, I'm right there with you because and they really need to change the name of Wikipedia to Gatekeeperpedia.
Yeah, that's what's happened. I mean, they shut articles down to where people can't make those edits, and they can put out whatever information they want, and it's only one-sided, so no one else can make changes to it. Which is kind of like what India was talking about earlier with this medical journal that he was going to try to post. And I mean, can you imagine if that's the way it is, where you can't even post information that they're saying, but it goes against a specific narrative that they're pushing? So that's important, and that's the world we live in right now. So that needs to be recognized.
Now, if you put that stuff in the talk page while you put it in the main article, then, like I say, it's kept for posterity, even though it's not in the main article. So I always tell people if you're going to make an edit that you're not sure will last or not, be sure to discuss it in that talk page, because now all of a sudden you have the people who are interested in what the topic is, and if they stop, if you keep going longer than they keep going, then you win and the article gets changed. But regardless, even if you lose, all of that discussion is held in the Wikipedia talk page. So it still exposes people to what we want them to be exposed to. So it's a win-win.
Adam Unsalted had typed into the text, says Wiki's founder says 4 years ago that it can no longer be trusted. So, and that there's a post from the New York Post that says Wikipedia co-founder says the site is now propaganda for left-leaning establishment. I mean, if that's not a red flag, I don't know what is, right?
Yeah, that's because somebody came along and said, hey, there's a process here, and we can use this process.
They're propagandizing the world, and everybody just, oh, well, that's just how it works. Corporations and such. Nobody worries about like the truth of the matter. Like truth is not anymore something people are searching for. They're just wanting an answer to the whatever question's being asked, and so long as it satisfies that, that's it. They're good. They stop looking. They're not curious anymore.
And also, that very well could have been a marketing ploy of the founder to get conservatives and others to come in and start using Wikipedia more. and to ideally contribute and things like that. But my point is Wikipedia is chaotic, and I think we can seize that chaotic nature of Wikipedia. I really do. And I like your idea of using AI. There's because I can promise you, every company out there that's on there is using AI to revert bad edits and AstroTurf and everything else.
We got new people joining the channel. If anybody wants to ask any questions about the topic of the room, you can do so. If you want to be challenged on if you know the Earth is a globe or not, we can also do that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So,
Welcome to the room.
if the hi, hello. So, if the Earth was flat, so it does not have any ends. So, how does that fit in?
Well, that's what you're saying now, friend. Does anybody in here agree with what you're saying, or are you just saying that that's how you imagine flat Earth in your head?
Like I've been to like around the globe on a flight, so I didn't see any uh, end to this. So
What
the
is the maximum
only
distance? Yeah, well, let's think about it logically, sir. What is the maximum distance that the viewer would see out of an airplane window at the altitude you were? What's the maximum distance?
okay, so you are trying to imply that the plan returned from the same path it went on.
I want you to think critically about the question you're asking and seeing if you can actually think about what distance you would see off into the horizon from an airplane window, sir. I want you to think critically about it so that you can engage with your mind, so you don't just like ask these questions that just seem to be like you wouldn't be able to process the information. I want you to think when you're asking these questions, think about it. How far do you think you can see from an airplane window at the altitude that you were? How far do you think that is? Can you picture it?
Like if it's clear, like I think 25 kilometers or 15 miles.
Yeah. That horizontally across the surface, how far do you think you can see?
Like in both directions, I would say like at max 40, 50 miles.
Okay. And that seems like a good guess that you have. How do you think you can test that? I have a
Like,
thought
okay.
in mind to give you. I don't know if you want to take it or not.
Mhm.
So if you're looking horizontally across the surface and you're flying over a specific area and you know distances, right? Like from where the plane was taken off to where it reaches cruising altitude. If you see features, land features on the ground, you know, as you're looking out, you could see a distance, right? Let's say there's certain land features that you know, like a certain mountain, or let's say a certain peninsula or something, some land feature that you know of, and you say, I know from where I am right now to that landmass is X amount of distance from where I am. You could gauge a distance by using things that are on the ground, specifically from where you're located at the specific area you're flying over to where that thing is off into the horizon where you can see as far as you can see from an airplane window. You can get a known distance. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it possible, perhaps, I don't know if you're going to fly again, but do you think you can do that the next time you fly? Sir? I can't hear you. I don't know if anybody else can. Your mic is not.
He isn't talking.
God didn't hear what I said.
Yeah, sorry. So I was not following you.
Yeah,
So your point is, so we shouldn't go with all the ones that they are telling, whatever they are telling. We should go with what we see.
well, observation is obviously a good way to know a distance from things that you understand a distance to. So if you're up in an airplane, your airplane is flying over a certain land, right? Like let's say you know where the airplane's flying, what land the airplane's going to fly over, correct? And you take that land where
Okay.
you're
Yeah.
flying over against what you can see in the distance out of your airplane window. So you look off into the horizon and you see a land feature like a mountain or some other land feature that you can say you know a distance to from where you're flying over. You get that distance where you're flying over to the distance where you can see off in the horizon, and then you can have a known distance. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
But
Okay.
to imply that, if you take the Earth flat, okay, so the sun rays should like vanish in some seconds. Like it should be day. That's what I think of.
What the sun rays? What you're kind of cutting out when you ask your question again.
No, like if you say the flat, the Earth is flat.
Mhm.
Okay, so the sun rays should get like totally dark in just 5 to 10 seconds because it's
Why?
flat.
Yeah, why?
Like you can think of it. If Earth is flat,
Yes.
so the sun rays should go off like very quickly.
Yeah, but why are you saying that? What's the logic behind that?
Like you can imagine it in your brain, like how a flat Earth would be in front of our sun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to imagine it. I experience it, but I want to know where you're coming from with your logic as to what you're imagining the flat earth in your head, the way it works. You have to describe the logic behind why somebody would see them for 5 to 10 seconds and disappear. Like, how does that work?
Like take a torch for okay. So take a torch and then take
Mhm.
something flat on it. Okay, and then rotate it or orbit. Don't orbit. Just rotate it. So you will see that suddenly the rays should go off like within seconds.
Have you ever seen an
But
example of this, like what you're talking about?
yeah, you can make it yourself. Turn on your phone's torch and then
Uh-huh.
take something flat and then rotate it.
Rotate it above the flat
So
surface, or how you?
like anywhere, hold it anywhere. So when you rotate
Right.
it, it should like the rays or the brightness should go from a surface or a plane. The rays should suddenly vanish, but on Earth it is gradually vanishing.
Well, that's what. Yeah, because the light's attenuating through the medium. Like, obviously, it's gonna have a dimming
Okay.
effect.
Not
Because
exactly like yeah, it is.
you're
Um,
crossing over from the sunlight's luminosity to like where darkness is, like where the light's leaving. So as you do so, it's just like the dimming effect you'd have on any of the lights that you've ever seen that you could dim. The luminosity starts to dim, and with that, you see the different colors of that because the way it's propagating through the air.
yeah, but no, it's not
Yeah,
because
no,
of that.
why? No, why? Why not?
Like okay, you're right. Okay, okay. You guys
Okay.
continue.
He said, yeah, but no.
Yeah, but no. I was just trying to find out why he thinks that way. He imagined a flat earth in his mind the way it works and wants to say that's the way it is.
Yeah, I think he realised he was being unreasonable when he said no, so he then conceded that yeah, I'm a bit wrong there. I can't just say no for no reason. There you are.
Yeah, the distance to the horizon from an airplane window, it's it's pretty easy. I mean, if you're gonna say that you see certain features on the land and you're looking horizontally across the surface, all you gotta do is where you're flying over that land to where you can see off in the distance and somewhere you know the features of that land are, like some mountain or some certain feature of land, you can be like, okay, from where I'm at flying over to that distance over there is this amount of distance away. Then you can start to realize how far you're actually seeing. I don't know why it's so hard for these guys to figure that out.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty
Yeah, it's a
basic.
cultural thing, I think, an education thing, because they don't understand the technology they're in. They don't understand the distances that they're able to see with the naked eye, and they're not. They're so firmly believing they're in a globe. He even said it when I'm flying over the globe. He said,
Mhm.
Yet no coverage has been witnessed.
And it's like they imagine this flat Earth. I think that's what's happening. When you talk to someone who's talking to you about a flat Earth, I don't know, this like the part that I like to talk about is when they are describing flat Earth to you, they have something in their mind of how they're projecting flat Earth, what it is. And you just want to know what they mean by that. That's all.
Yeah, exactly, because they're carrying a created image of their own from their imagination. Exactly.
Yeah,
Or they might be carrying something what they heard as well.
Welcome to the new people that are joining us right now. We got Kate, Aza. Who else is in here?
Now, just before we start that, I was just going to say for the audience, maybe we could work through just that you don't see very far from an airplane as far as the mathematics that the globe believers have given to how much the how far you should see from a given height.
Yeah, it's going to vary depending on the altitude. So if you're at 35,000 feet on the low end, like maybe 45 or close to 50 on the top end, that's going to change the variance of distance. But it's something specific. If you're flying over a globe, it would be geometric, where you could see the curvature actually like cut off the viewing distance, because that idea that if you're seeing over a globe, you could see to a specific distance where the curvature won't not allow you to see beyond, would have to be something that is very specific. And that's the thing about it. Like, that's the reason why you have distances that are like known from point A to point B, where you're flying over to where you can see off into the horizon, how far away that is, and you could know that. All right, just addressing the new people that are joining us right now. So Chayoko, welcome to the chat. Do you guys have any questions about the topic of the room? What is the topic? Does flat Earth make you angry?
Yeah, actually, to be honest with you, I'm just curious about that. What are you talking about exactly? Because I don't get it.
Yeah, so a lot of people, like when they come in here, they're curious about the topic, and we're discussing the nature of our Earth. What is our Earth? And so, is the Earth a horizontal plane as we all understand it when we see it, or is it a globe as you imagine it with these images that they show you? And of course, you can take a position to advocate for it, like, I know the Earth is a globe, and here's how I know they have measured it, or whatever, however you like. But it's a great way for you to engage with your critical thinking of how you know what you know about the Earth that you're living on. Does that make sense, sir?
1, 2, buckle my shoe.
Hello?
3, 4, buckle some more.
All right. So if you have any questions about that, then we'd love to discuss with you about it. Or anybody else. We got Kimi Zuka. Welcome to the chat. And I'm only going to go over the people who are in here. But
I'm really sorry about that, but I just was in the middle of the game. Okay. So what's the question?
Do you have any questions about the nature of the Earth that you're standing on? As in, do you want to ask us why we know the Earth is flat, or are you going to maybe want us to challenge you on how you think the Earth is a globe? Because it's not a globe for sure. But do you have time for that, or are you still playing your game?
No, actually, to be honest with you, I'm not gonna be free to speak with you or have this wonderful conversation with you. But I'm a little bit curious about other people's opinion about that. So let's go ahead and listen.
Yeah,
If
let me
anyone
put it.
wants to talk about it, go ahead.
Yeah, Demacia. I don't know how to pronounce it. But if you, one of the great things about us in this room is that we like to hear people who are curious about it. So you are somebody on this earth that you can, your questions about the topic, like I don't think you should feel afraid to ask. Like I don't anybody here. Usually sometimes it gets pretty rough when people are asking questions and stuff, but I mean for the most part, they're genuine questions coming from you. It's like we all had these questions when we first started learning about this. You know what I mean? So I think this should be a place where you can ask your question or at least be challenged. If you're unwilling to be challenged, that shows the position that the globe has within this conversation. Shows that people are afraid to stand up for what they think the globe is because they can't defend it. You know what I mean? But just having a conversation, you'll realize that. You'll find out. So it's like you want us to talk to someone else, but I mean, your voice also is someone that people want to hear too. Other people are coming in here just like you. I want to listen to him say something. You know what I mean? And nobody's gonna. It's like the dance
Yeah.
floor is empty. Nobody wants to dance, and then until the first person starts dancing, then other people will be like, "Oh, yeah, let me ask the question." So
Yeah, I got you with this, but to be honest with you, as I said before, I'm in the middle of the game, so I'm just talking to you once I end the round of the games. It's League of Legends game if you are curious about it. But I assume there is someone in this field, actually a lot of people here in this call want to ask about something or talk about something. I assume that all of you guys and that this server trying to learn English, speaking English, or listening English, or have a wonderful conversation with the wonderful people. So, in my opinion, let's go ahead and talk. Anyone who want to talk about anything, just go ahead and join us. That would be awesome. I'm just helping you here, brother.
oh, so if anybody else wants to be challenged, you go ahead.
Yeah, this is a flat Earth server. So basically, the topic matter is generally flat Earth related, also related to the globe Earth model, the heliocentric model. And then sometimes it moves over to space, satellites, and did they go to the moon, Mars? That's the general topic matter. And then how we communicate, that kind of stuff. Okay, generally.
Small correction there, Jen. This is a
Yeah,
flat
go
Earth
ahead.
channel, within the English Hub server. So
Thank you.
when
Yeah.
you say, yeah, just so the people
Yeah,
recognize it's flat Earth. We have a server, but this is where we have a channel in this server.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that. Yeah, this is the flat Earth Discord in the English Hub server. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to remember that.
Always pay our respects to the ones who have given us this platform.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, we got some curious folk that are joining us right now. Guys, we do want to challenge you as you join in. And perhaps you're going to learn something today that you didn't know before about the nature of the earth that you're standing on right now. You think it's a globe? You can open up your mic and have a conversation with us and find out if it is or not based on how you can defend it. It's a tough position to be if you think the earth is a globe, I guarantee it. But we can only do that if you jump in and have the conversation.
Okay. I mean,
Go ahead, Ken. So, the nature of the earth that you stand on, do you think that in history someone's measured it to be a globe? Or did someone discover this? Or how can we, from your position right now, if somebody was to ask you, do you know
so
if the earth is a globe? What would you tell them?
so I'm from India, so I would say in Vedas, our ancient philosopher write that the earth is gold, spherical. So I would give that proof for proving
What
that the earth is
can I ask you a
spherical.
question? What ancient philosopher are you referring to? In your was it religion?
Hindu religion, Vedas.
What was his name again? Am I getting it wrong? Veras?
No, Vedas are scriptures. I
Vedic.
don't remember them. Let me Google this. Veds, you can say.
Okay. I just want to know where perhaps if you can push something in the text chat that we can see what you're referring to. That would help the conversation.
Mm.
I don't want to
Let
assume
me
what
Google it
you're.
so I can provide you the proper things.
Okay. Yeah. Meanwhile, he's
Yo,
doing it. What's going on? Welcome to the room. Go ahead. Did you say hello? They say hello. They don't want to follow up. Okay. Well, hello. Remember, guys, the nature of the earth that you're standing on right now, what is it? Is it just as we see it, a horizontal plane? Is it flat? Or is this a globe that we truly are standing on? I don't know. Maybe we should change the topic. Does flat earth make you angry? I don't know if that's where we want to go with this, but up to you guys. I mean, you guys can chime in. I think that the more curious you are about the earth that you're standing on, the better it is for the conversation. Critical thinking, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it is. You must ask the questions, or at least want to be challenged on if you know what you think the earth is. Did you
Yeah,
find
what's
the
I just sent on the chat. Look, I just sent on the chat the Vedic scriptures and related texts describe it as spherical through the use of terms like Bhugols means round earth, that to describe the astronomical phenomena. For example, Bhagavata Puran describes stimulation day and night on opposite side of the earth, a phenomenon only possible on a spherical body.
what particular part of scripture was that? Can you find out which one, like cite it, like verse? That guy's sound attack didn't work.
Can you again say?
Flat Earth made
I
him
can't
angry.
hear this.
Yeah. I muted him, by the way.
Can you repeat what you want?
Yeah, the specific scripture that says, with that little snippet that you put in the text, what that's referring to. Because it says Vedic scriptures and related texts describe it as spherical. Yeah, what scripture
The
specifically is it
Bhagavata
talking about?
Puran.
Yeah,
It
but
talks
what?
about
Give me the
what?
specific scripture. I want to know where it says that. Do you know what I mean,
Okay,
or no?
let me Google it. I understand.
All right. Taking a look at from all perspectives, I guess you're coming at it more from a religious perspective. But
Okay.
after you post this, that's one thing, right?
Oh,
That this specific scripture alludes to, but I don't even know if that scripture is saying what you think it says, because the interpretations of that scripture could be where people are getting this idea, but it could actually mean something akin to flat Earth versus what you might think it sounds like, just on the basis of the scripture, not going outside and testing.
So, AV, Miggy, what is your reaction when you hear everybody knows it's a globe? Everyone knows it's a globe. What are you talking about? It's not flat because everybody knows it's a globe. What's your reaction when you hear that?
Well, that's just not true, because knowledge comes from something that is understood by all of us to be. It's like a first principle. Like you'd have to be able to substantiate that knowledge claim. So if you can't do that, then it's not a knowledge claim. You can't say that. It's a belief. You could say that we believe it, but it's not proven. So you can't say I know. Very different.
brother, listen. Basically, it's not written that Earth is spherical, but they mention that when they talk about Earth, they use Bhugol. Bhugols means circle-like thing, spherical. This is
Okay,
the
so
way I
wait,
think.
yeah, hold on. Bugola. Shoot, I broke your internet. Bugola. So Bugola,
Uh,
if you're saying it means circle, right?
You can say
Is it circle?
Paramandalam. Wait a sec. Parimandala. Parimandala.
And what is?
Let me
Yeah, you gonna look it up?
copy and paste it. Wait a sec. I just write the name. It's not Google. Parimandala.
Parimandala.
Parimandala for sphere. For spherical.
What? Yeah, what scripture was that used in? Are you reading from the Bab Gavara?
It's used in Jamina, Brahmana, and Samveda, Surya, Siddhanta, Rigveda, Yajurveda, Atharveda, Puranas. So many scriptures here.
Yeah, that uses that word, right?
Yes, to describe Earth. When they are talking about Earth, they use this term.
This word, parimandala. So I'm letting the people in the panel kind of listen to you actually give us the word that you said in the scriptures is describing a round earth or a globe. In the sense of saying round, round can also denote something that's flat and round, like a coin or a CD or a record. That's round and flat at the same time. So round isn't also giving a connotation of something that's spherical. So we're looking specifically for things that show that something is spherical. So if parimandala shows something that's round, it doesn't necessarily mean spherical. Do you know what I mean? Kin, are you still with us? Hello. Goodness. All right. Well, perhaps when you return. Is my mic still on? Hello? Test.
You're coming in fine by now.
Okay. It happens sometimes where you think you're talking and you're getting disconnected from Discord. It just that I hate when that happens. And you're like, guys, how come you're not responding? And it's just like dead air.
Well, I'm guessing that he probably doesn't like when a non-Hindu person is correcting his understanding of Hindu.
Oh, that's a little bit presumptuous, but I mean, yeah, it could be the case. I would just say that if
Well,
he's
no, I'm not
presenting,
saying that you did that. I'm just saying that you know he might interpret it as such.
yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I think the only thing that matters is that if he's up for the challenge and he's challenged and he's not able to come back with a retort as to like how that's not correct and then come back and say, look, it means spherical, that would mean something. But if he can't do it, I think that just
100%, I
shows.
agree.
Sorry, bro. Because of network issue, I just get disconnected.
Okay. Welcome back.
Yes.
So paramandala, are you able to find out if it means spherical or not?
Someone also say Bhumandala. That's why I was saying previously, and Parimandala.
Yeah.
Yes.
It says Adam Unsalted put a little quote there. In Vedic cosmos, the Earth Bhumandala is actually described as being the largest feature in the universe, taking the form of a vast circular disk that spans the center of the universe. And
Parimandala, I think.
He's got a link to it at the bottom if you want to click it. So it doesn't mean kin. I don't think it means what you think it means, according to like the way it's being described.
Bhumandala, I think is Bhumi type. It's different. Parimandala is Parikrama. Rotating about some Parikrama.
Oh, like you're saying like something that's rotating around?
Yes.
Okay, and what scripture defines it that way? That shows that something is going around something else.
Somewhere that there is somewhere that use the term parimandala, which means spherical or round, to describe the Earth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I get
you're
it from
saying
Google, that thing.
yeah, but you're saying that, and it doesn't show that, and like other people can come up with it. It just means the largest feature in the universe, taking form of a vast circular disk. So the other answer could be that. How do you know which one it is? Is what I'm saying. How do you know it means
Pari
spherical?
Parimandala is different and Bhumandala is different, I think.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, how would you know if it's talking about the Earth itself? Which one describes the Earth? This is the most important question you should be asking yourself. If you're going along the line of logic to follow religious texts, you know what I
Yes.
mean? You have to go into like, why would you say what you're saying if there's no foundation for it? If you could be challenged and I say, well, actually the meaning doesn't just mean what you say it is. It could mean that it's just a large, disc shaped thing that it's describing according to the word.
No, no, no.
Yeah, you're saying
It's
no,
not
but
like.
you
But
just
there
told me
should
that.
be some reason. That's why they write this thing. No? They also have some knowledge about the Earth.
Yeah, what knowledge? So that it's a little bit like ambiguous when you say it. Like they also had some knowledge about the Earth. What do you mean by that? What other knowledge do they have that you don't know about that you now know that you say they have? This is important, right?
Yes, I'm not in this type of thing, but someone told me that everything is written in Vedas.
Everything is.
Every question
Yeah,
yes,
you said. What did you say? Everything is written for what?
in Vedas.
In Vedas. And do you read Vedas?
Yes, Veds. No, no, no,
Okay, you don't read Vedas.
no, no.
Okay, well then, I guess, how would you know if you're correct or incorrect, sir? Is a question about
Because
what
I believe in Vedas.
you believe in it. You just don't understand.
Yes,
Is that true?
I believe in it.
I know you
I
believe
don't
in it, but
understand that much well, but I believe that our ancestors write it correctly.
you believe somebody who tells you the interpretation of the Vedic scriptures. Is this true?
Yes, yes.
So this is not exactly the same as actually reading the scripture yourself and then getting that understanding from the scripture. You're
But
believing somebody telling you something about the Vedic scriptures they interpreted. So their
you
interpretation
can
is what.
say, but Google is also saying that, na?
Well,
The
but is it? I know Google's saying what thing is. Well, you got to think about it like this: Google's just giving you information, right? What I'm
Yes,
challenging you on is when the scripture of that in the Vedic scriptures are saying that. How do you know it's actually meaning the words mean what they say they mean? That's what I'm challenging you. You're saying you're trusting somebody who's telling you that this is what it means. I don't. In other words, you
yes.
haven't read the scripture yourself, so how are you gonna find out if the word means what you think it means? Like if you haven't did the study for yourself.
You can say.
Yeah, and this is important. What we do in here is find out like how people know what they know. So on the basis of this, you could say that you trust somebody about their interpretations of the Vedic scriptures, and you believe them when they tell you that they're saying that word means spherical or globe.
Hmm. But
Is that
astronaut
correct?
also took a photo from space, na? It's
Okay, that's different. Now we're going away from the religious text, which you are sounds like you're going to abandon because you can't make
no, no, no.
sure.
I am not abandoning that thing, but I'm just giving you
Yeah.
another proof.
Well, no, we have to. Let's go to a conclusion, whether you know or not. Somebody from that's giving you an interpretation of the Vedic scriptures is telling you something that's true or false. How could you know if it's true or false what they're saying about the words in those Vedic scriptures? How do you know that? You personally.
Because I believe in because the person who told me that he was my teacher, so I believe in him. He didn't say anything wrong to me. He
Okay,
want my good,
you believe in
so
his teaching. You believe in his teaching, Ken, right?
yes, yes.
Okay, you believe in his teaching doesn't equal you understand the writings in the Vedic scriptures. So you trust what
No, no, no. I
he's
don't
telling you.
understand.
So you trust what he's
Yes,
telling
yes.
you
I
in
trust him.
his interpretation of the Vedic scriptures, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you believe what he's telling you is true, But the problem we're having in this discussion here in this room is whenever somebody says that, we have to challenge them on why do they believe it? How come they don't challenge the words that are written in any religious text and find out for themselves? Like, you should do that, you for yourself. If you're trusting him giving you this very important information of religion, and you're saying, I just trust him because why would he do anything wrong? People have made mistakes. You know, people can do sins, right? They can do things outside of their religious beliefs. So it's upon it's upon you to go investigate whether or not that man is exactly saying what he should be based on those religious texts. So you should look at the word, see what it means, follow whether or not the history of that word means exactly what he's saying it means, or is he giving you an interpretation to think about and you're just believing it, which is what I think is happening.
Hmm.
Do you understand now?
I think I should research on this thing
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You should do
by
your
myself.
research. Don't take people's words for
Yes, yes.
things. If they're saying something that's correct, then it doesn't matter if you do the research, it's going to be the same, right? You shouldn't fear that research. You should make the research.
If I start Vedas, they are so big, Veds. There are thousands of books. There are so many. If I start.
Yeah, dude. It doesn't. Just, I would say, make your research and see where that goes with the words. But if you have another question like you were going to ask about moving away from religious texts, you can do so. I know now that it's just a belief you have about the word, but what would you
Okay.
say about pictures from
But my
space?
second opinion is that the NASA took also show the Earth photo from the space, and we can
Okay.
clearly see that it's a spherical.
Okay, so which NASA image do you think you want to actually put in the text chat so we can know what you mean? I know the images that are shown, but I want you to be specific
Yes.
so I don't just misrepresent your image. So maybe post an image what
Okay.
you think. This is going to help the conversation so everybody can see what you're posting.
Okay. Images. I'm taking pictures from Google. Is it okay?
Yep. Just post which one you want to actually represent in the text for your
Okay, let me search which should be better. Because I think they are all AI generated or edited
Well,
photos.
that's not good for your case, is it? To say that outright.
No, I'm
Dude, you're
because
saying it right now. It's just making me laugh because it's like you're even saying, well, there's some
yes,
AI images. It's like, bro, how are you gonna tell which one's the
yes,
one of the real Earth now?
mostly the photos are edited. No one can took
Yeah.
that clearly photos from space.
All right. Well, if that's the case, post the one that's not.
No, I'm just getting that perfect, so no one.
Sounds good.
There's so
When
many
somebody
photos. I think they're edited.
I know, but when somebody admits that, though, you can understand the problem we have, right? Like, that's not a very good way to start. I'm gonna post a real
NASA,
image
there
of
is
the Earth, but there's so many AI images. Like,
I got a NASA.government website. I think there I can find this.
You're going straight to the source, huh? You're gonna mess around with any
Yes,
AI images. You
yes.
heard it was a problem to say that, right? Like, there's so many AI images, and you're like, oh, wait a minute. What if I just go to
Yeah.
the source and get the image?
And it's very high in quality, and no one can that Earth image photos.
You know what's weird though, Ken? How come you don't appeal to ESA? Why don't you just go to ESA? Wouldn't ESA be the same?
What is ESA? I don't know ESA. What is?
Indian Space Agency?
It's not ESA. ISRO. It's ISRO. ISRO.
Oh. Why don't you appeal to those guys?
You know, if someone talk about the space and first name on their head is NASA.
Yeah, why? Like, aren't you guys doing something? Anyways, just look for.
Yeah, you know,
Maybe that's
Chandra, you also know about the Indian space thing. That's why
probably
you
a side quest.
asked.
We'll do
Yes.
that as a side quest. We'll continue down the where you're gonna post a real
Yes.
photo, not the AI
I'm
generated ones.
searching. Yes. Yes. It's my first time visiting NASA website.
Yeah, well, they got your IP now, so they know where you are, and
What they gonna do with my IP?
I don't know.
I'm just a common person.
Well, maybe you're not. Haha.
Well, yeah, common person. Photo from space.
Not easy, huh?
And it's just showing other 90-year-old changing view of Earth. Wow. I got a picture and it's very black and white.
Black and
Yes,
white. Oh man, we
eh,
want color.
let we want. There is a color also.
No, I don't
It's
really
not
care,
very
dude.
good
Just
quality.
post what you.
Let me see. Okay. Dun, 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 dun.
Welcome to everybody who's joining us right now. We're talking to Kin. Kin's
Yes.
gonna give us well, he first I'm gonna
I
announce
can't
his.
send here picture. I can't
Hmm?
here send. I
All right,
can't
so
attach document here.
can you send it to me? Send it to me in a message.
Okay.
All right, so
Okay.
what Ken's doing right now is that for anybody that's joining us a little late, he was challenging the fact that in Vedic scriptures it says a specific word that denotes that the earth is a globe, but we looked into the word and it sounds like he's just trusting his favorite religious speaker on the matter, and he never looked into the word himself, so he's going to do some more research on that. And on top of that, he's got another, I guess, proof that the earth is a globe, and he's going to show us now an image from NASA. He's going to send it to me and I'm going to post it in the text for you guys so you can see. Let me know when you've
Uh,
done that. Good.
it says failed to send message. Hold for options. Retry.
It didn't allow you?
Yeah. No. He failed to send message. Hold for options. I trying retry, but it's not.
Hey, is it the image itself that's not a lot, like Discord? Is it Discord not
Screenshot.
allowing you? Yeah,
I don't
do it
know.
though.
I took a screenshot and I'm sending you. But
And it
it's
didn't want to let
failed
you
to
send that
send
either, huh?
it. I
Let me
think.
see. I don't have anybody sending me anything, actually. No messages.
Yes. Let me
All
send
right.
you friend request first. I think that should be.
Well, if it's not
It's
possible to
saying
do
your
that,
message could not be delivered. This is the usually because you don't share the server with the recipient or the
yeah.
recipient is on
No,
that
hold
with a
on.
direct
I
message.
just received something from you. Hold on, I just got something from you. Give me a sec. Pending. Can doesn't. Here. I'll wave to you. Oh wait, I can't wave to you. Your message could not be delivered. This is usually because you don't share a server with the recipient.
Yes.
Or
Was it
recipient is
me?
only accepting direct messages from friends. So you are only
So
accepting.
I send you friend request. Accept it.
Well, yeah, I don't have a lot of people on friend requests. But you need to. There's a thing where you can allow to accept messages from people who are not your friends.
But
So
he's saying you.
look, I'm gonna wave to you. Oh, yeah, you have to do that. That way we can still talk even though we're not accepting their friend request. So you can still accept messages from someone. I can still
But
accept
it's showing
messages.
your message could not be delivered.
Yeah, it's a
I'm
setting
sending
on
hi to you.
oh, it's a setting on Discord that you have to just change on your end.
How to?
Uh,
I don't know how.
what are you using, a phone or are you on a PC?
Phone. I'm using a phone.
Let's see. What is it?
No, phone.
Data and privacy? Is that where that's at? No.
Data and privacy.
I'm
Everything is
look.
on.
Maybe a little help from the audience. Where do you guys think he can turn that feature on? He's not able to send anything.
There is someone other, so I can send him.
Well, you could also. Why can't you just post a link as well? You can't even post a link.
I can't. Okay.
Put the link in the text if you can't even send the image.
Just scroll down, you will find so many images.
Yeah, just tell us which one you were gonna send, and that would help.
Okay.
Right.
There is
Right.
3 photos. 2 are in black and white, and 1 is colored.
Which one? I'm looking at all these. Which one do you want me to post in the text? I'll do it.
Scroll down. The first full disk photograph of Earth taken by the Soviet Molniya 1-3.
The first photograph ever made showing laterally the curvature of the Earth. That one?
No. Down.
More?
There are 3
Okay.
photos of Earth. Just
There are 3. Oh, I see it. The first disc
the
photograph
Soviet
of Earth taken
Molniya.
by. Yeah, I see it.
Yes.
Give me a second, will you?
Okay.
Okay.
There are also more photos if you scroll down.
That's
Moon
fine.
and Earth.
I'm gonna post it in the chat for everybody.
Okay.
All right, that's what he was referring to in that. Can you guys see it?
Someone show something how to change the setting.
Yeah. Meanwhile, everybody's looking at the image. Just do what he did. What Kathos is showing you. That's the way to let somebody send messages for future.
Yes. Privacy setting and on. Let me do this.
Or while he's doing that, that's the image he sent. Those 3 images of the Earth looking like a sphere, or at least what you see there in that image. Images. Relay criterion is saying a sphere is the worst shape to photograph from a distance. All right, when you come back, Ken, from changing your settings.
No, I don't find where to use. Where I have to tab to get this mark as read invite people mute.
Well, I mean, I want to deal with the image. Are you ready for that or no?
Okay, you can go forward. I'm here.
All right, what it's saying here in the bottom of those images, left the full disk photograph of Earth taken from the Soviet Molniya 1-3.
Malia. Yes.
1-3 communication satellite. Middle, the first
Yes.
image of the Earth taken from geostationary orbit by the ATS-1 satellite. The right is the first color image of the full Earth from the Doge Department of Defense of Gravity Experiment satellite.
Yes.
Okay. So, what other information do we get from this? How far away was the satellite? Does it say any information? Some
Which
things
type
need to
of
be
info?
some things need to be
Oh,
understood as the importance of this, right? So, looking at images, we can't just accept right away that this is the case because maybe you might think the Earth looks like this already. We want to know information, right?
so proof, you want proof.
Yeah, you have to ask questions. When you see images, do you accept the image right away as something being true, Ken?
No, I don't think.
Okay. So if we're going to ask questions about these images, what do you think we should be asking?
Mm.
Ken?
Questions.
Yes.
I have asked you question. Can you repeat? I can't understand.
How far away do you think the satellite was to take this image?
Orbit by geostationary orbit by TS1 satellite. I don't think. I don't have any idea. It's about
No idea.
22300 miles away. It's written.
Yeah. So it's
You
what
other so
22
it's written
yeah.
on the page.
22,300
22,300 miles
miles
above
above what? Ecuador?
Ecuador. Yes, yes.
Okay. So at that altitude, what type of image or what camera are we going to be using? What camera? What is the type of camera that they're using to take this picture?
Let me read it. I don't have any. They don't mention about any camera.
Okay, is that another
This
part of information?
ATS-1 advanced technology satellite beam back the first photograph. They don't mention any camera, what type of
Okay.
camera they use.
And how did they know that the satellite was at the distance of 22,300 miles above Ecuador? What was the technology used to know that it was that distance away? To confirm distance.
Same answer. I don't have any idea about that.
Okay, so we're lacking some information that would be crucial to establish the case of this being where a satellite could be at that specific distance away. Do you think so, or you think that it's good enough for them to just make numbers up and not tell us how they obtained those numbers?
No. That should be the thing. They should tell us
Right.
how they measure the distance and which camera they use.
Yeah, that I agree. That would be crucial information for you to establish whether or not this image could be taken from a height of or a distance away from the Earth. If they're making these claims, right? Something that you just probably would like investigate yourself. Right. So
Let me GPT it.
Go ahead.
Let me GPT it. I'm gonna ask for AI about this thing. Which camera quality or how they measure the distance.
Sure.
What are you saying, by the way?
The third image on the right, which is the one you're looking for. You can ask the chat GPT about that one. The ATS one.
Yes, I'm asking the ATS-1 satellite, yes.
Mhm.
Yes. The distance and the camera one, na?
Yes. How was it obtained, the distance? How do they know that that's the distance away? And what type of camera was utilized to capture the image?
Distance and what type of camera?
Welcome all who are joining. We're having a conversation with Ken right now. He's trying to back up the evidence of the image that I posted, which is the one that he pointed to. So if you want to follow along, at 56 minutes after the hour, He's actually wanting to talk about that image right there. And it's going to be the third one on the right that allegedly was taken by the ATS-1 Advanced Technology Satellite back in December 11, 1966.
Well, that one's got a circle. Maybe that's the freaking spheroid we're looking for.
The oblate spheroid, yeah.
You know, AV, I love when you do this because it's so funny when people go, "Hey, pick the one you think is real." The ones they pick are so funny because they're the worst ones.
Yeah. It's crazy because they must be real according to what's been put out here. This is like all this is propaganda to show that this all started, had its humble beginnings, and like the article here from this NASA page says 90 years of our changing views of Earth. Check this out. Now it's not what he was talking about, but let me show you another one. I'll put it in the text. Let's see here. I'll put a little context at the bottom of it so you can see.
Did you read the article? Did you look at it?
Yeah, I'm skimming through it.
Did you see
Look
the
at
very
this.
first picture?
Yeah,
that
that's what
one,
I'm.
bro. That one.
That's what I'm posting.
It says, dude that's trying to gaslight you says that's the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, he said that, dude. The first photograph ever made showing laterally the curvature of the Earth. Read the original caption in the May 1931 issue of the National Geographic magazine. The photograph, taken 21,000 feet above Villa Mercedes, Argentina, shown the Andes Mountains 287 miles away and well below the expected horizon if the Earth were flat. Dude, I'm telling you, dudes, like this is propaganda at its finest right here. Laterally. Left to right curve, man. That's what's going on.
This is the answer of what I read.
Is that a flat Earth proof right there?
It should be.
Because it says you can see the mountains in the distance and they're 287 away.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the math real quick.
287 at 21,000 feet above the Villa Mercedes, Argentina. That should be easy enough. Just punch in the numbers. All right, so Ken just posted something. What'd you post, Ken?
The answer which I get from the chat GPT.
All right. It says, here's a clear report style explanation you can directly include in your write-up. Distance calculation and camera technology used in the first full disk Earth photographs. The first full disk photographs of Earth were captured by 3 different satellites. ATS. We're only interested in ATS right now. We'll go to ATS.
Yeah.
Number two, December 11, 1966. The Applications Technology Satellite was the first to capture Earth from geostationary orbit at the constant altitude about 35,786 kilometers or 22,300 miles above the equator. Because the orbit was geostationary, the distance to the Earth's surface was constant and easily determined from the orbital design. An ATS-1 used a spin scan cloud camera. Okay, spin scan cloud camera. Designed by NASA. It was based on a Vidicon tube that scanned one line at a time as the satellite rotated, building a full image of the Earth over several minutes. This provided continuous weather observation capability. All right. So what's misleading here and what's posted with the image is that you see a complete image. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, what do you think is wrong with that, Ken? You get an impression that the satellite took a snapshot of the entire thing that it's looking at, right?
No, not exactly. Someone said
So
NASA the first flight in the world is of the Earth from the outside of the space. Took by the
yeah,
India set as an approximate altitude.
all right, but what it's
Same thing.
saying? Yeah, what it's saying here is that it was based on a Vidicon tube that scanned one line at a time as the satellite rotated. What does that mean? Do you know what that means, Ken?
I think it just take the upper, then if it's just like a plate by plate, first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Then it's combine all the plates.
Yeah, but how many of those lines do you think it put together and made it into the image that you're seeing?
I don't have any accurate answer.
It's important because if you're saying that they're taking a picture of the Earth looking like a globe, and what it's saying here is that they stitched a bunch of line images together. How many lines did they stitch together? That should be the next question you should ask, right?
Several mirrors. Okay, I'm just asking. I'm asking
Go ahead.
ChatGPT.
Go ahead. Go ahead. But it's specifically on that satellite, don't try not to deviate from another one
Okay.
because we want to know that one is what someone we're talking about. It might give you information of other satellites. We don't want to know about other ones. We want to know about this one. Oh, Indio got some.
Yeah, the hidden height's a mile 0.5, but the drop is supposed to be 10 miles, which is fucking crazy.
Really?
Yeah. 21,000 feet's pretty high.
1,000 revolution per minute.
You can
One
see
line
quite a
per
bit of the
rotation,
Andes.
100 pixel. Oh, I'm just sending you the link.
Okay.
Copy link. This is the answer which I got from GPT.
Let's look at it.
Yes, check it.
All right. It says, let's go through it clearly for the ATS-1 spin scan camera, since that's the one that scanned the one line at a time. How the ATS-1 camera built the full Earth image. Camera type spin scan cloud camera, or SSCC. Orbit geostationary, 3,786 kilometers above Earth. Rotation speed, 100 revolutions per minute, RPM. How it captured the image, one line per rotation. The camera had a very narrow field of view. It captured just one horizontal line of pixels, a thin strip of Earth's image each time the satellite completed a rotation. Building the image, number 2. As the satellite continuously rotated, the camera's scanning mirror slowly tilted downward after each revolution, moving the line of sight slightly southward or northward. In this way, it swept across the entire Earth's disk line by line. Earth's disk. Number of lines or photos. Each full Earth image consisted of about 2,000 to 2,500 scan lines. Each scan line contained roughly 2,000 picture elements, pixels, across the diameter of Earth. So effectively, the full image was about 2,000 to 2 times 2,000 equals 4 million picture points, roughly like a 2 megapixel image today. Time to complete one image. Number 4. It took about 20 to 30 minutes to complete one full Earth scan. The data from all these scan lines were transmitted as an analog video signal to ground stations, where computers combined them into a single image. Okay, so it says a summary of what it did, and then it says, so the ATS-1 did not take thousands of separate photos like a camera snapping frames. Instead, it scanned Earth continuously, collecting thousands of narrow image lines, which were then combined electronically to form one complete picture of the entire planet. And it says, would you like me to show you a simple diagram or step-by-step illustration of how they can scan, build the image? It can make this very easy to visualize for your report. So let's see. The data from all these scan lines were transmitted as an analog video signal to ground stations, where computers combine them into a single image. So what do you think about that, Ken?
What?
What do you think about that? What I just read.
Basically, I don't have an idea, but I'm not always trust Chat GPT. But we are
Oh,
the
you're
one
throwing
who is bit.
ChatGPT under the bus, bro? What's going on, bro?
No,
Hold
no,
on a
no,
second.
no.
Why would you do that? Like, isn't
Because
it?
whenever I ask question about maths, they always give me wrong answer.
So you
Because
think they're
I'm
giving
not
you?
the so no,
Hold on,
no,
bro.
no, no. Just listen. I'm 80% believe in it, but 20% is not. I'm just saying
Oh
this.
goodness.
80%, not 20%.
All right. So you're saying that ChatGPT could be wrong in this case. Is that true?
Sometimes because I have
No.
experience with Chat GPT.
Ken, I want you to
Uh,
say this with assurance. Do you believe that ChatGPT got it wrong this time?
no, I don't. It's because it's theoretical. I don't say it's it's 100% right. I would say.
So you don't know if what they're saying is true about what they're saying of the satellite, the way it took the image.
Let's go with I am 100% sure it's correct
You're 100% sure it's correct. You want to go with that?
because it's theoretical. No? They don't.
What do you mean?
It not
Hold on a
include
minute.
any
What do you mean? Is theoretical? I don't get that. What do you mean by that?
Theoretical means the NASA, the one who take the treatment, also write all these things, but they don't include in the report on the website.
Okay,
I
so
think.
they didn't put down how they took the image, but ChatGPT gave you the information of how it was done. So because it didn't come from NASA and it came from ChatGPT, you can't fully trust that information. Is that what you're saying?
No, not just because of the Chat GPT. I NASA didn't mention on the website, I think, and they mentioned somewhere else. So basically, ChatGPT collect data from the internet. No?
Okay. So you're saying it
So I
sounds
think
like that ChatGPT can't be trusted completely.
not completely.
Okay, so what we have here is not conclusive that this is how they took the image from the satellite or any method by which they ChatGPT described how this was done. So your first instinct when you didn't know the information was to go to ChatGPT. Now when ChatGPT is giving you the information of how it was done, you're saying, well, how do we know that's true? Okay, so let me just tell you that what's happening here. If you're gonna stand on
Okay.
any if you're gonna stand on any information, like this is a real photograph from a satellite, you have to know information that's crucial to make it stand at least validated in some way, right? Now you can't validate that the distance is correct based on you're taking information from ChatGPT and you can't trust it completely because it didn't come from NASA. So now what's
Yes,
happening
yes.
is all the information that would be relevant to establish at least that's an actual photograph of Earth and that's a real image. Now it's into question. You're not really sure if it's a real image based on you can't trust ChatGPT. And NASA didn't support the information in their website. So you don't know how it was constructed as it's a globe. Is that true? Ken, come on, man. You have to help me out. Is that true what I
You
just
can
said?
say. Yes, I'm supporting you by this sentence. What you
Okay.
say.
Well, that's the most important part. So now we've challenged the notion that you thought you could just pull out a photo of the Earth and say that's the Earth. When we challenged how the image was made, it looks like you're not really sure if you can trust information on the internet. It's what it sounds like. I'm just making it like summarizing it. So So what do we have to do now if the image of the Earth that you presented is not one you can support, that is 100% the Earth? What else can we do, in your perspective, to know that the Earth is what they're telling us?
The way the ChatGPT is saying, I think he's saying correctly. Because
Wait a minute. Are you
let
changing your
me,
mind?
I'm just asking another thing. You have any proof about this? You have any
Yeah.
proof?
Are you changing your mind and now you're agreeing that ChatGPT is right?
No,
What
let
about
me ask the proof
tides?
for this thing.
What proof?
This information is correct or not?
Well, how are you going to verify that information is correct or not? What are you going to test it? What is the
Yes,
standard that you're going to test the information that ChatGPT gave you is correct or not? What are you using for a standard, Ken?
he will give me some website or pages.
Me?
So from there I can verify. ChatGPT is giving me some
Oh,
website.
okay. Where is it telling you to go?
This
Is it verified?
and I will send
I don't
you
know yet.
the evidence.
But
He
can
will
you also
send me
do it
some
by the
evidence.
curvature of the by the curvature? Sorry, not curvature. You know, if
Yes, you
the
can
world
also
wasn't
check.
round, if it was flat, tides wouldn't actually be a thing.
All right.
So
Because why?
Hold on. Wait,
Okay,
we're going to go tangential here. We're on a line of logic.
sorry.
But,
Okay. No. Okay. Go on. I said no.
So we're looking at what you're using. Okay. Ken, the difficult part
Let's
about what
check.
you're doing, brother, the
Mm.
difficult part about what you're doing is that you're using ChatGPT to verify ChatGPT, which you said you didn't trust fully in the first place. You see the circular logic here?
Not what
You're using the thing that you said you can't really trust because it's just gathering information all over the internet, and then it's giving it to you kind
yes.
of in a concise way. But you said you couldn't. You were arguing that you couldn't trust that information, yet you're using ChatGPT to give you a way to verify the information it gave you the first time. Using the same thing that was used as a standard to see what information about NASA and the image of the satellite was true, that you say you can't really trust because you don't know if it's true or not. You're using that same thing
Now I
in
have
this way to
proof.
verify.
Now I have proof here. This and
Wait a second, bro. How did you have proof from the thing that you said you can't trust? Now you trust it. I don't get that. You have to make that make sense
you
to
get
me.
the pages. You get the
Yeah.
pages. Just open.
But how do you know those
I
pages are
give.
gonna dude, listen. How do you know
I
ChatGPT is
understand.
gonna
I
give you those
understand.
pages? Yeah. How do you know that ChatGPT is giving you the right information if you didn't trust it in the first place?
You got me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
See the problem
But
here? You either trust the information coming from ChatGPT and you're don't have to look at the evidence. You can just say this is how it was done. Or
but you're
if you
just
don't
asking
trust
about
it,
the proof.
yeah, I know. But if you don't trust that information it first gave you, and you're going to look at more information to verify that information, you can't use the same thing to verify it. That's circular. You're just saying, I don't trust the information it gave me the first time, but the second time around, I'm going to ask it to give me some websites where I can check this information to be true. But that's using ChatGPT again.
Yes.
That's a problem. You can't do that. It's either the information it gave you is the way you should understand the way it's done and it's correct, or if you question it, you have to use another thing, not ChatGPT, to verify the thing that's in question. You can't use the thing to verify the thing you said you didn't trust in the first place.
So which AI or should I use?
Don't ask me which AI, bro. Don't point to me. The problem I'm getting to right now is the fact that you're trying to verify from information and sources that at the end of the day, how do you know you can trust those? Do you get the problem now?
Yes.
Okay. So back to the greater point. The greater point is that you put in an image of the Earth being a globe based on a satellite taking an image. Now, as we look through how they took in the image, taking it, what's going on here is that you can't provide evidence that anything to substantiate that image to be the distance, the type of camera, anything to be verified. It sounds like to me you're still in question. There's not real evidence of the Earth being a globe here. It's just you believing that it is based on what on the NASA website is showing these images, but doesn't give you any relevant information as to how the method by which they've taken this image.
Yes.
Okay. So is there any other thing that you can think of that you can turn to in academia or in any other way that can prove that the Earth is an actual globe? If not, we can. There's some
Let
other
me
speakers in
think.
here, Ken. I mean, but I do appreciate you being intellectually honest, bro. Be honest.
Okay, just give another person to chance. I will think. I will come back.
Yeah, think on it, man. There's no hurry. We're here all
Okay.
the time, so thank you for being a
Okay.
speaker and engaging. And yeah, maybe we'll toss it back to the
Thanks a
audience and
lot
see if.
to give me the stage to overcome my
No
fear.
no
I have
problem,
a
bro.
question. Is my English was good? Is it
Yeah, it was
difficult to
for the most
understand
part. I
something?
mean, we understood each other. We didn't have. There was not like a language barrier that you couldn't understand.
Okay. Is there was not any problem to understand? No? That's the only.
Not really. I mean, it's a little rough, but yeah, it works. I can understand you.
No, I'm just a beginner. No, sir. Because I
That's
don't
it.
have that much level of vocab. That's all.
All right.
Okay.
So
Thanks a
I
lot.
guess Ken said he's gonna go ahead and yield the floor to someone else if they wanted to come in and perhaps challenge themselves if they think the Earth is a globe. We're gonna ask you how you know what you know, and or if you have any questions, you can make your questions for the Earth being a horizontal plane. Ask us. Who else wants to speak? All you got to do is open up your mic and have a conversation. So, anybody else in here? We got see ABD7 Allah, I guess his name. MB Fahrenheit. We got Hans. We got Flex. There's quite a few people joining us. Welcome to the room. Umaya, welcome. Vanillus, welcome.
I want to ask if I want to know more about the flat Earth theory. What should I read?
Well, define it first, right?
Go to
No, go ahead. Sorry.
go to discord.gg//flat earth. And you'll go to our server, and on the bottom of that server there is all the information you'd like to look at for flat earth. We have it in our server. We have
Like,
PDFs, videos, we have all kinds of stuff.
Do you have a link? You can put it in chat.
Yeah, I mean, can we put links in here, gentlemen?
I don't think so. It should be in our like VIP. Is there a VIP partner thing or?
Oh, you know what? No. Click on the bot that's in here. It's in the bot, isn't it? Shouldn't it be?
Yeah,
in the
there you
bot?
go. Yeah, that's
Or-
the way to do it.
Click on
Or
the
you
bot.
can click on the flat. If you click on the flat and then click on the flat in someone's profile, it'll take you to the.
That's another way. Yeah.
It'll list it there.
The tag that people have on their names by their names, the ones that say flat. That's the
Oh
link
yeah,
to the
yeah,
server.
yeah. Your server tag.
We invite anybody who's brand new to that server. Go and check it out.
That's kind of like the first lesson of flat Earth theory, like an IQ test. Are you smart enough to find what you're looking for?
All right, is anybody else here curious about the nature of the Earth that they're standing on right now? It's a test for you guys. If you always been thinking that the Earth is a globe, now's the time to open up your mic and find out if it actually is one. And somebody asked you on the street, "Is the Earth a globe?" What would your response be?
No.
So you're pretty busy this past week, Grit?
Yeah,
That was
God, it
too.
was like just non-stop, just one thing after another.
Yeah. Yeah. Same here. There's just days that I'm not even on here. I try to get on usually when I'm at work and listening. Our numbers should be going up on this channel, yeah? Should be.
Yeah, it's been like all week. That's why I have noticed that politics has been kind of empty.
Mm-hmm. That's usually our haunt, but lately it's not been. The atmosphere here is a kind of a different one.
Bro, on which side you are? The earth is flat or spherical? What do you think?
Absolutely flat.
So why you believe it's flat?
Oh, I mean, it's not a belief. It's just an observation that we make of the nature of our Earth. You go outside, you witness a flat level horizon. It starts with observation. And if you want to find out, hey, you know what? I see it looking like it's flat, but what if it's not flat? What if it measures?
No,
Like,
no.
what if we all experience? Go ahead.
Let's suppose a circle. Okay, imagine a circle and make it circle. Okay.
Mhm.
Suppose its radius is way more larger, means thousands and very large. Okay.
Mhm.
If we stand on the circumference of the circle, what do you see?
Yeah, I mean, that hypothetical, you'd see it flat.
Yes, it's just
Okay.
same case for Earth.
No,
What do you
that's not
think?
the same case. That's not the same case.
Why?
Because
Why?
the Earth, the way they describe it, the size that they say it is, you could measure the curve. If it was the globe that the size that they say it is, that's the problem, Ken. Okay. You know the images, let's put it this way. You know the images that you saw from the NASA website that you went to?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And the first image, now put it again in the text if you didn't see it. I'll paste it again. Check this out.
I remember.
Hold on. Let
I
me make
know.
the case. Let me make the case, Ken. Just give me a second. So you see that
Okay.
image there? You see it?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. On the bottom it says the first photograph ever made showing laterally the curvature of the Earth, and the altitude was at 21,000 feet above Villa Mercedes, Argentina. So they're not saying that the Earth is so big that it looks flat. They're not saying that. They are not saying that, Ken. Do you understand that? They're not saying that. You're saying that.
Oh.
Your hypothetical right now, your hypothetical was, what if the Earth is so big that we can't see the curve? It looks flat. No, they're not saying that, because that image debunks what you just said, because they are saying you can see the curvature of the Earth. You can. You understand? And this is coming from NASA. This isn't coming from you on the internet. This is coming from NASA.
So they say the literal curvature of the Earth. So curvature means it's round figure, no? So it's
Well, yeah, curvature means that there's like if you were to complete that
turn.
Earth, yeah, if you were to complete the
Yes.
Earth, it would be a sphere. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So they're not saying that it's so big it looks flat. They're not saying that.
But compared to us, we are a small being if you compare to Earth.
Yeah, I know that. But they're saying that you can still see the curve.
You can see this curve. If you go at the highest peak, then you can see the curve.
Okay, so they're not saying that it's so big that it looks flat. They're not saying that. They're saying it's big, but it's not so big that it looks flat. They're not saying that part. You made that in your own hypothetical.
No, to explain you, I create that thing.
What?
To explain you, you say that when you go outside, you see everything is flat. That's why I create a hypothetical thing. The
I
radius
know,
is so big, and
but the hypothetical would only stand if our observations were all unified, and like if you're saying that at some point that somebody can see the curve, but when we're on the ground we see it flat, then I'm going to ask you, are
yeah.
you agreeing with the image that at when you're at 21,000 feet you can see the curve just like the image?
So many people say that, but I
Ken,
don't.
but you need to oh, so you don't say that.
Uh,
Okay, so why wouldn't you say that if it's coming from NASA? Isn't NASA the
yes.
place? Isn't NASA the place where you say you get your truth about the Earth, or the the shape of it?
No, no, no. I'm not. No, I'm not saying this.
So NASA's not. You're not agreeing that NASA's showing us pictures of the curve when that image that I showed you is showing the curve. You're saying that's not true.
I'm not saying they can also fake the images to make fool of people, but I don't think they will do this thing.
No, I'm not worried about that. I'm only
Hmm.
concerned with Ken. Do you agree that NASA's showing us at 21,000 feet the curve of the Earth? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so you agree with
If they are
NASA, correct?
mentioning, if they are mentioning and give us the proof, evidence, it's a photo, then we can
Yeah.
agree.
Okay, so you agree
Yes.
with this image. I'm gonna post it one more time. I don't want to spam the image too much, but this is the last time I'll post it.
Okay.
So you agree with this?
But they mentioned that at higher altitude they can see the
Ken,
curvature of
Ken,
Earth.
I need you to agree if that's curvature or not. That image.
I can't see it clearly, so I'm not 100% sure.
Well, you're not 100% sure if you can see curve in that image?
Because I know.
No.
Because
Okay, let's put it this way.
what I saw here,
Ken, you're saying here's what essentially I posted an image that NASA is saying at 21,000 feet you can see curve in this image. You're saying I cannot make it out if it's curve or not. I can't know if it's curve or not by this image. Is what you're telling me.
I can't. You can also see you can't see any curve here in image.
Okay. So you're basically going against NASA on this image where they are saying they're a company, they're a space agency.
So
They're putting this information out for all the people to see that they've taken an image of the curve of the Earth. You're saying I'm not sure if that's curve.
the image is not so much clear. What you see? What's your
That's fine with
opinion
me.
about
Listen,
this?
it works in
You
our
can.
favor. Yeah, it works in our favor
Uh,
because you're doubting this image showing the curve. So you're saying I don't trust NASA right now. That's what you're telling us. I don't trust NASA with this image. This
no,
image, I don't trust
not
it.
image. The image is so blurry. That's why I'm saying. But they also
Okay.
mentioned to
Okay,
justify
but yeah,
explaining
but
what you see.
yeah, Ken, what you're doing though is going against NASA. You don't trust this image being verification of curve. That's what you're telling us in this room. You don't believe it. It's not verification that
Well,
that's the curve of the Earth.
if I get a clear image from an high altitude, then I can see. I
Aha.
can see it's not a clear image.
Yeah, but here's the problem though, Ken. NASA put this information out. Like it wasn't just a regular person, it was NASA. So on the one hand, you say that this is you, not anybody else. You're saying that you're not sure if this is curve, and NASA saying yes, it is. We're taking an image of the curve of the Earth. This is the first image of the curve of the Earth from 21,000 feet at this specific location that they're saying. But you're saying you
So
can't
let's
trust it because you don't know if it is or not. You
so
see what's
let's check
happening
the
here?
current photos. We can check the current
No,
photos from higher
Hey, look,
altitude.
listen, Ken. I know what you want to talk about current photos. No, we're talking about them making a statement to the public. They're saying this to everybody. Everybody who goes to the website, like you did, and looks at these images,
No, it's my first try.
they get exposed to the same information. So when other people like you go to the website, they're gonna see NASA. They make the post that this is how you can see the curve from that altitude. Now, They know that it's coming
For
from
my
NASA.
opinion.
Yeah,
Hmm.
they know
So
it's.
my
They know it's.
opinion for
Yeah.
NASA, they also show some new photos from the higher altitude
No, but here's the
because
problem,
the
though.
US one.
NASA. Listen, Ken. NASA is an agency. Either you trust that they're putting out information that's trustworthy, and you can say that this is
Mhm.
images of the Earth, or you have to say I can't trust it because they're not trustworthy. Either one of those. You have to make a decision. You can't say I don't like this image, but I like this other one. I don't like this one, but it's either they're putting out information that's trustworthy for all of us to know this is the nature of our Earth, or it's not trustworthy. You have to make a decision, but you can't be on both sides. I can't say on this one image it looks like the Earth has curve, but on this other one I do say it's images of the Earth having curve. You can't do that. You have to choose whether
No,
or not
I,
they're being trustworthy.
it's not like I'm saying I can't believe on that image because it's not clearly. Uh, I can't see any curve there in photos. That picture in that
Okay.
specific picture.
Okay, so like I said before, you're not accepting the image being curvature of the Earth, right?
Yes,
Okay, neither do we.
because
But
it's
the
not
problem,
clear.
but the yeah, I don't. It doesn't. Whatever you add to it, like why you don't think it's an actual picture of the curve, it doesn't matter to me or to anybody. So long as you say you don't trust that image, and we can say, okay, look, I'm gonna make a standard here. The standard for you is you either trust or not the images coming from NASA, and to you, you're saying I don't trust every image from NASA. That's what you're saying right now. I don't trust every image from NASA.
I can say that. They
Yes,
should
you can.
give us proper images so we can trust.
Yeah, but no, we're having an issue now. There's a conflict. The conflict is any image that gets shown to you, how do you know you can trust that? Because in the very first one of the first image of the curvature of the Earth, you said, I cannot trust this image. And this is coming from NASA. So you have to at least build a case for a standard of why you can trust one image and you can't trust another one. I don't get it now because now everybody's confused. They don't know why you're saying you can trust an image that's a higher altitude, but you can't trust the one from this one that they've said is the first image they took of the Earth having curvature.
Because
And
you
it's
can
coming from
clearly
NASA.
see. No. The previous photo, the 3 photos I sent you and you posted, we can clearly see in those photos it's circle or spherical.
No, but the problem, yeah, the issue we had with that is that you didn't even know how the image was taken. You remember the
We
problem?
just researched about it.
I know.
The ATS.
But your Chat GPT result was showing that it was taking many scans of
Yes,
so
horizontal lines.
but you can't say that you know that it was taking a photo of the Earth like the way they're showing you because it was not given to the ground station as an image. That's not how it was transmitted. That information wasn't transmitted as an image.
But I'm creating a new topic, so I lose in the topic. So I'm
Okay,
creating
let
new
me go
here.
back to the first one was what we're talking about is the
Vedas.
verification.
It's Vedas.
Yeah, the verification. Well, I mean, yeah, we'll leave that one alone. But what we're talking about was the image of the Earth that I posted. First, if you agree that that's curvature, you denied that. You didn't agree with that. You couldn't tell if that's curvature or not. So that's a problem,
Yes,
right?
by
For you.
huh.
That's a problem. So now any other image that NASA puts out, we're going to have to find out why you think that one's true and the other one isn't. Because it's the same organization. That's an issue, Ken.
But I'm saying I am not 100% confirmed because it's not clear photo.
Okay. So how
I
are you
got another photo here. I can see because it's a
No, but
clear
you
photo.
can't
Here I
be.
can see.
Listen, you can't be 100% on even those photos because you don't even know how the image was taken and how it was put together. Because that's what they said it was on your ChatGPT result. It told you how it was put together. It said that it put all those horizontal lines and it put them together and then it formed this image of what you can see. But you can't tell me that you know that the outcome of putting all those horizontal lines will make that image. you have to trust at some effect that that's what it is. Like when they put all those lines together, they form that image. You don't know the method by which they use to make the image the way it looks.
If
And
I have one other,
yeah, I'm just Ken, what I'm doing right now is I'm challenging
if Earth is
your notion that you're thinking that these images are a verification of the Earth, and you're helping us out because you said the image where it looks like at 21,000 feet, you're like, I can't, no, I don't know if that's curved or not. That's what we're saying, but you are saying that in an image coming from NASA.
there are I just for one that photos that you resent, I am not clear 100% sure because it's not clear.
Okay. So
Open
therefore you
this
can't.
link I have
Yeah,
just sent.
listen. Yeah, there. It's. I know. I already have it. But what I'm saying, I get what you're saying, but that's the problem. That no, if you can't decide whether or not that's the true images of the Earth that shows the globe, then it's your problem, and it's coming from NASA. So now you got an issue with NASA. You can't trust all their images. That's a
That
huge issue.
time they took the photo, they don't have that much of technology. I think that's the reason they don't have that clear image of the curvature of Earth.
It's not a clear image. We've understood that they don't take photos like the way you think they're taking photos. I think you have a problem with that. You think that the satellites are up there snapping images of the Earth. They don't do it that way. They've explained it to you in the chat GPT, and on that particular on that particular argument, you don't even know if that's true or not. Because you said I can't trust chat GPT. Remember the issue with that? You're like, I don't know if this
No, I know
information is
that.
true or not. So we're not
Yes.
we're not making any evidence for the Earth being a globe, Ken. It's just more doubt. You're just putting more doubt into whether or not you can know something to be true. More doubt, more doubt, more doubt.
So it's good it's in doubt. Then I can explore more things and I come with
Yeah,
a
I
perfect
don't
answer.
mind. Listen, I don't mind, but you're not accepting what NASA's putting out as information. You're not accepting that. Which is okay.
Okay.
It's okay. You get what I mean? But it's not, you can't advocate for the position that the Earth is a globe, because in the way that you're looking at it, you're doubting everything you see from what they're giving, which is a place that you should be. You should be doubting things that they're showing you and finding, like the way we're going through it right now, making your research, trying to figure out distance, what type of camera, like all that kind of stuff. Once you get to that position, then you'll understand they don't know that the Earth is a globe. Okay? They don't. Nor do the
If you are
people.
saying the Earth is flat, okay, talk.
No,
If
finish
you are
what you were
saying the
saying.
Earth is flat, if you are saying Earth is flat, there should be an end.
Well, that could be the case. That could be the case, but that's not a part of our argument, or at least the way that we talk to people about flat Earth. We don't have to discuss whether or not it has an end. It's not a part of the
Why?
logic. It's not a part of the logic that we put out for the Earth being a horizontal plane. You want to know why? Because if we talked about that, we'd have to have knowledge about it. You understand? So if we made it a point
I
to
don't have
say,
knowledge. If
say
you
again?
have some knowledge, can you?
No,
I
I
don't
meant
have that much knowledge. I think you have some knowledge about that.
no, I mean, like, if we were to discuss with you about the extent of the realm that we live on right now, like this place that we live, if we were to make discussions about it, then I could give you credit for saying that. Like, we could talk about the end of the earth or wherever that is. Then we could make some discussions about it. But if we have not made those claims, then it's not a part of our logic that what we need to talk to people about are the earth being a globe or a horizontal plane, being flat. We don't need to make those discussions about the ends. I mean, maybe you want to, but it's kind of like a question you want to ask, but I would say it doesn't matter about it because we don't have the information. So we can't discuss it.
So, if you take any point on Earth and you start walking straight and straight, where we get?
Well, this is a problem because whenever you go from point A to point B on the Earth, you want to know where you're going, right? Ken?
No, we don't know where to go.
No.
But
I'm not. Yeah, Ken. I'm not talking about a destination. I'm not talking about where you're gonna be at the end. I mean, when you go, like, let's say you want to take off from wherever you live, right? How do you know in which direction you're traveling? How do you know that?
if the Earth is flat, we know it's
No.
straight.
No. Right now, let's say you want to go. Like, let's say when you hang up this call and you go outside, how do you know in which direction you are traveling? How do you know this?
Compass, magnetic fields.
There you go. So you use a compass, right? So what is the compass? What information does it show on the compass?
It show North Pole.
Okay. And where is the needle pointing?
North.
Okay. And what is the compass referencing? What is it referenced to?
Referencing means how it show north.
Yes, but what is it referencing? How does the needle point to that north? What is it using?
Magnetic field from Earth.
There you go. So are the magnetic fields in a perfect alignment in such that they're in perfect circles?
I have a video. You know bar magnet.
Oh, I didn't understand what you just said. What did you say?
Bar magnet. Bar magnet.
Bar magnet. Oh, yes, I know what a bar magnet is. Yes.
So when you spread iron fillings on it, it's create a curve feature. Yeah, what we say.
Yeah.
Curve. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know where you're going with it. So you can see the magnetic field lines from that bar
Field
magnet.
is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know they're that way with the Earth?
If Earth has north and south pole.
No, I mean, no. That's not. You can't ask the if question. I want to know, how do you know it's like a bar magnet?
I'm not saying
How do
it's
you know?
bar magnet.
Okay, no. I'm
So
not
there,
saying it's.
if
How do
Earth
you
is
know it's? Yeah, the magnetic field lines, Ken. How do you know in which way they actually look to say it's like the bar magnet with the magnetic field lines? When you put the filings, you could see the shape of the magnetic field lines.
yes,
How do you know? Yes, how do you know it's that way with the Earth? The magnetic field lines.
because the properties of the magnet is same, just like water H2O molecule.
Okay.
It's not get
But
changed for
I know.
another
Yeah, it's same. So you're
magnet.
saying you're trying to make a correlation. Have you tested to see if
Yes.
any of this? Have you tested to see if this correlation fits the magnetic field lines of the Earth?
If you take any magnet, it would show that shape, curvature like that.
Oh, yeah, I know, Ken. I know. You're using a magnet, something you can hold in your hand. What I'm asking for, the Earth itself, how do you know it has the same type of magnetic field lines as the bar magnet?
But I can correlate only, but don't have 100% sure. I think I don't
That's
have
the
that type
answer.
of knowledge.
That's the answer right there. You don't know. Do you think anybody
But
knows in which way? Yeah, hold on, Ken. Do you think anybody knows in which way those magnetic field lines are, the way they look and how they operate? Like in which direction?
no, I don't. I
Okay.
don't know about
So
anyone.
so
I'm a
let's go back. Yeah, let's go back to the very first point that you brought up. If I walk in one direction, that was what you said, right? But we know that
yes.
when we travel the Earth, right? When we travel the Earth, how do we know what direction we're traveling? And you said we use a compass, right? And now we're in the magnetic field lines. That's what the compass is referencing. And
The
on top
working
of
of
that,
compass.
well, yeah, that's what you said, right? Okay. So on top of that, you want to know in which direction the magnetic field lines are, and you try to use a bar magnet, but then I said, well, how do you know that the magnetic field lines are working just like the bar magnet in the same orderly fashion that they look in a bar magnet? How do you know that's what the Earth's magnetic field lines look like? And we came to the very end where you said, I don't know. Now, importantly,
I don't have that knowledge.
I know. You think somebody does?
Uh,
You think someone does?
I don't know about others.
Okay. So the important thing right now is that your question about just going in a specific direction where you're going to end up, right? So you're saying if I
Yes,
go in one
yes.
direction and you're using a compass to help you navigate, then how do you know? The question here is, how do you know you're going in a straight line?
Let me
What's the
think. Give
what's
me
the
some
answer,
time.
Ken?
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
You could say you don't know, man. That would be the best
No,
answer.
no, I'm not gonna say. I will find something
No,
to
I mean,
give.
go ahead. You can try looking for it, but the question still remains: how do you know you're walking in a straight line?
Hmm. To walk in straight line, I think I should make something so that I can 100% sure I'm in for going forward in straight line.
Yeah, what would you use? What would you use?
Yes, I'm thinking about that thing.
It's the first time you
It,
ever thought about this, huh? It's the first time you ever had to think about it because everybody thinks about it,
yes,
Ken, and we all take it for granted that we're just gonna walk in a straight line. It makes sense in our brain, right? That's what's gonna happen. But when you actually think
yes,
about the question, what would you do? And it becomes, well, I have to use if I'm traveling a bigger distance, I'd have to use some way to reference, and I use a compass, and then what the compass relies on is magnetic field lines. Magnetic field lines, are they actually straight? And the question starts becoming a
but
little more convoluted to how to figure it out. And now we're at the place where you're really scratching your head on this. Like, I don't know.
hmm. What about a straight rod? If you
What
have so
is,
many straight rod and we will align in a straight line, then we can think it's in straight.
yeah. But how do you verify you're walking in a straight line again? Here's the question's coming up.
No. Suppose a straight a long rod, straight and it's
Yeah.
straight,
Yeah.
Okay, and we will
But
connect same rod again and again.
yeah. Okay.
So by this we know that it's in straight.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but
We are going forward.
my thing to you is how do you know it's straight? What's the way that we verify that road is straight? How are we doing it?
Road is straight. What do you mean? Road is straight.
Well, what did you just say? We're traveling in a straight line. You're going to use a road? Yes?
A rod, not road.
Rod.
It gets rod.
Okay, so how far do you think the rod's going to give us that straight line?
How far? Infinitely?
You have to make
There is not
it
anything.
practical. You have to make it practical so that we can all maybe do a test to find out if what you're saying is true or not. That's the way we all.
If you are,
Go ahead.
we need so many material for this.
Yeah, don't we?
Yes.
Okay. So the problem here is the problem we're encountering is that over long distances, there's not going to be a way to reference if you're going in a straight line, especially if you're using a compass.
Yes.
Okay.
Or there should be another way. I don't know, but
Well, I know, but I'm saying the question still goes back to the question you made is what if you walk in a straight line? That's what you were asking me, but I'm telling you, see how difficult it is to find out if you actually are walking in a straight line?
yes.
Okay.
But there's we can in future we can make something, or if somehow
Yeah,
I
no,
get an
listen.
idea.
Now here's the other thing I'm not saying. I'm not saying that you can't travel the earth and end up to a location you want to go to. But what I'm saying is how do you know it's a straight line?
Yes, I understand what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Okay.
But
Good. Something to think about.
yes.
You kind of sound like you're smiling back there because you're. It's making sense, isn't it? It's not as easy as you first thought it was. The challenge is
No,
always
no, no.
challenging yourself and
Someone. I. Hmm, hmm. I think there should be some instrument. I can Google. I can use Google.
I don't care what you use. Use whatever you like.
I'm
So long
just
as we,
searching for
at
this
the end of,
anyway.
yeah, at the end of the day, Ken, we're gonna be able to test, verify, and find out if the information is true or not. That's all that we care about, really. Does this information check out? Is this true? We want to know.
Let me think. Anyway, by
Listen, I've been hogging the mic. I don't know, gentlemen, if you're here, you want to jump in.
I just got back 5 minutes ago, so.
Yeah, I mean, well, Ken, the issue about like him trying to figure out whether or not the Earth is the way that he thought it was, just asking questions to us, like what if you just walk in a straight line? We went through NASA images where
Is
he
this the
couldn't
same guy?
verify things.
Same guy the whole time?
Yeah.
I remember him saying something like you trust. You had a teacher and you trust what he says because he's never been wrong.
Yeah. His religious teacher. I would assume that's what you were saying there, Ken.
Oh, a religious teacher. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna.
He trusted it, the Vedic, the reference to the
references scriptures.
What was the name of that? I get the name
Vedics
wrong.
don't-
Bhagavita or something.
Yeah,
No, Bhagavad Gita is
brother.
different.
The Earth isn't a ball in the Vedic scriptures.
Well, I know he was saying that the guy who told him that it was trustworthy was saying that.
Because in
So that was the issue he was dealing with, and I
No,
was like,
in the Vedics, there's the universe is a bunch of planes that are stacked on top of each other. Here, I'll post I actually have this on my my YouTube channel. I got their videos somebody else made, but I have the playlist. I'll put it in the chat. It's pretty interesting if you want to look at it. It goes through the what the Vedics say that the universe and the Earth is.
what I like too is that I challenged him on every aspect of what he brought up, and he started with the religious text. I didn't shrug him off right away and say, no, let's talk about the physical nature of the Earth. Like, I went straight into what he was proposing. I think it's important because if they have some aspect of why they think the Earth is a globe based on religious text, you have to go back to the religious text and examine what they were talking about. And it seems, at least to the point he was making, he didn't really know if the scripture actually said what it said. So it was very difficult. Ara,
So
did you say something?
yeah. So Kin is referring to the Bhagavata Puran. It's an Indian holy text in which it refers the globe, the earth, as a bhugol. Bhugol means a circle. It's not representing the sphere. Even flat earth can be represented as a circle. So that's a misinterpretation, and people think that in our Vedic literature it represented as a globe, but they doesn't see the other side of that. The flat Earth can also be a circle. So the text of Bhugol in Hinduism, it's like a circle, not a sphere. So even flat surface or disc-like shape can also be a circle. That's the interpretation can also be taken into the consideration.
Yeah, we were talking to Adam Unsalted, which he also said that. But he put it in the text though, that you guys have studied this, much research has already been done to like look into this. But what you're saying is like someone, and not who it is, but what teacher is actually saying that this is just showing that the earth is spherical. You can easily say the text doesn't represent that in the, like, you can go back to the etymology of the words, right? You can look at what the words mean, and then you can find out whether or not the words were meaning what the person is interpreting them as.
Yeah.
And that's what it was to him. It was the person who was telling him he trusts, right, that person, and they were saying it's a globe. So maybe the person wanted for it to sound like it was a globe, and therefore gave him the impression that he was translating it like that's what it means, the interpretation.
And then moreover, in Hinduism, it's also written as there are 7 seas. Like, we are not talking about the Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean. They clearly name those 7 seas are the beyond land in the flat Earth. It is represented as the like sea of wine, then sea of sugarcane, and every other stuff. So there are like 7 more seas out of the boundaries of Antarctica. So that's what they mean, but at the end, nobody knows the truth. Yeah.
We have Demi K's your mic is open and it's getting some noise coming in through the speaker. You might want to mute up, sir. Demi K's, if you're there.
And in Hinduism, in India itself, the people don't know their own text. That's a problem.
Do they get their script? I'm gonna ask you because you probably know. Do they get their scriptures like a priest would give their scriptures to their congregation? Is it the
No,
same way?
no.
Like no, they don't. The people don't have the ability to go into the word. There's just a priest that
Yeah.
does it.
The problem with the Indian people, like, they need everything ready-made, and someone just came and just talked, but they don't want to do their own research and just go
Mhm.
through the text and what the meaning is actually. So yeah. So there's no one called like a priest in here. The books are available from the ancient times, and yeah. So the problem is the thing that people don't want to explore by their self.
You gotta make the research. Yeah, you just
Yeah.
gotta do it. All right.
Yeah, in this world, you cannot get the truth ready-made. It's up to you how you connect the dots and came up with actual truth.
Well, in the age of social media, we can talk to each other about it and compare notes.
Yeah.
You know, seeing what people are talking about.
Yeah. It's better to talk with the people and see their opinions, how their opinions align with one's opinion, and try to find out the common points in between. That will make more easier go dig down to the truth and to explore the truth, what actually it is.
All right, we got some new people jumping in. Thank you very much, Ken, for your conversation. Does anybody else want to chime in? We're challenging people right now whether or not the nature of the Earth that they're standing on is an actual globe, or it is just a horizontal plane like they have been seeing it all their lives. So we got Christian that's just joined us right now. Anybody else in here? We've been speaking to Ken for quite some time. We got Sahil, welcome. We got Shay. Anybody else want to chime in?
Oh yeah, hey, I forgot that this is for you. Did you hear me talking about Grokkapedia?
Earlier, yeah.
Yeah, you want to do
So see you guys. Have a great day. I'll just connect later.
Oh yeah, man.
Later,
Thanks
brother.
for
Yeah.
thanks for that.
Yeah.
He's Ari is our guy in India, man. Like we only have like 2 that I know of.
Yeah, I know.
He's the second one.
Yes. See ya, guys. See ya. Have a nice
Hey,
day.
bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you too. So yeah, I want to do like an event or a show about it, man. Just go through it.
That's good. I think it gives I mean Grokkapedia, is that something
They
new?
just started it. It's like Musk has started it, Grokkapedia, to compete against
Yeah.
Wikipedia.
Will it be like Wikipedia? Because that thing is such a gate-kept platform that it's not even funny.
I don't know, but he's saying it's more accurate than Wikipedia. So I want to, fact check that, man. Let's see if it is more
Test the
accurate.
metal?
We'll just go through it.
Hey, AV, I posted something in Front Night on Filter.
Did you? All right.
Yeah,
I'll check it
I
out.
don't know if you've seen that yet.
Dude. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh wait. No, I'm reading something else. I read the one after you. Hold on. What?
Yep.
Nuh-uh.
Yep.
What? Oh, snap, dude. I mean, we can mention it. It's just I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
like, what?
Did he just
No.
drop that today? Did he drop that news today?
It was. I saw it yesterday.
That's big ups, man. I mean, not the fact that I agree with everything he says, but yeah, big ups on what he's done. So apparently, El Boricua posted a post, I think today, that Donald Trump put on his Truth Social that there was a big win over climate change. That Bill Gates. It's funny that his last name is Gates because he's a gatekeeper. His whole agenda for having climate change be something that he's propagandizing over the people has been debunked, according to what he's saying there. They won a huge victory. I want to know what that means, though. Like, what did they do? Like, what?
He admitted it was a lie.
He was completely wrong on the issue. He says he admitted that he was
We have a
completely wrong on
source
the
for
issue.
the. I want to see the quote, dude. I want to read
Yeah,
it.
exactly that. That's me all day. Where did he say that? That's what's really going to mean. I mean, if the president's saying that, it means a little something. But if he's actually saying that from his own lips, then boy, oh boy. Can you imagine all the people that were advocating for climate change, Indio, now just got like a huge omelet on their face? Just tons of egg, dude. Just talk about
I
a
mean, the
sunk cost
biggest
fallacy.
omelet is when they post when people post pictures of like sea level freaking 200 years apart and it's in the same place.
Yeah. Well, the ice caps are melting. Yeah, sure.
Dude, like I seen a thing that said, well, if you like if temperature rose like 1 degree per year forever, it would take something like 5,000 years for Antarctica to melt.
What was the the metric or the standard that they were using to measure this change? Wasn't it in the coral reef? If I'm mistaken. They were watching. It was something
Dude,
that they were
that's
looking
a
at.
whack-a-mole thing with the like what metric are they
Yeah,
using?
what was it? What was the actual kind of like they got something as the, it's the canary bird in the coal mine. Like
Yeah,
that's
the
what's
coral
telling
reefs are
us.
dying, but it turns out that they're not dying. You heard that?
Yeah.
I think
The
like
what?
3 years ago they came out that the coral reefs are actually not dying, and that they're actually like, I think it's like coral reefs are temporary or something, because they started seeing coral reefs being built in places where they never existed before. So it was something like that. It was some article I read.
There's so much stuff that people just take in and they run with. Oh, we got climate change. But then it's like, India, what do you think why? For what reason? Why are you going to get people so emotional about it? And then
They
is
want
it just
people
because
to think. They want people to think that they're
Yo,
disease. They're these.
guys.
Why are you interrupting, bro? You have zero fucking manners. Okay, so learn your manners. It sounds like you're too young to be on here.
Yeah, it does sound that way.
How old are you? Anyway, this is like the antinatalist thing, right? Where human beings are like a disease on the earth. We're like a virus and we're killing the earth.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we need to control the population. We need to basically eat bugs. You know what I mean? Like we're the problem. Human beings are the problem. So they're trying to create self-loathing and self-hatred and all these things. They're doing this a number of ways, right?
Yeah.
There's a number of ways, another number of avenues. They're doing this with the race thing. They're doing this with they do this. The human beings are an issue, and that for some reason, even though we're killing nature, and we should go, even though we're technically, I guess, in their view, we're part of nature. So if the lions decided they were going to dominate and take over everything, they wouldn't want to off the lions, but they want to off the humans for some reason.
Yeah.
So
let's cut down on our numbers.
Yeah, stop having babies. Bad for the environment.
was
Having
it,
babies is bad for the environment, dude.
Elon Musk was in complete opposition to Bill Gates on that. Like he was, yeah, he was talking bad about him by him saying that. We're the opposite when it comes to that.
Well, I mean,
you
they
know.
took the pollution thing, which was an actual problem, like littering and all that crap. That was a problem in the 70s. I ain't gonna lie, dude. That was a
Well,
problem.
no, I mean there's a practical thing to that. Like there's people just throwing they were trashy, but they took that to another level, man. It was not just being let's clean up, house or whatever, but it was
Well,
like,
they
because
piggyback
of
on
that.
that sentiment is what I'm saying, right? So that's how this whole environmental thing came about, is they piggybacked on the sentiment of people just dumping trash everywhere. And
Yeah.
they leverage that into, oh my God, we have to be freaking carbon neutral.
Yeah, because you're dumping trash, oh, you're hurting the earth. Like I said, there to some effect that people when they they can affect ecosystems when they start doing that, but because wasn't there like dude, I can remember, and I don't want to go too far on this tangent, but like there was a time frame in history that I know you remember, where toxic waste was an issue. Where do we dump all this toxic waste from
Yeah, they're
factories? We're gonna
dumping it
dump
in
it over
rivers
here,
and
dump it over
shit.
there.
Yeah.
And then what are they doing with toxic waste these days? Like, is there some new way, or are they just not
You're
telling you
brushing your
now?
teeth with it, brother.
You're brushing your teeth. The fluoride, dude. I know. I mean, isn't that wasn't that the whole issue? Like, where do we got all these barrels of toxic waste? Where are you putting them? Can't put them in the ocean and kill the fish. I mean, you can't put them underground because they'll go into the the stuff the crops. So, is that like a hoax too? Like what?
I don't know, man. That's a good question.
Think about it. It's a memory hole, bro. Like you always talk about that. It's like nobody talks about toxic waste anymore. Like what happened? Did they just go away magically?
Yeah. Imagine what they do with nuclear waste now.
Dude, like I'm saying, like all this stuff, where are they putting it? It didn't just
There
like
must
go
be so
away.
much by now, too. You know how much there must be. Like,
Yeah.
think about it. They stopped the Clean Water Act, right? That stopped them from dumping the toxic waste in the waters.
Yeah.
That was in the 70s, man. So where'd all that toxic waste go? You got a good point. Like you know how much toxic waste had built up in freaking 50 years?
Yeah, some from the
There's a lot.
70s to today, and then where are they putting it? Like nobody's even.
50-year
That's not even
pile of
on the
toxic
radar of
waste.
discussion.
Yeah,
It's not even on the radar of discussion, bro. Nobody's even talking about it. Like, isn't that a big issue? Like, where the heck is it? Like, it didn't just go away.
50 years of it, though. Like, think about that, man. 50 years of toxic
Hello?
waste.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Bro, I have to go outside. I will come back with solid proof to prove you wrong.
Hey, go and do that, Ken. We'll be waiting here, man. Take your
Well, why
time,
would
do
you
your
do
research,
that?
come back.
Why are you gonna go look for proof to prove him wrong? Why do you want him to be wrong? Maybe you should just go look for solid proof of what the truth is.
I will research for it. It
Yo,
will help
guys,
me
I'm
to
back.
increase
I'm
my
back to
knowledge also.
debate.
No, you're not. You're not here to debate. You're just here to preach to us.
My coffee when I get sick.
You want to talk about Singapore and how great it is and all kinds of stuff. We're not here for
No. When did I say that, bro? You guys were the ones who kept asking about it.
Well, here's the thing, man. You had your moment in the sun, and we're gonna let new people join in on the conversation. So you're not gonna dominate this room. The room is meant for new people, not just you, Cryptic. You've been here a while. You can now just take a back seat. You've had your moment to come in and give your best. You've tried and failed. So now we're gonna let other people jump in. If we don't have any more conversation, we may ask you.
Yeah, I do want to ask him one question, just to see if we're absolutely wasting our time with Cryptic here. Cryptic, can you tell me a single flat Earth argument that you heard?
Well, they say the moon landing is fake.
That's not a flat Earth
and
argument.
Okay, they
Globe
say.
Earthers say that. That has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Okay, one moment. Let me
Yeah, so
think
you
of
haven't
one.
been you've been here this long and you haven't been listening the
No,
entire time, have you?
I know flat Earth arguments.
Just tell me one.
Because I've heard a lot of it.
Then tell me.
Don't type into Google. It's not gonna help
Yeah,
you.
you're looking, dude.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
typing
you
it
Said
in
I
are.
heard
Google.
your
Just go
No,
on
keys.
I'm
mute,
not.
bro. Just
Said
go
I
on
heard your
mute.
Okay,
keys.
Just mute
okay.
yourself,
How about this?
man.
How about this? No, no,
Nope.
no.
Nope.
This is
We're not
this
bargaining.
this
Just
is
mute. Yeah, we're not bargaining.
We're
Definitely
not
not.
bargaining. Sorry. I'll unmute you in just a second. I'm doing it so you won't keep talking. You're not gonna dominate the conversation. We're gonna talk to new people, man. I'm gonna unmute you. Put yourself on the self mute. Okay? Just do that.
Hey,
Hey, how's it going?
fine. Everything is fine.
All right,
I
Khalid,
just
welcome to the room.
thank you. I just want to ask one question.
What's your question?
What is the beneficial thing from proving that the Earth is flat?
Beneficial? That sounds very subjective. Like you're looking for something that you're gonna gain from this. That's a very
Yeah.
subjective thing, right? So I would say you could look internally and find out that your worldview, as far as thinking that you're standing on a little floating rock in the vacuum of space, is not true. And this place is a very special one, so it could be more philosophical or religious in that aspect. But as far as like what you're gonna get better more than if you knew that, I mean, practically, you still do the same things you do on the Earth, but you only thought it was a globe. See, there's not a.
This
Let me put it
is
this way.
not practical.
Yeah, it is.
I don't.
The Earth that you live on practically is a horizontal plane. It's not practically a globe.
Okay, let's go with that.
Yeah.
What I am? What is this helping me? How is this
Well,
helping?
it's helping you understand how to discern what is real and what is not. You start to become a critical thinker, and every aspect of your life, you start to realize that you don't have to take information for granted. You can look into them and find out whether or not you know what you know. So you become
Yeah,
more sharp
I'm
and
doing. I'm really doing that for a beneficial thing.
that's good. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
asking the small benefit. That's what it's gonna help produce a more critical thinking mind.
Okay. Just for that.
Well, I mean,
Just,
what do you want? You want to roll out the red carpet and talk about philosophical, implications? Like you start to
you know-
realize that we're not just, amoebas that didn't have any reason or rhyme. That there's an actual meaning to life because
yeah,
we were
I'm
put here by a
doing-
creator.
Actually, know what is the meaning of life according to my religion. But
Okay.
here we talk about critical thinking. Critical thinking is different from subject to subject. My major is computer science, for example. I have a critical thinking of this area, but I don't have. I mean, not everyone have all the critical thinking of all the subjects or all science. You know.
Yeah, but you can you can make your research on the topic. So if we're talking about something specific like the nature of the Earth that we're on, then you can find out whether or not it is what you've been told it is or it's not. You can find
Okay,
information out.
Let me rephrase my questions. My question again. My question is whether the Earth is flat or it's just a ball, a big ball. Any difference with that? What that will be beneficial for me or for anyone?
Yeah, the benefit
I'm
of no.
I'm not.
Are you
I'm
gonna?
not asking philosophical.
Okay, so the benefit.
question.
Yeah, so if you're not asking for something physical, then the benefit of knowing if the Earth is flat or a globe is truth. You find out what is true about the nature of your Earth. That's truth.
Okay. Then what?
Then what? What do you mean? Then what? Your question was
yeah,
only. Hold on, dude.
Yeah,
you gotta
yeah,
remember,
yeah.
You asked one question. I gave you the answer. Now you're asking another one related to what you want to know more, right? What do we do after that? That's what you're asking, right? Then we
This
become
is not beneficial for me.
well,
I know
yeah,
the
it
nature.
should be.
Okay,
Yeah, it should be
are
because
not-
listen, Kelly, listen. If you're not critically thinking about the Earth being what you observe it to be and what you can test it as it is, then everything that's attached to the narrative of the Earth. See, what people don't understand, Khalid, is that the Earth being a globe is attached to a lot of other derivative narratives. Like you think because you're Earth that's a globe, that there's a giant meteor that's going to explode and kill everything on the Earth, like a planet. Then you could think that you're running out of resources because this planet is only so much resources and we're using them all. So there's a lot of derivative topics that are attached to the main topic of the Earth being a globe. It's not the fact that the Earth being a globe is going to, like, one way or the other, move the needle on how you're practically going to live your life, but because you believe that you live on a planet that's a ball in the outer space, that there's a lot of other things that are attached to it that your mind is thinking that's true. This is the problem, and you don't know that. It's like the undercover problem that you just think, well, it's just a globe or it's flat. That's not really going to make me. I'm still going to go to work. Yeah, you're going to go to work not thinking that you're going to get struck by a meteor or an asteroid or whatever. It's going to kill you, or the gas prices are going up because we're running out of oil. Like you're not going to be controlled by these, sir. You're not going to be controlled by these narratives. So it's beneficial to understand that you live in a world of truth where these other derivative narratives of thinking that you live on a globe are connected to it.
So we are all have a false view for the world, and you or the flat Earth thinker think this is the truth. The plan is flat. Okay, let's go with that. I'm. Let's say I'm with you with that. Okay, so this is not what actually I meant by beneficial. I'm making my question out of something that let's say that the Earth is flat. Okay, so what is I don't talk English out, but what's happening if the Earth is flat, and also there is a dangerous of all you just say it already exists. All the dangers you just said are already exist.
You think that those dangers already exist?
Yeah.
No, they don't. What you realize once you understand the nature of
Okay,
the hold on, Khalid, you have to let me respond, brother. You had time to respond. Let me.
Okay.
So you understand the nature of the Earth being a globe. Everything that's attached to that globe, anything else that they say, right? Climate change. We were discussing it earlier before you jumped in. Climate change, or like I said, an impending danger from something that's going to strike the Earth being a globe. It's a planet in outer space, or we're overpopulation. There's too many people on this planet. There's a lot of things that there's a doom and gloom about. You believe that. You think those dangers still exist, even if you still think the Earth is flat. They don't exist. You can start to realize that everything that they've told you about the nature of the Earth and what's happening on it is not true. None of those things can be true because the Earth isn't what they said it was. So you start to break through all of these narratives because you have that single truth that you're standing on is the Earth that what it is and not what they're telling you it is. It's important, sir.
Okay, I just begin my talking with a question because I need to know. I need to know the truth. So
yeah, of course.
Yeah,
we all do. Everybody is in search for the truth, Khalid. Everybody is. But we don't know unless we ask, listen, if you don't challenge yourself, you're never going to find out. You never are going to find out. You're just going to always believe whatever's told to you. But it starts from when you ask the question, how do I know what I know? Right? That's where it starts.
Yeah.
And then you can start to find out whether or not you can ask us, you can talk to other people, and you can find out if it's true or not. You can test it, you can verify it, you can
this will lead us to another big questions I have, but I don't have time for that. I just I'm talking about the flat Earth because I need to know the truth. So
Yeah, we all do, man. Like that's why we're here. That's why we're here.
Yeah, I will
Okay.
assume I don't know whether the Earth is flat or it's just a ball. How to prove that the Earth is flat? Just by anything. Send me an article, a book, anything.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's material you can look into, like laser tests. One done over Lake Balaton. That's a very famous one. Which
Those are
a
books.
laser. Say again.
Those are books.
It's a PDF. You can look into.
Okay. Okay. I think.
Oh, you know the best way to.
If I have,
Yeah, I know. Well, the best. Hold on, Kali. The best way to do it is just to go to our server. It's in the YouTube. It's in the YouTube bot, the very top. There's a link to our server, and on the bottom of the server, there's a lot of categories where you could look into, like what I just mentioned, the laser test over Lake Balaton, and then you can look at what they've done. Their PDFs are there. They're all as much information as you want. We've collected over the many years that we've been doing this, and we're presenting to the world actually. And you can challenge those. Come in here and ask us questions about those. So I hope you do look into that. It's in the YouTube bot that's right above. You see, there's 2 YouTube bots.
Yeah.
One of them has a link to. One has a link, or maybe both do. Let me check. They have a link to the server. The discord.gg//flat earth.
27.
Yeah. 24/7. Yeah, click on that thing and become a member there. Become a member there and go to the bottom of that server. There's a lot of categories on all the topics that we talk about. And you can look at the research that we've done over the years. Many people have contributed to this research. And if you have any questions about it, you can ask us. You come back later or whatever. But it's far more information there than we could cover in a day, talking about the different topics.
Of course, yeah. There's a lot of questions in my mind, and I can't phrase it here. So I think if I have some free time, I will go there and check what is the material.
Sounds good, man. But yeah, don't be afraid to ask those questions. Come in here and have a conversation with us. Sometimes I'll put it to you like this: you can come into this room when we're having discussions with other people, and it might sound a little bit hostile, and we're trying to work on that so that people can actually feel a little bit easier to ask questions. But yeah, the environment sometimes in here, it gets that way because the nature of the topic. The topic is very provocative. People don't know how to react when it comes to, like, they've been told their whole lives the earth is a globe, and we're challenging them on that. So you have to understand that this is the place that we're challenging people on.
Yeah, of course.
And then it's flat, definitely.
Yeah, thanks for that.
So yeah, okay.
Yeah, but look into all those topics that we have at the bottom of the server. That's going to really help. If you're going to make some more questions,
I'm just thinking that let's say I'm a critical thinker, that I need
good stuff,
the root argument of your beliefs that the earth is flat. So just I need to read the material to know those roots.
Yeah, you could look over the material, but then you always got to come back and check with us and ask us. There might be, I'm going to put it to you like this, there might be some arguments or some material there that's a little dated. So you can come back and ask us if we're still using this or not. So it's, at some point, I guess people have to comb through what's put in there and stuff. And I'd say.
Okay.
We do try to stay up to date as far as we can with the arguments so that people can be more inquisitive about what our position is. We differ from other flat earth rooms that you've ever been in. And the reason that we do is because we don't like to have these arguments that are not beneficial to somebody that's coming into the topic the first time?
Yeah, of course I will see. I will just come back to ask more questions about that.
Sounds good, man. We got
Thanks.
some new people. Thank you, Khalid. We got some new people jumping in. If you guys want to ask some questions or perhaps have a discussion with us about the nature of the Earth that you are on right now, if you think it's a globe, please chime in and give us the best position for advocating why it is. Just hanging out with you guys on a beautiful Thursday morning, 10:37 the a.m. for me. It's nice weather outside too, nice and crisp, 50 degrees.
$50 here. It's 11:34.
Doesn't it feel good, man? That sweater weather, Radwan? I so love fall. Favorite time of the year.
Yeah, winter is my favorite, so doesn't. It's raining right now.
I'd never take you for a winter kind of guy. I think you're more like a spring summer.
More like a spring summer.
No. You can put clothes on when you're cold, but you can't take them off when you're hot.
Yeah. I think people look a little more, what's the word here? Dapper. I don't know if I'm using that correctly. In the wintertime. You know, with their clothes and everyone looks nice and yeah, just the atmosphere is different. Welcome to the room, man. We got Don Julio in here. Welcome, Don Julio. Josh Ingersoll's joining us. Nate has joined us. Nate, welcome.
I'm always here.
Sergio,
Hello, thank you.
welcome, Nate. We got Tunes, Luis Tano. Luis Tano.
Sergio, I am here, Sergio. I don't know if there is another
Sergio,
one.
how
Hi,
are you,
hi,
man?
guys. Fine, everything is okay. You?
Pretty good. What country are you coming at us today from?
I'm from Spain.
Ah, that's the motherland for me. That's where I came from. My last
okay.
name, which I'm not gonna say, but it is from there.
Okay. But I was born in Peru.
Oh, so you're not from Spain?
Yes, I am living right now in Spain for 22 years. You know, midlife living here.
There's a famous flat earther that lives there. Is a conspiracy music guru. He's a
Well,
real good friend of ours.
oh,
He does a lot of music for Flat Earth. He's been doing it for a while.
okay.
They call him the Flat Earth. Well, he has like a country twang when he speaks. He doesn't actually speak like the way he sings. He's a Flat Earth man. So, kind of sounds a little bit like country meets Elvis or something like that. Yeah, he's in Spain though.
I need to go, guys, because I need to get lunch in a couple of minutes. So
Yeah, have a great day, Sergio. Thanks for
thank
dropping
you.
by.
Bye bye.
Ben's X10, welcome to the room.
Hello. Just want to bring some topic here. I've got
Go ahead.
a question. So, if the Earth is flat, so why do pilots fly the curved path instead of straight line?
Well, that's a mistake. They don't fly in a curved path. they're charting their course on a world map that looks like a curved path, but the actual navigation over the surface of the Earth, whether or not they're flying that curve, we don't have a way to determine that. So there's no way that they're going to say that they're flying over a curve, because all they know is that they're utilizing the Earth as a horizontal plane. They're flying over a flat Earth according to how they do their job. So that question, I know what you mean, but you've only seen that in the way they are plotting their course over one of those maps, the world map.
Yeah, because that is what they're saying. Like I
Yeah, I
once
mean,
talked to pilot before.
that's fine. You can say that, but as far as like their navigation across point A to point B, whether or not they know they're flying over a curve, there's no way. They don't know that.
Okay.
But I
So
get what you're
Nate,
saying.
what you're talking about is projecting the latitude longitude coordinate system on a certain type of map, like the Mercator map. The Mercator map's a square or a rectangular grid. So you're confusing the coordinate system with the actual path the plane is taking. So if we use a polar grid, I can show you a photograph from a pilot inside the cockpit where they use a polar grid. And on the polar grid, the plane's path looks straight. Right? But if you took that and then he projected that onto the Mercator grid, that path is going to look curved. It's not the actual plane path. It's just a projection onto a map. Understand?
Yep.
Don't confuse the map with the actual territory.
In many flights, you have TV screens in front of your seats, like in the back of the seat or whatever. They have a screen in front of you, and they will be projecting the flight path on a globe grid. You'll see like it's like a globe, and you see the airplane flying around the globe, and that's what you see. Oh, I'm on a globe flying on the airplane.
If for those of you who have missed it, there was a special website that a guy named Kin provided us, and this image here was the first photograph ever that was shown lateral curvature of the Earth. I'll post it in the text for you guys to see. This is one of their websites, NASA website. 90 years of our changing views of the Earth. That is 21,000 feet above the Villa Mercedes in Argentina. And then the Andes Mountains, according to what it says here, is 287 miles away. 287.
Yeah, I got you. But why do you think they use the okay, I can't say this spherical trigonometry to calculate the distance, like from Spain to Australia like that?
Nobody ever did that in their life.
Really?
Really.
Okay.
Rohan is the he's following
Yeah.
along the
What's the
topic of the
command to
room.
kick people out again? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I don't have it for this one. I don't think I've ever banned anybody from here, to be honest.
No, I can text mute him.
Oh.
Force him to come in here.
That would make him want to come in here. Anybody know how to text me, Rohan?
Yeah, I got it. I got it. Hey, give me a sec. 1 sec. I'm gonna warn him first.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir. How are you? Sup,
I'm good,
Yoda?
Indio. How are you, man?
Hey
I'm
yo,
good,
I'm
man.
here, I'm here. What up?
Yeah, dude. Nobody said trust us, Rohan.
Okay. But
Let me
can I
ask you
just
this.
say something?
Let me ask you a question. Can you figure
Yeah.
out what the Earth is yourself, or do you have to just simply trust somebody else?
Well, it depends.
No, it doesn't depend.
It does.
Either you can or you can't.
No, that's just your condition telling
No,
me
that
that I
is
can
the
or can't.
can a human being figure out for themselves? Yes or no?
Well, see, I just have one question, right? And
No, answer my question, Rohan. It's rude to
I did
answer a
already. I
question with a
said that it
question. That's
depends.
rude. That's bad manners. Okay, so answer my
Yeah, I
question.
already answered it. I said that it depends. I can't give a
That's not an
definitive
answer. It's a
answer.
yes or no question.
Yeah, if somebody doesn't tell me, I would have probably gone on the NASA website and figured it out or looked at
That's
research
no.
from.
I said figure it out yourself. That's going to somebody else to figure it out.
There's no NASA
But
website.
I
There's
don't
no
have
internet.
the resources to
You
figure
go
it out. I don't
outside
have.
and figure it out for yourself.
So if you had the resources, theoretically, you could figure it out yourself.
Yeah, I would send
Okay.
a spaceship to space if I had
Well, how do you
billions
know
of
you can do
dollars.
that in the first place?
Because if I had billions of dollars,
How
I
do you
would
know that you can
probably.
do that in the first place?
How do I know that if I can do
Yeah, that
that
you
in the
can send a
first place?
spaceship into space. How do you know any of that?
Because money. What do you mean?
Because money?
Yeah, because
That's
money.
not an
It's that
answer.
simple.
I said,
That
how
is
do
an
you know
You've
answer.
that?
never.
And you said because
See,
money.
the thing is, I'm actually getting to an elaborated version of your question in my answer, but you're not letting me do that.
Well, dude, because money is not a fucking answer, dude.
All
I said,
right, you
how do
want
you
me to
know that you
describe
can
the
do that
entire
yourself
process?
because money? You're gonna
Right.
make
So
some
first of all,
stupid. Listen, Rohan.
if I had $1 billion, I would hire a
You're
team
just telling me you believe it even harder.
I would hire a bunch of people to build a spaceship and send it to space if I had the money for
No,
it.
you can do that in the first place.
I know I can do that because people want money, right? And I would pay them a lot to do it. There we
Okay,
go.
but how do you know
Yeah.
they can do it, dude? How do you know anybody can do it at all?
Well, I would look
If
at their
no one had
backgrounds.
ever
If they
done it
have.
before, if no one had ever done it before, you had never
That's
heard of outer
hypothetical.
space, you just woke up, you're the only person in this world, nobody else is in this world, would you have figured it out?
That's hypothetical.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
we know
not
you like
that doesn't add
to
much
use your
value then.
imagination.
Yeah, but that
We
doesn't
know
add
you like to
value,
use
right?
imagination. It does. Go to
Guys, I
imagination
just
land.
have okay, wait, I answered
How
a
do you
bunch
figure
of
it
your
out?
questions. Can I
You
ask
want
something?
to know, Rohan, what we're doing here? Do you understand what you're doing or what we're doing? See, I'm asking you
Bro,
for
I just
evidence,
have a
and
very simple
why
question,
did you
man.
interrupt me? I'm asking you for evidence for what you believe to be true, and you're just making silly sociological claims about how you believe there's people that can.
Sociological. Let me Google
Yeah,
that
there's
word.
sociological claims. You're making evaluations of what human beings can and can't do. You're not making evaluations of what's in the. Why are you
Sociological
interrupting me
meaning.
again? You rude little shit. Really simply, we're asking you for evidence in the physical and natural world, not what you think other people may or may not have done. We don't care what you think they may or may not have done. So we don't care what you believe other people can do. We don't care what you believe, how much money something costs. We don't believe in any of that. We want the physical evidence that you have, that you know any of that shit's even possible. Because just tell me you believe it doesn't tell me anything. Do you have any physical evidence that you can take a rocket and go to space? Rohan,
Can I ask a question or
did I just ask you a question?
just a sec? What?
I just asked you a question. You obviously weren't listening, so I'm going to ask it again. What evidence do you have, other than what you think other people might know? What evidence do you personally have that you can take a rocket and go to space and look at the Earth?
Because first off, your question was hypothetical, so I answered it hypothetical, right? Because then it
Okay.
wouldn't make sense if I answered your hypothetical
Repeat my
question.
question that I
He
just
never
asked you.
answered it.
Repeat my question that I just asked you back to me. Repeat it to me. What did I just ask you?
Oh, it's pretty simple. How do I know whether I can take a rocket to space? If I had the
Nope.
money for
I
it,
didn't ask you how you know. I asked you what evidence you have.
what evidence do I have? It has
Yes,
been
the
done
evidence.
before.
What evidence do you have you can take a
There
rocket and
was
go
a
to
live
space to look at
stream,
the
right?
Earth?
Yeah, there was a live stream of the rocket actually going into the orbit. So I don't know what you're talking about.
So your evidence is you watched the screen.
My evidence is I
Yeah,
watched
your
a
evidence is you
screen that
watched
was
the
into
screen.
space.
Yeah, you
that
watched
went
the
into
screen and
space.
they said, here's an image of a rocket going into orbit. And you were like, I believe that.
Why wouldn't I believe that?
Why would you?
Why would I?
Yeah, why would you? Yeah, why would you believe that?
Why would I believe that?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I believe that? Why would
Because it's
that be a sham?
a fantastic, crazy claim.
Fantastic, crazy claim.
Yeah.
I see.
They're claiming they built a fucking 2-story fucking rocket and went around a giant a giant ball that's sitting in a fucking vacuum that's nearly fucking
Okay.
infinite. And to go to a place where they
Right.
drop things and things don't fall. Okay? Yeah, that's a
Bro,
crazy
I just
claim.
want to ask a
That's a
question, man. It's
crazy
not
claim,
that deep.
Rohan. That's a crazy claim.
Really? That's a crazy claim?
Yeah, that is a crazy claim. Do you have any experience with that?
I mean, this seems like a cult, not gonna lie.
Yeah, so your social commentary, nobody gives a shit. This is what I mean by
Social
all you have is
commentary.
sociological bullshit. You have no evidence.
Sociological.
Yeah,
Okay.
sociological. Comments about what people would
Sociological.
do, about what they should do, about what you think they know, about your comments are about people. They're not about the physical and
Aren't
natural
these?
world. Is
I just
science
want to know this one thing.
about people or is it about
Now, look at this from
experiments
my
and
perspective,
observations in the
right?
physical and natural world, Rohan?
I'm just talking about my perspective here, and I
We
don't
don't
know why you're
care.
so
We don't care
offended
about
over
your
that.
opinion. We literally do not
I'm
care
not
about
talking
your
about
opinion.
opinion. I'm talking about
we
perspective.
do
Now, I'm
not
right
care，
here
我
in
不
this
关心
with
能听
like
懂
so
的
many
意思。
people,
We do not
and
care
I just want to
about your
know,
subjective opinion,
right? You
Rohan.
guys
It's
are
based
making
upon
claims
ignorance.
that Earth is flat. Right, that's
Yeah.
cool. I get that. That's a cool
Why?
claim to make.
Why do we
But
think that, Rohan?
in my eyes,
Yeah, no.
since I don't
Why
know
do
you
we
guys
think that,
personally, in
Rohan?
my eyes,
Why,
it's just like,
Rohan? Shut
oh,
up.
these are a bunch of guys making claims
Yeah,
that the
okay,
Earth
you're
is
going on
flat.
mute.
up 不让他说了，shut up 啊！
You're hot micing. Rohan, we're gonna try this again. Okay. You're not getting on your soapbox. You're gonna tell us why we think the Earth is flat. Because we don't care about your evaluation unless you actually know our position. So what is our position, Rohan? Why
Your
do we think the Earth
position,
is
are you
flat?
a rocket scientist? Are you doing
Answer my
research?
fucking question. Why do we think the Earth is flat?
Why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Maybe because it's a cultist belief.
No, but
That's
no.
why.
But that's not a reason, dude.
That is a reason. That's why you believe that
Because
the
it's
Earth
a
is flat.
cultist belief is not a reason to believe the Earth
It
is
is.
flat.
Every
A
human
cultist
needs
would be my
purpose,
cult
and this
leader
gives you
told me the
purpose.
Earth was flat. Okay, that would be a reason. I want the reason, dude.
Nah, a cult
Yeah, so
focuses
you
on
don't know
belief.
the reason why we think it. You have no clue, do
I
you?
do.
What
I know
is
why
it
you
then?
think it.
Then what is
I
it?
think this gives you a purpose.
Okay,
That you believe that the Earth is flat.
another psychological, sociological argument.
You can prove me wrong. That's what you're here to do.
Okay, I will prove you wrong. We think the
Okay.
Earth is flat because you observe and use the Earth as flat. We've measured the Earth to be flat using all sorts of devices. Lasers, infrared, long distance observation, radio waves, microwaves, you name it. All different types of technology demonstrate that the Earth is flat. Okay. Do you know how? Because the water that's on the surface of the Earth, it has to be curving for the Earth to be a ball, right? Because the hypothesis is there's gravity, and the surface of the Earth is mostly water, and that gravity forms the Earth into a ball. So that means the water is in the form of a ball, and that the water has to curve on its surface. Well, we can just go measure to see if the water actually is curving on the surface, and it is not. That is why we think the Earth is flat, not for any fucking sociological reason.
But for that, but if the Earth was flat, we would know that it's flat.
Yeah, we do know. That's what you observe. You've never seen the Earth as a ball. You saw a screen.
But at the same time, you tell me that I've seen a screen, and then why would
Yeah.
all these media channels lie about Earth not being flat?
Okay.
Like, what are they getting out of it?
So, Rohan, okay. If you go on YouTube right now and type in video from the ISS, you'll get it says live stream of the ISS. That's not actually the live stream. You know that, right?
Okay.
Because the actual live stream is on NASA's HDEV site. And if you go on that, the video they show isn't going to be the one that's on YouTube. This illustrates a perfect point, is that you can't tell the difference between what is actually a live stream and what is not.
No, you can't tell what's a live stream and what is
Okay,
not.
so the one on YouTube, you already said that was the live stream when it's not. That's pre-recorded. It's pre-recorded HDEV video that they live stream to YouTube. So in that sense, it's live, but it's not live from the ISS. And you can't tell the difference.
Well,
Can
the
you?
Earth's.
And you can't tell the difference, can you?
If a celestial body is massive enough,
Yeah,
its own
cool
gravity
story,
would put
bro.
it into a spherical form. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Oh, really? Okay. Can you
Yeah.
demonstrate? Okay. What's the experiment that shows that that's actually true?
What is the experiment that shows
Yeah,
that?
you just made a hypothetical. Yeah, a celestial body will be formed into a ball. Yeah, okay. What's the actual experiment, the observation, or the mathematics which demonstrate that to be true?
I mean, it's literally physics.
Yeah, literally physics is not an answer. Give me the
you can look it up
mathematics.
Yeah, walk us through it.
Look,
You
bro,
can just
give us
Google it.
either the mathematics, the observation in nature, or the experiment in a lab which demonstrates that claim to be true.
Well, what I
Yeah, that's
fail to
right. You can't do it
understand-
because no one's ever done it.
No one's ever done it.
It's never been
that's a bold
observed.
claim.
Listen, planets have never been observed to form, or stars never been observed to form at all, much less knowing the cause of why they would form. Okay? Just because they appear to be circles or spheres now doesn't mean they form because of the reason you say, right? No one knows why they formed because no one's ever observed it.
Nah, this is not my reason. This is Google's reason. I
This
would
is
rather
good.
believe
Oh
Google.
my goodness gracious! It's Google's reason. Did you really say
Wait,
that?
I
You said
mean,
we're in
the
a cult. You're in a
daily,
cult
the
of
things that
Google,
you
dude.
do
You're
on a
not even
day-to-day
ruled by
basis are
people. You're
also
ruled by
backed
a
by
fucking
science. So I
goddamn
feel like you're
AI.
contradicting your entire existence on
Dude, you're in a
something
fucking
that you
cult of
think it is.
Google.
Because
Dude,
if you don't
your
believe in
world, you
any
came from
institution, if you
Google
don't believe
and
in Google, you
YouTube.
don't believe in anything, then
No,
I
I
feel
believe in
like you
lots of
shouldn't shower,
things.
you shouldn't brush your
I
teeth,
believe that you're a
or you
troll.
shouldn't
I believe you have
shouldn't
no
sleep for 8
argument.
hours
I
either.
believe you're just coping right now.
Coping
You haven't
for
I
made a
what?
believe he's
single
in a cult,
argument,
and I can prove
Rohan.
it.
I mean, I wouldn't care if the Earth is flat or round. I'm just like getting your explanation. I feel like there's so many contradictions in what you're saying.
Yeah, I feel like no one cares what you feel like, dude. You
No, I
can't
mean,
point
no,
out a
there are
single
Hey, Indio,
contradiction
actual
I said,
contradictions in
Rohan.
what you're saying.
You
Because
can't
one
point
thing
out
can
a
I
is
ask
single
him a quick
contradiction
question?
I
believe
said.
anything anybody
So now this
else
is the thing we
says,
typically deal
which
with,
means
Rohan, is
you
you guys
shouldn't be
resort to
showering, you shouldn't
lying.
be using a toothpaste either, or you shouldn't be doing all these things, right?
What
If
are
you
you
do those, then
talking
you're
about?
contradicting yourself.
Where was it? No, that's an all or nothing fallacy. It's not a. You're making
No,
all
it's
or
not an
nothing.
all
Either you
nothing
accept.
fallacy.
Look,
It's
Rohan.
pretty simple.
No,
You said,
you're trying to
you
voice.
clearly,
You're trying to
you
say
clearly said
if you
that
don't do an all or nothing fallacy, that you're
you
contradicting
you
yourself. That's
clearly
horseshit.
just mentioned that
Yeah.
it's all the claims
Clearly,
are
you're
coming from
wrong
other
because you
people,
tried to. No,
right?
because it's a logical
Right?
fallacy,
So
Rohan.
wait, if you
It's an
didn't
all or
invent showering, you
Rohan.
shouldn't shower either then, right?
You got no.
Does
That's
that
a
make
logical
sense?
fallacy. Okay, that's called an all or nothing fallacy. That you have to accept everything something that someone says or nothing. That's a fallacy.
Everything someone says or nothing.
Yeah, so everything science purports to say, you have to accept all of it. But if you dispute one part, you have to dispute it all. That's horseshit. That's an all or nothing fallacy.
Well, if you
Yeah,
take a
and
small
it's not a
blob of clay
contradiction.
and
Good
shape it
try
into,
though with
a rough,
rhetoric, but
uneven lump, and
rhetoric will
like you
not
dip
rule
it
the
into a
day
bowl of
here.
water, that kind of reduces friction. And it's like over time, the clay becomes more rounded. It's because gravity exists, the
Okay, cool
gravity
story,
is
bro.
making that
Yeah, so anyone
thing
observe that?
round.
Yeah, anyone
And there
observe
is
that?
gravity in
Yeah,
space,
has
which
anyone
the Earth would
observed
be
that?
round.
Well, let me ask you, Rohan, is science based upon empirical observation? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, you're going on mute. You're an idiot.
Wow.
Yeah, he's created his fantasy world, and he won't allow anyone to take it away from him. And to be into that position, he has to deny the reality and the truth. So obviously, he's on mute. How can you
He
say
just
no?
said science is not based upon observation when science is defined as the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Now, if you don't observe nature, which is what science is about, how do you say anything about the thing you're not observing?
Exactly. Yeah. He wasn't listening to what you were saying. He just wanted to talk about his fantasy. That's all he was doing. Just going on like a robot. That's all he was doing.
He just wanted to chant that we're in a cult and, whatever.
Yeah, silly.
You
There are
want to try and
measurements.
talk sense
When
into
you
him?
hear the word
Yeah.
measurement, when you hear the word measurement, that's integrity right there. Because you're now going to be examining using whatever unit you're going to use to measure, but now you're making a concise observation now, or measurement of your observation, let's say.
Sheepdog, you want to talk sense
I
into him?
did want to ask him a question to see if he was in a cult. Should I unmute him for a moment and ask him his question?
Yeah. Feel free. I got what I want. Say something stupid.
Rohan, I got a question for you, man. I want to know if you're in a cult. So, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
But the Earth is like 7,000 kilometers wide. How would you know if it's curving or
You're
not unless you do the experiment?
you're in a cult, bro. You're in a cult. You can't
No,
even answer the
a
question.
cult would
Your
mean that I
your
have a
cult won't
belief
let
that's
you
out
answer
of
the
the
question.
normal. I feel like you're in a cult though. Think about it, because
You
you're
are. You
believing
can't
something
even
that's
answer
out
the
of the
question
ordinary and you're
honestly.
sticking with it. That's a cultist belief.
You can't even answer the question honestly.
No, the
I can
answer
prove that I'm
answer
not
is
in the
very
cult
simple. I
because
said the
I
Earth
will
is
answer every
7,000
question from here
kilometers
on
wide.
out.
I mean,
Whatever
it's
question
as
you
big
want,
as
I'll answer
7,000
it honestly.
kilometers as in
I bet
diameter.
you won't
So
answer my questions
the
honestly.
Earth does curve. I don't know what you're
Really?
talking
How
about. The
much?
Earth does
How
curve.
far away is the horizon?
What?
How far away is the horizon?
How does that matter?
How far away is the curve of the Earth?
None of that matter because the Earth does
It
curve.
doesn't?
No, it doesn't, because the Earth does
Well,
curve.
I mean,
Though.
if it's curving, then that would matter, right? If it's not curving, then it's what?
But how do you know that it's not curving?
Because the horizon's not where they say it is.
Know what they say it is, and you have seen this yourself.
Yeah, I've gone out and seen it. Most of us have in this room. We do it on a regular basis. This isn't like a one-off thing. You can go check yourself. How far away
See,
is the
that's what a
horizon?
cult is, right? Now you have a
In
belief in your head
Rohan,
that the Earth is actually flat, and now your brain is just finding reasons for it to be true.
Rohan, close your Dorito shoot for a second. In fact, as a hobby, I jump out of airplanes. You know the things Globers come in here and claim they see the curvature from? No matter the altitude, no curvature when I jump.
Maybe your field of view doesn't allow it. How do you know that? Maybe the field of view that your eyes perceive, your eyes can only see so far, right?
You don't
And,
even know how far the horizon is. You don't
how
know
far is the
anything.
But that
horizon?
doesn't matter because
Yeah,
your
it
eyes
does
can only
matter.
see
It
so
does
much. So
matter
whether I
because we're
know
talking
where
about
the
curve
horizon
over distance.
or if
We're
it's
talking
not,
about
All
curve
right.
over
your eyes
distance, Rohan.
still work the
Hold
same
on,
We're
way.
talking about
Jin.
You know, it
curve
doesn't
over
matter
distance.
if I know
Jin,
that.
let me ask you, Rohan. If it doesn't
Yeah.
matter, then do boats go over the curve?
Do birds go over the curve?
Boats, ships. When
Well,
ships sail away, do they go behind the curve?
the Earth's curve is so big that you won't notice it even
Right.
if they do. Yeah.
Right. So how far away is the curve when boats start to go behind the curve? Does the sun set behind the curve?
Well, see, the logic is pretty simple here.
Does the sun set
If
behind
the
the curve?
boat is hitting that curve, you wouldn't
Is the
notice that
sun
it's curving because the
is
Earth
the
is so
sun spin?
huge.
Look,
Dude,
is
like,
the Earth
you wouldn't
spinning?
notice the curve.
Is the Earth
Yeah, of
spinning?
course. Yeah, of
Okay,
course.
and then does the sun set behind the Earth when the Earth spins?
That depends, right?
The Earth is spinning. The sun
Yeah.
comes across the sky because the Earth is spinning, and when the sun sets, it's now nighttime because the Earth is facing away from the sun, right?
Wait, let me just Google this for a minute. What?
Oh my God!
No, I mean, I would like believe whatever Google says because it's
You
just
have
like
no
you're
knowledge.
again.
You have no knowledge. You got to keep Googling. You got no experience. Nothing. You're empty here.
Dog, see,
How
it's
dare you
your
tell
word
us
against
we're in a
Google. It's
cult? How
your
dare you?
experiment
No,
against
no.
Google. Now
How
translate
dare
it.
you?
So, bro, of course I'm gonna be a little
No,
skeptical.
Rohan, how
Like,
dare you say
am I
to
not
Rohan,
allowed to
shut
be
up.
skeptical?
Shut up. How dare you tell
Why
us
am I
we're in a
not allowed?
cult when you have to Google what you already believe?
Well, because you're in a cult, because one,
Yeah, no,
you're a
you're
very
in a
small
cult.
number
So
of
you have to
population
Google what
claiming
you
something
already
really
believe.
absurd.
You already
And
believed it.
second of all, you genuinely believe this, right? So that's how cults
You,
work.
dude, you
So this is
believe
how
shit
cults
you
work.
don't even
Cults
know. You have
believe
to
something out of
Google.
the ordinary, and they stick with
Rohan,
it.
shut
That's
your
sheer
fucking
doing.
pie hole, dude.
And I'm not
Or I'm
believing
gonna
anything
shut you
out of
up.
the ordinary.
3,
I'm actually looking for
2,
various references.
1. Rohan,
Yeah.
you believe something and you have to Google it.
So?
You already
What does
believe
that
it
prove?
without the
Yeah, so?
information required to
So
justify the
why are
belief.
they mutually
Why
exclusive?
did you just
So
interrupt
why is
me?
it mutually
Why did you
exclusive
just
that I
interrupt
believe
me?
something and
Why
of
did you
course
just interrupt me? Dude, this is very fucking simple. You believed it and then had to Google for the information to justify the belief. You have to check with your fucking cult to see what you should believe and why you should believe it. You're the one in a cult. You're projecting your own fucking problems on us.
Mm-hmm. That's not how it works, though. That's not what a
It's
cult is.
exactly how it works.
No, not really. I think you're not understanding meaning of what a cult actually is.
Yeah, there's a dogma, and you have to believe in the dogma. You already believe it. You're
Well, those are
checking
just
what the
fancy terms
dogma
that mean
is.
nothing,
You
because a
had to
cult
check
is a
what
relatively small.
Rohan. You had to check what your dogma was. You had to check with the frickin' high priest to see what you actually believe.
He literally said, I literally told him exactly how the globe Earth works, that the Earth is spinning, and because it's spinning, the sun moves across the sky, and when the sun goes away and it becomes nighttime, it's because the Earth is facing the opposite way from the sun. Hold on, let me go check Google.
He had to check. He had to check to make sure you had the correct dogma. Literally. Does sheepdog have the
There's
correct
no
dogma, Rohan?
there's no way a flat earther could get
Does
could
sheepdog have the
understand the globe.
correct dogma? So when you Google to check sheepdog, is he saying the right thing?
Mm-hmm. Depends on what he's saying.
As the Earth is traveling around the sun, the Earth is spinning on its axis. When it's daytime, the Earth is facing the sun, and when it's nighttime, the Earth is facing away from the sun. Because the Earth is spinning, the sun moves across the sky, and when the sun sets behind the curve of the Earth, it's now dark time because the Earth is facing away from the sun. That's what you believe, right?
I believe that there are different times in the day wherein in some parts it's night and in the other part of the earth it's day. So of course the earth is
Why
spinning.
is it nighttime in some places? Why isn't the sun shining on those places?
The sun isn't shining on those places because one, the earth is spinning and the sun, I mean, it's spinning around the sun. And when the earth is spinning within the 24-hour cycle, in some places it's day because, you know, the it just changes. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean.
It's because the earth is spinning. That's why. It's round and it's spinning. That's why that happens. The 24-hour cycle.
I think you should
Where the
Google it
sun
again to
rises and
find out.
sets.
You should Google it again to find out what you believe.
This guy, bro. It's not that hard to understand, dude.
I
Like
mean, look,
on the
at this
globe,
point, it's your
when the
word
Earth is
against NASA
facing
and SpaceX.
when the
So, I
Earth
mean,
is
it's
facing
of
towards
course,
outer
I would
space.
believe them over you guys. I don't get what is so like
We don't want you to
confusing about
believe
that.
us.
Yeah, it's not about believing, right?
It's not about
It's not like a
believing
very
us.
technical, strong
But
point of view.
here's the
I'm just
thing,
saying,
Rohan.
from my
I used
perspective,
to believe in the
it's your
globe for
word against
39
their
years.
word. You know what I
I
mean?
now
So it's
know
up
the
to y'all.
globe better than most globe earther believers.
Hmm.
There's a reason why I'm a flat earther. I know the globe better than
I
you.
mean,
I
the
promise.
Earth, I just Googled why the Earth is not flat. The Earth is not flat because gravity pulls matter together into the most
Also,
efficient shape, a
Okay,
sphere.
great. We already
How would
covered
you
that.
disprove
I said,
that?
let's check that hypothesis. What was the experiment, observation, or
The
mathematics which
experiment
demonstrate
was
that?
if you dip a mushy round of clay into water, after some time, that
What does that have to
ball
do with
of
gravity
clay
forming
becomes
things into a
round, and
ball?
that's gravity doing its thing. So why wouldn't that
What are
happen
you
on a much
talking
larger
about?
scale
So
like the
putting
Earth?
water into clay is gravity?
Putting water into
Clay
clay,
into water.
but the clay
What
which
did
is
you say?
lumpy,
Say that again.
which has lumps, it becomes
Yeah.
round eventually, and that is because of gravity.
Okay, that's your claim. I want the evidence for the claim.
Evidence for the claim?
Yeah,
The
the evidence
evidence
for the
for the claim
claim.
would be you dipping clay into water and seeing it.
What?
That's yeah. If you
No, the
dip water
evidence that
into
gravity
clay,
forms things into
I mean
balls,
clay into
Rohan. Try
water,
to
you
try to
make it a
keep up,
mushy
bro.
thing, and
The evidence that
eventually after some
gravity.
times it becomes round
Okay,
because of
is that caused by
gravity.
gravity? Is gravity the
Yeah, it's
cause of
because of
that?
gravity. Yeah,
Okay,
gravity is the cause of that.
we want the evidence, right? The observation of gravity forming something into a ball.
The observation. Let me look it up. Let's see if there are any experiments on that.
This is getting better.
Gravity making things around. Wait.
Yeah. The actual
Gravity makes a
observational evidence.
Gravity makes a large celestial body surround because it pulls all matter equally towards the center of mass. And the sphere is the most efficient shape for this.
Is that a claim or is that evidence?
That's not a claim. Wait, there has
That's
to
not a
be.
claim.
You want evidence? Okay,
Yeah,
let's look
evidence
up
would be
evidence.
you actually make the observation in nature with some type of instrument, telescope, your eyes,
Oh, there's a
freaking
YouTube
microscope.
video.
So shut
I'm
up.
gonna.
Shut up. Why are you interrupting me?
Let.
So you make the observation in nature, right? And you record the data. That's what we want.
That is nice.
Well, there's a YouTube video on it.
Of it being observed in nature?
Have you watched it? Have you watched
Wala,
it?
hindi dumakarap
Yeah,
sa
I've
dagan
seen
ko.
it.
Hey, Rudy, you're hot micing.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Hello there.
Wait, how
Hi.
do I send this video to you all? Wait, it's called
It better not be a
Gravity
simulation.
Visualize.
No simulations. I said nature.
Yeah, but then
Nature.
that's a wild claim to make.
We can simulate Superman
isn't it?
flying around. We
Now
can
you
simulate
want,
frickin' cars
now you
jumping
want
buildings in
something
GTA.
That is so
coming out of
true.
your terms and conditions, and that's a cultist belief.
That
That's a cult belief.
science. You know, this science is based upon empirical observation.
Nah, it's based on simulation as well. Nowhere
No,
it
it's
says
not.
that simulations are wrong.
No, even if you have a simulation, that simulation has to be verified with a natural observation. Otherwise, how do you know your simulation's
not
right?
really.
How do you
That's
know
not
your
how it works.
simulation's right, Rohan?
Simulation
I
shows
saw,
us
I
that
saw a
it works
simulation.
Rohan, answer this
naturally.
question. How would you know your simulation is correct if you don't compare it to the natural world?
I saw a simulation that the Ninja Turtles were real.
One sec, wait.
Answer my question, dude. How do you check your simulation if it's correct?
By using science, logic, and math.
By using science? No. Science is.
Yeah, but gravity is literally.
Rohan, you said
Gravity
science.
makes
What
large
is
objects
science?
around in real life by pulling all
No,
of the
in real life
masses
they
towards the
no.
central point. So I
That's
don't
the
know what you're on about. I mean,
yeah.
the
You
statement
just
is so simple. Even a
yeah.
10-year-old
I
could
understand the
understand this.
idea. Okay,
I feel like
I
you're in a
understand
cult.
that. Rohan,
I feel
shut
like this
up.
thing is a cult.
I understand the idea. I understand the hypothesis.
Yeah, so
I
if you
want the
understand the idea, if you
scientific
understand the
evidence for
hypothesis,
it.
then you already have your
Why
answer.
are you
That's what
over
makes Earth
talking me?
round.
You fucking utter clown, dude. I want the scientific evidence for the hypothesis being true.
Bro, the scientific evidence
is the
is
observation.
a simulation that you create because gravity universally already
So you just say
exists. So any
you're just saying
simulation
the
that you
hypothesis
create that
again.
correlates with gravity is
You're just
real.
saying the hypothesis again.
So
I
if
want
you
the
reject
experimental
that,
result.
you probably are in a cult.
No, I want that. You just state you're in a cult, just chanting the hypothesis over and over again. I want the experiment that
It's
confirmed the
not a
hypothesis.
It's real.
Okay, your hypothesis is gravity forms things into balls. Okay, we've heard you 50,000 times say the same thing over and over again. We want the experiment which confirmed the hypothesis is true. Go.
State of denial.
Go. You were talking the whole time that you were muted? You know you just been muted for like 30 seconds, right?
Oh no,
You're
I was
psycho.
on a different tab.
No, you're a
I
psycho.
didn't see.
Yeah, you're a psycho.
Oh yeah, I'm totally a psycho for being on a different tab. Yeah, man.
No, you're a psycho
That's
because you're just chanting. You don't even realize you're muted because you're not listening or paying attention. So for the last time, I'm going to ask you
I'm
one
not
more
paying
time.
attention because this is a cult.
What do I want? What did I ask you for?
And I told you gravity makes celestial
No, what I asked
objects
you for, I
round
want you
because
to
it pulls
repeat to me what
equally
I
from
asked
all
you so
sides
that you
towards the center of
understand.
Mars, and you can look up the mathematics for this as well if you're that curious.
Mathematics is still the hypothesis.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, mathematics is still the hypothesis. We want the experiment which confirmed the
Well,
hypothesis.
if everything according to you is a hypothesis, then that is a cult, right?
No,
That's a
no,
cultist
no,
belief.
no.
Everything
That's
according to you is
that's a non
hypothesis.
sequitur.
Everybody's lying.
If everything is
For
a
some
hypothesis,
reason,
you're in a
people are lying
cult.
that the Earth
You're
is
a
flat,
retard,
and that
dude.
is a
Okay, I'm
cultist
done,
belief.
dude. Yeah, dude, you stop making sense. You're in full fucking cult mode. Okay. Scientific claims, scientific hypotheses require experimental validation of the hypothesis. This is called the scientific method. Okay? So, one more time. You need to do two things when I unmute you. You need to tell me what I asked you for, and then provide it. What did I ask you for, Rohan?
Here, give me a minute. What?
What did
I
I
was
ask you
muted.
for, Rohan?
You asked me. You asked. Wait, how would you see that though? You would need to go to space for that.
Okay. What did I ask you for?
But you would have to go to space
3
for
times
that,
I've
wouldn't
asked you
you?
now.
Yeah, but you
4
would have to
times.
go
This
to
is the
space
last
for
time I'm
that.
asking you, and then I'm kicking you out of this chat. Okay? What did
Feel
I
free to
ask
do
you
what you
for?
like.
What did I ask you for?
Just a sec. You
I asked you for
me
evidence of the
for.
hypothesis is true. So this, that might have been frustrating, but I wanted to do an exposition on a fucking cultist accusing us of being cultists, which is freaking batshit crazy.
Just prove it to you of the YouTube, though.
Yeah, watch the simulation. There's my evidence. I made a video game.
It's from the BBC, though.
Anyway, thanks for that, Indio. Yeah, that's all I wanted to do was just prove that he was in a cult.
Dude, he didn't even understand the fucking.
He had to Google his
day and
own
night
beliefs. What are you
cycle.
talking about? He had to Google his own belief, didn't he?
He had to Google day and night
Proved
cycle.
you of the video.
Yeah, just
And
nuts.
I was gonna give him all of that, and then ask him how far away the curve of the Earth was. If the sun goes behind the curve of the Earth, how far away is that curve?
Well, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Yeah, it's just too much, man. The guy was completely lost. What was demonstrated there, ladies and gentlemen, is that you can have your theories down on paper and the numbers dial in, right? But the scientific method is you take that and you take it into nature and confirm. That's what you've got to do. Otherwise, it's just numbers on a piece of paper or on your computer screen, an image, a model. You now got to bring that model to nature and confirm it. He couldn't do that, could he? That's why he kept saying we're a cult. And he says, I have to go to space to do that. Yeah, I have to go to space to do that. You want me to go to space? It's nuts.
And he doesn't even know if that's possible. Even saying something like that is just like all you're telling me is like you're a really strong believer. Like you're just stacking beliefs at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing he said is confirmed. You ask him, how do you confirm your beliefs? And he said it's all on the computer, he said. Yeah, he was just here just to troll, really. You could tell. He wasn't following any logical path, no integral path, and no methodology at all. Just noise.
The new question I've been asking people: why is the globe so important?
Yeah. That's a good question, because if they say, well, it's not important, then why are you in here then? So good question, yeah.
Well, no, it's just to get them to think about like why it's important, right? They're going to go on some philosophical tangent about like knowing their place in the universe, and then it's going to be like, well, then how do you know that, right? And then ultimately, at the end of the day, it's, well, somebody had to tell me because I couldn't figure it out for myself.
Yeah, and they haven't figured it out for themselves either, because they haven't proven it to themselves. It's just something they carry the belief. So it's going to, for sure, yeah, definitely. And then you get the stick in the mud saying that, you know, it doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't matter. But yeah, they're going to have a philosophical look to it. I'll agree to that.
I think I figured out Rohan. He jumped right over to the veganism, and he's over there starting the same type of shit.
Yeah, he's just trolling, isn't he? I mean, he's got no life when you do things like
Looking
that.
for attention.
Yeah, you haven't got a life at all. You're lost. The world he lives in, he realizes it's messed up, right? And the earth is indeed flat, right? He's not living on a ball, and now he's out of control. You know, India hasn't gone to space. That was all a lie. All your tax money was ripped off. Your money was stolen. So yeah, that's why they act the way they act. They don't have a life now. Going around trolling other servers during the day. I mean, what is this? What is that kind of existence? A waste of good technology is what he's doing there.
Yeah, Jin, one day he's going to find out the truth, and he's going to have a mental breakdown. He's going to know 100% the Earth is flat, no measurable curvature. And how's he going to cope?
Yeah, he already knows that. That's why he's acting the way he is. He's not addressing the questions we put to him perfectly, because he knows that the questions are exposing his ability not to prove where he lives. So, but like you said, you're right. He's definitely going to find out. And what's he going to do? What's he going to do? If he's honest to himself.
Jin is about oneself finding out the truth 100%, and then being at peace with oneself, being at peace.
Yes.
And
yeah,
being at peace, and then you don't have to ask a question. You don't have to convince nobody, do you?
No, you don't. That's right. That's it. That's why the logical questions are the best ones to ask, because it puts them in the position where they've got to answer it or not answer it. And then when they don't answer it, you just move on, because you know they are denying reality. You see, that's what they're doing. They're denying the truth, and when they're going to do that, you can't help them anymore, because that's you know, there's no point. You just got to just leave them to fine. It's okay, ladies and gentlemen, and then you explain. As long as you explain what they're doing, and then you move on. That's it.
Yeah,
that's
Jin,
what they're doing.
Jin, did anybody ask him about curvature?
Oh, it was mentioned all the time. It was mentioned. Who is it? Is it Sheepdog? I think it was. Whatever his name is. He was putting it to him. How far is the?
I asked him.
Horizon? Yeah.
That's what I asked him. How far is the horizon? He said it correct. He's like, oh, the radius is like 7,000 kilometers. Okay, how far away is the horizon?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jin, he should find out if there's a curvature or not before he asks any more questions, or say people are this and that.
Yeah, before he accuses
it's just silly, man.
Yeah, it is, because before he accuses us of being in a cult, he would have need to have gone out there and measured the curvature and know for sure that it's curving and the Earth is rotating. Okay, then you can bring yourself in here and start saying silly things like that. But he hasn't done a single thing to confirm his belief. In fact, when Indio asked him, you know, what's the proof of your hypothesis, and he's starting Googling, basically. Oh, let me just check that. Hang on a second. He's on the Google.
It's worse than that, Jin. I told him how day and night cycles work on a globe, and he said, "Hold on, let me Google it."
See what I mean? He was trolling. He was definitely trolling because, you know, to keep every time he finished the sentence.
Troll in here.
Yeah, every time he finished the sentence, he ended it with "You're in a cult." Every time. So he's got a little spiel going on there, a little system of his, little psychological attack on us. Not that it worked, because we're not in a cult, clearly not. We do have a methodology as to coming to our conclusions, you know, and it's not based on Google. It's based firmly in reality, where we live, you know. And if you're given the specifications to something, whatever it is, you should be able to confirm those specifications. Otherwise, how did they come to be? Right, that's just that logical. So if it's 24,901 miles with a radius of 3,959 miles, 8 inches per mile squared, and times the observer height, we should be able to get the distances correct for the curvature. So there we are. We should be able to measure the curvature of the Earth. There is no we cannot measure it because it's so big. It doesn't matter how big it is, I'm going to measure it. No matter how big it is, that curvature will be measured. So that's not cultish behavior at all. That's integrity. That's endeavoring to find the truth. Yeah,
curvature.
You know. Can you say that again, please, slowly, so we can understand what you're saying? Sorry. Because, you know, those little outbursts are not making any sense. So, sorry about that. They're not coming across coherent. But you're right. You're right, Ultima. FE Alaska. Yeah, they should definitely check out the curvature before you run your big mouth. Yeah, and 10 times out of 10, ladies and gentlemen, they haven't done and checked it. Because you all hear, and maybe you've heard it yourself as well, ladies and gentlemen, everybody knows the Earth is a globe. Everybody knows. No, nobody knows the Earth is a globe. One, because it doesn't actually exist. Secondly, none of them's gone out there to check it, to know it. Because that's what AV was saying earlier on, a couple of hours ago, that, you know, in order for you to say that you know, that means you've gone out there to actually experience it by measuring, confirming, validating. Then you can claim to know you know the Earth is a globe. We know it's flat because we went out to check for the globe, to check the curvature, and it wasn't there. We were finding horizontality everywhere, measuring flat Earth. That's why we say the Earth is flat, because it's not curving. 8 inches per mile squared.
Jin,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Jin, that's the first. Yeah. That's the first thing I did. Yeah, when I heard about flat Earth, I went outside in reality and I made observation. I asked myself one question: Is the surface of the Earth, is it curving? Is it bending?
Right.
Or not? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
No, and I couldn't find it. I know when something's bending. I know when something's curving, especially the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
I know what a bend is. I know what a curve is.
Of course.
Very simple.
Of course, I've had to bend
And
iron and twist.
If you can't find that, then obviously it's not a globe. It's so simple.
Yeah. In my case, back in 2015, when I realized that I'd made the error for 48 years, that the Earth is indeed flat. Now, I'd come to that conclusion without actually going out to measure anything at that point of realization, because I'm going back 48 years of my life, right? And there's never been any curvature there at all. So I already accepted that I was wrong. And then it was from 2015 onwards that I decided, let's have a closer look and let's make sure. That's when I started to do the long distance observations with my family, you see? And that's when we actually confirmed. But I'd already confirmed it in my life before without realizing it, you see? So when I found that the Earth was indeed flat, in my realization of my 48 years of error, I knew I was wrong already. I knew I was wrong, see? And then I went out there to confirm it, to make sure. So I had already accepted the Earth was flat before I actually went out to check it, because my experience that I've had for 48 years, and I was at the age of 53 years at the time. Okay, so altogether, 53 years of existence proved to me that there was no globe. No globe. I didn't even have to go and measure it. But you do to make sure. That's just to make sure. Yeah, just to confirm and validate for sure. You do that. You do your long distance observations. That's what really does work. Flights, aeroplanes, and then the laser beam tests. I haven't done any of those myself, but you see them being conducted, and you think, well, I mean, look at that. A digital precision instrument is now being used, and it's not showing, and it's helping us to see that the Earth isn't curving. And then you, like I keep saying, it's a preponderance of other evidences that you bring forward. In engineering and construction, they don't consider Earth's curvature anywhere. It's not considered. In weapons of mass destruction, when they're firing their weapons, waste of taxpayers' money, mind you. I'm not for war, but the instruments they use do not take into consideration Earth's curvature or rotation. Okay, and then there are government agency documents that exist that state that the Earth is flat and stationary, non-rotating realm. If you're flying an aircraft or firing a missile, you need to consider Earth flat and non-rotating. Flat and non-rotating whilst you're on a rotating, curving ball. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, work that out. Okay, where do these documents reside? Where do these documents come from? Documents: KGB, CIA, NASA, Air Force, Navy, military, flight instruction manuals if you want to learn how to fly an aeroplane. There you are. All those documents are telling you to consider Earth flat and non-rotating. And the question you should be asking yourself, why should I consider Earth flat and non-rotating if I am on a curving ball that is rotating? Why the flat and the non-rotating? Why is that a necessity to be considered? Okay, it's clearly obvious, isn't it? You're on a flat Earth that isn't rotating, and if you try to operate yourself on a ball that is rotating, you're either going to crash your plane or hit the targets in the wrong place, thus killing innocent people. Because the Earth isn't rotating and isn't curving. And if you were to consider that and do your maths and act accordingly, you'll never hit the target you're looking at. That's a fact. The Germans proved it. So Ross Hahn came in unable to prove his case. So what did he result to? Ridiculing us. We're in a cult. He hasn't done anything to prove his case. And we're giving you proof right now. Confirmation as to how to prove the Earth is curving or not. It's quite easy, no? Yeah. And that's what most flat earthers do. Just go and check it to make sure, And if you're honest to yourself, you're going to say, I've never seen the curvature anywhere. And then that should make you think, how comes I've lived this far? I'm meant to be on a ball that is spinning. I can't feel the Earth rotating at all. And I haven't seen the curvature of the Earth in all of my life. And then if you are to go and look at your parents' photographs of when you were a kid at the seaside, you'll see a leveled horizon. And if you look at your grandparents' photographs, leveled horizon. If you look at paintings from the 1800s, 1600s, 1500s at the art galleries, you're going to see a leveled horizon. All right? When they didn't have cameras, yeah, in the 1200s and that, you're going to see a leveled horizon in the paintings. These are clues to where you are living. Sorry, I'm just eating. Yeah, go ahead.
Jin, you had ancient art paintings, did you say? Showing level horizon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, ancient art paintings show level water as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah.
What's the oldest painting? Ancient artwork painting. What's the oldest? Were you looking at 400-500 years or more?
I'm talking 500 years, more than 500 years. Yeah.
Yeah. clearly showing level, flat level water. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Remember, they didn't have cameras back then. No cameras, right? By the time we get to the Renaissance, ladies and gentlemen, the Renaissance period, secret knowledge was acquired via the pinhole camera, which is called the camera obscura, and then there's one called the camera lucinda. Okay, with the camera obscura, the image, they darken the room, right, and then there's a mirror. The image is coming from a mirror that is projected onto your canvas, and it's a live picture because the reflection's coming off the mirror. That's known as the camera obscura, and that's what those painters used to use. So when you look at those pictures, they look lifelike. They look as if a camera took it because the image was live, and all they had to do was mix up the paint and then just trace over what they're doing. So you still need to be an artist. It's still an acquired skill, ladies and gentlemen. But when you look at it, you're looking as if a camera took it. But that was during the Renaissance period, known as secret knowledge. And then the other one would be the camera lucinda, where the image is being projected onto your paper, again from a reflection. But in this time, the image is so thin that you end up drawing the dots to make up the image. And then you start painting the guy what you see, and there you are. Okay? Camera lucinda and camera obscura. And I can post this stuff into the side chat, actually. It's one of those ones that you must have. Okay? It's a great one. This is before we actually had physical cameras that we'd carry around. The famous painters, this little book, it looked like a Bible, but that would be the camera lucinda right there in under his arm. Looks like a Bible, but it's a camera. Camera lucinda. Yeah. Very sneaky back then. That's how they were able to make these beautiful pictures. Like there was one picture where you see the woman pouring out the milk, coming out the jug, and it's like the milk is really pouring out. You know what I mean? They captured it perfectly, like a camera caught it. But it was done by paintbrushes, of course, but the image was projected onto the screen. And the other thing that's a clue is that those particular paintings are all of the same size. That's the other thing. These paintings are the same size. Another clue that they're using the camera obscura in this case. The camera lucinda, although it's projecting the image onto your canvas, isn't as accurate a quality resolution as the camera obscura because the image is coming directly off the mirror right onto your canvas. Beautiful shot. And it moves. That's the other thing. Live. And that was kept a secret from most people. That's why they called it Secret Knowledge. And the documentary I'm going to post is called Secret Knowledge. And the guy who discovered it, his name is, hang on, he's a British painter living in California. Hockney. That's his name. Hockney. Famous British painter who lives in California now. He's been there for 30 odd years plus. And he discovered this trick that they were using. And what he did, paintings from the 1200s and followed the timeline of the painting, and then you get to the Renaissance period, and then he termed it, the pictures look correct, is his terminology, as if to say picture perfect, correct, no blemish. And then he carried on through the timeline to now, and then the paintings have gone downwards because a painter can't paint unless you're using a camera like they did. So the similarities are the 1200s and the 1800s, 1900s, picture images are the same, but the Renaissance pictures were looking correct. And he did that in his studio. He did a beautiful timeline. It's all in this documentary that I will post shortly. Yeah, I got it. It's from the Omnibus series from Britain, BBC Omnibus. And yeah, it's a really good one. Just give me a couple of minutes to get it up and that, because I'm just leaving the server now. I'm going into my collection. Whoa, I'm in the wrong place. Playlist, that's it. Cancel that. Aha, here it is. Nice. Can I send it? Okay, it's not allowing me to do that. Okay, here it comes. To all of you in the 24/7. There it is. Okay. There it is, yeah. So if you're interested in how they did those brilliant paintings during the Renaissance period and the techniques they used, which was basically a giant camera called the camera obscura, which is the whole room is the camera. Yeah. And then the sunlight's coming in and they reflect the image onto the canvas. It's all explained beautifully by, I think his name is Nick Hockney, I think his name is, a British painter. He's in it, he's being interviewed and he explains how he revealed the secret. And he actually was interviewed in America. Two techniques, camera lucinda and a camera obscura. And they're all very good. So they cheated. So all those famous paintings that were selling for big money in places like, what are these auction houses? Sotheby's, for example, where they have these auctions, yeah? Well, those paintings were done using this technique. Of projecting the image onto the canvas, and it's live, it's real. It's a real image of what you're looking at from the outside onto your canvas, and all you have to do is mix the paints, which is difficult enough in itself to get the right paint shade to paint in what you're looking at. So you're basically painting over the image you see. Amazing. It's still a skill. You've still got to be good at art to do that, but you're getting a lot of help, aren't you? Because the image is already there. So the assistance is you get it perfect. The dimensions between the eye, the two eyes and the nose and the bridge, all that, the eyebrow, all that's perfect. You can never get it right eye to just looking at hand to eye coordination. You never get it right. But if the image is projected onto the canvas, then you don't make a mistake, do you? You just mix up the paint and trace over it. And that's what they were doing. And I posted it in there. So if anyone's interested, please have a look. So a real eye opener. So yeah, back in the ancient times, they were painting pictures leveled horizon, no curvature there. Absolutely. And again, I felt we did very well to allow this Rohan to be in this server for as long as he was, with his position of denial completely and utterly. Indio exercised some good patience there, because I think I would have just stopped him completely. You know, when they're like that, they're of no use to you or I, ladies and gentlemen, except for they're clearly in denial. They're not able to present to you their method of coming to their conclusion. And when they're not doing that and just insulting us by calling us we're in a cult, you know, and gravity doesn't matter, or sorry, gravity matters, but the curvature doesn't matter and the distance. What's the point of having somebody in there doing all that? You know, just let him believe what he believes. Good luck. But anyway, you know, that's what it is. He's always welcome to come back, though, of course, because he might indeed find out it's flat and then want to learn more. So I'll just say it again. It's very important to have your theories. Okay, you've got them on your paper, you have them on computer. Now you've got to validate them, confirm your theories. Otherwise, all you're doing is believing in something you haven't proven yet. Okay, so it's nice to see the model on the computer, the Earth model and all the maths. Everything is there. Okay, now can we take the model and see if it represents where we live? That's when you have a problem. Because the model they've given you of the globe isn't a representation of where we live at all. Nothing there. It's an impossibility. It's a violation of God's laws, natural laws, the laws of life. It's a violation. The globe is a violation of that. Totally doesn't fit. It cannot work. You cannot live on a curving ball that is spinning in a vacuum. So you try to imagine this. Can you imagine gravity, as they call it, this magical force that's coming from the central core of Earth, the core? It's molten. When you melt a magnet, its magnetic strength, its magnetic qualities is lost completely. There is no more magnetism. So how can it be 4,000 miles deep? We have a molten core that is magnetic, that is powerful enough through the 4,000 miles to get through all that material to then be able to hold the Earth's water and every living thing onto the Earth. Imagine how heavy the water would be in itself. And then the Earth is rotating, remember? And it's got to be able to pull all of this stuff, all this material to the central core. All the while the magnet is molten. And in nature, as we know, when you melt a magnet, the magnetic strengths and properties are lost. So how is it that it can do that? And how do we know it's there? 4,000 miles. 4,000 miles deep. What instruments do we have that can measure that? When we've only drilled 7.6 miles. 7.6 miles versus 4,000. And we didn't know what we were going to encounter through those 7.6 miles. Many predictions were made, all failed. No one was correct. It was a learning curve as they drilled. That's when they were learning. They were predicting, but they were wrong. But yet they're telling you 4,000 miles deep, there's molten core. Molten metal. No, it's not true at all. Okay, that's never been validated. It's a story that we cannot validate. You would have to believe that. But when you're not measuring curvature, that's totally gone. Cannot be. Goes against nature anyway. That's what you got. That's how you got to think, ladies and gentlemen. You got to think. If you're sitting in the kitchen having a cup of tea and a scone, or you're having your dinner, wherever, you have to think. Yeah, I mean, how do I know the Earth is a globe? What did I do to prove it? I'm only listening to the experts. But here are some flat earthers telling me that's wrong. That's right. You're wrong to listen to the experts because you can be an expert yourself by going to check it. That's it. And then you become the expert. You know that they're wrong. That's why they'll never debate flat earthers, these so-called scientists. They'll only ridicule us from behind the media, from behind their camera, whilst they're on their little shows, getting all that money on their little shows. All they can do is ridicule. They won't have us one-to-one because they will be dismantled. Everybody would wake up. Yeah. Those who want to learn the truth will wake up like that and think, oh, yeah, that's right. That Plato's got it right. If the Earth is not curving, what is it? And how is that? Long distance observation. Refraction. Okay, we give you a 8% refraction, but we're seeing beyond that. So what about beyond the 8% refraction you've got then? How do you explain that? There you are. You see, you can't. And maybe we can do some real demonstration, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Like put a ship 120 miles away and then blow it up. That would be a great demonstration of flatness using the railgun. I want that to happen. Now shut everybody up. Okay, we're hitting targets 120 miles away. No curvature there because it's a straight linear path straight to the target. Can't claim refraction there, can you? Because if it was a refracted image, then I'd aim at that image and we wouldn't hit the target, would we now? We would miss the target because the target would be behind the curve, but yet you will see that target blow up. Yeah. Yeah, the projectile from a railgun is traveling at 5,600 miles an hour, 7.6, Mach 7.6. That's bloody fast. Yeah, very fast indeed. Okay, hello and welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on the English Hub server. Got it right that time. If you have any questions related to topic matter, please do not hesitate to ask. We are here to answer all your questions. Don't be shy. You have made it this far. Make your visit count. Welcome to the server. If you have any questions related to the topic matter, please ask your questions. You've made it this far. We're here to answer your questions, me and my colleagues here. I'm Jin CBR1, waiting for your question, okay? Any questions you like, if you're interested. Why are we saying it's flat? Why are we going against all the scientists? Aren't the scientists correct? Are you sure you're right? Etc., etc. Go ahead. So, ladies and gentlemen, I put it strongly to you that you do not know that you are traveling at currently, as we're speaking here to you, you're having your cup of tea. Some of you might be having your lunch and your meal or your dinner, whilst you're traveling at 2.2 million miles per hour through the space, supposedly, yeah, covering 19.2 billion. That's 19.2 billion, 19 billion 200 million miles in a year, traveling at 2.2 million miles per hour through the universe. All your life, that's supposedly be happening. Think about that. Traveling through space. So what happens to all that space that is left behind for my 63 years, for example? Traveling on this earth ball at that speed, all that mileage, 19.2 billion times 63. What happens to all that space that's been left behind? What's going on back there, I wonder? Is there another planet coming through like Earth, supposedly? Who knows, eh? It's strange though, isn't it? And where are we headed? How big is space? What is the destination of this globe ball that we're supposed to be on? What's the end destination? Don't you think that's a bit odd, isn't it? Where are we going?
We're not going anywhere, mate. That's the point.
Oh, how's it going? Welcome. Yes, indeed, we're not going anywhere because we're not moving. Of course not.
Maybe we are. Who knows?
No, we know we're not moving. We're not moving, man.
Yeah, of course. I'm like at my desk and not moving. But maybe the planet is moving.
Well, how do you know the Earth is a planet when you haven't checked it to be so?
It sounds like, how do you know the Viking existed because you never met them, isn't it?
No, not really. No, because there's evidence for that, obviously, and lots of bones and remains that we can actually confirm. But the Earth as a planet, and remember, the word planet means, when we translate it from the Latin or Greek into English, it means wandering star. So Earth, number one, isn't a star. Number two, it's not wandering. And when you look at the planets, we don't know what those things are, but you know roundabout way what Earth lived because you live on Earth. So you know Earth well, but you cannot compare Earth to the planets because you don't know the planets. So it's a false equivalence fallacy. Do you understand?
I think I'm too old for this conversation.
Well, I'm just telling you the truth. I mean, when I look at the planets, I don't instantly think that Earth is similar because it's not.
Of course it's not.
They're not. Sorry?
It's not. You're right. The Earth is not similar. Maybe
so we're not a planet then, okay?
Then what we are?
Oh, we are Earth. That's all. We are Earth with life. That's it. We are Earth.
How do you define Earth?
It's a place where I live. It has an ecosystem, food, human beings, water, air, weather systems. Life has life. That's Earth. Life.
Okay, this place. What is the form of this place? It's flat. It's how it is.
Okay, well, for me, I was told it was a globe when I was a child. I never checked it. I carried a belief for 48 years. I was at the age of 53 when I had to go and check it in the end. Okay, right. So for that length of time, I believed the Earth was a globe, but I didn't know it was a globe. And when I went to check it, I found out that it's not a globe. It's actually level, flat. That's what it is. Through my experience of living now 63 years, but back then 53 years, I made my realization that I was wrong. Okay.
Okay.
So there's no measurable curvature, for example.
But my
the Earth's
question
curvature
is,
cannot
how
be
did you
measured.
figure out the Earth? Sorry for interrupting, but how did you figure out the Earth was flat?
Yeah, because we are not able to measure the curvature of the Earth is the first one.
kind of can, like if you're going like I'm living near the sea, and I see like the curvature of the earth all the time.
How do you
As-
see it all the time? What do you mean? What is the distance to the horizon from where you are standing at the ocean? So you're at the beach and you're seeing the horizon. What is that distance?
You can see like an half a circle or something like that, like in the distance if you look at it.
Well, you're saying you can see 180 degrees? That's half a circle. No,
I don't
you
know. I
cannot
don't
see.
know exactly.
No,
how
you
much
don't
is
know.
it.
That's true. You don't know. No, because that's a wrong statement. Clearly, yeah. No, so you don't know the distance to the horizon. Okay. So the question to you is, how do you know that the Earth is a globe then? Because you don't know that.
I'm pretty sure like in the following years, people will go to space, like normal people, and you will figure out as well, and will be
But
like.
I'm asking you now. I'm asking you now because this Earth ball was told to us before man went to space.
Do you know religions? Do you know that you
Yes,
cannot like convince
I know
somebody?
religion. I'm not religious, but I know religion. What about it?
Do you know like you cannot convince anyone to go and believe a religion? I think it's the same with this thing. It's like impossible.
No, it's
to
not impossible
demonstrate reality.
because hold on. If I'll just ask you one question. If you are given the dimensions to a motor car, the size, the length, the width, the color, the weight, can you confirm these things?
Yeah, of course. It's kind of obvious,
Right.
isn't it?
So okay, thank you very much. So if you're given the dimensions to the Earth, okay, which is the circumference, they say is 21 mile circumference, and then the radius, which is 1/4 of that, be 3,959 miles. Don't you think?
Okay, if you think the Earth is flat, why when you're going in one direction you can go to the same direction? So, for example, you're going north, right? And you're continuing north, and after some time you will get in the same place.
Can you tell me a case where that has happened? You tell me when you've done that or somebody has done that. Who?
I think Columbus was the first one that done it.
No, Columbus never did that.
I have a question.
Okay, yeah.
Is the
Just one moment.
Earth flat?
Yeah, just
Really?
one moment. There's somebody else is talking, you see. Sorry. Just hang on a second. Please just wait 2 minutes. So yeah, can you please explain to me who has done that? Columbus didn't do that.
I'm pretty sure you can find somebody that done it.
No, no one's done that on Earth. No one has circumnavigated north to south. That's going from north to south, back to north. East to west, yes, that has been done. Magellan did it from Portugal, I think it was. Yeah.
East to west.
Sorry?
So you're
Yeah, east to west. Yeah. East to west can be done on a flat surface. East to west.
So basically you're saying if you're like going east,
okay,
and you
Yeah.
never change the direction, you will get in the same
Yes,
place.
yes, but yes, that's possible on a
How is it
flat.
possible if it's flat?
It's possible on a flat surface. It's the same as
Why?
your neighborhood. I'll give you an example. Where you live, you can travel 5 miles in a circle where you live and come back to where you started from, and you didn't go over any curvature, and you're not on a ball. So that what you mention is happening on a flat Earth. That's the point I'm trying to say to you. That circumnavigating east to west or west to east in reverse can happen on a flat surface.
Is it impossible?
Sorry?
It's literally impossible. You're saying if you're going like
No, you're not
south-
listening. You are not listening. It is impossible to do that, what I say, on a ball Earth, okay, because it's never been done. But it is possible to travel east to west on a flat surface. That is very possible.
Okay, so basically you're on flat, like a piece of paper. Let's imagine that. Okay?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. So let's say you're in the middle of the piece of paper. It's like the paper is white, just for like fun. Why not?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, and you're going to the east, and at some, like without changing anything, you will get to the end of the paper, right?
Well, that means you are holding a heading in one direction. But we said traveling in a circle east to west. If you want to go in one direction only, well, that is possible, but then you're not traveling in a circle, are you? You're traveling straight.
Okay, what's happening when you're going straight?
Well, you're just traveling straight, aren't you? On a
And
flat Earth, if you're on a flat Earth, which I haven't done myself there, holding one heading, but you're just going to keep going on in one heading, and you will probably encounter a wall of ice. Probably, I say. I haven't done it myself to be sure.
Jin, he means yeah, when you go straight, what happens when you keep going straight? And you can't go any further.
Well, yeah, because in where we live here on Earth, for example, flat Earth, we're in a container, so you might end up hitting the container, for example. But as far as I'm concerned, if you hold just one heading in a straight line, you're not going in a circle, right? But if you want to circumnavigate the world, is what we were talking about originally, going around in a circle, which is what you said, that is happening on a flat surface, okay? Yeah, not on a globe.
Just quickly, I think he's a bit confused about east and west being circles. I think maybe he thinks they're straight lines, which is
very odd indeed.
Yeah, so even if you go east or west on a globe or on a flat surface, it's just going around a north point, like a north pole. So I'll put an image in the side chat for you just quickly.
Thank you very much.
So
Excellent.
If you have a look at this image, you'll see some red planes I drew on top of a globe. Okay, so those planes would be going east. Okay, if they were going the other way around the circle there, they would be going west. And if you flatten out that surface, then that would still be a circle around the North Pole. So east and west are not straight lines. So if you keep going east on a globe, or west on a globe, right, or east on a flat surface, you'll come back to roughly the same spot. And you'll have to keep turning towards the north to stay going east, to continue east.
Yeah. And that's what you do when you live where you live as well. You're in your neighborhood, you go out for a 5-mile run, you take a circle, and you come back to your house where you began from, circumnavigating your neighborhood. Yeah, it's that simple. Sorry, there was somebody else who had a question. Sorry. Are you ready for your question? Maybe he's gone.
I think Leo was asking if they can jump into the VC to ask some questions.
Yes, please jump in, Leo. We welcome you to ask your questions. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, circumnavigating on a flat Earth is simple. That's where it actually happened. It doesn't happen on a globe. And the one that would prove your globe for you, if it were possible, is to do the north to south, back to north circumnavigating. Never been done. Okay? Yeah. East to west, west to east, that's very possible. No problem there at all. That doesn't prove you're on a globe. It's more so flat, really. But the one that would really prove it would be north to south and back to north again. And the group on the people that would be able to do that would be the military and the Navy, because you could set the ships in strategic places for the refilling point, and then have 2 planes. One is filming the other one, and then you have it done and have it covered properly. Never been done. The military should hold the record for that, by the way. Shouldn't be anyone can do it if you've got the logistics, of course. But the military and the Navy should have this recorded and done it as a record. That's their domain, that is, isn't it? But yeah, it's strange that they don't have that record. Very strange indeed. Don't you think so, DJ? That the military should have that as a record, shouldn't it? Circumnavigating. They protect the free world after all, supposedly.
Yeah, I mean, I hear a lot of accounts of east to west, circumnavigation, not perfectly in a circle or anything like that, but just generally east to west, but north to south. That's you'd think if they'd claim to have done so many east to west circumnavigations, then they would at least have one north to south one.
Yeah,
which they don't have.
They don't have, and that's the Navy, ladies and gentlemen, the Air Force, the military, the ones that are supposedly protecting the free world with your leader of the free world, Donald Trump, your leader, leader of the free world. He is never going to be my leader. He couldn't lead me to the toilet, ladies and gents. Foolish man. But there you are, another story. Yeah, so it is strange though. That's the thing. That's what we call a little alarm bell ringing. How comes they don't have it? And then it's some kind of adventurer.
Yeah, how come no one's just kept going south to see what happens that we can validate?
Yeah, yeah. We have the technology, ladies and gentlemen. We have it, and we can bring lots of logistics. Again, I'm saying military has to do it because that's where our taxes go. So they're trained, they're ready to do that. Should have been done long time ago. Yeah, we should know this stuff, but no, there we are. People we've never met before, strangers calling themselves adventurers are the ones bringing us some of these supposed impossible feats. But yet the military's there. They should have had all those records dialed in. They should be the best at it. There should be no civilian beating the military at this point. But yet, strangely enough, some people are better than the military.
Hi, guys.
Hi there. How are you today?
Good, thank you.
Nice, nice, nice. What brings you in today? What can we do for you?
You don't sound angry. The flat Earth doesn't make you angry?
Good question.
Leo, you don't sound angry.
No, I don't speak very well English, sorry.
That's okay, Leo. But do you have any questions anyway, Leo? We're here to answer any question you like. What do you have?
I don't have any questions right now.
Okay, so then I have a question for you. How do you know the Earth is not flat?
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is not flat, I said, because you think it's a ball, of course. How do you know?
Yeah, I think the Earth is a ball.
Sorry? I didn't hear you.
I think the Earth is a ball. And you?
Yeah, it's a ball, yeah. Why?
For gravity, I don't know.
Okay, what is gravity to you? What does gravity mean? Yeah. Okay. Hang on. It's a little difficult. Look, if I have a tennis ball in my hand and I have a helium balloon, I have a helium balloon in my other hand. So my left hand, I have a tennis ball. Left hand, right hand, helium balloon. Okay. And then I let them go. The balloon goes straight up, but the ball goes down. Where's gravity? What happened? Why did gravity pull the balloon down? Sorry, the tennis ball down, but not the balloon. What happened?
Because the balloon is more heavy than the ball, the tennis ball.
Yeah, it's lighter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that means the ball is heavier then. Yeah, that means that the ball is heavier. That's why it went down, not because of gravity. Yeah? It can't be that gravity is in the same room. We're in the same room with gravity. It can pull down the heavy object, but can't pull down the lighter one. The lighter one should come down easy because it's light. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand. But the balloon contained helium.
Yeah.
What is the no? what is more
buoyant is what you're looking for there. What is more buoyant? Yeah. Which one is floating? Yeah.
the helium in the balloon is not heavy. Is not heavy, and
yeah.
And for
yeah.
this, the balloon go up.
Yeah. Yeah. But the point is, if gravity exists, why is it can pull the heavy ball, but not pull the light balloon? Because there's no weight there. It should just pull them both down. And I tell you why. Because if you take a rubber balloon, you know, no air, no gas, and drop to the floor, you know, a balloon from the packet. I buy a balloon, I open the packet, I take one balloon out, I let it go, it drops to the floor. But then I pick up the balloon, I put air from my lungs, I pump it up, I tie it up, it drops down slowly, it's dropping down, but still dropping down. But then I release the air's gone, I put helium, helium gas, and now it goes straight up.
Yeah.
Where's gravity? You see? It's got nothing to do with gravity. Gravity is not the reason why the ball goes down and the helium goes up. It's got nothing to do with gravity at all. Buoyancy and density. The ball is dense than the air, so it must drop. The helium is lighter than air, like you said, very light. It goes up. That's correct. That's it.
This is what I tried to say.
Yeah. So the answer, there is no gravity the way it's been explained. Things do go down, yes. Things do go up, yes. But it's not because gravity, the way it's been explained by Sir Isaac Newton, or, well, he disagreed anyway, or Albert Einstein. Okay, so how does gravity make the Earth a ball? How?
This is interesting. Good question.
Yeah, because it's gravity. How does it make a shape?
I don't have an answer from this.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Yeah, you don't know the best answer. Nobody knows. I don't know. Because it doesn't. The answer is gravity doesn't make a shape. That's the answer, okay? Gravity does not make anything a shape. It doesn't. The shape had to, see, the Earth ball had to exist first, and then they put the gravity onto the ball. Because a ball shape is not level, you can't live on it. And if it is spinning at the rate they said it's spinning, 1,037 miles per hour at the equator, then things are going to fly off. 1.5 times the speed of sound. The rotational speed and the centrifugal force will throw everything off the ball, much like a merry-go-round with children on it. If you go too fast, you fly off. Right. Same with a ball. So they had to create the gravity, this magic force, to bring everything to the Earth and keep everything onto the Earth, you see. And yet we cannot demonstrate mass attracting mass anywhere. So there you are. So no, you don't know how the Earth is a globe. You can't prove it. Is that right? Is that right, Leo?
Yes, but how can the moon go? Stay up without go down? I don't
that's
know.
That's a very good question. How did the sun? That's a good question. How did the sun and the moon stay up in the air, elevated, and they're up there rotating above our head? Only one person knows that, or the creator, because I have no idea. I have no idea. I can't go there to check and examine what that ball is. I can't go near the sun. The sun is too hot. You understand? So I can't go anywhere near the sun to find out anything, and I can't get to the moon. I can't go there.
You won't go to the sun?
No, I can't. I can't go.
Okay.
Yeah, not possible.
It's right.
Yeah. So we don't know. Nobody knows why the sun and the moon are up in the air. We have many theories, many hypotheses, and many ideas, but none of them have been proven. So nobody knows. It's a good question, though. It is a good question. How do the sun and the moon stay aloft in the air all the time? But they move. That's the beautiful thing, is that they move. We do not move. Earth is not spinning. They move above our head and the stars. And the lights that we call planets, they move. We do not move. So yeah, you can't prove the globe because you've never seen it. You've never seen the curvature of the earth anywhere, have you, Leo?
No.
No. Right. So if you've never seen the earth at all as a curvature, okay, you can't prove it, you can't measure it, you can't prove gravity. So the question is, how do you know you're living on a ball then? Answer, I don't know. Right. That's it. As I said earlier on, nobody knows the earth is a ball. Nobody. Because they can't prove it. And it doesn't exist. It is not real.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Yeah. So that's why we know that the earth is flat. And when you look at water itself, the characteristics of water is that it always lies level and flat. It can take the shape of a container inside, but when you pour it on the outside of a ball, for example, it will roll off the ball and be level on the floor because the surface of the ball is not level. It's curving. That's why water doesn't sit on a curved surface. It rolls off. And then if the surface is curving and spinning, then you find that the water will fly off the ball because of the rotational spin. Yeah. So this is how we know we're not on a ball. No measurable curvature. We cannot measure the curvature of the earth. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So, Leo, you need to do some more research. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the earth is not a ball. There is no proof that the earth is a ball. No proof at all.
But if the earth is flat, why we can see, for example, Paris or another country from here?
Okay, that's a very good question. Okay, yeah, another good question. Why is it that we're not able to see other countries if the earth is flat? Well, the reason for that is the distance. Okay, so if I'm in Japan, okay, and I want to see London, I'm not going to be able to see London from Japan because that's 6,000 miles. Okay, I'm not going to be able to see 6,000 miles away because the air is going to block me. And in that distance of 6,000 miles, there's different types of weather: rain, fog, sunshine, mist, dew, and all these things obscure the image. Do you understand?
Okay, okay. You say because no. For the air, because there is air from us and another country.
Yes,
And
yes.
different okay, okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
understand.
Because different country has different weather and different temperatures, and this makes it impossible to see through. You can't. The distance is too great. The air becomes opaque. Do you understand?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's why it's just impossible. We cannot see through that air. The weather is just too much distance there. Okay?
That's right. And another questions. Wait.
Yeah.
I don't know. I ended the questions. And when the boats go in the sea,
yeah,
we see the boats for example, go down.
Yeah.
We can see it from the
beach.
Yeah. So the beach. But if we are on the beach and we are seeing the boss, I don't know.
Yeah, you said going down, going over the horizon. Yeah, going over the horizon. Yes.
Yeah, we see the boats go. We can see the boats from.
Yeah, you're saying that you can see the boat from the beach disappear, and you can't see it anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I can explain that for you. That's very simple. What it is this. Number one, the ship is moving away from you. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And then it gets to a point where you can't see it anymore. Most people think it's gone over the curvature, yes? Yeah? It's gone down. Gone down over the curvature.
Yeah.
Yes? Okay.
It's like sorry. It's like the boat is sinking into the water.
Yes, I understand. Yeah, it's gone over the curvature, gone down over the curvature. If it's gone down, that means I can never see it again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but if I take a binoculars, you know the binoculars with the two lens, you put it to the eyes, I see the ship. It's there still, because my eye is not powerful enough to see the ship anymore. So I use the binoculars, because the binoculars enlarges and gives me more focal distance. So I can see the ship now with the binoculars. But if I keep looking, maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes to an hour, the ship would disappear from the binoculars. I can't see the binoculars, but I take the telescope, you know, the one that is long telescope now. And now I see the ship again. Okay. So it's not gone over the horizon as such. It's angular resolution from your perspective, your position. Okay. The eyeballs is limited as to how far it can see regarding the ship as it moves away from your locale on the ocean. It will get to a point where the eyes can no longer see it, but it's still there. That's when you use the binoculars to aid your eyes, and therefore you can see the actual ship. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it hasn't gone down. It's just gone away. You can't see it anymore. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the truth. Again, you can test this for yourself. One day, take a pair of binoculars and just check it. You know, and if you've got a telescope, if you've got a nice telescope as well, that really would help, because it would prove it completely, sink that theory or that idea. Okay, ships disappearing over the horizon has been debunked a long time ago.
But yeah, right. But if we have powerful telescope or binoculars, we can see London from New York, for example, or the air is too density.
No, because again, the weather would be a problem. Even with a good, powerful telescope, you've still got to look through all that air and the weather. So all that's still going to be a problem. Okay.
But and if we remove the weather, we can see London from New York.
It's maybe it's possible, maybe now. Again, you'd have to have a good, powerful telescope to resolve the distance. Okay, it might be possible turning it to a vacuum, but I haven't done that, so I can't say yes for sure. It's a possibility, maybe then. Okay, but I can't say yes at this problem. The answer I can give you is maybe it's a possibility, maybe. But as conditions are now, no chance. Now, no chance. Okay, because the Earth's atmos, the air, and the weather systems will not allow it. Because you have to imagine you're going to look through 6,000 miles, so you're going to look through many countries' weather. So whatever the weather system is doing is going to obscure your possibility of seeing anything. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You're looking through too much air. You will never be able to see that distance. It would be very impossible.
And how do we explain the movement of the sun through good here?
Can you say that one more time, please?
How do we explain the movement of the sun in the year during the year?
Oh, okay. How do we explain the movement of the sun during the year? It's as simple as this: the sun is up in the air and it moves above our head in a roughly a circular motion. Okay, so currently now the sun is moving towards Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, because we are now moving away to winter. Here we've just finished coming to the end of autumn season. We're beginning to approach winter season. So that's where the sun now is over at the Tropic of Capricorn. Okay, where New Zealand and Australia are, they're going to have summer. We have winter. And that's how it works. It does that. It moves around like that. Okay. So next year, let's see, March, the sun is moving towards us because we're going to be getting a summer. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, that's how it works. Basically, that's what we observe. It's on a rotating circuit, okay, above the Earth, and it's currently moving towards the New Zealand, Australia. They're going to have South Africa, South America. They're going to have a nice hot summer, whereas we're going to have a winter that is cold, but we still see the sun, but the heat is different, isn't it? It's less heat because the distance is increased. Do you understand?
Yeah, but if the Earth were flat, we can see the sun everywhere, and therefore it will never be night, right?
No, that's another misconception. That's a mistake because the Earth is bigger than the sun. Okay, that's what's happening there. The sun has to be local, okay, and it can only the sun. Hang on, the sun's size and illumination, how much sunshine is limit. It cannot light up the whole Earth. Impossible. It's too big. The Earth. Okay.
Okay, the sun is more than the Earth, you say?
Yeah, it would have to be. Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The sun and the moon, they look like they're the same size. The sun and the moon look similar in size. Okay, look similar. I haven't measured it 100%, but they look similar at the moment. I can't give you an exact number. I haven't measured them, so I don't know. But they look similar.
Okay.
Yeah, and obviously they have to be smaller. Otherwise, like you said, everybody would see the sun, provided the air is not blocking. Okay, because don't forget, you've still got that air problem. But no. You know, that's why it's nighttime in England now. Okay, it's good night now for England, I would say, or coming up for that anyway. Yeah.
Okay, and
it's evening now in England, for sure.
You think the moon and the sun are flat or round?
Yeah, again, I don't know that because I haven't been there to confirm. The moon looks spherical. It looks spherical, but I cannot go there to check it. The sun, I don't know. You know, when I look through the telescope, I see a kind of like bluish disc. When I use my eye and I look at the sun with the glare, I see a bluish, sky bluish disc there. I don't know this. It's circular, but I don't know if it's spherical. So I can't give you an answer. No answer there. Sorry.
Okay. And therefore we can go to the moon.
No, we cannot go to the moon. It is not possible.
Okay.
Yeah, that's impossible. No man can go to the moon because it would violate the second law of thermodynamics. Okay.
Okay. How many is distance from us? How much?
The distance to the moon, nobody knows that exactly. They give us a number of 238,000 miles, but again, that's not confirmed. Okay, and then the sun is 93 million miles. Again, not confirmed. I say no. Then the sun and the moon are closer, but what distance exactly, I don't know. But they're not those distances. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, but I can't measure it to confirm it. Just like you don't know because you can't measure it. Do you understand? Just like the people listening in the YouTube live stream or the Rumble or the Ruskin, if they're listening to me, they know for themselves. They can't prove the distances because you can't go there. So you're having to believe it. I don't believe anything. Yeah, and definitely not 93 million miles away. The sun is not that distance. Most certainly not. Just a ridiculous thing to even suggest.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Leo, for your questions. Everybody
Sorry.
learned a lot of things from your questions. Many people learned a lot of things and they have other questions. Now they're going to do research. You're going to do research, yes?
Okay. Sorry if the pronunciation is not very well, but I'm Italian.
Yeah, okay, you're Italian. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I've been to Italy. I went to Milano. Yes. I like Milano, Italy.
I don't. It's better room. It's better room.
Yeah, I like the Italian food as well. I like the let's have lasagna, cannelloni, tangeletti, spaghetti. Yeah, I eat those things. They're nice. Delicious food. So yeah, you have to do some more research. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Italian cars, nice Italian cars. Maserati, Fiat, Seat. Oh no, that's not Italian. Sorry, no. What other ones? Lamborghini, of course, and Ferrari, of course.
Yeah.
What's it? Yeah, Italian cars. There's another one. I'm missing one. Come on. Come on. What's the Alfa Romeo? That's the other one I was thinking of.
Yeah. I know it.
Yeah, Alfa Romeo. Yeah, nice cars, And then you have the Ducati motorcycle. You have the Moto Guzzi, Lavada. Yeah, you've got a few motorbikes, Italian brand. The MV Augustus. Yeah. And then Italian fashion. Yeah. Nice fashion clothing and shoes. Very expensive, but okay. If you like that kind of thing.
It's very expensive, yeah.
Yes. But everything is happening on a flat earth. They don't make the Lamborghini on a ball earth. Impossible.
Okay.
Okay?
Guys, I was talking to people in the other voice chat, and they're saying that you're making all of us lose brain cells with your debating, bro.
I don't know who that is and who would be saying that, but you're always welcome to come and argue the points that I've made wrong. I'm waiting.
Like from what I heard from the guy, apparently you guys read some book that was very popular back in the day, and you're getting your points, all of your points from that.
What book are you talking about?
I have no idea, but that's what the guy said. I don't know the name.
That guy's mistaken. Number one, we're getting all our data from the Earth itself. Yeah, from the Earth itself.
I'm going by. Good evening.
Yeah, thank you very much, Leo. Thank you. Do come back again. Yeah.
So tell the person that we challenge them to come in and debate us, and that they're too scared to come and do such a thing. Right? They can only talk,
it's bad
talk nonsense in another channel. So
it's bad pug.
Huh?
Yeah, I was talking about bad pug.
Oh, that's the person's name, is it? Bad Puck.
Yeah.
Whoa, Bad Puck, come in, please. Come in and challenge us.
Come in. Tell them why don't they come in here and talk to us rather than be gutless.
No, he said it before. He debated you guys before, and he said you guys don't have any real facts or whatever. But that's what he said.
He's lied. Well,
cool.
If
He
you've been
probably
listening
came
to
in
what-
here and got. He probably came in here and got humiliated. Hence him not coming back in again. right?
No,
And
he
now
sounds pretty smart.
he's trying to save
Ừ.
face in a different channel by lying about what happened. Yeah, he might
No,
sound
but
smart
he
to
sounds
you,
very
but
smart.
I guarantee he's too scared to actually come in here.
He's not too
Right?
scared. He's backpack. He does a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but no, but I was debating him on a different topic, and he was very smart. Like he sounded very smart.
He
So
reads a
I just
lot.
wanted to.
He knows what
Yeah,
he's
cool.
talking about. You debate him.
Okay. Okay. What have I said that is wrong? Okay. You've been heard. If you've been listening to what I'm saying, please correct where I've made any mistakes. Go ahead.
I just don't like the fact that you guys don't agree with refraction and don't agree with gravity.
No.
And
Nobody
most of your
said that.
points
Don't lie. Don't lie. Okay? Nobody said here that they don't agree with refraction. I remember when you spoke about refraction, you didn't know anything about it. Okay? People in here have been studying refraction for many years, but when you spoke about it, you had no idea what you were talking about.
No, I'm not saying what I said. I'm saying what he said. The bad pug guy. He said you guys, your points on refraction were wrong according
Oh,
to
which
him.
one? Which one? Which point
I
was
have
wrong?
no idea. That's what he said. He didn't
Oh,
say the
okay, well,
points.
who
He just
cares
said,
what he said, right? If you don't even know anything he said, nobody cares.
I think you should invite him. I think you
I
should
don't
invite
care
him
about
over
who
at
he
some
is.
point.
From what I understand, Bad Puck is welcome to come back and present his case again if he wants to do that. Meanwhile, my question was, what did I say that was wrong that you heard? Did you hear me say anything that was wrong? And if it was, correct my mistakes.
No, this is my first time seeing you in the voice chat.
Yeah.
I think we're in a different time zone now. So I usually deal with a different moderator.
Yeah,
So I
that's
didn't
fine.
hear
I'm
what
not.
you said.
I'm actually not a moderator myself, but I did say some things to the young guy called Leo. Right? You probably heard what I said, and you came in and said you said this, that, and this, and disagree, but you're not really. You don't know anything about the topic matter. It seems like.
What?
Why are you here?
Explain.
Why are you
Explain to
here?
me. No, explain to me refraction in your perspective.
all the
I want to learn.
gentlemen? How are you, gentlemen?
Thank
I
you very
want to
much.
learn.
We're very well. Can you
No,
ask me a question? Just ask a question where you don't understand something. What is
I
it you
don't
don't
understand
understand?
refraction. I don't understand refraction. Explain it to me.
Okay, right. Well, refraction occurs depending on the atmosphere temperature. The temperature of the air will determine whether something, the degree of the refraction. Now, there is a standard refraction, which I think is 8%. Am I correct there, DJ? Is there a standard refraction is 8%? Is that what we allow for?
Yeah, standard refraction would be 8% if you assumed that the Earth were a globe in the first place, which would be begging the question.
Right. You see that? So that 8% is actually begging the question, right? But we allow you to have that. Now we're able to make observations beyond the 8% of refraction, standard refraction. And no glober can explain why that is. Okay. Or they say the Earth is bigger than it should be. But how can it be if they've given us the numbers already? The numbers are fixed in stone, 24,901 miles circumference, 3,959 mile radius. So if you have these numbers and we're seeing beyond that, and we've allowed for the 8% refraction, what's going on then? What's happening? Why are we seeing the image? Can you see now?
And their response to that is that, oh, there's so much refraction that it makes the Earth appear like it's completely flat. So much refraction, it would make the radius value so big that in the observation, the Earth would just appear flat. And that has to be the case for nearly all of these observations that we're presenting. Even though there's no optical distortion or miraging effects present, right? Nice clear observation on a nice clear day.
Yeah. And you know what? As an ex-soldier, I am desperate to get a target at a distance where they're claiming refraction. So that thing I'm looking at is refracted, and I want to blow it up right in front of everybody's eyes. Because if it's a refracted image, I would not be able to hit it. That means I would fire my weapon and it would just keep going and not hit the target, and the refraction image would still be there. I'm desperately wanting to do that, just to shut up that idea. Okay, it's got to be done somehow, some way. You know, get the Navy to do that. Get them out there. Yeah, we can see the object. You say it's refraction. You say it's refraction. Fire the weapon and watch it be destroyed. There you are. The only problem with that, it would cause a lot of pollution and mess. I don't want to do that either. So I'm caught in a, you know, in a conundrum, if you will, because I don't believe in polluting the ocean at all. That's the only problem. So if we can hit it and then recover that ship and bring it back up and recycle the steel, all very well and done. Yeah, I want to do that. That would shut up all those ideas. What do you think, DJ? Wouldn't that go a long way to proving that the refractive thing's stupid?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just not possible. Like when they say refraction, 99% of the time they have no idea what they're talking about, right? They just learnt to make that sound with their mouth, and they think that that's a rebuttal to the long distance observation. But what they don't realize how stupid what they're saying is, right? They're saying that really there is a horizon at a certain distance, but everything beyond that horizon is just completely lifted up to the perfect level that makes the Earth appear like it's completely flat.
Yeah,
it's a crazy
yeah.
claim. It's ridiculous. So they're saying everything you can see beyond the horizon isn't really there.
Yeah, this is why I want a ship at said distance where they claim refraction and then blow it up right in front of their eyeballs. Because if it was a refracted image, then the bullets, the projectile will go right through that image and keep going, and the refracted image would still be there because I wouldn't be able to hit the ship from what I see. Right. So yeah, can we go through the other refractions that they claim? What are they? Let's have a look. You've got, what is it? There's one called looming. What is that? So the listeners can learn.
Well, according to the mainstream, looming would be when you have a layer of cooler air lower to the surface, right? And then vertically it gets warmer as you go up, and that the light would deviate towards the denser medium, and it would make the object in the distance appear a little bit higher than what it would normally appear as, right? And then you can have the opposite of that, where you have an inverted gradient. Okay, so you have warmer air lower and then cooler air above it, and then the light would deviate the opposite direction, and then you would have sinking, and sinking would make things appear lower than what they would normally be. For example, a ship or an object could look like it's obstructed behind the horizon, even though it's not actually physically obstructed. That's how it's defined. It's sinking and
that's
looming.
an optical
the opposite,
illusion.
They're the opposite of each other, but they're quite minor effects. They're not drastic, not very drastic effects. Once you get more drastic effects, we start getting very, very obvious miraging effects, like inferior mirages and superior mirages, which looming and sinking, according to the mainstream, are minor versions of. Okay, so then when we have inferior mirages, we also have total internal reflection that go along with them. And it's very obvious. No one should be submitting any long distance observations that have obvious mirages in them, right? They would be completely inconclusive other than to point out that, look, there's a mirage happening here.
Yeah,
and,
that's it.
And then
So
there's extreme versions of the superior mirage as well, which is the Fata Morgana and inverted superior mirages and things like that.
Yeah,
and there's more variations, and then you can have combinations of different ones, right? None of them explain the long distance observations that we have that destroy the globe.
Exactly, right? So we're not denying that light bends depending on the temperature of the air we're looking through. But when we're looking at things and we can see an island 29 miles away from a height of only 12 inches, 1 foot, and if you're looking at the size of the Earth, it should only the horizon should stop at 1.22 miles, but we're seeing 29 miles away. Okay, that they claim refraction. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's a lot of refraction, isn't it, to lift up something that you are seeing 29 miles away? when you should only be able to see 1.22 miles. 28 miles of refraction. Yeah, no. Okay, so we don't deny there's refraction out there, but at the rates that they are saying it's happening at, that's the absurdity of it all. So, young man, yeah, you got any other questions, any other queries? We answered the refraction for you. Do you have anything to rebut what we said?
How about gravity?
Okay, well, I'm glad you mentioned that one. First and foremost, which gravity are you talking about?
Just Earth's gravity, Earth's gravitational field. Like, do you guys believe it's real?
Okay, yeah, we don't believe it's real at all. That's the first thing. There are two schools of thought that you need to consider, okay? You've got to consider Sir Isaac Newton's, and remember this, yeah, he never actually discovered it, but they put it on his name, okay? You know, that's the one where the apple supposedly dropped to the floor, and now they created this mass attracting mass, Sir Isaac Newton, and then you got the other one by Albert Einstein, which came around about 107 years later after Sir Isaac Newton. That's the bending and warping of the space-time fabric. That's the current standard. So if you go to university today or school, that's what you're going to be learning. You're going to be learning about the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. You're not going to be learning about Sir Isaac Newton. And then one more point, and then I'll ask you a question again. The main point you've got to remember is that the scientific fraternity, the scientific community, they all say that gravity is not a force. I'll say it one more time. When you listen to the scientific scientists, those experts, that community, they're telling us that gravity is not a force. Right. So now, which gravity are you talking about? Are you talking about Sir Isaac Newton or the bending and warping of the space-time fabric? Which gravity?
I'm talking about the bending and warping of the space-time.
Okay. Right. Now, how does my pencil dropping on the floor and I go and retrieve it, bend space-time? How did I do that?
Well, when I say bend space-time, I mean like when the Earth has mass too, right? So the Earth bends space-time and creates a gravitational field around it, and then our objects are attracted to the Earth because of the bending of space-time that it creates. But you
Well,
can't
this is why
create
I'm
your
asking
own.
you to show me an experiment that demonstrates that, because Albert Einstein never produced any experiment to prove that, which is why we don't
Well,
accept it.
well, it's a good model to explain what's happening, right? Like, how else do you explain black holes and like
We don't explain black holes. It's got nothing to do with us. We don't accept black holes even existing, yet alone explaining it.
what about the photos? What about all the photos they've got and everything?
Well, these are all again CGI composite photoshopped images that they use. They're not really using anything that is a real image. You know, computer data is what they're using. It's not actual real photographs. And again, these are not proving that the shape of the Earth, by the way, which is what the topic matter is. You know, is the Earth a ball? How do we know? And you're going off. You mentioned gravity, you see, right? And I said to you, which one? And you've gone with Albert Einstein's bending and warping of space-time fabric. I say to you, I dropped my pencil. How am I bending space-time? You're saying it's in a gravity field, and now you've gone on to black holes and stuff like that. None of these things have been proven. You see, you've got to prove it. Where's the experiment that proves that space-time is being bent by my pencil as I drop it on the floor? Come on. Can you see how that's... We say it's word salad. That's what we say, because it's just doesn't
That's what
relate.
Nikola Tesla also said that as well. He called it mathematical garb.
There you are. Thank you.
So what about what about what Stephen Hawking said about black holes and all that? You guys don't
Yeah,
believe that?
hairy black holes and black holes. You just said you think that there's a photograph of a black hole just a moment ago, right? That's ridiculous. There absolutely is not a photograph of a black hole.
No, they got it
look,
in
all of
2019.
this is just theoretical, right? It's like concepts, mathematical concepts. right? It's not
But didn't they
something
get one in
that's been
2019?
scientifically proven. Look, when their mathematics is wrong, they have to make up things like dark matter and dark energy and things like that, which they have absolutely zero scientific evidence of whatsoever, right? They have no idea what it is, but just because their math was off by say 95%, 96%, they just add in things, right, so they don't have to throw their formulas away. It's a bunch of pseudoscientific garbage. It's not something that you're ever going to be able to validate. You're just going to learn how to parrot it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I came here in bad faith, but I'm actually interested now. Like,
Well,
what
thank you for your honesty.
in your view, right? How do you view like the formation of planets and galaxies and like the star system, like in your view, and do you even think it's real?
Thank you. That's a very good question. And our position is that we do not know how they were formed. How could we know? Do you understand? All we can know is what we live on. That's what we try to know. And we know very little of that, of what we live on. We know it's not a ball shape. So when we look up at those stars, that names have been given to them, for all intentional purposes, I have the right to change the names of all those stars and start naming them after my friends and family. I can do that because that's how I live my life. You know, I don't have to accept the name that Jupiter could be James now, for example, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what that thing is. So they're just there for my decoration, for my delight. That's all. I can use my imagination, but that's all it's there for. They're not places we can go to. I don't know what they are. Neither do you. Okay?
So how did the universe begin?
I don't even know if there is a universe to be even to say it began. I haven't even validated that. How would I be able to validate that there's a universe if I can't go there to check that it's there? Please tell me.
So essentially, you're saying humans know much less than we proclaim to.
Yes, because if I asked you, have you validated the universe? Do you know it's there? You don't know, do you? You can't go there. You have to carry a belief. Do you not?
So
No,
why are
we
they
don't know.
lying? Why are they lying?
Well, are they lying or are they just let's have a look. When you're looking at like those scientists and those cosmologists, they're speaking theories. As long as they keep telling us it's theories, we have to be careful that we don't believe that it's true. Okay, when they give you a theory, it hasn't been proven, and if it hasn't been proven, then it's not the truth. So they're paid theorists. They just get paid to theorize. Okay, that's all they're doing. Are they lying? Maybe let's not say they're lying. They're creating good stories. Okay, stories. That's all they're doing, and they're getting paid for it. Okay.
So all those theoretical physicists in those universities who have like tenure and all that are just like getting paid to imagine things out of their brain.
Absolutely correct, because they haven't proven anything at all. They can't do any science to prove it following the scientific method because they can't go there to manipulate and test their hypotheses. So all they can do is put theories up, and that's all they're doing. Nothing else.
If someone can post some of Michio Kaku's quotes, right? He's one of the most famous theoretical physicists in the world, and he says that nobody in his field that he knows of uses the scientific method. He said it's logic and guesswork, and he said that they're off by orders of magnitude, right? That you can't even comprehend. So even mainstream theoretical physicists are telling you this. It's not proven scientific fact or anything like that. Like they kind of lead you to believe at school.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the people that society like kind of proclaims are like the smartest people on earth are all theoretical physicists, but you guys say they're just imaginative people.
Quite
That's it.
often you'll find that they've not actually gone out and tested the core fundamentals of their theories, which would be that the Earth is actually a spinning ball in space. Because when we actually go out into the real world and put the math to the test, it doesn't match with reality. For example, if we go to a 20-mile body of water, whether it be a lake or the ocean, anywhere on the Earth, we can calculate how much curvature there would have to be over that distance. And it's actually more than what most people think. It's actually about 260 foot of curvature over 20 miles. So we can go and test, and we've gone and tested over and over these large distances. And when we test it, there's zero curvature detected every single time. Whether it be a 10-mile lake, a 20-mile lake, a 30-mile lake, or section of the ocean, whether we're shooting high-powered lasers across it or making observations with high-powered zoom cameras, telescopes, infrared lenses, all kinds of methods. Okay, we can't detect any curvature when we actually go out in physical reality and put the theoretical model to the test. It doesn't match. And that's what we're talking about when we say flat Earth. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming that the Earth is a flat disk in the globe Earth version of outer space. Okay, we're talking about no detected curvature over the surface of the Earth, right? They tell us most of the surface is covered in water. Okay, and water does not curve over distance. And we have countless amounts of tests we can present to show this. And there's no tests, right? No empirical evidence that such a thing exists throughout all of history, right? Find us one person that's actually gone out and measured drop over distance, validated the geometric horizon. Doesn't exist.
But if you guys have all the proof, then why can't you just write papers, scientific papers, publish them, and then if they're right, you say your evidence is based on real tests, right? So you just write scientific papers, and then the scientific community will acknowledge them, won't they?
Well, what actually happened is it actually got censored. Okay, so flat Earth people were going out and actually posting real world, like not papers. Right, there are papers, but not just papers, high definition videos showing these tests that are being done from start to finish, right? Not just saying they did the test on a paper, actually showing the test from start to finish, right? Showing all of the variables that go along with it. And flat Earth back in 2015, 2016 actually started to become one of the most popular search terms on the internet. And Congress got together with the owners of YouTube and Facebook and Google. And they agreed that they're actually going to censor flat Earth, right? They consider it dangerous misinformation. So going against the mainstream, it doesn't, people aren't just openly reviewing the information and sharing it around. It's actually been highly censored, and it's still censored to this day. These Congress meetings are on video. Right, I can post them for you in the side chat, the actual Congress meetings where they talk about flat Earth and how they're going to censor flat Earth. And not only did they censor flat Earth, right, they replaced the flat Earth video playlists with playlists of propaganda. Right, showing crazy claims that we don't make, like floating discs in space and things like that.
Could you send the videos of the tests they did as well as the Congress meeting? Like the tests
Yeah,
that
I can
they
find
did.
you the Congress meeting first, and then I can actually go over a couple of the tests with you if you want to have a look at them. And I can post you the videos as well, some really good tests. And we have some very big papers to go along with some of the tests as well. So just a second.
Yeah.
I'll get the Congress one first.
Dude, but if they're actually lying, like, then that's insane, bro. That, like, if they can lie about the shape of the Earth to this extent, then imagine what else they're lying about.
Excellent. Now you're beginning to think. Welcome to reality, because that's what you've got to do. The onus is always on you to try and confirm everything you're being told and not to accept it and carry a belief, because now you can see that something is wrong, and now your interest and your curiosity has been piqued. Now you're going to learn the truth, and you're going to be living on a road by, if I haven't confirmed it, I'm not going to accept it, because it's dangerous to do that. Okay?
It's very interesting because this is the only topic where if you disagree, you get laughed at. Everything else you can debate about, like political opinions, even science. But when you say the Earth is flat, then like it's like that's it. Like you can't say that. Like you're like retarded if you say that, according to society.
Exactly. You know, tinfoil hat wearer, right? That's what they call you, no?
Yeah.
But
That's
you're
the
beginning to
ultimate
understand.
way to combat something like this is to make it so unpopular that people would be laughed at and ridiculed, because that's one of the main things that's important for people in life is acceptance. So instead of actually attacking the arguments that we're making and rebutting the observations that we're showing, they're putting out propaganda, playlists of propaganda that pass flat earth off as a bunch of tinfoil hat wearing lunatics, right? If you go and search flat earth on YouTube, you'll see a bunch of straw man arguments saying this is what flat earthers claim. You'll see big giant flat planets with all water falling off the edges, and flat earthers claim Australia doesn't exist, and all sorts of crazy arguments that we're absolutely not making.
Yeah. And
There's
it's
even something
interesting
called the
because
Flat Earth Society. Jin, are you able to tell him about the Flat Earth Society at all, just while I
Yeah.
find this Congress
Yeah,
thing?
I explained the Flat Earth Society to him, of course. Yeah. See, the Flat Earth Society is what's known as controlled opposition. Okay. So what I mean by that is that they will say some things that are truthful about flat Earth, and then in the next breath say something so ridiculous that it puts the person who is interested right off and think, this is a kooky group. They think this, and this, and then there you are. You've dissuaded somebody. And people would get turned off and they move away from us. For example, they put forward that the Earth is moving upwards, and that explains gravity. Do you understand?
Oh my
That the Earth
gosh.
itself is moving upwards, and that's what creates that downward force because the Earth is moving up at such a rate. Now, no flat earther thinks that. You understand?
Dude,
But that's one.
I just posted the link, the Congress link in YouTube, and it says that I have to sign in to confirm my age in order to watch the video because it's inappropriate. Like, what about it is inappropriate? It's not pornography, right?
No, it's not. It's not. You see what I mean? That's ridiculous, isn't it? It's ridiculous,
think about
isn't it?
this. Think about this. Back in 2015, 2016, people were posting long distance observations where they're going out, right? Because what happened was these amazing cameras came out by Nikon. Okay, like the most powerful consumer grade zoom cameras. So people were able to buy these cameras that's kind of like carrying a telescope around in your pocket that you can record video with. Okay, so people started recording these crazy, like long distance observations where we could see something 20 miles away that should be hidden by hundreds of feet of Earth curvature. So people started posting these videos and their channels started getting like hundreds of thousands of views. Okay, and those channels got taken down, right? They were taking channels down. They were demonetizing channels, deleting channels, and shadow banning the channels like they speak about in that Congress meeting, right? Just for posting long distance observations, as if long distance observations are dangerous misinformation.
Yeah. It's crazy because racism and sexism is probably more accepted in our society than people questioning the shape of the earth, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is crazy. I can give you a quick example of a good quality long distance observation. Just quickly, if you want to see it. Can you see the side
Yeah.
chat? Okay, so this guy's name is Dr. John D, and he lives in the UK. He's a PhD, and
Okay.
he actually set out originally to debunk the flat Earth, right? To find the curvature, and he was doing long distance observations, and he was doing long distance laser tests using all different spectrums of lasers and things like that. So I'm just going to show you one of his observations because he actually became a flat earther in the process of trying to, find the curvature. Okay, so in this observation, this is a curvature test. Okay, so this is over 11 miles, 11.2 miles. Anyway, I'm just uploading. So this is
I'm
just a
getting
clip.
so many. I'm getting so many warnings when I'm watching this video. They literally placed a Wikipedia warning saying flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of the Earth's shape as a plane or disk. Many ancient cultures subscribe to a flat Earth cosmography. The model has undergone a recent resurgence as a conspiracy theory in the 21st century.
Yeah, which is a lie completely, because ancient people realized the Earth was flat. That's true, but it's not a conspiracy, and it's not a theory, because it's actually, you can prove it yourself. And I posted one long distance observation from Oahu Island, can be seen from a place called Kauai Island. Okay, it's in there. Same sort of thing as what DJ is going to show you right now, long distance observation. And you can do these yourself to prove it. And then we did explain to you the 8% refraction. We don't cheat. There's no point in cheating. What's the point of doing that?
Yeah.
Let me just quickly correct the Wikipedia. It's not some cultures. All cultures perceive the Earth as flat. Not some,
even
but
the
all.
Bible, right? The Bible
Thank you very
says the
much.
Earth is flat.
What you can
Yeah.
do is like ask the people who wrote the Wikipedia page who wrote that. Their name is logged on the change document. Ask them what evidence did they use to say that flat Earth is a modern conspiracy theory? What's their data points? What did they use to make that claim? And what you'll find out is that it comes back to The Guardian, 2016. The Guardian did back-to-back hit pieces against flat earthers written by a bunch of like radical third wave atheists.
Yeah,
and
but
they did that because the atheists were defeated. They lost the Great Meme War. And rather than try to rebrand themselves, they decided to try to get a quick win against people they thought were deeply theistic. So that's where that happened from. So once you realize that this is a radical left-wing social justice movement trying to undermine minority groups, then you'll see why they've weaponized Wikipedia.
I see. But from your experience, does the Bible also say that the Earth is flat?
It does. It says the Earth was formed as a seal onto clay. It says that the Earth is on four pillars. There's a firmament above us. That the sun was stopped in its place, not the Earth, right? So on and so forth. There's countless of verses.
But that's all up to interpretation.
The Earth has always been flat, and the Earth will always be flat.
Yeah, but the reason why we don't go into the Bible stuff is because people on the globe side.
Oh yeah, this is the guy I was telling you about. Bad Pug. You guys can debate him.
Yeah, this is why we don't
Yeah.
go in.
It's not a debate, man. Right? So you said you didn't come in here in good faith, and that's fine. But now you are acting in good faith. So
Really?
we'd prefer to have a conversation with you. This isn't a debate, right? We're just presenting information that some people haven't seen before, right? And asking them to look at it and critically analyze it and come to their own conclusions. We're not trying to convince anyone. We're just saying, have a look at this, right? Here's some information you've probably never seen before. Here's some real world observations. What do you think about this? That's all. It's not a debate. So if people like Bad Pug want to talk crap in the background, right? So he's already in the chat saying it's not worth his time.
Listen.
We will
I haven't said anything. Listen.
Guys, let
I
Bad
haven't
Pug
said
talk.
anything. I haven't said anything in any other channel that I have not said here in front of all of you people. I'm not the kind of person to say something in one channel and not say it in another in front of your face. I've said it here
so
first.
he said that
before
we
I've
got
said it
all of our
somewhere else.
talking points. He said that you were saying we got all of our talking points from some book. Where's your justification for that?
Because you did. You got all of your talking points in major other books.
Which book?
Which book?
Yeah.
Which book?
That is on me. I said I would look into it and find the book that you guys reference in the other server.
Dude,
but,
I'm here trying to
that's on me.
present real
That's
world
on me.
observations. It's got nothing to do with a book.
Well, what you could do,
I've never even read a flat Earth book.
you'll like Bad Pug. Why don't you just randomly guess? There's like some 3,000 flat Earth books on
No,
Amazon.
it's literally
just pick a
it's a
pick a
it's
random
one
one.
specific one. No, it's a specific one. I can't remember the fucking name of it. But like I said to Cynic, sorry, not Cynic. What's his name? Cryptic. Like I said to Cryptic, I will find the book and reference it for him, and I'll do the same for you guys.
Thank you. Okay, so I was about to present a long distance observation for Cryptic. Okay, so I've got it up and ready to go. Okay, so I was explaining who did the observation. Dr. John Dee, right? PhD, originally set out to debunk flat Earth, became a flat earther in the process. So here's one of his observations. So all of this information here is out of an 1.5-hour video where he goes into everything in extreme detail. So I will post that. But here's just a small clip from the video. So can you see what I just posted in the side chat?
But
is it the GIF?
even that in itself is flawed, though.
Okay,
Because
so let me present it. Okay, hold on a
that's
second.
corrective lens.
I'm talking to Cryptic. So if you
Oh,
want to
okay.
point out flaws after I present the
Oh, I'm
observation,
sorry.
write them
I thought you
down.
were talking to me. I'm so sorry. I thought you were talking to me. That's my bad.
Yeah, not talking to Cryptic. Anyway, I'm just presenting the observation. So if you can find some flaws in the observation, just write them down, and then we can go over them step by step after. Okay, so this is the long distance observation in question here. It was done on multiple days, but this was a nice clear day.
Wait, are
Okay,
you
so
are you showing
we
the
have
GIF? Is it the GIF?
Yeah, this is a GIF that's just a clip taken out of the full-length video. So I will also post the full-length video, but I'm posting the GIF, and I have a whole bunch more to post as well of additional information, just so I can present it.
Where is this
Okay, so
from? Like, what part of the Earth is he?
he's in the United Kingdom. Okay, so this
Okay.
is a place called sorry, I forget the name of the actual beach here, but he's at a place and he's observing some wind farms called Rampion Wind Farm.
Okay, you got it.
Okay,
Wait, is that actually Worthing?
Yeah, I think it's.
I thought it was.
I think
If it's in
Worthing.
England, it's Worthing, isn't it? Worthing.
Yeah, I
Jesus
think
Christ,
so,
no,
yeah.
man. If that's Worthing, they've cleaned it up a lot. Worthing's a shithole.
No, it's not a shithole.
This was
It's
done
on the
in I
coast.
think 2017 or 2018, I think.
You know, I
Something
was
like
in the army, so we used to have artillery down there. Okay, now Worthing's okay. It's not bad.
I mean, yeah, okay,
And
I'm
they
being a
look
bit
over-
harsh, but it's still a shithole.
Yeah,
though.
you are. And then they look from the Isle of Wight. They look from the Isle of Wight to Worthing. It's a good one. Really check it out. Really nice.
Well, there you go.
You know, what do you guys think about like Elon Musk and like all these
Oh my
people
God.
who want to, you know?
He's the shit on my shoe. Excuse the expression.
Yeah, look, just trying to present the observation. So I'm trying to show you an observation that is not possible on a globe. Like, do you want to see it or not?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, all right. It'll take 5 minutes to present it because it's not just here's something, this debunks the globe, full stop. Right? That probably
Oh,
isn't
you're
just
gonna
going to
tell
fly
it
if I
to
just
me.
said. Yeah, I'm showing you. Okay, so you understand what the claim is, right? So we're testing for the curvature of the Earth. A byproduct to the curvature of the Earth would be the geometric horizon. Okay, the horizon is the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. So you shouldn't, on a globe, you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond the horizon line. Okay, so it's the maximum distance that you can see on a globe, right, based on the height of the observer. So he's set his camera up just above the surface of the water at 3.5 foot high, which is just over 1 meter. Okay, so we have some distance markers out in the ocean. Okay, we have a wind farm, because if there wasn't a distance marker, there would be no way to gauge how far away that horizon was, or what you're looking at in the distance, right? How far away is it? So we have a wind farm. It's called Rampion Wind Farm. I just posted a diagram. And
Yeah.
when he zooms in, you'll be able to see 6 windmill towers.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just post a close up from the video of the windmill towers. Okay, so let's go over some really basic math quickly. Okay, so here's a diagram of what the horizon must be if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. Okay, the physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet, right? And then there's a picture showing you what it looks like. Okay, so that horizon should be at a certain distance based off the 1 meter observation height. So here, if you go to Google, you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and you can pick any Earth curvature calculator, put in the observer height, put in the distance to the windmill tower, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be and how much should be obstructed of the object that you're looking at in the distance. So here's a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. So it says distance to object 11.2 miles, eye height level 3.5 foot, and then it says that the distance to the horizon is 2.29 miles away. Okay, so the closest windmill farm tower is actually Windmill Farm Tower 1, and that's 8 miles away. Okay, almost 3 times the distance beyond where the horizon line should be. Okay, all of the wind farm towers should be obstructed behind the horizon by a certain amount. Windmill Tower 6 on the far right should be 52 feet hidden. Okay, so the bottom 52 feet should be missing. That's basically a 5-story building. Should be missing off the bottom of the wind farm tower. But as you can see in the observation, there's actually nothing missing. So here's a close-up of what the wind farm towers look like, just so you can compare it to the image out of the zoom footage. Okay, so when it's low tide, so he's done this at low tide. When it's low tide, you can see the black section of the paint, which is corroded off. So there's a close-up next to the zoom footage. Okay, also take note that it's very clear. Like, we don't see some crazy miraging effect or anything like that taking place in the observation. Otherwise, it would not be presented. Okay, so what we can take from this is that there's absolutely no geometric horizon at 2.29 miles, right? That's where the physical geometric horizon should be. And if we assume, right, we pre-assume that the Earth's a globe, we can account for standard atmospheric refraction. Right, we can throw that in there. Account for refraction. It's 8%, right? Approximately 8%. But we're seeing orders of magnitude beyond that, right? So even if we just add in that small accounting for refraction, because we have standard conditions, right? It's very clear day. We don't see some crazy obstruction taking place or optical distortion. Okay, we can most certainly give you standard atmospheric refraction, but that would only change the horizon distance from 2.29 miles to like 2.3 miles or something like that, 2.4 miles. We're seeing the water go far beyond all of the windmill farms, and we can actually see a boat off in the distance. So on the day of the observation, he noticed the boat, right? That boat he tracked using shipping radar. And that boat's about 14 miles away. It's called the Shetland Trader. You shouldn't be able to see that at all. So this is one of many observations that demonstrates that we're not finding that Earth curvature that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe.
Yeah, I just posted one from Hawaii, which is like 100 miles observation. Okay.
Yeah, so we got tons of these, like so many. I could go over one after another. Very nice, clear conditions, long distance observations. Some using infrared cameras, right? Some done from the tops of mountains.
But a lot
some
of
done.
these are like I completely get it. I get what you guys are saying, and I actually I'm understanding this stuff. But like a lot of these are like I see, therefore I know kind of thing. You know, do you have like any theoretical arguments like about like?
Well, what you've got to understand is it's not I see, then I know kind of thing. I see, that's the proof. And it's not a theory now, because when you're theorizing, that's not actually proving anything. The proof is actually making the observation. And if you're making the observation, that is the thorough debunking of the globe. That's how you do it. You can talk about it and have a model and have it all on computer and on paper and mathematical formulas and your theories, but then your theories have to leave the paper and be presented in reality. So therefore, what you see is what you get. That's a thorough debunking. You can't beat that. That's the golden standard to actually make the measurement. That is the
Yeah, it's
observation.
empirical
Yeah.
evidence, okay? And it's not just observations, right? Observations are great, but we also have high-powered laser tests. For example, we've had a team of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, and they're shooting the laser across the surface of the water over huge distances, up to 40 kilometers away, and they're hitting their targets consistently. Now, they have a 180-page PDF document to go along, showing all of the technical specifications of the weather conditions, the laser used, and they also have an hour-long documentary to go along with that. So there's tons and tons and tons of different types of tests that have been done. It's not just people going out and making observations.
I see.
But the observations are very solid as well, because that curvature would have to be there, right? That bottom 50 feet of the windmill has to be hidden physically by the curvature of the Earth, right? That's physical obstruction. Now, even if we account for a bit of atmospheric refraction, if we're assuming that the Earth's a globe, right, and that atmospheric refraction is calculated based off the radius value, right, we can add that in. But because we're seeing so many orders of magnitude beyond what atmospheric refraction could account for, right, that's not something that is an explanation for these observations, because we're also doing it in completely different conditions, right? It's been done. This one's in the United Kingdom. I can show you another one from Utah in America, and then another one from like a lake in Canada, like all these different weather conditions, different places,
What
and we're
about the
getting the
Earth's
same
core?
results. What's that?
What about the Earth's core? Like, you know how they say, Earth has internal heating and all that. Like, there's the Earth's core, and then there's the mantle and all of that stuff. So, is there an Earth core? Does the Earth have a core?
The core of the globe, right, is more of it's based off of models, right, mathematical models, rather
Yes.
than empirical evidence. So when it comes to flat Earth, we're mostly empiricists. So what we would tell you is that the deepest hole that anyone's ever dug into the Earth was the Kola Deep super deep borehole in Russia, which was just a little bit deeper than the deepest section of the ocean, 7.6 miles or something like that. Okay, and when they made their predictions to try to dig that hole, they got everything wrong, right? Even though they used the latest technology at the time to try to predict what they would encounter as they dug down, they got all their predictions wrong. So they couldn't get any deeper than that. So I would say that empirically, we don't really know what happens if you just keep going down, 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 down.
I get that, but like, what about lava and like how the mantle and like the plates shifting and all that? Like, how volcanoes are created, the mantle shifts, and like the plates move and rift valleys are created and all of that.
Yeah, well, the plates would make more sense over over a plain Earth, and we have lava tubes and things like that. But
Oh, they will make more sense on a plane, on a flat Earth.
Most
Is that what
likely,
you're saying?
when it comes to plate tectonics, it's a plate. But there's a lot of theory, like there's a lot of things that haven't been validated through scientific experimentation. A lot of it's based off a theoretical model. And maybe I'm not like someone that's researched the volcano topic deeply, but I'm sure there's some other people in here that could jump in and explain that better than I can. I'm better at explaining the observations and optics and things like that, but plate tectonics, that's not my thing. I'll
I
admit,
see.
if I don't know everything about a topic, that's for sure.
But like, do you know anything about volcanoes and how they're formed? Like,
Well,
how would volcanoes form on a flat Earth?
yeah, I'm not sure. I wouldn't like we don't. Okay, think about this. We don't claim to have a like a counter explanation for every single claim that the globe side makes. right? Because of a lot of the claims that the globe side makes aren't scientifically proven, right? They're kind of theoretical, right? Especially when it comes to outer things that are too high for us to test or too deep for us to reach, right? We start getting into wishy-washy theories and mathematical models and things like that. If we don't know something, we'll just say that can't be tested, that hasn't been empirically validated. You know, we'd rather not speculate about something that we can't test, if that's a fair
Okay.
answer.
Okay, but someone here needs to tell me about the volcano formation and how that and plate tectonics because that's
There's
pretty
actually a
important.
guy who's got a video. He's from Brazil. I can link the video. He's actually a PhD geophysicist, right? This is his field, and he's a flat earther,
Okay.
and he talks about this kind of thing. So I
Okay, you
I
can
can link
post the
his
video.
video if you want to check that out. I'll find it now
Yeah,
for
yeah.
you.
But I'm just curious though, if you guys have all this evidence, and I think you do, why can't you just go out there and protest and like I don't know, go in front of NASA and say, hey, we have the evidence right here. You guys are lying. Like there's so many things that get protested, and this is like the biggest thing of all, right? If they're lying about the entire thing, like the formation of planets, the formation of star systems, the existence of Mars, like they say they're going to spend all this money to land on the moon and Mars. If they're not going to do that, where's the money going?
Exactly. But yeah, look, protesting is the media like uses protests as a way of mocking and ridiculing certain groups. I don't think it's that effective most of the time. Right? They'll find the silliest looking people they can find in the protest and then they'll plug that all over the news and make up whatever story they want to portray that to the public.
Yeah, I agree.
So, yeah, and then they can put plants in protests to act crazy and look really, really
Whether we like to
silly.
admit it or not.
Yeah, I
So yeah,
agree.
look, there's the video in the side chat if you want to check it out later. It's
Yeah,
a
I'm gonna check
PhD
it out.
geophysicist. You can look him up. He's got a stack of degrees and accomplishments.
Yeah. Can I just ask though, like how did you guys get into this stuff, and how did you start questioning and get into flat Earth?
Probably everyone slightly differently. For some people, it was looking into the fakery of the moon missions and that kind of thing, and then learning it, more from that starting point. Some people got into it for completely different reasons. Personally, I heard someone that I respected a lot suggest it, and I thought that they'd lost their mind. But they suggested a particular video to watch. So actually, because I respected the person, I knew they were smart. I went and watched the video, right? I saw some interesting points in the video. And then that got me, looking into more content. So that was back in 2017 when it was less censored, right? It was kind of the beginning of the censorship, but there was less censorship back then. But yeah, actually started looking at these long distance observations, and I was like, "Damn, right? That's interesting. It's a crystal clear observation, and that object should be physically hidden by hundreds of feet behind the curvature of the Earth." So at the time, I lived on a giant lake in Australia called Lake Macquarie. I think it's the biggest saltwater lake in Australia, and we had a 20-kilometer stretch across the lake. I went and bought a Nikon P900 camera and I had a boat. So I went out and I did overall about 20 different observations on different days in different weather conditions. And what I found is that the observations were correct. And I could set my camera up just above the surface of the water and I could zoom in across 20 kilometers and see the white sand beach on the other side of the lake consistently. Unless obviously
Oh.
that there was wind and waves, right, which would block your view. But most of the time when it was still conditions, yeah, I could zoom across the lake and see the beach on the other side. Over that distance, the beach on the other side should have been hidden by over 50 feet of curvature.
So okay, but what about all this space race stuff that they're talking about? Like China wants to put men on Mars or the moon, then the US is gonna plant the flag and all that. Like, what is that about?
It's all hoaxing. That's all that is. It's pure hoax. We cannot leave the Earth to go to the moon. So NASA and Russia lied to the world at the very beginning. The idea of a space race, of course, makes it more of an interesting thing for those who are going to believe us. We're the ones that are going to believe that. So that's why they created that. But no man has ever left this Earth in a rocket and gone to the moon. There is nothing that we have made that's gone to Mars and running around on Mars today. Okay, that's all been a lie.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wow.
it's not possible.
So where's the money going?
Oh, it goes into their pockets, of course. They're lining their pockets with the money.
Yeah, it could
Okay.
be. Who knows what they're really using the money for at the end of the day? You know, it could be
Mm.
going into secret projects or God knows what. But NASA has been getting, you know, $60 to $80 million a day of taxpayer money.
Yeah, that's
So
a lot of
they have
money.
a huge budget. And when NASA, after they faked the moon landings, right, they never went back to the moon. Okay, they haven't been back to the moon in over 50 years. And when they interviewed NASA about how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon, NASA literally said, we'd go back to the moon, but we destroyed that technology and it would be a painful process to build it back.
Are you kidding me? That's insane, bro.
Yeah, I got
That's
a
what they
clip
said.
of NASA astronaut Don
Yeah.
Pettit, right? NASA
Yeah.
astronaut Don Pettit said that in an interview at NASA, and I have a clip of it and I'll put it in the side chat.
Yeah. So, you know, we can't go there because we've never been there anyway. Okay. That's the thing. So it's not possible. So the idea that India, China, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Japan, New Zealand vying to go soon, Peru banging on the door, wanting to get their space program up and running, it's because they've seen the writing on the wall. It's easy money. They don't land on the moon. Nothing has landed on the moon. Nothing. Okay. And I give you an example. In 2004 or 5, NASA sent a lunar reconnaissance orbiter, the LRO, to orbit the moon to map the moon. Okay, right? But at the same time, it can see the Earth 12 times a day. It gets a chance to see the Earth 12 times a day. Yeah. So if recent countries like China, Japan, Israel, India have landed on the moon recently, they should have had those images of the actual spacecraft approaching the moon. We don't have those images from the lunar.
The problem is we don't have the technology.
But we have the technology to send like something to orbit the moon, but not to go on the moon. Insane.
Yeah. But one thing that like I wanted to go to university, study computer science, and then go into like I don't know, space entrepreneurship if I got the money to do that eventually. But this is insane. So like all those private space companies, they're like they're just CGI. Then what do you mean? Like, is that what you guys are saying?
CGI, blue screen, green screen, augmented reality, harnesses, you name it.
Also,
so like,
right, think about this as well. It's only the Apollo astronauts, like 26 people, that have ever said to have actually left low Earth orbit. Okay, so since that happened, no one's really going to, to outer space, right? No one's leaving low Earth orbit.
Yeah, that is true.
So if they go up to a certain height, right? So if SpaceX is sending up a rocket, when you see the footage, right, you'll see the rocket go out of your field of view, so you can't see it anymore. But you'll look at the footage on the screen, and we've got to remember that lenses have a huge effect in what you're seeing. So you'll see in the footage that the lens, will make the horizon look curved when it's above the center of the frame, and then when the horizon goes below the center of the frame, it'll look like the Earth's curving the wrong way, right? So it's not really validating anything. Other than that, we're sending up people like Katy Perry or the Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos and whatnot, up to about 60 miles, right? And they're saying that that's space, which is ridiculous. It's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth was a globe. And then we've got contradicting footage from the space station.
And no, nobody sent anything to orbit the moon. I don't know why you said they orbit the moon, but they can't land on it. There's nothing up there.
And the
Yeah,
ISS. What about the ISS?
what I was referring to is the astronaut that said, "Oh, we can't go back to the moon because we lost the technology and it'd be painful to like rebuild it, right? But they can supposedly, right, build something to send it to orbit around the moon, but not to go on the moon. It's an oxymoron, right? It's stupid. That's what I was referring to.
Just to answer your question about the ISS, sure, there's something in the sky, right? Is it at the height that they're telling us? Is it orbiting around a globe, right? That's definitely not the case. And if you look into the moon landing footage, you're going to find a bunch of fakery. But where you're going to find the most fakery is within the ISS footage. There's literally a 6-hour compilation of ISS blunders and bloopers, right? Where you can see them getting caught in harnesses, right? In cables and harnesses, getting caught using green screens and zero-G flights, right? Showing bubbles, right? Because they have a mock-up ISS they say they use for training of in a giant pool. Okay, and then in a lot of their spacewalk footage, you'll see actual bubbles floating around as if they're just using the footage from their so-called training in the pool and saying that it's real. We can post endless amounts of obvious fakery from the ISS, right? The women have obvious hairspray in their hair. And then the interviewer on the Earth will say, "Oh, how do we know you're really in space?" And they'll point to their ridiculous hairsprayed looking hair and say, "Oh, look, my hair looks like this. That's proof that we're really where we
Yeah,
say
that's
they are."
insane.
It's crazy. And then we have contradicting footage, right? So when you see the ISS footage of the Earth, you can see like a drastic curvature, where in reality, mathematically, you wouldn't actually see that much curvature at all from that height. It's not as high as you think. You would actually only see something like 2.9% of the surface of the Earth from that height. You wouldn't see that drastic curvature that they show us. So if you have a look at the Chinese footage, right? Chinese also say they have a space station, and they say it's around the same height as the ISS. If you have a look at their footage, from all of the main cameras in their footage, we don't see that curvature anymore. All of a sudden, we're basically seeing just a flat horizon. So it's contradicting footage. And I'll post a video from the Chinese space station so you can see that footage that I'm talking about.
How come the Chinese don't fake their stuff?
They do. I can show you. The Chinese said that they landed a rover on the dark side of the moon.
Yeah.
Right. I can show you the video.
Yeah,
I can
India
show you the
said that
video of
too.
that.
Just show him the picture of China in the ISS with a glass of water on the counter.
Yeah, NASA's footage is bad enough. NASA's footage is full of holes. Wait until you start looking into other space agencies' so-called footage from space. It's even
Yeah.
worse than NASA's. Right?
Yeah.
China's footage is laughable. Japan's footage is laughable. India's footage is literally the most hilarious. Right? So this is what I'll do now. I'll post the some China footage, and I'll post the India footage as well, and you can have a look at it when you get time. It's absolutely ridiculous looking footage.
Yeah, yeah. And the funny thing that's really missing is that if China and the ISS are orbiting the moon, there are times when they would see each other. But we don't get to see that image of them opposite each other, just flashing the camera, and then as they go past, flying by. Don't get to see that at all. You know?
Yeah.
Well, they're clearly not up there anyway. It's impossible. Traveling at Mach 23. Remember that. That's 23 times the speed of sound. And they're traveling at that kind of rate.
India's looks like graphics from a PlayStation 1 game.
But the atmosphere is the same, right? There's still, the lithosphere, like the structure of the atmosphere on a flat Earth would be the same, right? Like, like you go on an airplane, like it's the same both in a so-called globe and on a flat Earth, right? Would it be the same?
Well, not having lived on a globe, I wouldn't be able to tell you that, because you'd have to live on a globe to know that. No one's experienced it. So the answer would be, I don't know. That would be the answer.
Okay,
They can
but
only we speak to meteorologists.
what I meant was, are they lying about how the atmosphere looks like and like all that?
Oh, that's if you're looking at the globe and they show you those cloud formations, that's all CGI nonsense. It's crap. But when they're showing us the weather, again, it's CGI imagery sometimes. And when it's real, well, that's flat Earth they're showing you really. But obviously they've curved it somehow.
We have the
The astronaut-
layers NASA used to make the blue marble. We have the layers. There's 5 layers they use.
Yeah, and the astronauts say they're on record saying that it looks flat.
Wow. Okay. And you know how they talk about like the ozone layer and how like when the UV rays come in, like the ozone layer blocks it or something, and stuff. They're not lying about that, are they?
Yeah, they're lying
Yes.
about that because they're trying to
Yes,
push
that's
this.
a complete lie. That's so
Yeah.
that they can tax you on getting too many UV rays. They're going to say, yeah, you're killing the air, so we have to tax you on that now.
Yeah, carbon tax is coming in. That's what they're trying to run by you, a carbon tax. So they're lying. They want to bring this climate changing as a real thing. More money they're making as they fool the public. That's all they're doing. They're really out of control. They're emboldened now. They've got a lot of confidence because no one's pushing back at the moment. So they're going to go for as much as they can. They're lying every day of the week.
So UV rays don't exist.
I know UV rays come in because they fade they fade the color of your paint on your car and stuff. It's a real thing, of course, but it's not because of the ozone layer weakening.
But it's not that the UV rays that we're getting isn't just perfect enough because we have an ozone layer. The UV rays we get is because the sun moves over us. That's it.
Oh. But it's a real thing, right? Like if I go on the beach and I don't have my sunscreen, then I'm gonna get burnt, right?
Well, actually, the sunscreen is a poisonous thing for your skin. You don't want to use sunscreen. Olive oil,
Well,
natural
yeah, we're not going
olive
to
oil
talk
is enough.
about that in here. Yeah, we won't talk about that. But yeah. So don't go out in the sun then. Maybe you're not made to go out in the sun. I have Italian
Are
in
you
me, so I
kidding
turn
me?
brown, so it doesn't bother me.
So what, like sunscreen or no sunscreen?
Dude, the sun can burn you if your body's not used to going out in the sun. That's a fact, right? That doesn't mean that the Earth's a globe or anything like that. The sun is still doing, sun things in the sky.
Yeah.
It's just in the globe they're saying the sun's a burning ball of gas 93 million miles away in an impossible space vacuum. That's the difference.
But is sunscreen useful though? So like if
We're
I
not going to
wear
talk about.
Do the research. We'll advise you to just do the research and you'll find the truth. Look it up. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
I would
useful
recommend
if you
using
want to
natural
pretend that it's
zinc.
good for you. Yeah, just put zinc on.
Okay, all right, fine. But my main concern is if you guys are correct, then like all this money, billions of dollars that's being spent on CGI stuff, when people are like starving and like are homeless and don't have food and all that. Like, don't you think it's a huge waste of money?
Yeah, it's a waste of money, and they're not going to pay for those people anyway. Even if they didn't have NASA, they still would let them be homeless. So what's the difference?
Wow. And like the I know you guys believe that NASA is fake and like a lot of the stuff they say is false and all that, but the propaganda they have had, the new generation of propaganda, so what they have had with SpaceX and how Elon started with rockets and like the first 3 launches failed and then he became a space entrepreneur and he's gonna bring people to the moon, to Mars and with Starship and the most powerful rocket and all that. That's like a new generation of propaganda, right? In
It
your
was
opinion.
23 years ago, dude.
Yeah, but but like it's still ongoing, right? Like no one talks about NASA. Everyone's
So
talking about
let's see.
SpaceX.
Yeah, so NASA said we'll have people on the moon by 1978. you know, you'll be living up there, colonies on the moon. By 1978, that was in the 68 or something when they said that. And guess what? There's not colonies on the moon, and that was only 10 years. Elon said that, and that he's going to Mars. It's been, what, 21, 22 years since he said that? So good luck. I'll see you in about another 50 years, and let's see if we did anything different. Nope.
So Elon and SpaceX are frauds, essentially.
What does it matter? And you taking computer science isn't going to make you be a space entrepreneur anyway. I don't know who told you that.
No. I
You need
meant
to learn how, you need to
no.
learn
I
how
meant
automation works if you want to do that.
no. I meant I'd work on software for rockets and all that.
Yeah, that anybody can do that. You don't need a degree for that.
What? What do
I
you
said
mean?
anybody can do that. You don't need a degree for it.
How can anyone build software for rockets?
Go learn how a rocket works. And then you'll learn how to open and close a valve.
No, like the landing systems and all that. You need.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Okay. All right.
Well, look, SpaceX is basically funded by the US government now anyway, so it's just
Yeah, I agree with that.
most people don't trust NASA, so now SpaceX is kind of like the new NASA.
Yeah.
You know, they actually changed NASA recently, right? Just the other day, I don't know if you saw it, but now they say that
Yeah, I saw
NASA
it, I
is
saw
not a
it.
space agency, they're now a spy agency.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
No,
look
I
it
didn't
up,
see
right?
that.
Type into Google, type in NASA. NASA is now a spy agency.
Yeah, they just did that 2 weeks ago. NASA's now a spy agency. They're not a space agency anymore. But they've always been a spy agency. They've always been doing something not what they're supposed to be doing.
I'm getting an answer from Gemini. It's like when I type it into Google, Gemini comes up with the response first. It says, "No, NASA is not a spy agency. However, a recent executive order from the Trump administration has officially designated its primary functions to include intelligence, counterintelligence, national security work, along with its traditional roles. The
So it's a spy
reclassification."
agency. So it's a spy agency then.
No, but it says this
Intelligence and
reclassification.
counterintelligence is not flying in a rocket. Intelligence and counterintelligence is a spy agency.
But it says this reclassification was largely driven by a desire to remove collective
Driven by
bargaining
our
rights for
channel, our
NASA
Discord
employees.
channel. Yeah, our Discord channel made that happen.
Oh, wait, what? You guys caused this.
Just
Dude,
like we caused them to get defunded.
Go to nasa.gov and look what it says, right at the top of their page now. If you go to nasa.gov, it says, due to the lapse in federal government funding, NASA is not updating this website. NASA is currently closed due to a lapse in government funding. Employees can visit nasa.gov/shutdown for additional information.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that. But are they actually closed though?
Well, no, they've had their funding has been cut, and now they're reclassified as like a counterintelligence agency, which is a lot of mainstream sources are saying that it's a spy agency. It's the same sort of thing.
I see. But this is insane. What about all that technology that Lockheed Martin and all that work on? Like they do a lot of space stuff, right? And they're actual military contractors, right? They want to build this golden dome, and like they did it for Israel, the Iron Dome, and they've done like missiles and all that. So and they do a lot of work on the ISS as well. So Lockheed Martin and
That's all
Northrop
propaganda,
Grumman.
son. Iron Dome, it's all propaganda. Iron Dome, yeah, that's propaganda.
So Israel doesn't have an Iron Dome.
It doesn't do what you
That's
think. It does.
correct.
So how do they deflect those missiles?
Oh my gosh, this is non
Oh,
sequitur.
you mean the ones you see on TV? Stop watching TV and then you'll deflect missiles.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait, so when Hamas shoots missiles, then how does Israel defend themselves?
Well, they probably fall into the desert somewhere, and then that's it. Because they ain't shooting missiles 500 miles and all that shit.
So when Iran nukes Israel, then what? Like Iran has shot missiles at
You never
Israel,
have to
and
worry
they
about that in your whole life.
shot
You can forget
missiles
about
at
that. You can just always remember they will never get nuked. That will never ever happen ever. They haven't even learned how to do it yet.
It's the equivalent of people shooting fireworks over a fence in their backyard. It's nothing. It's non sequitur to the ground anyway.
But I've seen videos though of the missiles exploding over the Iron Dome.
Yeah, I've watched missiles blow people up too, but that doesn't change the fact that the Earth is flat and not a globe.
I've seen AI make missile movies too.
Nah, but you guys are like sort of going too far though. Like you think this war
No,
is fake
you're
too?
dragging the conversation too far from the topic with this non sequitur shit. You should be on topic like, hey, how do you know the Earth's flat? Well, we made measurements before. People practically use the Earth as flat. People don't even think about it, and they
No, he
naturally
said the
use
Iron
the Earth
Dome
as
doesn't
flat.
exist.
I
No,
don't give
he
a
said
shit about the Iron Dome, dude. I'm talking about the measurements of the Earth that would prove whether or not the Earth is flat or a ball. That's the ground. You look at the ground. You don't talk about what the news has to say to try and figure out if the Earth's a globe or not.
Yeah, okay. All right, fine. Yeah, that was my fault. It's fine, but
You
uh
know what I'm saying, though, right?
yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. So
Yeah, they probably
how
have some
does
super
Elon Musk
advanced anti-missile systems, so but yeah, we
Well,
don't need to continue that topic.
Okay. So essentially, not. I just want to ask, you guys think Lockheed Martin's stuff is like fake too?
No, Lockheed Martin
no.
uses their equipment uses a Cartesian coordinate system, which is a XYZ coordinate system, and that uses sea level as the basis for their zero line for altitude, and then the y-axis is above sea level. So whenever something is above sea level, it's using Earth as a flat reference plane.
Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Mute
Okay.
bug.
Interesting.
Yeah, so put yourself on
sorry,
mute, the
I
guy who
had
sounds
to.
like he's on mushrooms. Put yourself on mute, bro.
Yeah,
I
he's
got
just
you.
laughing like a clown.
Yeah, so you can have a little vacation until you sober up.
Yeah.
So how about Palantir? It's the same, right? Like with Lockheed. They also use the same Cartesian coordinate system XYZ and from the sea level, is it?
Yeah.
With their software.
All of their stuff works on a
So
horizontal
guess
basis.
what? Even though you repeated that back, you haven't figured out that you don't have X, Y, and Z on the surface of a ball. That's the
Right.
dead giveaway right there. You don't
Bingo.
have X, Y, Z on the surface of a ball. So right there proves you don't live on a ball just because of that coordinate system.
That goes back to us saying it's practically used as flat.
No, wait, why don't you have XYZ on a globe? Like it's three-dimensional, right?
It's not XYZ. It's XYZ transitioned into a spherical model using
Yeah.
math.
Look at the side chat. It requires a horizontal baseline on 2 different points.
Can someone explain this to me and how it relates to the flat Earth?
Well, water's flat on its surface, right? And so 71 or more percent of the Earth is covered in water. So that means 71 or more percent of the Earth is flat. Airplanes fly at an altitude above sea level. Mountains are measured so many feet or meters above sea level. the depths of the ocean is measured so many feet or meters below sea level.
I see. Wait, so but do you guys believe the map they're using is correct? Like not the globe map, but like say I wanted to, I googled the world map and then
Yep. Maps are Cartesian coordinate systems, and they have an arbitrarily placed 0 where X, Y, and Z intersect, right? That you can be placed anywhere. You can create a world map with Texas being the center, and all of the azimuthal grids for, north and south, that can all warp around Texas being the center. You can make it to where north is the center. You can make it to where south is the center. You can have a Mercator map. You can have any other map. You can have a map, put the land out as if it's a star pattern, but the latitude, longitude, coordinate system is going to be based on the sky. It's still a Cartesian coordinate system, X, Y, Z. And if you're reading a map, a local map, your north and south, east and west are X and Z, and your topography lines that make up the hills and the mountains and the cliffs and that's all Y. But it's
wait,
laid out
wait,
for you to be
you're saying on a flat Earth anything can be made the middle, with respect to the entire map.
No, I'm saying with a map, you can make 0 for your coordinate system arbitrarily anywhere you want.
What is 000 on our current map?
Which map are you using?
Like the one they show everywhere, where like you have like the continents and like the world map. You Google the world map and the first thing that comes up.
All right, so you're in class and the teacher pulls down the little projector
Yeah,
screen that
that's the
has the
one.
map on it. Okay, that's a Mercator map where you have the Americas on the left side of the map and Asia on the right side of the map. Greenwich, England is 0 for I think it's longitude lines. And then the equator is 0 for the latitude lines. And so north is 90, south is 90. But those lines come from the sky. They arbitrarily placed the 0 line on Greenwich, England, and they placed the equator as 0 for the latitude.
Wait, so how they say depending on whether your country's on the equator or not, like the weather, like my country is right on the equator and the weather is always the same. So like how does that work on a flat earth?
Say that again.
Like how they say if your country or your state or whatever is right on the equator, the weather there is always the same. Like my country is always on the equator and the weather is always the same. It's always like not too warm, not too cold here. So
Tropical. You're talking about the tropical climates, yeah?
yes, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's because the way the sun moves over the earth, it doesn't move. It doesn't move to the part where you're going to experience snow if you're living in that region, because the way the sun overlaps the equator from the southern hemisphere when it's over at New Zealand, Australia, and to when it's over at Japan and England and Russia, the sun is always bathing that area, which is why you have those temperate temperatures, and they'll never go away. You'd have to remove the
Right.
sun completely, and then you'd be
And
very
that
cold
doesn't.
then. Yeah.
And that doesn't work for the globe because the globe's supposed to be tilted. Yet the equator's still supposed to be perpendicular to the axes of the spin. So make that make sense to me, someone please.
I can't do that. I'll blow a few brain cells there, and I need those to keep up with the deception.
Wait, but okay, I actually get what you guys are saying. Like I've been trying to understand this, and you guys do make sense, but I need to go and actually study all this. But if you guys are actually true, then you're like Neo, right, from the Matrix. Like, well, why can't you just go out there and tell people this stuff?
I do. I bother people at work all the time. I switched back to day shift, and the first thing they did was they gave me a new guy. And after I instructed him on what we were doing for the day, he immediately jumped in with, "Oh, I hear you're a flat earther." And then we talked about flat earth for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. When the timing is right, you do. You don't want to harass anybody because that's not the aim here. But there'll be times you'll know when to pick the moment and then you'll discuss it. That's it, you know. Sometimes I like to discuss it where there's crowds of people. So if I see a crowd of people like lounging around on the beach, for example, because they're lounging around, for me, that's perfect timing because you're taking in the sun. But there's nothing wrong with listening to a voice saying, the earth is flat. Look at the horizon. Have you noticed how we don't see the curvature there? Do you know what I mean? You know, I'm that guy as I'm walking past on the sun, on the beach. It's just timing. That's all it's about, timing. I do it at swimming pools when I'm on holiday and stuff like that. I love it, man. I love it. Love talking to the people about it.
Yeah.
And you can, and then I've had a crowd around me for about an hour and a half in Hawaii, you know, and just really answering all the questions, same way the Globers asked them and that, you know, and yeah. A lot of people said, you make a lot of sense. I'm going to look into this. And the one that surprises them was when in 2016, because I was discussing this in 2018 in particular, where I had this crowd. But I went back to 2016 when Flat Earth was the #1 research topic on YouTube and they had to censor it. So now, and I said to them, so now you're not going to experience it as we did back in 2015, 16, and 17, because they're putting the algorithms in and they're putting up Earth isn't flat. So unless you know the person's name and that, you may not have the same experience as me as of now. That was in 2018. You know, yeah, I really gave them the full story of how we were censored as well. Got a lot of response from people. So we do speak to people when the timing is right.
No, but I meant, I mean, most of you guys are normal people, right? But there's many PhD, I'm sure there's many people with PhDs and like maybe even people with a lot of money who believe this stuff. So why can't they do it on a
Doesn't
public
matter.
scale?
Money and PhDs don't make it a globe. Whether they say it is or not, it's still not measured to be curving.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no,
I
no,
think what he,
no, no,
no, I
no.
think he's trying to say. Hang on, I think he's trying to say, how comes we haven't had contact with them, or they contact us? Well, they're scared to contact. They're really scared to debate us. But we have had recent debates with PhDs, and they have been found wanting. Our
No,
man in
that's not my
India recently.
question.
Oh, sorry, I
No, no,
misunderstood you then.
no. What I'm saying is there are, I'm sure
You're
there are
doctors
flat
of
Earth
philosophy.
people who are, who have
PhDs.
PhDs
Oh yeah,
or
yeah.
are rich, right?
There were
Why
many.
can't they go out
Yeah,
there?
like the guy that I just showed you the observation of earlier, he's got
Yeah.
a PhD in optics. And then
Yeah, so
there's the
these are
geophysicist,
credible
he's a
people,
PhD.
right?
There's a ton. There's also a lot of people that don't talk about it because sometimes it can put their line of employment at jeopardy. Like we had a high level. Well, I can hear myself.
Speak so I can find him.
Yeah, so we had a high level engineer named Brian Mullen, right? He has a great series called Balls Out Physics, and he goes over a whole bunch of problems with the globe from a physics standpoint. People actually attacked him, and they were sending him death threats, and they actually contacted his place of employment and tried to get him fired, right? And he had to stop making content about flat Earth, enabled to be able to keep his job. He actually moved, had to move his location due to it as well. So,
There's
yeah,
another
quite a lot of
gentleman in
people
Georgia.
don't talk about it. Yeah, sorry, Tactical.
No, I'm sorry. There's another gentleman who's in Georgia in the United States. He was a teacher and he makes flat Earth videos. And he was geography. And his content got to the principal and some other faculty, and they were going to fire him, but it would have been a big deal, and they would have had to pay out. But instead of firing him, they switched him over to biology. And and they also had him sign a contract saying you're not going to put your face on your videos anymore. And then whenever he stopped working for that school, he put his face back on his videos.
Yeah, definitely. There's someone, people in this chat here right now, right? There's someone in the chat now that was a employee of Lockheed Martin as well. I'm not going to say who it was or anything like that. We got people in here that have all sorts of jobs that people generally wouldn't expect a silly flat earther to have. But
None
yeah,
of us have any
lots of
reason.
people very well
There's
educated in this topic.
not a
Are there
single person who
billionaires
has
that are
good
flat
reason.
earthers?
Just
Well,
let me
who
say this.
knows?
There's no reason for anybody to dox themselves.
Why does having money mean that it's Earth is a globe? You've mentioned money quite a few times now.
No. I didn't mean that if you have money, the earth is a globe. I mean, if you have money and you're a flat earther, you can bring this argument mainstream and stop the
To who?
censorship.
Who are you going to bring it to?
The world. And stop the
It already is
censorship.
mainstream.
We have. It's YouTube. We're on YouTube. What do you need? Go look it up. The guy,
No, I
the
mean,
guy with the PhD puts out videos. So he's out there
no,
telling
but
people it's flat.
no, I get that, but this, like, you guys are always gonna remain viewed as a conspiracy theory if you actually don't try to fight to make it a
Oh,
mainstream
I'm not
view.
worried about it. No, we're not. I'm not out there fighting nobody. I like knowing that the earth is flat and other people just believe in lies. I like that part.
No, but the scary part is they're also
It's
like,
actually
I mean,
growing.
according
It's growing in popularity like crazy. Like you wouldn't believe. You're not going to see it on the mainstream news anything other than ridicule. But you have a lot of people, talking about it in the mainstream now, right? Like famous people, and things like that. And it's becoming more normal to talk about the topic, right? If you spoke about this 10 years ago, right, or even 5 years ago, right, people would just laugh and ridicule. Quite often now, if you talk to people, they'll say, "Oh yeah, I've heard about that," right? And if they've looked into it, if they actually understand the arguments, if they've done a little bit of research, they take it seriously.
Yeah, but n- I know this may sound kind of silly, but actually I don't care what the shape of the Earth is. What I care about is the formation of planets and how they are formed, and like the formation of star systems and all that. And you guys are saying what you guys are saying they're lying
There's
about
no
that.
such thing.
They
No
don't
such
know.
thing.
Yeah, what
They
you're
even
interested
say,
in is based off theoretical concepts, right?
yeah,
So it starts with faulty premises. It starts with the premise that the Earth's a globe, right? And that there's a big giant deep space vacuum that have all of these floating balls of plasma gas and whatnot, right? In this big ever expanding universe. That's all it's just a story that you've been told about the lights in the sky that you see that you can't ever test. Okay, so when you think of planet, they'll tell you that, oh, Mars is a planet and it's made out of this and it's this size and it's this distance away and blah, blah, blah. But that's all just it's not based off empirical evidence, right? It's all based off assumptions and theories and mathematical models and things like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
honestly, I
yeah, I
think the
mean,
ancestors had better stories on how the world was made. Like the Vikings, for example, they said that the gods ended up killing their daddy, and then they built our terrarium out of his skull.
yeah, so essentially whenever NASA comes up with a new exoplanet and says, oh, it looks like this and it has this environment on it, they're just lying and pulling it out of their ass, is it?
Well,
But the
basically, that's what
theoretical,
they're doing.
exactly, and that's what they say they're doing. If you listen to people like Michio Kaku, right, the theoretical physicist, he will say exactly that. It's just based off guesswork. It's not based off the scientific method or anything like that. It's based off logic and guesswork. That's what he says.
Yeah,
So
and he also says that there's a crisis in cosmology. They're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. And whenever they're off by a factor of 1 or 2,
So
They say
essentially,
they're off by orders of magnitude. That's 10 with 120 zeros after it. They're off by that much. Not by like 1% or 0.05 or 0.001 or whatever number. It's 10 with 120 zeros.
Yeah,
so
that's
essentially, according to but what about the position of planets though? Is that correct? Do you guys agree with that? Like, you know how the sun is in the
They're-
center, and then Mercury,
No.
then
No, absolutely not. That is a straw man that the mainstream media has given people who don't actually talk to people who actually consider the earth flat, right? So if you don't ask us the questions and get all of our answers now, and you try to Google what we think from the internet, you're going to get not what we think. You'll get what the government or the Flat Earth Society and other, paid opposition like YouTubers who are creating debunk videos about strawman arguments, right? That's not what we think. The Earth is not the third disk from the sun, okay? The Earth and the ocean, that's the floor of existence. You're in a contained environment because you're breathing gas pressure. The lights in the sky, the sun, moon, stars, and planets, that's all lights in the sky. It's above your head. It doesn't go below the floor at all. It never comes close to the floor. It's all above the floor. Can you picture that?
so lights in the sky, as in they're not real planets or stars or anything. You, for your intents and purposes, you just consider them lights in the sky that you can never know what they are.
What we can do is look at them, right? You can have the angular size of a star, right? And from that angular size, you can say it's whatever distance you want, but its ratio of size needs to be equivalent to that angular size. That's why they say that the sun is 400 times larger and 400 times farther away than the moon is. Because according to their story, the moon is 250,000 miles, and it's on its what it looks like could fit the United States in it, right? And the sun is 400 times larger and 400 times farther away because their angular size is close to each other's. All they've done is look at the sky and create a story. And whenever DJ was talking about how it's made out of mathematical models, it's because they have to have everything line up. And so, in order for all of that to work, your unit of distance for space is the distance between the sun and the Earth. That has to be based off the Earth's radius value. Okay, and then the size of the sun is based off Venus being the same size as Earth, but nobody ever measured that physically. They don't actually know. They're just claiming it, and they're creating a story from it.
Yeah. So, do you believe the sun, the sun, I mean, the Earth orbits around the sun, and like that's how
No,
night and day come about?
no.
Like how does night and day come about?
The sun moves. The Earth is not moving. It is stationary and still. You are in a fixed position. The sun moves. It goes away from you until you can't see it anymore. And then eventually it stops producing light in your area. And then it comes back
Okay.
around.
Okay, but you use telescopes, you look out, you see Mars, you see Mercury, you see Venus, right? That's how the original astronomers discovered these planets. So, like, what do you relate? How do you relate their position to Earth?
Their position is above Earth and they're doing circuits. They're making patterns in the sky. They're moving. The planets are called planets because the Greek word that it comes from is a wandering star. Okay, meaning it's moving different than the rest of the stars. all of the stars, the constellations for like the Big Dipper and Orion, they all remain the same. They don't change directions. The planets change directions. They do this thing called retrograde motion, where they're going east to west, and then over a handful of nights they go west to east, and then they return back to east and west in motion. Okay, and then depending on how you decide to plot that motion of the star, you'll either get circles for a heliocentric model, or you'll get these flower-shaped designs with a fixed position.
But when you look when you look through a telescope and you see these planets, they're circular. What? Like
Yeah, that's fine.
It's kind of hard to determine exactly what they are as well, right? Because if you actually have a look at the raw footage through even the most expensive telescopes, it's pretty much a little blurry dot that you're seeing in the sky. And it's not until they process the image, right? They use image stacking, and then they process the image to sort of make it look like what they want it to look like.
Auntie, do you mean?
Level Lioness has posted what I was talking about in the side chat.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
guys, are you talking
Hold on a second, Limit.
Sorry?
Hold on a second. We're having a conversation with Cryptic. And your microphone's very muffled.
I know my microphone. It's bad.
Sounds like you're talking face down into a pillow.
I know. I swear to God, man. You know, it comes water inside it and a lot of. Yeah, man.
This is insane, man. Wow.
Yeah, and
yeah, I'm gonna
all
go
of that
study
is
it.
just watching the stars over a period of time at night. And you don't see that in one night. You see that over a period of night.
19
Yeah.
years, isn't it?
Yeah.
Every 19 years.
Each planet has their own amount of time in order to make their full circuit. I think, well, obviously Pluto had their longest record. But I think like Jupiter or Saturn is like 900 plus days or some shit. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up again. I don't remember. But they each have their own period of time before they return back to 12 o'clock. If you're going to consider her picture as a clock, 12 o'clock being the starting point, and then they make their full cycle. They each have their own amount of time. That's why Mercury is 88 days, because it has the shortest cycle. That's why they say it's the closest one to the sun on the heliocentric model. Venus has, I can't remember, but it has the second longest or the second shortest amount of days before it returns back to center or back to 12 o'clock.
But for all intents and purposes, we can never visit these planets, is it?
No.
So Star Wars was just propaganda.
No, Star Wars is entertainment.
That's a movie, dude.
Oh, yeah, but like there's just been so much. You realize after the moon landing, there's just been so many movies and so many TV shows and so many books related to like space exploration. Like there's just been so much stuff, but like it's exploded. Like an entire generation was raised on exploring the stars.
They were talking about stars and outer space long before that. Like the outer space had to be a vacuum in order for light to travel the vast distances from the mathematical location of the stars. Right? Because light attenuates or reduces in intensity through a medium, right? That's why you have the inverse square law of light. But they made it a vacuum so that the light can travel those thousands of light years in order to get to us according to the model. So, vacuum of outer
May I
space.
quickly say something? So like the Chaldeans, for example, they've studied the stars for at least 2,000 years, right? That's generations and generations of people studying the stars consecutively and documenting it, right? All ancient civilizations study the stars, right? It's not a new thing within the last couple of 100 years.
Yeah. So yeah, so no one can visit other planets, and all those games and all those TV shows and movies and like Elon Musk, all of that is fake.
Yep, it's all fantasy. It's a good story, a fairy tale, you know? That's all it is.
Then what about people who go to work at NASA as engineers, as rocket scientists and engineers and all that?
It's all compartmentalized, so they don't actually build the whole rocket.
Yeah, people don't go there and get those kind of jobs anyway. There's not rocket scientists hiring like sign outside. That's not how that works.
But you go to SpaceX's website, you look at careers, and you have like people working on software for Starship and like all sorts of engineers. I've been to SpaceX's career
And you
website many
won't get
times.
that job. You won't get that job. It won't be. You won't get it. It'll just come
But why
off,
not?
and then you'll think somebody else got hired. Difference. People
Why
that
not? I
work there
know.
don't know about those jobs.
The people that are working there, right?
But there are
For
different
the sake of the
organizations.
argument.
Like, how can they cope up with that kind of scenario? Like,
Anyway, for the sake of the argument, to answer your question, right? Like, not everybody in NASA is in on the lie, right? I know people that I work with who were who were putting pieces of metal together, right? Doing the same shit they do at this job, except they were doing it for NASA. They weren't actually going to space. They never actually seen the Earth as a ball. All they did was go and put some pieces of metal together and torque bolts and nuts to specific torque specifications and then read technical manuals on how to build the thing. They didn't actually see the Earth as a ball. They didn't go to space. They're not in on the line.
Okay.
They're just
I'm looking. I don't care
believing
about NASA.
that what
I
they're
don't care about
doing
NASA. I'm
is
looking at SpaceX's career website right now. I'm looking at
okay.
aerodynamics engineer for the Starship, and
Mhm.
they need actual people, bro. Like
Go apply for it.
Yeah,
Go apply for
that's
it and
what I'm
see if they
saying.
give you an interview. Go apply for it. See if they give you an interview.
I don't have a degree yet.
It's fine.
Make a fake CV, bro, with everything
It
that like
doesn't
if you're a
matter
genius.
if you have a degree or not.
They say you need a bachelor's degree in an engineering discipline, and you need a master's degree in aerospace or mechanical engineering.
Okay, say that you have that and you go
Exactly.
and you apply for the job. Does that make the Earth a ball?
No, what I mean is,
Does
dude,
that
like,
make
what are
what
they
you're
spending
doing
this money for?
actually mean that you're sending shit to space? Does that?
Yeah, so I guess what you're trying to say is they could be sending stuff to space, but the Earth
No,
doesn't
that's not what I'm
necessarily have.
saying. You're assuming what I'm saying because you're not listening. You're yeah-butting me in the middle of my statements. What I'm actually saying is people are hired to do a job. It does not actually mean that what they're doing is actually supporting activity in the vacuum of outer space. It does not actually confirm the story to be true. What it confirms is you have a job to do at a specific location for a specific organization. That's all it proves.
Okay, if any of you live in Texas, have you ever considered like going to like Boca Chica, where SpaceX is, and like going there for like a Starship launch and seeing what what's actually going on, because they say they do it in public and everything's transparent.
Yeah, of course. Now, how does watching something go into the sky and then travel horizontally and disappear out of your view, how does that prove it went to the vacuum of outer space?
Okay, you have a point, yeah.
But you are referring that it is a cover up, right? Whole NASA story and SpaceX.
What?
Say that again?
No, you are like mentioning that the SpaceX and NASA is a cover up. They don't really
No.
go to the space.
Not saying it's a cover up. What I'm saying is it's a job and people get hired to do a job. And what they do is they satisfy their belief in their story.
Yep.
But some
Their
of them
job is to
like
communicate scientific ideals. And even if anybody did go to the moon, according to the official narrative, the geocorona reaches past that. So nobody's been to this outer space place that y'all imagine. No one. No one even claims that they have.
This is insane, man. You guys are making very bold claims about very powerful people, but you have sent proof, which I will look through in detail. I have been looking through it in detail, but you're
They're
making claims
people.
about.
They don't have magic powers. They're not powerful. Stop thinking that people are powerful. If you met him in an alley, you'd probably kick his ass. So don't think they're so powerful.
Yeah, they're not
Yeah.
wizards.
And also, they're not smarter than
Powerful
you.
liars is all they are. Powerful liars.
And don't ever think somebody else can be smarter than you. And you don't have the ability to be as smart or smarter than them. It's all going to be based on how much effort you want to put into your education.
Yep.
Can I just ask one last thing? No, I'm not doing this to like insult you guys or anything. Like I genuinely want to know, did you guys graduate college?
I have college credit hours. I don't have a complete.
Some did,
Does
some
Yeah, like
didn't.
I
anyone
said earlier,
here?
we got a ton of people that are highly educated as flat earthers, right? Just like with globe earthers, you're going to get some people that are highly educated and other people that aren't. It's a huge group of people. Okay, so I did show you tests before from people that have PhDs, right? I linked you to a PhD geophysicist and whatnot, right? There's tons of engineers and people like that, but that doesn't really doesn't mean everything, right? It's not all about qualifications.
Yeah. I'm an engineer qualified and I'm a qualified welder. Okay.
Well, and let me add,
space transportation.
Also, if you ever go to college, you'll see people flunking because they're not paying attention in class, and then they end up Googling what the teacher was saying anyways. So practically, you can educate yourself with the internet, and you don't have to go to a specific building unless you want the piece of paper saying that
Yeah, I
somebody
want the piece of
certifies
paper.
that you're cleared the course.
well, and here's an important thing is to ask yourself, you're depending on an authority figure to base your belief on. And it's important to ask yourself, if someone gives me a logical argument that is not formally educated and someone gives me an illogical argument who's formally educated, which one do you believe? Which one do you?
No, but you guys aren't answering my question though. Does anyone in this server? I'm not being biased. I will still look through all the materials you guys have sent because I have nothing better to do right now. But do you guys? Does anyone in this server have a college degree?
Yes. And you're still not realizing that that question is unimportant, though. You're actually wasting time asking
Yeah.
that question.
Wait, real quick question. Do you know what autodidactism is?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Autodidactic. Yeah, it's
No, I don't know what that
self-taught.
means.
I want you to look it up, is what I'm saying. It means self-taught. There are plenty of
Oh.
people who know how to teach themselves,
No,
and you don't have to
get
be
that,
told
bro.
to.
I
You
get
can
there are
actually go
people that are
beyond what
self-taught.
the college people will tell you if you're willing to. You can learn even more than what they're willing to give you.
That
No, I'm
question,
just.
what you just asked, Cryptic, if you were to do any type of debate or conversation on any topic, right, and say, okay, well, do you have a degree or diploma? That is a fallacious in its own nature, right? That does not have, like, that wouldn't count for anything for Diddley, right? For Jack Diddley, in a normal circumstances. You have to understand that is basically appealing to like success, right? And appealing to authority, which you should never do in your life.
Credentials.
No, I get that. I get that. I just you guys have to understand that, like, you know, being lectured by potentially people who work at McDonald's or Wendy's or whatever on stuff like this, that's like, you know, the biggest mysteries humanity has faced, right? You kind of understand how that doesn't
That's
sum
the
up,
fallacy.
right?
No,
You're
you're
creating a straw
That's
man
a
in your
fallacy.
head. Sorry, go ahead.
That's
The
a
reason
fallacy,
you
right? Oh, sorry. Was it somebody else speaking? My bad.
Yeah, I just want to cut in. You're not absorbing what's being taught to you. You're actually doubling down on an illogical, ignorant viewpoint, which is that you want to appeal to an authority to base your belief or willingness to accept knowledge, and that's error number one. Full stop. I mean, you got to let that go. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many degrees I have or how many degrees people have here. There's plenty of uneducated people that have master's degrees, and the more
If they
you
have master's degrees, they're educated.
know that's why yeah, you maybe you're a little young and you just haven't looked into it, but that's a illogical argument.
For most things, like discounting like neurosurgeons, right, and very very specialized fields, right? You don't even need a certificate or diploma to get a job. For example, engineers. From my country, right, we have a lot of people that taught themselves or were taught by their fathers how to weld, how to build stuff. When they go to other countries where there's more money, and just because they know how to do the job correctly and effectively, they get the job. No degree required. And look at it from this
You
aspect.
realize
Even as, so let's take that. Do you guys have colleges? Did you guys finish colleges, right? How many globe earthers do you know that have failed college, failed high school, failed elementary school, but they're still globers? That doesn't validate their beliefs nor ideologies if they have or have not a diploma. You understand?
yeah.
You could also have people who've gone through college courses and get master's degrees in like computer technology, and then their company goes under, and so then their only option for hire would be to work at a McDonald's. So you're saying that just because you work at McDonald's means that you're not intelligent. Well, there are workers who are working at McDonald's with high amounts of intelligence and having degrees, which you're worried about us having.
How about the janitor who solved that math problem on the board? Is that what, MIT? Is that a college? Just a
Look,
janitor.
people that have
solved the problem.
specific degrees in specific fields. It doesn't necessarily mean that they've learnt about the particular questions that are related to this topic. Sometimes we'll get people that come in here that have all sorts of degrees, right? But they're completely useless when it comes to the particular questions related to this topic. Because some of the people in here have been studying these questions and fields for 8 years, 10 years, and that kind of thing. And they're experts in certain arguments, right? When it comes to, say, gas laws, gas pressure, things like that, optics. Someone that comes in with a particular degree in something, just because they've got a degree in whatever it is, it might be completely unrelated to this particular conversation, and they'll have absolutely useless arguments when it comes to this.
So, yeah, I get that, but what would convince? I just want to know, out of curiosity. I know you guys think a lot of the theoretical physics stuff is like, you know, imagination and all that, and it could be. So I just want to know, what would convince you that the Earth is a globe? What's the one thing? Like, do we need to find aliens? Do we need
Physical
to?
curvature.
No, dude, you need measurable Earth curvature, consistent Earth curvature.
Yeah,
which
there's
has
no
already
such
been
thing as aliens, dude.
This
Why do you
is
think the word lie is in Aliens?
Irrelevant.
But like, it's there, right?
Okay.
It's just preposterous. It's silly.
If people are claiming the
No,
Earth is a
I
globe,
honestly
hold on a
don't.
second, dude. Hold on a second. It's very simple. Okay, you're going to need empirical evidence that there's curvature of the Earth. Very simple. So you're going to need evidence of Earth curvature, and then you're going to need evidence of Earth motion, and then you're going to be able to explain how we can have gas pressure without a container. Okay, so there's three things. That's the three
No,
primary arguments and problems for the globe, right? There's no
yeah,
Earth
yeah, I
curvature.
get that. No, I get that, and
The Earth, the Earth
I've been
is not
looking
flat.
at the
The Earth
evidence that you guys have
is not flat.
sent,
The Earth is
and
not flat. The Earth is not flat.
Oh, we got
Hold
somebody
on
in
a
here
second. Do you
chanting. Keep
think
chanting.
chanting like a religious nutcase is going to help
The Earth
anyone?
is not
It's making you look
the
like a
Earth
clown.
is not flat.
Ades, shut up.
so I've been looking at the evidence you guys have sent, and I do believe there's a real possibility the Earth is flat. But like I said, I don't care about whether the Earth is flat or a globe. The claim that makes that for me is the most contentious is when you guys say you can't visit other planets, and that the positions of that the sun goes around the Earth and the Earth doesn't go around the sun, and there's no stars, and like the star systems and galaxies and the universe and the Big Bang is all fake.
Nobody's
That's
saying
the thing.
this.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not saying that these we all observe the same thing in the sky. Tactical did a great job at explaining it to you earlier. Okay, you've just been told a specific story about exactly what these things you're seeing in the sky are. No one's saying that they don't exist in some other way, right? Or as something that's undetermined or unverified. It's still there. We still observe it.
It's
It
just not
doesn't
what
work.
you've been
It
told.
makes well, exactly. It makes more sense over a flat plane, right? Because all of the stars reset back into the same positions each year. Okay, so you could go out tonight and make a little star map, right? And map a star in the sky. And then you could wait exactly 1 year, go out at the exact same time, and it's going to be back in the exact same position the next year. That makes more sense over a flat Earth. Where on the globe, they say that you're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, while at the same time chasing the sun through the universe at 480,000 miles per hour. Well, that whole system moves sideways at over 1.3 million miles per hour. And then there's more vectors on top of that, right? Never to return to the same place in the universe, moving
And
at
you're
over 1.5 million miles per hour.
and you're tilting and wobbling during all that.
Yep.
Yeah, I get why it could be fake, yeah. But I just can't wrap my head around like all this, because I've been look, you could call them stories, but I've been reading these stories since I was like 5 years old, and like now you're saying they're all like fake.
We get that.
Yeah, we
We've
would
all
never.
read those same stories. Every single one of us. I grew up on Stargate, Star Trek, right? Star Wars. I grew up with all of that stuff every single day. I was fascinated with the universe. And we understand you. But you have to push your biases and beliefs aside and look at things objectively.
Yeah, I agree.
You
All
also
right,
shouldn't be convinced. We're not trying to convince you. You shouldn't be convinced after one conversation like this
yeah,
anyway. Like,
absolutely, yeah.
we'd probably have less respect for you if you were like, oh, I believe everything you guys said, right?
Yeah, I'm
Scrutinize
gonna
it
go
all.
study
We
it.
encourage critical thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go study the material you guys have said. I know there's other people who have joined, so maybe they can continue the conversation. I'm gonna go study.
Yeah, appreciate the good faith conversation. And yeah, you're welcome to come back anytime. So have a good evening.
And enjoy your studies.
Yep, thank you.
All right. If anyone else has any questions about the topic, feel free to mic up.
Word. We got somebody in the side chat requesting that one of us make a video for him.
Video of what?
I can send him a video of a greyhound doing dumb shit.
They want to know how the sun and moon move on a flat Earth.
Overhead.
Oh,
Exactly.
go outside, touch grass, look up, and watch it.
What he needs to do is go. He can do this himself. He can figure out how this works. He goes outside and then he gets a track on that sun and he marks the angle where it's at. He figures out how to do all that stuff and where it's at, where the degrees it's at, its azimuth and all that. And then check it every 5 minutes and keep doing that every single day for like a year. And then you'll know how the sun moves.
Welcome.
Yoder, what's up? Bro?
Hey, what's happening?
Another day. Earned a few more dollars.
Yeah, I've been pleased with the activity today. It's been quite busy, which makes up for yesterday. So,
Dude, yesterday was so hard for me to stay awake.
sounds like I missed a good conversation on satellites again.
Mm,
People talking about maps and coordinates, and
yeah.
it's
Well,
always the same, the map territory issue.
yeah. Well, the issue I think is it's a reification fallacy, and they're in denial that it's a fallacious logic to think that this picture that somebody gave me is actually the ground. Well, it's not actually the ground, bud. Yeah, it is. Prove it.
Right, like anybody that's used maps worth a damn knows for sure that a straight line on a map doesn't necessarily correspond in reality.
No.
You know, there's this over reliance and over belief in our technological advancement, and people think that everything that they see on a computer screen is extremely close to top level precision in reality, and it's really not the case.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue it's close enough, and it's way better now than it was in like the 1600s.
Yeah. I mean,
To me, some of the real funny business goes on in the ocean.
yeah. I think that's why they really had to stress with sticking to the practice so that you can stay on track, because these routes have been experienced and plotted, and they'll get you where you're supposed to go if you just stick to the process.
Yeah, and you know whether you're using GPS beacons or using gyros or using or even doing like lidar survey scans of land or water, you have to ask yourself, what is happening to your raw unprocessed data? Is the globe being baked in as you go? And the answer is almost unequivocally yes. And do you have access to that raw unfiltered data? The answer is almost always no. And the people who have it as somehow inaccurate before a globe model is applied. And the answer is almost always yes. This flat Earth, this raw, unprocessed flat Earth survey, this measurement I have cannot be correct and cannot be accurate over long distances because we know Earth is a globe. This is the failure of logic, the failure of reason every time. And it's we're up against in 2025. It's just phenomenal.
Okay, I really do not have any question, but I will just reply for someone in the chat because like I asked for a video for how the sun move and moon and so on. I'm actually asking for curiosity, and it's okay if you couldn't send me the video. I don't know why you're so like um I don't know how to say it, but I don't know why you're so I don't know how to say it. I don't know. However, I don't really believe in any other side. I don't believe flat Earth or ball Earth because I do not have an evidence for both of them, and I couldn't have an opinion. So I just asked for a video to see. If you could send me, it's okay. If you couldn't, it's also okay. So that's it.
Are you interested in a time-lapse video of the sun moving in the sky?
Sorry, what?
It sounds like you're asking for a time-lapse video of the sun moving in
Yeah.
the sky. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But like,
Well, if nobody can provide it
explain.
here, they're
Mm-hmm.
widely available on the internet.
Yeah, I can see that, but like, I can see like multiple explanations, but I want something that's actually convinced you with that, you know? So if you could provide it, it's okay. If you couldn't, I will look up, but like, I'm just asking for
Well,
like what's convinced you of this kind of things, so I can get a lot of information about both opinions, and that's it. So yeah, just a
okay. Do you think
question.
flat Earth looks different than the globe?
What?
Yeah. Do you think flat Earth looks different from the globe Earth?
Then the what?
Yeah, than the globe.
I don't know. I don't know what does that mean
Right.
actually. Sorry.
Well, yeah. It's the reason I'm asking is because we see the same things. Flat Earthers
Mm,
see the same things as globe Earthers. The world doesn't look any different.
yeah. So
So yeah, I mean, if you want to see what the sun looks like in the sky, you don't need a flat earther to give it to you.
no, I don't want how the sun look in the sky. I want what it's like to move on a flat Earth. You know, like I've seen a lot of videos of sun move and uh, and moon and so on the ball Earth, but like how it's like on the flat Earth. An explanation. I just want both perspective. You know, that's it. I don't want
Well,
to see it on the sky because it's just so easy, but I want to see how it's work because if you see
okay.
the sun, it could be sometimes much bigger than the other day. How is that with the flat Earth? You know?
Yeah, well, nobody has a God's eye view of creation. You know,
Mm,
the sun is always observer dependent for everybody, for all observers. What you see is what you get.
yeah.
Now there are people have tried to model this. I've seen many different kinds of models,
Mm-hmm.
to include the heliocentric model, the geocentric model, and numerous explanations for flat Earth. You know, which one is the real one? You know, we have reality to go off of. I'm not really interested in trying to develop a concept for what I can see and measure.
Yeah, and thank you for your answering.
Right? I mean, some people when they ask for a model, a good follow-up question is, well, what do you want to see modeled? Do you want to see the relationship of the sun and a flat Earth? Well, there are different ways that that can be modeled, and there is a model called the equation of time, which is an observer dependent model of when the sun rises and sun sets. and its duration throughout the day, through all days of the year. And it works on a flat Earth. It works on a globe Earth. It works on a dinosaur nugget shaped Earth. It's observer dependent, and it's a model. You can use it to make post-dictions. You know, we've been enamored by so many images and videos from NASA depicting outer space that we expect to see some God's eye view of a flat Earth when we roll up into a room full of flat earthers. But those God's eye view images of Earth and the solar system are cartoons.
Yeah, actually, I don't really believe in on NASA, to be honest. Like, there's a lot of things that's unbelievable that they're doing. So yeah, I'm just trying to get the model just to like fill my imaginary. That's
And I gotta go, and here's a clown. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, I'm not a clown.
I don't think he was referring to you, Jedi.
I'm pretty sure he wasn't, mate.
He just has a guilty conscience.
Hey, maybe. How's everyone doing this evening, or this afternoon, or this morning?
Not too bad, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, man, doing pretty well today, actually. It's a good day today.
Nice
Still spinning, man, on my space rock.
That's your head that's spinning.
Oh yeah, it's my whole body spinning.
Nah, you're sitting still.
Lay off the booze.
So I was interested in the last comment somebody made regarding NASA, saying that they do a lot of unbelievable things. What are the things that NASA do that are unbelievable?
I don't really believe that there is someone land on moon, to be honest, because like how there is a lot of question in my mind. Just can't like gather my thoughts, but it's just that thing.
Okay, I thought there was maybe more other things. Yeah, I can appreciate that.
Hello, can I ask a question, please?
Of course you can, Rago. No problem.
Okay, my question is how the Nile River come from sorry, my English is bad, but I will talk. I mean why the Nile River come from Africa to Egypt, you know?
Well, they say that it's because rain accumulates inside the mountains, and then it all sheds off into this one trail that's been forged by the river over its lifetime. And obviously, the ground would be sloping in the direction towards the sea. And because one end of the river is higher than the other, the water is flowing from the high end to the low end, which is up in the mountains, and the low end being at the Mediterranean Sea. So that's why the Nile River exists.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
If the earth was a ball, rivers wouldn't flow.
Hello.
Hiya, how are you?
Oh, I thought all the flat earthers were sleeping.
No, Just after 8 o'clock in the evening. It's not quite my bedtime yet.
Yeah, but there's no day or night. Earth is flat, so
Sorry, there's no day or night because the Earth's flat. Oh, that's just wow, that's awesome. Yeah.
yeah. So what do people generally talk about here?
The surface of the Earth and how it's measured, and if the Earth is moving, and where the Earth exists. So primarily the Earth and what it is.
That sounds intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
So how does it work if it's flat?
Pardon me, say that again.
So how does it work if it's flat? How do the seasons change? How does day and night happen?
This is going to blow your mind. That's the sun. The sun moves across the Earth. You'll notice this because you see it and then you don't see it. It moves from the east and goes to the west. You'll notice in the summer, the sun is higher in the sky and you get to see more of it over the time during the day. In the winter, you get to see less of it and it's lower in the sky. So that's how seasons and day and night cycle work. They're all relative to the sun.
So
Jesus
the
Christ.
Earth is just like a sheet of paper lying in the universe, right?
No.
So
What do you mean? What do you mean? Sorry, say that again. A sheet of paper lying in the universe. What?
Yeah,
What do you mean by that?
like it's flat, right? It's flat like a sheet of paper.
Okay, but the
Oh
sheet of
yeah.
Like
paper
just
is
like
dead.
a magic, like Aladdin's magic carpet just flying.
Why is it flying?
Anyone really believe that the
Let me
Earth
put
is
it. Let me
flat?
put it like this before the man gets confused and we go on to something else. Okay, try and keep it civil before other people jump in. I think you've got a misconception about what we believe, sir. We don't think the Earth is a
Okay.
giant sheet of paper moving through the universe. We claim, and especially my last example, right?
What
You
is
asked
that?
about how day and night and seasons work. That's due to the movement of the sun. Within the example, the Earth was stationary. So the movement comes from the sky, sun, moon, and stars. Why is this guy talking through me? Shall I just stop talking?
Oh my God.
The sun is not great like we think. Is that right?
I couldn't give you a size or a distance to the sun, but I would suggest the size and distance we're given are incorrect.
I think that is the same size like the moon.
Okay.
But how it's escape happen?
Pardon?
It's when the sun be right of the moon eclipse or don't know.
Eclipse.
Yeah,
Okay.
eclipse.
How does a solar eclipse happen?
Yes.
Moon gets in front of sun.
Yes.
Okay.
How it happen in a flat Earth?
Yeah. Moon gets in front of sun. Quite simple, really.
That's it.
Well, yeah. What other reason do you think that we can't see the sun? Because the moon's in front of it. That's what we're told, and that's what we can actually see, even though we don't actually see the new moon with our naked eye, because it's a new moon. The reflection of the sun's on the other side of the moon, so we see the side that's in darkness. So we don't see the moon. But for all intents and purposes, it looks like the moon's getting in front of the sun.
Not funny.
Okay, now coming back to the carpet thing.
Yeah, the carpet thing. Yeah, I wanted to address this. So we don't think the Earth is some kind of carpet or frisbee or disc flying through the universe. It might be easier to understand our position as the Earth is flat underneath the sun, moon, and stars, which are above the Earth. The Earth isn't in motion, it's stationary. The motion comes from the sun, moon, and stars that are above the Earth.
What about other planets? Do they lie in the same plane as the Earth?
No, they're in the sky.
Wait. Okay, so other planets are in the sky, like
Yeah,
the
when you say
sun
other,
and the
sorry,
stars.
hold on. When you say other planets, the Earth isn't a planet. A planet is a spherical object that moves in orbit around a star. The Earth isn't a spherical object. It is underneath the star, the sun in question. Jupiter, Mars, Venus, these things appear to move in the sky, wandering, uh, as in Planetes, the wandering stars. They appear to have a relationship with motion to the sun, for example. So the things in the sky are in motion. The Earth is stationary beneath the sky.
Okay, so it's just that we have a vast sky, and everything below the sky, the ground, that's the Earth, and that's flat, right? And
Yeah,
all the other planets, they're spherical objects in the sky.
yeah.
Okay,
The Earth
so
isn't a planet.
now coming back to the day and night. So when
Yeah,
the
that's
sun moves from like east to west, does it do back and forth, like going from east to west, then from west to east? How does it work?
it goes from east to west. You must understand that east to west is a circle around a pole. You can literally see the sun above the Earth for approximately 6 months of the year for 24 hours. These are called summer. Summer in the north and summer in the south. If you were to stand inside the Arctic or Antarctic Circle during the summer, you can see the sun for 24 hours up to 3 months of the year above the horizon, above the Earth. So the sun
Mm,
doesn't go anywhere. It clearly does circular paths across the Earth at different times of year.
okay, so it moves in curve, right?
Yeah.
Like from this horizon to the next horizon,
No, just
like from
circles.
one edge to other, like a curve, like a semicircle, right? Not a full
No,
circle.
like a circle. Does the sun come back the next day? Did I just point out to you that you can stand inside the Arctic or Antarctic Circle and watch for 24 hours the sun be above the horizon and appear to circle around the observer? Why are you laughing?
Oh, that's not me.
No worries.
So if it were to make a full circle, then won't it have to go below the Earth?
No.
Like from one edge to the
You
other
didn't
edge.
listen to what I said. Does somebody else want to try and explain? Maybe it's a language barrier or my accent or something. Maybe somebody else can try to tell him.
Mhm.
The sun is moving away from you, and then you can't see it anymore because it's far away. Light doesn't travel forever through air. It dissipates intensity over distance. Inverse square law of light will calculate this for you. Different densities of mediums cause different attenuation of light, such as if you go into the ocean and you swim down, eventually you won't see sunlight even though it's directly above your head because the water has absorbed the light. It's not reaching your location. Similar to the sun going away from you, and now the sunlight is not near you. You can't see it. It's been attenuated. It is nighttime. And its circuit, whatever the circuit looks like, the path it follows, whatever it looks like, eventually has the sun coming back from the east, and then it continues to travel to the west, and then you can't see it anymore, and then you see it again. It doesn't go underground. It doesn't go below the earth. It is always and perpetually above the earth.
Okay, it's always above the
It
Earth,
was a circle.
Yes,
but
it's like
it
having
It's
a lamp
moving
or a
away
light
from the
inside your
like,
bedroom and the
but it's
floor
moving away
in your
from the
bedroom.
observer, like from parallel to a certain angle. Then, like it would go to at least uh, to the 45 degrees, right?
So it's always above the earth. Like a light in your bedroom will always be above the floor unless you put the light under the floor. But you can move the
Yeah.
lamp around your bedroom, it will always be above the floor. The sun,
Yeah.
the moon, the stars will always be above the earth, similar to the lamp will always be above the floor.
Okay, so let's say I'm at one edge of the earth, right? Sun is directly above me, right? Like now it's moving away. So it goes from, let's say, 90-degree to a certain angle, and it would go up to 45 degrees, right, to the other side. When it's directly above the other edge of the earth, then
What?
from
So where
your
does edge
position,
come from? What
like if
edge?
it's the edge of the earth, there is no edge.
Why does this need to be explained within your example? You can stand, for example, in the summertime on the tropic of Cancer with the sun directly above your head at solar noon. There's no edge of the earth required there. You just need to stand underneath the sun's path.
Okay.
See, the thing is, if you stay there, the sun will come back eventually. If you have two observers, you standing on the tropic of Cancer, watching the sun come from the east and go to the west, person standing inside the Arctic Circle will watch for 24 hours the sun move around them. So the sun is clearly doing circular paths above the earth all year round. The reason why we have day and night cycles was just explained to you. That's the path of the sun and the light attenuating through the atmosphere. The reason why we have seasons is the sun's path throughout the year. It's closer to you sometimes than it is at other times.
Mm, okay. But if there's no edge, and let's say, okay, let's forget sun for a second. Let's say a plane flying from a certain point, like if it keeps flying, it would come back to the same point again.
Will it?
Prove it. Because even the mainstream tells you that planes, like commercial airlines, fly specific paths. And they do this for reasons, not because of the shape of the ground. If you're going to talk airplane from your perspective, you standing on the ground, you look in one direction, you see the plane coming above you. That plane has always been flying at 30,000 feet, but it appears to be coming up from the ground from the distance, and then it's above your head, and then it goes back down towards the ground. That's because your perspective is causing it to appear that way. You can stand in a hallway and watch the ceiling come down and watch the floor come up and the walls on your left and right side come in towards the center. Your perspective is causing this convergence off in the distance.
No, but the plane would eventually come back, right? If it keeps moving straight at 30,000 feet.
No, if
Straight.
the plane keeps moving straight, it's going to keep moving straight. It'll go away from you, and then you won't see it anymore. Eventually, it has to land, so then it'll have to direct its path towards a landing strip.
No, let's say if it doesn't direct, if it keeps going straight at
What do
30,000
you mean
feet,
by
what would
straight?
happen?
What do you mean by straight? Do you mean straight east?
Yeah.
Okay, east is a circle. So we get confused when you're saying it's straight. I go straight east. East is a circle around a pole. You must understand this, right?
I'm
North,
getting
south, east and west.
more
East and
confused.
west. East and west would be circles of direction around absolute directions. That would be north or south. East and west are just circles around absolute poles. It's a direction of travel. It's 8. If you were to point at north and then point to your right 90 degrees, that would be east. 260 degrees to your left, that would be west. You understand this, right? Do you want a diagram?
I think a diagram would be more helpful. I'm just
Yes,
wondering if there is any documentation that I can refer to.
Do you know what a pole is?
Yeah,
Right, like a stick you can stick in the ground?
yeah.
Okay, we'll call this one north. We've put a stick in the ground. This is north. We're going to point at it. That's north. If we want to walk around the pole, always pointing at the pole, then that direction will either be east or west. You'll end up where you started from if you were to walk in a circle around that north stick. East and west are circles around poles.
Okay.
Mic check 1 2.
Okay, so
Okay.
okay.
Check
So if
check.
so when the sun makes a full circle, like if you consider east to west, like if you have a, let's say, a giant stick that is north, and then the sun is kind of circling that stick, is that it?
I don't know if it's circling the stick, but like the observation in the Arctic or Antarctic during the summer, you can stand inside the Arctic or Antarctic circle and watch the 24-hour sun. It's called the land of the midnight sun, because in the summertime you can watch the sun circle around you.
Hey,
East
just
and
wanted to ask
west.
the gentleman. I wanted to ask the gentleman a question before he proceeds forward. There's a mental block here happening, and I think everybody's maybe talking past his point. What do you imagine when you say flat Earth, or what you're thinking flat Earth is? Can you describe it to us?
Okay. Let's say I have my phone in my palm, right? So that's the flat earth. That's what I'm thinking of. It's just a sheet in a plane.
It's a what? A seat in a plane?
A sheet. Yeah, like a sheet of
sheet.
paper.
A sheet
Yeah.
of paper. Yeah. What is
Yeah.
the shape of that paper? Do you
I
have a shape
explained
to it, or is it just like a square sheet?
I kind of imagine just a square sheet.
I tried
Okay, and
explaining this to him earlier. I told him the Earth was underneath the sun, moon, and stars, that we don't make a claim to shape. But you ask him what he thought. That's what he said he thought before I explained it to him. I just don't want to keep going
Yeah.
around in circles, dude. We've been doing this for half hour.
well, yeah, I'm just saying it because it sounds like he's not getting it, and more explanations is not gonna, like, there's some sort of issue he's having with the way he's portraying it.
Not the
Like
shape
he's
of the
trying to,
Yeah, I'm having a
he's
hard
trying to,
time imagining.
yeah, hold
Yeah,
on,
yeah,
brother,
but let's get past the sheet.
hold on. Let me just tell Jedi. The reason is because, like, I'm here listening to him. He's still thinking that it's like he's imagining it being something like an AE. It sounds like to me like he's trying to figure out why you're not making any sense, why it's going around his head. He's like,
moment, I'm just
I don't get
trying
it.
to explain what north, east, south, and west are. He's been talking about day and night cycles and seasons, and I'm just trying to explain to him that east and west are circles around poles for like the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, he's also been duper delighting the conversation. So I think he's sponging what everyone's spilling, but he's sticking to his joke.
Yeah, it sounds a little bit like, I don't know, there's something else going on. Not that I don't want to say invincible ignorance, but like he's doing it on
I'm
purpose.
just no. I'm just trying to understand. It it isn't making sense. Like
Yeah,
the
see?
North Pole and the South Pole. Like how does it work on a flat
Yeah, well, hold on a
surface?
second.
That's what I'm
You're
trying to understand.
imagining, yeah, but you're putting it against something. When you say it doesn't work, usually people say that. They're imagining something in their head of how it works.
Yeah.
So, in order for you to listen what I say real carefully, when you say it doesn't work, something that you know does work, which would be the globe, right? Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest. Okay. So you think
Yeah.
that works. Now, when you talk about flat Earth, you say that doesn't work. I'm just trying to understand how that
No,
works.
I'm not saying that doesn't work. I'm trying to understand how does it work.
Okay, wait a
I'm
minute.
not
Time
saying
out.
that it
You just
doesn't work.
hold on, dude, because it's gonna get very confusing very fast. You're saying that I'm not saying that it doesn't work, which means that the explanations that they've been giving you, it can work, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
but
it can
maybe
work.
I'm
So
having a hard time to wrap my head around it.
yeah, but the problem is every time they give you another explanation, you're trying to think of the Earth as a globe. So you're putting it against that. So you can't have two types of cosmologies in the same, like they're colliding. You know what I mean? That's why you're saying you don't understand. You're not able to understand what they're saying. So imagine cosmology. You have to put it aside. Whatever you think of the Earth
Yep.
right now as a globe, you can't imagine if you've never thought of it as a globe. So you're
Okay.
coming at this like with no idea. Like let's put it that way. So their explanation would be just an observation. It's based on what we can see. So what Jedi was
Yeah.
telling you is something that is observational. People go outside and they witness these things happening. The sun moving this path in the sky. Do you understand?
Okay. Yeah. So
So it's based on observation.
okay. So
So can you
when the sun
go ahead?
comes right directly above you at midday, like
Yeah,
how does that happen? Where does it come from?
from the
Like
east.
if it's going from
He said,
east to
yeah,
west, right?
from the east. Comes from the east.
And
It's exactly how you see it. It's just based on observation, Tesla. It's not
okay.
based on it's like the idea that you're trying to make it look like a model. It's not based on a model, it's based on observation. It's how we all see the earth and the things above us, the way the way they move. You understand?
Yeah.
You're trying to put this observation into a model. We're not. We're just detailing it to you like the way we see it.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand how things would work in that model. So
Yeah,
that's
there
what
you
I'm trying
go.
to
That's
figure
what you're
out.
trying to
Yeah.
figure out, how it works in a model. That's the mental block you have. You're trying to shoehorn this observation into a model. That's the reason why you're having trouble understanding, because in the globe Earth you have this particular model of the way things work based on the Earth being a globe, and you think that's the way reality looks from a vantage point outside of your perspective. But we're not going there. We're everybody here that's been telling you what all we're doing is making observations that you can make. You make the same observations. Like if you were standing next to us, we're not seeing a flat Earth and you're seeing a globe Earth. That's not happening in real life. We're outside. We're seeing the same thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So we're not seeing two different Earths. We're just seeing the same Earth. And then you try to put it in a model form. We're not.
So let's say I'm somewhere in Germany right now and I have a friend in
Yeah.
Australia. So how exactly the position of the sun affects daylight for them?
What do you mean how it affects? That question sounds like it's malformed. How does the sunlight affect them? Do you mean like do
Like
they
for
see
one
day?
of them, yeah, like one of them would be seeing like late afternoon, the other one would be like at night.
Yeah, you're trying to picture it in a model form. You're trying to see an overall what it would look like if the sun was moving over a flat earth. How would we use a model to describe the scenario that you just said, right?
Mm.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I clarified what you're trying to get to. That's the reason why it sounds a bit convoluted when you're asking the question. You want to know in a model form for flat earth, how would it operate? The sun operate if in the same scenario, you're describing two people in two different locations. How does
Yep.
it work on a flat earth? That's what you're asking, right?
Yeah.
I just cut through the chase because I know what you're trying to ask. Once again, nobody can tell you like an overall worldview, like a bird's eye view looking down, or a God's eye view looking down, as to like what it looks like for the sun to be operating above a horizontal plane, as in to say what it would look like for two people in two different locations. That's what you want to know, because the globe Earth gives you some sort of explanation of how this operates in a
Yeah.
model, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
But that's not reality, Tesla. That model that they give you for the globe is not reality. And if you say it works, then you have to understand what you're saying is that the Earth being a globe, it works because you're saying everything that that you see outside, when you see the sun and your friend sees it, doesn't see the sun, whichever way it is, then you're saying, therefore, the Earth is a globe. And that statement just isn't true. Just because you thought of it in a model, and you say, because my model operates in such a way that it explains how somebody's in daylight and somebody's in nighttime, that doesn't mean that's what the Earth is.
Mm.
This has been the issue for the conversation that you've been trying to get to this whole time. You're trying to figure out what the Earth looks like if we're saying it's flat and we're saying it's a horizontal plane. You're trying to put it in a model form, and the mental block is like you can't understand how it would operate in a overall worldview.
Yeah, exactly that.
I know. That seems to be the issue that a lot of people have. I don't blame you, because you're so used to seeing it in a model form that if we're saying that there isn't a model, you're just like, well, I'd rather go with what I know works, and you flat earthers can believe what you want, but because I have this model that explains day and night, I'll stay with this over here, because to
No,
you
I'm not saying that
no, you're
model
not saying that.
explains day and night. So I would stick to it. I want
Okay.
to understand how this model would explain day and night, the
Well,
flat Earth.
yeah, that's the thing though. We're not presenting a model, and that's where the globe Earth gives you that satisfaction. It presents a model. You get it?
So like from flat Earth's perspective, everything that you see is your point of view, like from your
No,
like
no,
you are the
no,
observer,
that's incorrect.
right?
Hold on, Tesla. No,
Like
that's
you're not
incorrect. It's not from our
like you're
point
not
of view.
seeing.
Hold on, Tesla, time out. It's not from our
Yeah.
point of view. It's from everyone's point of view. When everybody
No,
makes observations, brother, listen to
no,
what I
I'm
have
not.
to say. Just listen to me,
No,
sir. When everybody
I'm
makes their
saying
observations,
observer.
we're all
Yeah.
making the same observations. We're not looking at two different Earths. It's the same
Yeah,
observation as you would
I
make.
said as well. Like it's from a single observer, right? I
Yes.
mean, yeah, like the entire flat Earth is from a single observer. I mean, we are not considering, let's say, an observer in a different
Yeah.
plane, like a
Yeah,
bird's
yeah.
eye
You're
view
talking
or
about
something like that. Yeah.
you're talking about a perspective that's called orthographic. This is
Yeah.
a view that would be outside of your own perspective, like an overall kind of like a cosmological view, like seeing
Yeah.
the Earth in the solar system per se.
Yeah.
You're saying that we're not thinking of the Earth that way. Therefore, how can we explain certain things in nature? You're trying to, is that what you're trying to say? We don't see it in an
Yeah.
orthographic way.
Yeah. We are only seeing it from our perspective, like from the ground.
Yes. But what information can we get so that we can think about it like that? Because there's nothing that you can do to verify an orthographic worldview, because nobody can ever see the Earth in that way.
No, like if you
You
fly high above, you can see, right?
no, no, no. That idea has been given to you by these globalists. The globalists have given you an idea that all you got to do is leave the Earth. So you have like an out of body, out of Earth experience in your mind, that you think that you can just leave the Earth, and then you'll see this perspective, this orthographic view of the Earth from a distance away from it, and then you can see everything. You think it's possible in your mind. Therefore, your mind has made it real, that all you have to do is leave the Earth and look back, and then you'll see this orthographic view of the Earth from a distance. And then you can confirm what you've always thought you've known, is that the Earth is a globe and the sun operates in a certain way. But that's never going to happen.
But why
It's
can't
like
that happen?
a pipe dream. Like you've imagined yourself like, all I have to do is just get in a rocket and take off, and then I'll see the Earth this way. and it'll confirm my belief. But right
I
now,
don't even have to do that. I just need to fly, let's say, a drone or something, like, or maybe send a rocket, yeah, in the
yeah,
outer
but you
space with the camera.
you don't know. Okay, I'll give it to you like this. At what distance do you think you can actually start to observe the Earth with curvature, Tesla? What altitude? How far away from the surface?
I'll have to do some calculations.
Okay. Have you ever done this before?
No, not really.
So you don't really know at what point you would start to see curvature if you leave the surface?
No, not really. Let
And have you
me
noticed
just
that?
check.
Yeah. Think about it like this. As you look for the information, you're about to go look for the information that you never known existed. You don't really know, or probably never have known, at what altitude from the surface you have to be to see the Earth in this way. And you're just now going to look for it, which means that prior to this search, you'd never known what altitude you'd need to be to see the Earth as a globe. That's pretty astonishing if you ever think about it. You should, because you're about to look for something that you never known existed, yet you still think in your mind that it exists.
Like, I'm pretty open-minded. I'm like,
well, that's
I
good.
would believe that this exists as well, like, given proof.
Okay, but you don't know that now while you're searching for it, Tesla, is what I'm making the remark on. It seems to be like you're really confident it exists, but you've never seen it.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Hey
Eli.
guys. Mm, I don't know how to say this, but it is my observation seeing is that I took a different road than some people, like you, I guess. When I heard the mere utterance of flat Earth, the first thing I did was relearn and look into everything I thought I knew about the globe. Like, I don't understand why you guys don't start trying to validate what you already believe. Like, don't why are you worried about flat Earth? Like, I can't I didn't build a rocket. I didn't collect billions for I don't know how many years to talk about space stuff and have I'm just a regular person who knows that the earth is flat. So if you're not interested in that and you have an open mind and you have a wonderment about the world and everything else, why aren't you starting with the authority and what they've told you to believe and whether you believe it or not? Why don't you start there, looking up the globe and how you can validate it?
Like, if that doesn't
There's
work,
more than
shouldn't
enough
I?
time on your hands. You got more than enough time. You don't even have to be in here. Like, this is a big ass waste of time because you don't even know
Like,
anything
if
about
I
the
if
globe.
I hadn't if I hadn't been here, I wouldn't even be thinking about it to, kind of
Yeah, but
Google
you wouldn't
it
even be
later
thinking
to
about
see.
your belief system either. Like, forget it. You
Yeah.
keep on doing this weird thing that no
So I have
matter
to
what's
start.
being said, you reroute it to I just want to know about. No, why don't you validate the information that you already think you know about the globe? Forget about flat Earth, because if you can't debate me on points about the globe, what's the point? You don't even know anything for me to tell you what it's not.
I'm not here to debate. I'm here to understand how this works.
I just told you. Miggy just told you. You're not gonna get it from us. You want a flat Earth measurement? We can give you that. If you have other questions, start with what you already believe in. Maybe get on a NASA stream and ask someone there. Like, what's so like? Why do we have to be harassed by people who are nicely telling us they won't go away and they won't stop asking us questions that we've already told them we're not going to answer? I don't get
I
that.
feel like I'm the one getting harassed here from you. So
You want to get muted? Then you could get kicked out and then you wouldn't be harassed.
okay, if that's what you want to do, then go ahead. But I was just here to clear my doubts. So, but if that's what you want to do, then go ahead.
Okay, but you're not clearing your thoughts. You're asking us about thoughts that we don't have. So you're lying. Now you're a liar on top of everything else. You like being a liar?
And nobody asked you, so just you can just shut up, and I can like just leave then.
Good day. I'm sorry, Av. Did that help?
Well, there's been a mental block since he came in here, and it usually happens because, like I said, they've never looked into this. It's an internal critique that they always mistake for somebody. Like, I've heard this before, right? When we tell them to actually talk about like what they know, they always go back to, let me look it up on Chat GPT. Let me go to Google. And what happens is it just like points are starting to get talked past them because it's like their belief system that they prop up and thinking that all they have to do is stay in here and just full on tell you they want to know how flat earth works, but they don't have a standard to put it against. Which is kind of like what you were saying. It's like you need to go back to the drawing board. If you don't know how to internally critique the earth as a globe, how are you going to say something is wrong? Like if we like I mean Jedi and Tactical were giving him some information, but it was just like glancing off. It was not stick. No points were landing.
Weird.
He just
I'm glad
he
you
just
in.
kept pushing forward and kept pushing forward, and it was like I was listening to him, and it was, and you could just hear the mental block. It was like he and I, because we've done this many times, right? And I saw it was like he's got this model propped in his head with this orthographic view that we're not telling him about flat earth. He wants to hear the orthographic perspective from flat earth. That's what he wanted to hear. He wanted for us to tell him about it. Like, well, if you got one guy over here in this geographical location and another guy over here, then how does it work day and night? Like, he wants to hear like the overall worldview, like what we would say for flat earth. We don't have that information. Nobody has the God's eye view of the earth and the sun, the way it operates over a horizontal plane in that way, just from our perspective. And I think that was really a itch he couldn't scratch when it came to like him being able to have like the globe present to him the model or the way the sun operates, you know, that that's what I was listening to. So he had to go back to, let me look it up. And it's just a little bit like, it's for the audience anyway. It's like, then why would you have a conversation full on about how you disagree if you're going to look it up right now? I mean, I guess that goes for anybody listening. If you are in that same position, it's like you got to rethink coming into these discussions whether or not you know what you think you know. And go back to the drawing board. Like, if you think the earth is a globe, but in what way? If someone was to ask you, can you present it to me in a way that you could test and verify? Can you do it? Maybe the gentleman was just an indication that people come in here like so unprepared, but I guess he was saying that if he didn't have this conversation, he wouldn't think about it. I think that's cap, honestly, because anybody who's inquisitive about the topic, doesn't matter if you're in here or not, you're gonna want to know, right? Like, it doesn't, that curiosity doesn't start here in this chat room. It doesn't, and it doesn't end here either. It doesn't. So it should be something that you're always wanting to know the truth about, the truth of the earth that you are on right now. How long was he here? About like an hour?
45 minutes, yeah, roughly.
Yeah.
We've been talking to him for about 20, 25 minutes. I think we've been talking to him for about the same before you jumped in. So yeah, coming up an hour.
it's a difficult thing, man, because like every conversation, it's hard to like really hone in on like what needs to be done. Sometimes there needs to be like a self-reflection, like, oh, wait a minute, I'm coming in here, I'm asking a whole bunch of questions, and I'm denying a lot of the speaker's explanations. Well, if you're denying it, that must mean you have a good standard to put it against. Like, I mean, if he was denying what you're saying, Jedi, he must have a really good standard to say, yeah, that's not true. Here's why it's not true. And he wasn't presenting that. It was. So hopefully, if people are in here right now, we got some other people. I don't know if any of these other guys were speaking. Like we got Emmett Brito. Welcome. Let's see if I can provoke some folk in here. IXW12.
Tell me, my friend.
How's it going, man?
I'm going well.
Yeah, I'm just calling on people, seeing if you guys want to have a chat about this topic that we have in here. I mean, the topic of the room
I
right
was
now is.
listening you, but I forgot everything you said.
Well, we're asking about the nature of the Earth that we're on right now. If you can tell us if it's a globe, or do you understand what we observe, that it's a horizontal plane? Like, how can you tell us about the nature of the Earth? Are you gonna, look into this now, or like what? Because the other guy that was talking right now, he really didn't know much of the information that supports the Earth being a globe. So it's going to make it very difficult. But have you looked into it, Emmett?
Yes, it's a little difficult to talk about that topic because I need to know more information about that. It's a
What'd you
little
say?
complicated, my friend. In my mind right now is no with me. It's in the air.
Okay. Yeah. I would
Sorry.
assume that I don't know what country you're from, but are you already past like grade school?
Dominican Republic.
He's from Dominican Republic. Okay.
So, are you?
I mean,
are you not? Who are you, my friend? You know me? I don't know you, but I can hear you in you.
Your voice, your accent.
For my accent.
Yeah.
Man, you're kidding me.
That's Jemsy. He kind of speaks like you a little bit.
He's right.
That's fine. So the education system where you came from, would you say they just told you that the Earth is a globe and all the things that you think are true about the Earth being a globe? It sounds like you understand the complication from you're trying to explain how you know if it is or not, right? By listening to us. Emmett?
Tell me, I don't pay attention to you.
Oh, Jesus. All right. So would you say that it's very difficult for you to explain
No, it's
your position?
It's not very difficult to me explain. What happened is my mind is not in this play, in this topic, I am doing something in my phone, so I am concentrate on my phone now because I am talking on my computer,
That's fine. Yeah, if you get free time, you want to have a discussion with us, we're
Yes.
here. But thanks for participating in this room.
Yeah.
We like everybody to sit here and listen if you want to just do that. If anybody else wants to chime in, like I said, I'm going down the list. IXW12. I've seen you here. I heard you chime in earlier. Welcome.
Yeah. Hi.
Have you been told that the Earth is a globe, and have you been through the education system wherever you are, whatever country you're from?
Yeah, but actually I do not really believe in both sides like perfectly. I do not have like enough information for like both perspective. So I'm just here to collect information actually. I don't have questions, and it would be a waste of time if you answering my question with someone who doesn't even understand that much, you know. So I'm just here
Yeah,
listening, and if there is something that's I don't believe, I would like stand up and said
I
like
kind
I
of
don't
did
believe
hear.
that.
I kind of did
Explain
hear. I
that
was
more to
listening to
me.
you say that you didn't
Yeah.
understand something that Jedi was telling you. So you're like you didn't understand. Like I think the word was globe. You don't know what that means. The word globe.
Oh
Is there a
yeah, I
language?
just search it. No, yeah, I just search it and I understand it.
There's you're still learning English, right? So there's like a language
Yeah, yeah.
barrier too. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah.
What,
Thank you
what's your
for
native
being
language?
here. Listen. Go ahead, Eli.
What's your native language, if you don't mind me asking?
Arabic.
Okay. Let me get 1 second. I'm trying to use a translator.
Oh hell no.
Yeah, actually, I
It
translated
seems like
already and
it
it's
seems like a trans. Oh, is it Al Karat
yeah,
Al Arad?
currently. Yeah, I
Yeah.
already started. Yeah, I already started.
All right,
I
you
already
get cool
translated.
points for the day, Eli.
Yeah.
You get
You
Thank
know,
you so
you
much,
know
by the way.
me.
you get 5 cool points, man, for knowing that. All right. Well, it's a good thing that you picked up that word and what it meant, because that's the thing we're talking about. You know, people have this idea about that. So, I mean, now that you know, this is why we're having a discussion here about people that would say the Earth is that. It's a globe. You know.
Yeah.
Okay. But it sounds like, I mean, if you don't mind, what level of education did you go through? And did you already complete like high school and you're now in college? I don't know what you guys call it over there.
I already finished high school. No, not high school. I already finished university. I already have a bachelor degree in accounting.
Okay. So you went to higher
Yeah.
learning. Did you, at any time, were you able to like be told about the Earth being a globe and the cosmos, you know, solar system and all that? Or was it not anything that you've ever looked into?
No, actually, we have that in like school and something, but it's not enough information for me to have something from school, to be honest, and I've never searched about it like in a deep way. So I'm here just to collect more information. And actually, I've heard a lot of people said names about people, and I am trying to look at them on YouTube and something. Like there is someone who said that I don't know his name, Brian. So yeah,
Brian.
I'm just
Okay.
here to collect information as much as possible to make up
What I
my
wouldn't
mind which one has convinced me more, you know.
what I would encourage you, and I'm going to do this for
Hmm.
everybody that's in here right now.
Yeah.
If you guys can go to our home server, which is discord.gg/, is it 2 forward slashes? Flat Earth. The link is in the YouTube bot, the one at the very top of this our room, and it'll link you to the home server. And on the bottom of the home server, there's a lot of information, PDFs and videos and demonstrations of people doing tests. So there's so much information there that we couldn't cover that in a time here talking to you guys. So I would encourage everybody who's curious about this topic and you want to know more about our position to look into that. And if you have any questions, you can come back to this chat or whatever chat, wherever we are, because we're English, the hub, Discord. We're in this in the channel here. We have a channel in politics, which is another Discord. And then we have the home server where we're at. So you can always keep in touch wherever we are. We're kind of like traveling gypsies sometimes. So you'll notice us, like the bulk of the group are always there. We have really good conversations about this. Sometimes they get really heated because it's just the nature of the conversation. You know, it's very provocative. People believe with their heart and soul that they live on an earth that's looks like a globe. So we have to, there's a lot of, if you want to use the word, deprogramming. And a lot of us, you know, throughout the years have been talking to people that have really dug in their position that the earth is a globe. So we know how to deal with certain questions. I would know what question you want to ask. Sometimes I'll give you an example. People ask questions like, well, can you explain to me the time zones? But I really know what they mean is I want to know about the day and night cycle. That's really the question they want to ask. They just say it in that way because that's the only way they can think about it. of how they understand like the sun moving across the earth and why people have day and night in certain places. So I would encourage everybody that's in here right now to actually look into the topic a little bit more. There's more information that we have about it, like in our discussions, and the YouTube channel that's up there right now has been recording us for over 6 years, guys. Myself, Jedi, Eli, that you heard him speaking just right now, a few people in here I can name that I've been on the live stream, and we've been doing this for a really long time. Crit, he's in here right now. Alaskan Malamute, FE Alaskan Malamute, FE Batman, to name a few, Tactical Droid. Let's see, an AG at the very bottom. So we've been doing this for years. So yeah, I'd encourage you, like if you want to know the nature of the earth that you're on right now, open up the mic and let's have a talk about it. So we have a new person that just joined us. It looks like P Metallica. Welcome to the
What's
room.
good?
What's good, homie?
Hey, bro,
Yeah.
I just want to say something, bro. The world is flat, man. It's like a teleporter. So like right when you walk across that line, it's like an infinite circle loop. You know what I'm saying? Like you keep walking straight, then you hit the portal, and then it sends you back to the starting point. And then you walk. That's why you're able to toss the ball one way and have it go all the way back and end up at the same exact spot. It's because there's a portal on the ocean. Yeah, think about that. Think about that.
I've never thrown a ball and then it come back and hit me up the back.
Oh yeah, because it's a
talking
portal,
about?
bro. It's a fucking
What
portal. It's like a
I've
big
never thrown a ball
old.
straight in front
It's
of
like a.
me and it hit me up the back of the head.
Yeah, it's a
That
portal.
sounds like a cartoon. It's a cartoon that you're talking about. It's not reality. I mean, all right. I mean, well, if you're talking about what some flat Earth people have been saying about the Pac-Man Earth, that's another thing. I don't know. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's like
okay.
imagine you drew a line, all right, and you draw it, and then you stop, all right, and then you go right when you stopped, you magically ended up back where you started the line, and then you're able to go through it
Yeah,
again.
that's great.
It's
Pete,
a portal.
Pete, who's saying that? Is it just you? You came up with
Oh
this idea?
yeah. Oh, I came up with this idea like
right.
a couple days ago.
All right, so let's put it to the test, right? So everybody can hear you and your brilliance. If you're brilliant, you're able to explain. So how does this work? Like, go ahead and tell me, describe.
All right, I got you, big dog. I got you, big homie. So, imagine, there's this portal. All right, imagine this portal. All right, you can't see it, you can't hear it.
I'm gonna have to hold you to this, man. Hold on. What we're talking about is outside in the field, so things have to be done practically. So if you're not giving us a practical demonstration, we can't discuss it because it's something people imagine and not something people do. So we're in here, we discuss things people can do, not what people can imagine, because that's what happens with people that think the Earth's a globe. They just imagine. They can't do anything outside in the field, which is, it sucks, right? But it's just the way it is. So just like you're imagining and trying to put something in people's heads, we can't do the thing that you imagine. So I want something we can practically do to verify.
Verify.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Got anything?
Yeah. If you go around and you fucking put that little like it's like a oval, it's like a water level, you know what I'm talking about? That makes shit straight. That's why you're able to make shit. That's why the world's flat, bro, because you can use the fucking.
Yeah, eventually you're just gonna run out of your troll, and we're gonna realize that you've just been doing this whole act for nothing.
Oh damn, bro! I thought you were my homie, man.
I am if you straighten up and act like an accurate age.
I'm a brilliant motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying.
Stop swearing.
Yeah,
you can go around and you can put this water bubble anywhere you want on the earth, and it'll always be flat.
So yeah,
think about that.
Yeah, so you don't have to be so loud, and people don't need to listen to your words. We have the complete control of your mic. We can mute you at any time. We don't because we want people to see what happens with the mind who can't comprehend that this is an intelligent conversation. That's why.
All right. Think
We
about
keep your
this.
mic open. So now,
You
if you
got
want to have
a little
you're not
telescope,
gonna
and
keep
you're looking
speaking.
through the
You're not gonna
telescope, and
keep
there's
speaking. You're just not going to keep speaking. It's that simple. You need to get with the program, Metallica. You can have a conversation in here. Just grow up and have a conversation. I'm going to unmute you now. Just you need to know what the forum's about. So we're not going to imagine anything. So I'm going to unmute you and just get with the conversation. Have a good conversation. If you want to ask questions about the topic, if not, we're just going to sit you on mute, which I don't want to do. All right. And if anybody else wants to jump in, it looks like he was just trolling. He's just being a rascal. But we got Primal Yami. Welcome. And some person with some Asian letters. Welcome to the room. Ask your questions. How's everybody doing today?
Yeah, good, man. How about yourself?
Awesome. I see you were off as many days as I was, just kind of chilling.
Yeah, wasn't feeling it, man. Wasn't really. Had a couple of days, but yeah, fighting fit now. Today's a good day, so thought I'd come in here and get annoyed with people for being stupid.
Same old stuff.
You've been working hard, yeah?
Yeah, I've been building stuff and projects that I'm working on. You know me,
Oh,
I'm
good
always
stuff.
building, bro. Always doing stuff.
Good. Good stuff, man.
I'm enjoying the direction we've been going so far with the conversation. There's been a lot of growth within our group, and people are really stepping up. So we're moving forward into the new year, right? We're going into 2026.
Cool. Bennett.
Man. Isn't he been around? Bennett's been around, huh? Is he a flat earther?
Yeah, Gordon Bennett has been around an awful lot. You guys don't say that in America, and it must be confusing when I just start screaming this random guy's name. But yeah, Gordon Bennett is it's like darn or shucks and stuff like that. It's just it's a nicer way to swear. Although I have no idea who Gordon Bennett is and why we don't like him so much.
You guys have a good way of nice way of saying a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. It's being polite.
Politely.
Yeah,
politely go
exactly.
away.
But yeah, man, me too. Last couple of weeks have been kind of eye-opening. Even though I was away for a couple of days, I managed to catch up with some stuff. And I had a chat with AI and a couple of people in a meeting chat, and yeah, things seem to be moving in the right direction. It's really good.
Before you know it, dude, we were talking. Was it 2 days ago or 3 days? I can't remember. It's been a minute. But I was discussing with the group about a documentary that perhaps we can at some point start collaborating on, like all of us. I'm putting this out into the ether, in quotations, but I'm doing it because, I mean, at some point, yeah, we do have to collab, and people have to okay, let's now 24/7 is now going to put something together, and we're going to put our names on it. Everybody's got their thing. Maybe we can do one that has, good production value. Got some people. I was talking to Josh Ingersoll, and we were going over a few questions about, what people we can talk to, and he's got a few elbows that he rubs against that perhaps we can speak to these guys. But I think Fyodor's in here. No, he's not in here. But we're discussing certain people that we would like to speak to in key positions, but not really the ones that Josh Ingersoll probably has a reach to. They'd probably be a little step above him, or more above the ones that he was discussing that he could talk to.
Yeah, I get
so
you.
we can ask specific questions. And one of the things that I was posing to the group is that we've been wanting to have a discussion about, like, back in the day, it was like this Cold War mentality where people didn't want to discuss things about the Earth being a globe or any, like, it was all gate kept and behind closed doors and all this stuff. But I'm like, aren't we living in the day and age where space travel and going to space will be commercial, so it's not going to be like a secret thing anymore like it was. So why aren't people being brought to the light, if that's the thing, if that's really a thing, and just told that how we should understand the nature of our Earth? If it's a globe and you have all the information that verifies this, why is it behind so many closed doors? Why is it a secret that's proprietary with technology? And why can it not be exposed to the light and shown to everybody that this is exactly the nature of the Earth and how we know what it is?
Yeah, it doesn't need to be locked behind paywalls and locked doors, does it?
No. I mean, and that's what the gripe that I had. I was like, would you like to have a documentary that kind of exposes that, right? We would take it to the level where we're going to have the conversations with people that are in positions where we could answer those questions. That was important to me. I was like, we have a documentary, something that we're not meeting somebody in the hallway and bamboozling them with questions. Hey, so how do you know if the Earth is a globe or not? Like just asking them questions while they're going to lunch or something, or telling them to put their hand on the Bible and swear that they walked on the moon. Nothing like that.
Yeah.
Those gimmicky type of bamboozling, interviews like that.
Yeah.
I don't want that. I want something locked down, professional, and answers given or not. That way the whole world knows, like, if answers are being given, they're given in a concise manner and they're done in a way where it's professional. But if it's not, then we're going to know that too, right?
Sorry, Doc Cos, you're feeding back. Would you mind muting? Doc Cos, I can hear myself through your microphone. Should I just mute you?
Okay.
Hold on. I'll help him out.
It's all right, I've done it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's important, right? We all want to know, inquiring minds want to know those questions from people who can actually give us those answers.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're going to do a documentary, it's going to be a make it or break it, right? When we get these answers from people, they're going to be like, okay, here's the layout. This is what it is, the technology that we're testing and all that stuff. Or they're going to say what we've always known. They're going to keep it behind closed doors. Sorry, but we can't talk about that. That's proprietary. You'd have to sign an NDA and so on and so forth. Then we're going to be like, well, then that's the problem. You guys are saying that the only people who can know that the Earth is a globe is behind closed doors, and none of the public can actually know. They're just believers. And you're willing to keep it that way. Like, and therefore, we're never going to advance. We're always going to stay in the dark. Everyone is.
Yeah.
And that's kind of been the gripe. It's like, it's not going to be something where you're, marching towards NASA or, J Labs or anything, and just you're demanding to see the money trail. Nothing like that. It's going to be by invitation only. You invite us, we're going to go and sit down. We're going to discuss, and the questions will be all known beforehand. And either you answer them like people that would satisfy the question, or you don't. So I guess that's where my mind was always having a way to where it's not just like, hey, let's go defund NASA or some dumb thing like that. Like, that's dumb, dude.
March
That's
on
so
Area
dumb.
51.
Yeah, that stuff. That's all gimmicky. That's gimmicky. Yeah. Nobody can get behind that. Like,
yeah, I agree with you, mate. 100%.
So I was thinking maybe 24/7 at some point can actually collaborate and put together a real good, production so that we can get that kind of information out to the public. So we could settle, things can be settled, right? Like, hey, look, this information can be known, and here's the information you will never know.
Yeah.
Because they're just going to withhold it.
Sounds like a good idea, man. It really does. We've got enough people within 24/7 to pull this together and make it smart.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and we got folk in here that have money. It's just put money into what though? It has to be something. It's a project. I guess the proposal for the project needs to be put together where you see a bit of like what's going to go into the production, so people can actually. There's a lot of transparency that's going to need to be put down so that if you actually give to this, like where the money's going exactly.
Yeah.
It's going to because I think if I'm not mistaken, man, you'd have to hire some people that are doing that kind of, they're in that business. You'd have to hire a small little crew or something.
Yeah, professionals.
We got some new people jumping in. Welcome to the room. CJ T. Basilio, welcome. If you're brand new to the room, you can chime in, open up your mic, and have a discussion about the topic of the room. Does flat Earth make you angry? I guess that's the topic of the room. It hasn't been changed since this morning.
See, Yoda's joined us. Good afternoon, mate. Hope you're doing well.
Can't really talk, but glad to be here.
What's up? What's up?
It definitely makes people angry. We've had some epic meltdowns today, as well as some great conversations.
Hey, DJ. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you, Jedi. Good to see you, AV and Yoda and everyone else.
What's going on, brother? Yeah, I mean, just the last guy. There's seems to be, and I get it. Just coming into this topic brand new, there seems to be like a reason why they want to know an overall perspective, like a model type flat Earth. Like, tell me how the sun works. He didn't say this, but this is what he would have said if he knew how to put the words together. Tell me what the Earth looks like in a flat Earth model, how the sun works. I want to see how it operates in a flat Earth model. Because he gave us two people like in different geographic locations. So then you'd have the way the sun operates. And I mean, bless Jedi's heart, he was trying to explain it to him, but it was not landing. It was not landing, bro. He's like, I still don't understand. I still don't understand. And Jedi's like, why not? You see it happening. Because he was thinking of like the Earth as a globe. Like I'm telling you, that's what was preventing him. He just couldn't see it any other way.
Was that the guy we were talking to earlier for a couple of hours? Cryptic something?
No, I think it was someone else, dude.
I know what you're talking about, but no. It seemed like when I came in later, you guys broke him down. It was actually like flowing with the conversation instead of like going against it.
Oh yeah, man. He came in trolling. He admitted he came in bad faith, and then he got super interested. It definitely melted his brain by the time he left. But yeah, he ended up being very respectful and listening to everything and taking it all in.
It's kind of hard not to like really lean on somebody when they're actually coming in trolling and stuff, but you never know, they could have that turnaround moment. And I don't know if he's actually turned around or not, or if he's faking genuine concern. I don't know. We don't. But we have to take it for what it is, So if it's real,
no,
or
he definitely he admitted, these arguments are making a lot of sense. You could tell his mind was a bit blown. If you can get past that trolling stage and actually get that wrong idea of flat Earth out of their head and actually explain what we're really talking about, it's hard for them not to pay attention. But he was in a different channel, right? There was about 5 or 6 of them or something like that came in, but they'd been in a different channel talking shit about us and saying that we got all our talking points from some book or something, which they couldn't name the book, and they were having a big conversation about this channel, but yeah, he came in here to tell us what all of his buddies were saying about how bad our arguments were, but he ended up, listening for hours, and his buddies came in and noticed that that was happening, and they were spiraling out, getting very angry.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if you have this website or not. But here, let me post it. It was given to us earlier. I think you were, maybe you were here. This one, this website I just posted. And that image pops up as a thumbnail for the website. It's kind of funny. Which is the one I wanted to actually show you.
Oh, yeah, I was listening to this earlier. Oh, yeah, I didn't see it was actually a NASA link. That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm. It's a NASA link, bro. So here's the thing, right? It says the first photograph ever made showing laterally, I always mess that up, laterally the curvature of the Earth. It says, read the original caption in the May 1931 issue of the National Geographic magazine. 1931. The photograph, taken 21,000 feet above Villa Mercedes, Argentina, showed the Andes Mountains 287 miles away and well below the expected horizon if the Earth were flat. This was on a NASA website, bro. Why are they going against flat Earth right there in the text? That's not the fun part. The fun part is, it says the photograph is taken at that altitude, 21,000 feet, and there's literal visual curvature of the Earth. Now, the guy I was speaking to was saying he doesn't know if that's actually curvature or not. How awesome was that? And I was like, dude, this is coming off of a nasa.gov website. What are you saying? Like, they're not giving you true information? What are you not trusting NASA? So this was, like, to me, it was a game changer as far as websites go, because it's NASA, what everybody appeals to. And it's showing curvature of the Earth, like visual curvature, at 21,000 feet. And the distance, I mean, India worked out the math. It turned out to be like something like 10 miles of curvature was what it was. But yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, it's just this, the website itself was, because he was looking up a satellite, the ATS-1, which took this photo. I'm going to put that in text for you. Give me a second, I'm going to screenshot. Put it in text. This is a screenshot of the portion of where the ATS-1 took the one on the far right. If you see that, Earth.
Yeah, I'm looking.
But he didn't know. He just said the satellite took the image. And a lot of people say this. They're not really sure how the satellite takes images. So he read, what was it? ChatGPT's answer to how the imaging works. And because it doesn't say here on the, it doesn't say on the website how the method of how the satellite takes the image. So he sent me, see if I have the link still. He sent me the link to the ChatGPT where it shows like how the process is done, and it says something like 2,000 lines, horizontal lines, that it takes like strips of data, sends it down and in an analog version to ground stations, and then the ground stations put it together and then construct this image. That's how he told me.
Wow. Yeah, that's what they claim with most of these images. And wow, I can't believe they actually used the word photograph in their article.
Yeah. And the crazy thing about this is that he, at the end of reading all of that, said, I'm not sure I can trust ChatGPT. That's what he said. I'm like, bro, we're looking into how the satellite was taking the image and like specifics, right? Like the camera and all that stuff. And now you're saying you're not sure if you can trust what ChatGPT is saying because ChatGPT is collecting information from the internet, so you can't trust it. You're not really sure.
That's
like,
great.
And this, think about this. The other thing he said, let me check this information out. And what he did was he ChatGPT'd if the information was correct or not. So let's see if you can understand the paradox.
Use the
thing
chat
that he
to check the chat GPT.
Yeah. So the thing that he thought was not, he wasn't sure about the information was the answer, the very first answer of how the satellite works. ChatGPT gave him the answer. He said, I don't know, I'm not really sure I could trust ChatGPT. Then he wants to find out this, if it's correct information. He uses ChatGPT to verify if the information's correct.
That's hilarious.
Can't trust ChatGPT, so use ChatGPT to fact check ChatGPT.
Yeah,
Got it.
exactly. It was great, dude. And it was like,
That's what we call a knothead.
I don't think he was, you know, and they're kind of like deer in headlights. They don't really know what's going on. They're like, what? Like, you just, dude, you can't do that. Like, I was trying to explain to him, I was like, you're using ChatGPT to find the answer out. You say you can't trust it because it's gathering information from all over the place. So you don't really know if that information is trustworthy or not. Okay. And now you're checking that information using ChatGPT, which is the thing you said you couldn't trust in the first place. So I was trying to run him through the logic, and he's like, still not getting it, bro. Like, it was crazy.
Knotheads don't have logic like that. They think, and it's a big Gordian knot upstairs, so then it comes circularly back out somewhere else, right back where they started.
Okay, the you know, the hat trick is like what DJ pointed out, anti-globalist, is when you look at the website, it says on the website the full disk photograph of Earth. They talk about it, photograph, and everybody knows what a photograph is, right? But that seems to lead people to the idea that they're the satellite snapshotting images of the Earth. That seems to be like, and just when you read it like that, it looks, because, you know, a camera, you're taking a picture, and that's what you think's going on, but that's not how they explain it, which is what I wanted him to realize. It's like, when you even read their explanation, it doesn't make any sense how they constructed something that looks like this. So it, at that point, he was just like, he was all confused. And he had to say, you know, I don't know how this is done, which is good. It was intellectual honesty. He doesn't know, because they're giving a very convoluted answer. Because you go and, yeah, how are you going to fact check that, you know? Anyway, but that's what we've been dealing with, is people trying to figure out if the Earth is a globe or not by, because he, the very beginning, right? Because I was asking him, just give me the best evidence you got that Earth's, you know, we always do. He's like, I see a bunch of images of the Earth, but they're all from AI. That was his opening gambit, bro. It was like, there's a lot of images of the Earth, but they're all from AI. And I was like, you don't think that, I was laughing. I was like, you don't think that's a problem? You're admitting right now that most of these images are from AI, bro.
Yeah, but
And
go ahead and concede right off the bat.
Yeah, I was like, dude, that is crazy. How are you gonna say that? Like, and then come back around and he's like, well, let me go to NASA. I was like, go ahead, bro, go to NASA. And so he looked up this webpage. Of course, we're going back to the part where I'm telling you about this webpage. We went to this webpage, and that's where the conversation actually went, you know, through the whole rigmarole. But yeah, he opened up with like, well, there's a lot of pictures from AI of the Earth being a globe. I'm like, that's not helping your case, bro. That you said that out loud is not helping your case.
Sometimes they snatch their own wigs.
Yeah, he was doing it constantly. Like, those, somebody kept putting a wig on him, he kept snatching it away. Like, it's by himself, bro. And it's like, the part what I really want him to get between our exchange was, anything that he thinks that he thought he knew was true never can be known, because he's always trying to figure out whether or not he knows that information. You know, he's trying to realize, do I know this? So he's, you know, because I told him, I was like, he said he was open-minded, which is good. His name was Kin. He said he's open-minded and stuff, and that's good. I was like, that's a good place to be if you're gonna look at information. It was a fairly delightful exchange. It wasn't like a more hostile one like the ones we usually get. So we actually got to cover a lot of points. So yeah, if you guys are in here, you're interested in talking about the conversation of the nature of the earth that you're on right now, I would invite you to open up your mic and go ahead and ask any questions you like about the nature of the earth. If you want to ask us, or if you want to, if I'd say it like this, man, you should want to be challenged. If you think the earth is a globe, should want to be challenged.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, Cash Ripper. I
Okay,
wonder
welcome,
about
Cash
these.
Ripper.
Thank you so much, homie. I wonder about these kind of particular subjects, and if you can help me understand. You know, I'm open to understanding. These kind of subjects, such as the discovery of gravity. I guess it comes with, you know, answers in the scientific community. I get that. But amongst this channel, for example, that people that socially that dedicate their a lot of their time to discovering or revealing what they say is the truth about the earth, right? No problem. But my misunderstanding is where what what does one who has invested so much of their time into just revealing what they know to be the truth about the earth or show the lies about the earth, if it came out, for example, that the earth was shaped in a different way than what we were told, like I know that in this channel they say, well, it is shaped that different way. But so if it is shaped a different way, and the community came out and said, well, it is not shaped, and or there's things about the earth that we hid. When people in this kind of subject matter, just what would their thought process be after they were shown to be true? Wouldn't mostly I'm only assuming, but wouldn't most people in the hobby of this subject just be like, wouldn't the response just be like, see, I told you, and then that's the end of it? Or is there some kind of solution that would satisfy their desire to teach about this subject? What would the solution be?
You're
What would
talking
the
about, yeah, you're
yeah,
talking about phase 2.
right. Like
Yeah,
what does phase two look
I'm only
like?
kind of I'm only kind of like condensing what you said down to like, I'm not saying that that's what we have, but I'm telling you, like, in the way that you're framing it, you're saying, okay, phase 1 is getting the information out, changing hearts and minds. And then phase 2 would be already the knowledge coming out. Like, let's say a grand leader came out to the podium and said, guys, I'm making an announcement today. We're going to confess to the world that the earth is flat. We're not going to go along with this globalist idea anymore. So you're saying, okay, flat earther, what are you going to do at that point? Are you going to
Yeah,
stay
what
in
is the
the,
response? Isn't it just like, well, see, guys, I told you, and now I will seek a different hobby to try to reveal the truth to society? Or is it really there's some sort of, yeah, I'll let you answer. Or is it really there's
so,
some sort of like, now their
yeah,
lives will be changed knowing this
okay.
information? Tell me about that part.
What have we accomplished with the globe as far as us thinking that it's one? What future advancement in human progress? Because I would say to you, sir, that it all has been under the understanding of the earth, the nature of the earth being a horizontal plane. Yet there's been this kind of facade been portrayed that the earth is a globe, right? So if the mask fell off and there was no more people doubting that the earth is a horizontal plane and we can all live on this earth that way, now we're going to start to realize the nature of our reality. We're going to go on the quest of rediscovering what people have been like thought to have known, but have, you know, never really fully went into because they were, you had this illusion on them. So we're all going to do this together. We're going to go on a quest, right, of realizing the nature of our earth in a like a harmonious like way that we could possible. If that was true, I'd say the advancement of human technology in the realm of like understanding physics in a very applied and practical way, we're going to actually want to go and further ourselves in that. Like it's going to go, it's going to keep, it'll go to the next step, which would be like enlightenment. So it went from being in the dark ages, right, where, you know, you're just, everybody's confused, nobody can make up their minds of the way physics work because they got all this pseudoscience involved. So we're going to actually, it's going to be like a clean slate. Everything's going to be like, take all the trash out and only put what's useful and what's real. And we're all gonna like go to it's gonna be a stage of enlightenment. So phase 2 would be like actually getting people to a higher plane of thought process, because we're now going to understand that the nature of our reality is such that we are living on an earth that we've always known it to be. So we're gonna like, I hate to say rediscover, but it's kind of like that. It's gonna feel like like a child wonderment. You're gonna want to
What?
know how things. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Good response. Good response. I see that as like almost like a spiritual response to gaining that knowledge in some way. But in reality, wouldn't flat Earth um, um, knowledge teachers, wouldn't they just disappear in reality and be replaced with 24/7 round Earth Discord? Wouldn't that
No.
really, you don't like,
No,
how would it
no.
impact that knowledge?
It's no, because the thing that we thought it was never proven. The thing that we already knew it was. So it was a revelation about it's like a veil being removed. That veil's removed and the mask is off. Now you see nature for what it really is and not what you portray it to be. So there's not going to be another portrayal of that, let's say, about the nature of our earth. However, I will say that because of the sinful state of man, and I'm using that word in a way that maybe you don't have to get too far into religious ideas, but the sinful state of man is such that they might conjure up a new idea, not another globe Earth, but something within the construct or the confine of being the Earth that we know as a horizontal plane, which could be in the way of like dimensions, portals, that sort of thing.
I
So,
understand that. Thank you for that
yeah.
response. If I may just add, thank you very much, and I get I appreciate the perspective, but I'm not, how it impacts me at this moment. I'm not sure, but thank you so much for answering with respect. My last wondering about this subject is, aren't there many unknowns that the science team, the government, I mean, aren't there many unknowns about this life? And aren't there some unknowns that if they were brought to light would, I'm not saying going to say more significant impact. I don't know what the impact would be if it came out that the earth was shaped differently than what they say. I'm not sure the impact, so I don't want to touch on that, but so I don't want to also I ramble on, but aren't there bigger lies that people, that are impact, I don't know, aren't there bigger, what is it called, trees to die on, what's it called, hills to die on, like maybe, I don't know, if really one takes a desire and a subject to want to change people's minds, why is it about the shape of an inanimate object rather than, for example,
I'll give
sex
you a
trading
reason.
or something?
I'll give you a reason. It's the foundation of the basis of our reality. Everything that the things that other derivative topics that we look into, like climate change or anything, happens on the earth that you're standing on. So the nature of our reality is all subject to anything that the earth deals with, which would be the reason why you would want to engage in a battle over like limited resources.
Hello.
So it would be paramount that if you understood the foundation, that anything derivative would follow. So let's say that you right now in this particular state of mind. Hello, Calvary. Let me just finish up here, and then you can jump in. So
Fuck you,
let's just say that the nature of the earth, as you portray it right now, is like a globe, right? So if you think of it that way, your mind is constantly thinking of things like it being a globe, and there's you're gonna 3i Atlas for one. It's all over the news. 3i Atlas is out there in deep space, and they're thinking it's a craft or whatever. It's a giant asteroid coming for Earth, or whatever the case is. Right? There's always some impending doom that's coming outside of the Earth. So, and outside of that, you could think, well, we're some sort of floating rock that's in the vast cosmos, and there's other ones like this and so forth. So there's reasons to want to leave this place and go and venture off and travel about the stars. There's this whole mindset where your head's in the clouds, right, about this idea. And then there's other things internally, like on the earth, happening that are involved with like the earth's rotation slowing down or picking up speed or whatever it might be, and it's causing fluctuations in the climate that we have. So, not to mention seismic activity. but there's things that are attached to it. So if you right now would think that the earth is not that thing, or think that it is, there's implications of like why it would be paramount for you to want to do something about it. Like, you know, they're saying that the climate change and your contribution to the carbon in the, you know, you're polluting the air and stuff, you'd want to change your ways. So wherever the mind is, the body follows. So it's kind of like it keeps your mind imprisoned into the idea that it's like a narrative that controls you, for lack of better ways of putting it. That narrative controls your mind, and because of that, you yield to it anytime. Well, we're running out of resources, we got limited oil, and those guys over there have a whole bunch of it. We need to go take some of theirs because they're being greedy. So you're willing to, you know, join the cause. So that's the thing. You're not able to be controlled in that manner anymore. The shackles fall off. You're not going to be like pushed around and told that, you know, there's only so much of things on this earth, because you know the earth is it replenishes its natural resources and it's plentiful and good. So, you know, like there's a whole different perspective you take on the world that you live on. So it's not going to be anymore this whole globalist paradigm anymore. You live differently. I mean, you would. Hopefully that kind of helps.
Thank you so much, Avi, for your response. I like how that guy called me out for no one discovered. Thank you so much for critically pointing out whatever, but you know, it's more just like a subject of when someone gains knowledge of the existence of. Okay, thank you for being hypercritical of my statement, but you know, I stand corrected. Thank you so much, Avi, for your kind response.
Appreciate you,
And
man.
I wonder, one last question then, and we'll give the floor. If this planet is shaped significantly different, then I would assume that this planet that we're taught right now is shaped and it resembles other planets. Why don't we see images of other planets shaped in a way other than which is either egg shaped or spherical? Why do we not see other cone shaped or planets
Hello,
existing
man.
in the universe?
Yeah. Well, the information that you're receiving comes from a yeah, Calvary. I hear you, bud, and I know you want to come in, but I'm responding to the gentleman. So if you don't mind just sitting on mute for a while. So when you look at the cosmos and they give you information about what those things are up there that you look at, maybe through a telescope or whatever, they fill in the blanks, right? Because you can only see what you see through your telescope and maybe from an observatory position, but they tell you what kind of elements that thing that is you're looking at is made of, and you know things that it does, like it orbits or it has moons or whatever. So it's they start filling in the blanks that you probably don't or can't fill in. So they give you a paradigm, a cosmological world view about the nature of all of the cosmos.
Hello.
I hear you, Calvary, but I'm in the middle of something, brother. Just hold off a little bit. So if they're doing this and you're taking
organisé. Temperature oli, on les a maîtrisés. Qu'est-ce qu'on en est
Is he okay?
Fuck you,
I don't know.
t-shirt.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, so you have a picture in your mind of what those things are up there, and the only way you're going to verify that that's true is by going there. You can't know that if they tell you, like, you know, for example, right? Like they say Jupiter is a big gas giant. You really don't know that, or it's spherical in shape. You can see something that looks round in images that they portray, but whether or not it has a 3D composition, you wouldn't know that until you're close enough to inspect the place that they're telling you is 3D. So you can only see from a vantage point of being here on Earth, and so can they. Now, you might say, well, they got satellites that can go there. That's another layer of story time that they'll give you, that you can make a conscious decision whether you want to believe it or not. So right now, whatever's being told to you about the things in the sky, you can make a conscious decision whether you're going to accept or analyze and critically think about, and be able to like say, how do they know that information they're giving me? So like right now, at this point in time in this, in history, you can take that information and believe it, or you can challenge it and say, how do they know that's actually true? I want to know where they got their information. and how they obtained it. Because I guarantee you, the bottom or the when you get down, when you peel all the layers of onion of what they're saying, you're going to get down to they just assumed it. It's never going to be that they actually derived it from a firsthand perspective, or they inspected the elements that they're talking about, that the thing that they're looking at is what it's made of. It's never going to be that.
If the masses like sheep believe the lie, then
Masses like sheep.
you know, masses. If the masses, the populace, ad populum, if they're believing that it's a lie about the shape of the Earth, I don't want to say how does spending so much time disputing that, how does it make an impact? I mean, conversations always make an impact, but isn't there a sense of futility there? A sense of no. And I understand your points attribute to my question there, but
yeah,
it needs a destination. The energy involved needs a destination, right? And if the destination is to contradict, you know, what the masses believe and the science community is telling us, I mean, how do we
advance? How do we move the needle? You're asking
Yes.
how we move the needle. Well, we have to start at point zero, which would mean have the conversation. Have a forum to have the conversation. So this is where the two worlds collide right here. What we're doing right now, there's ideas that are going to clash with what we're saying, and violently sometimes. Other times we can have a nice conversation about it. Not always, though. The high percentage of times we're going to have a really knockdown slugfest in here. And it's going to be hard for people to understand what's going on, because the person we're speaking to has become so emotional and so attached to the paradigm that it becomes an existential crisis that they have. It's a breakdown in their psyche. They have an identity crisis also. They don't know who they are in this world anymore. They don't know what the world is. So it starts to become like a battle. Like, how do we, it's a struggle. But because we understand that the enlightenment afterwards will be that perhaps one moment there'll be an opening where they actually say, you know, I don't know. That is all we're waiting for. We're not waiting for, hey, I'm a flat earther. We're not waiting for that. That day may never come. But at the same time, what we fight for is the I don't know. Because now that gets people to be intellectually honest and not be a believer. Because now they can understand that they don't really know what they thought they knew. And that moves the needle, Cash Ripper.
Okay, fair responses. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm just passionate about this, dude. So, I mean, that comes through sometimes. But I do like that you were asking those questions. It's important, right? Everybody has to hear two people having a discussion about the very topic of the nature of the earth that we're on, and find out for themselves. Ask the questions and be inquisitive. Like, we want people to have the, put up a challenge. But it's it goes in many directions, dude. Like, it seems to be like most of the times I've heard it today, actually. The guy was saying, what difference does it make? I go to work. I do the same things I do every single day. Like, I mean, I know the earth is flat. And I told him that for the most part, yeah, you're right. You're still going to go to work. You're still going to do the things. But I mean, if you think about the things that they tell you about the earth, you're not going to be held to the same ideas or derivative topics that they used to, right? None of that stuff is going to make any more sense anymore, like the way it used to, when you used to think you lived on a globe that was spinning in the vacuum of space. It's going to lose its grip on your mind. I don't know if anybody else wants to jump in.
Actually, I have a question for any flat earthers believer. To which point, like, how to say this? Like, why did you question that? Like, where this idea came from to actually believe that the earth is flat and not round and whatever.
Where did the idea come from? Sorry, just quickly, I won't take too long. The idea was around before the globe Earth was our base understanding of the world that we experienced. It appeared to be flat and stationary. So the idea is thousands of years old.
Yeah, actually, I got that because I think I didn't say that set the questions right, but like we always told that um, the Earth is round, right? But to where did you like stop that thought in your head and said like, no, I think um, I must be tend to believe the Earth is flat. Like to like, where is the point in your like in your life that stopped you from believing that the Earth is round? You know?
Okay, so I can only speak from my experience. Other people
Yeah.
can answer after I've finished, and I'll try not to take too long. The Earth being a ball seems to be a foregone conclusion, right? We all get taught this at school. It's on media everywhere, films, stories, fiction, these types of things. It was only when someone questioned this, and I was part of that question. Somebody was questioning the idea that the Earth was sphere. And I thought the idea was kind of ridiculous at the time that somebody would question this absolute fact about reality. But after I'd understood that, I'd taken it as a foregone conclusion without actually looking at the evidence myself. I think it's that first question of doubt in your mind of whether you know what you actually know. So it was from that point onwards that kind of maybe like your experience now, where somebody for the first time is saying something completely contrary to something that you hold to be true. The same happened to me. So it's from that moment forward, then you start asking questions. And the question really is, how does the Earth appear and how does the Earth measure? Does it measure to be a sphere or does it measure to lay horizontally over distance? So it's primarily from that standpoint, but usually I find it's when the first question is asked that challenges your paradigm and whether you're open minded enough to even look into the subject. So, yeah, it comes from the question, first of all, in my experience.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing your experience.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We have some people jumping in. If you guys want to have a conversation about the nature of the Earth that we're on, there's some questions you'd like to ask us, go ahead. We're discussing whether or not people know if the Earth is a globe or not, or if you have any questions about flat Earth, you can ask us.
No takers, it seems.
Yeah, Sarwar, feel free to unmute and ask any questions if you may have them. We'll do our best to answer them.
I think Sarwar had a few questions they were asking in the chat.
think some folks here are just a bit shy, that's all. Gotta build up that confidence. You get better speaking English the more you practice, though.
Any idea why this room sort of like swings back and forth between this server and the politics server?
Yeah, it's kind of funny like that, ain't it? Like tides.
We're traveling
Just don't
gypsies.
move.
What can we
The
say?
rooms don't move. People do.
But it's just like it's like a social momentum thing, right?
How does swinging from servers to server works on a globe?
Gems.
All right. Good stuff. We got Prime Sinister in here. Welcome to the room. Sarwar. AI's in the room. What's up, AI?
Shopping for ice cream.
You're an ice cream fiend, dude. What are you getting this time? Pecan praline?
Nope.
The old classic, huh? Vanilla.
They're out of it. I'm smart.
I thought cyborgs didn't eat. Human living tissue over metal endoskeleton.
You think the biomass doesn't need sustenance? How does it stay alive?
Touche. Cyrax, what's going on, man? Welcome to the room.
Hello, guys.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Where am I?
I'm gonna hand this over. I'm gonna take off, guys. Catch up with you later.
Yeah, the Cyrex is another good stuff.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Welcome. Welcome.
Hello.
What's up, Cyclone? How's it going, man?
All good, all good. Just getting in some
Yep.
nighttime over Discord. Not for too long, just checking in. How you doing?
Stuff different day.
All right? Is my mic terrible?
No, you're good, man.
That's sweet.
Just hanging out, moderating. Either
Oh no, it's
someone or
Cyclone. Everyone act normal.
yeah, everybody get back to work.
Howdy, Slurpers. So what's been happening? Who've we got? Any new curious souls looking to hear what's going on?
We get a couple good questions or interactions, maybe one good conversation once in a while, but most just join in and listen, or join in and then I'll say welcome and then they leave.
I guess a lot of people just like to listen and see what's going on. It's really the smart thing to do. Once you hear a few Glovers come in and fuck it all up, people are like, I guess I should just listen and understand what's being said. It's
Yeah,
smart
that's
move.
what
But there's no dumb questions. So if anyone does want to ask something, please go ahead. I guess there wasn't a conversation going before I arrived, was there?
See if there's anyone I don't recognize in the chat. Star, 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 star. Who's that? What's up, Star?
yeah, they haven't unmuted yet, so I don't know.
Greenweaver Alex, what's up? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Been a while. She was the one who got flat smacked by her hair.
Hi, sorry, my mic's not very good.
Oh, that's okay. Mine isn't either. How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good.
Good, good. Yeah, I got
I
a
just
message.
posted a photo from Dom Perrott in the chat. I don't know if it's come through. It looks really dim, but it's quite a funny one. It's got the stars spinning as though they're taken from a stationary point, and yet the Earth has got lines showing it rotating, and it's just so ridiculous. I don't know what other people think, but I showed my husband this morning, and he just was like trying to mansplain it to me.
Oh, he was mansplaining it for you, was he? Nice. Love a bit of mansplaining.
Yeah.
That's my aim in here. I mansplain to the Globers that the Earth is not a globe. No, that is a weird one. I've never seen that picture before. That's quite funny.
Yeah, I've got another one, but I can't seem to post very easily into the chat. I'll see if I can get it.
Post that one. You should have image perms. If not, I might be
Yeah,
able
it's
to
just that some images don't seem to come up in my. Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah.
I guess then they're not selectable from your camera roll.
Yeah, sometimes they are if I can see them at the same time as I can see the chat bar, but as soon as I try and look through longer ago in my photos, I just can't seem to add it. Let's see if this works. Is that a different one? Yeah. There you go.
What, they're saying these were taken from the ISS or?
Or Don Pettit took it, apparently.
Don Pettit? He can't work a camera. What?
Yeah, well, if they were going to get a star sort of spin like that, it must have been a time lapse over a long period of time, right? to get the
Yeah.
stars to spin, right? Yet you're seeing the Earth with the lights, glossing past in straight lines. It's just nuts. And we're supposed to believe it.
Hmm. So he's
Yeah.
looking towards the north there.
Supposedly.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, you know how lots of people debate whether you can see stars from space, and if you ask astronauts, they seem to be very conflicted on it. And
Yeah, that's right.
yeah,
So this is
Indio
their
posted one
answer
of
to
his
that.
videos yesterday for me.
Yeah, there's been great compilations of Dom Pettit speaking with other guys like, oh, I don't know, I didn't see any stars. Did you see any stars? No, I didn't see any stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, it was one of his videos anyway that I found it. Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm.
It's like when the Globers are like, I trust NASA. That's who you're trusting Dawn. You're on Dawn's side here. Because usually, I mean, they don't know when they say they trust NASA. They don't know any person at NASA. They don't know any of their name. They don't know who they think they're trusting. So you just show them some Dawn clip of him making poo coffee and stuff, and they're like, no, not him, not that idiot.
Oh, look, someone else has just posted some much better ones. Yeah.
I just went to search for what you were talking about to see if I could find more.
Yeah. It's insane. Does that make sense to you, or can you see a way that that photo could possibly be taken from space?
Oh, the whole fallen star thing, bro. That's because you're looking at the picture completely fucking wrong.
Oh, what's the right way of looking at a picture?
All right, you're looking up.
Using
All
our
right,
eyes.
you're looking up, and all of a sudden a star comes from underneath you. Like if you're looking up at your chin, the star is going that way. That's called up, dumbass.
What? You're seeing stars going up?
Yeah,
from
I
your
do
chin?
actually. I do. If I look up, if I'm standing right here on Earth and I look up and I see a star that's going that way, okay, that's up, and then I can see a star going down that way, that's down.
Which way is up on a globe?
Oh my fucking god, bro. I just explained to your chin. If you were to look up and you were to point at your fucking chin and then shoot an arrow up, there you go. If you were to look down,
so that
all right,
was
and then
up.
you go to the back of your head and you look down, a star goes down that way. That's down and up. And you could do the same exact thing with an arrow point to the side of your face or pointed to the other side of your face. The whole flat earth thing is bullshit. Bunch of bullshit.
Is it? So when you
Yeah,
go
it is.
outside, and experience a flat, motionless Earth, that's just bullshit.
Yeah, it's called, if there's a ship out in the fucking ocean, you have a telescope and you're looking at it, eventually over time that ship's going to disappear. Why? Because of the curvature of the earth. Dumbass. Explain that, flat earther.
You sure about
Yeah,
that?
exactly. You can't explain it.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm 100% fucking sure that if I were to sit by the ocean and watch this ship go across over past Hawaii and keep going, that eventually if I keep watching that ship, it's gonna disappear.
It's gonna disappear. Now, does it disappear physically or optically?
It disappears because of the curvature of the earth.
Okay, how do you know that's... What other possibilities have you considered for why you can't see the ship?
Well, I know that if we're able to see fucking Mars, that I definitely know that my telescope is working correctly. So I definitely feel that it's the curvature of the fucking earth.
You are mother truth. You are mother truth.
Yeah, mute the child. Mute the child. So you're saying that because you see the boat appear to disappear or sink into the horizon.
Yeah,
exactly. Someone mute this kid. You're saying that proves that the Earth's surface is curved.
Yep. Proven.
You sure?
Yeah, that was debunked 129 years ago by physics.
So let's just say, but you would be assuming in that case that the Earth is already curved and that that's an effect of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what if we asked you to prove that there was actually curved to begin with? Has this ever been measured?
actual curvature.
Yeah. So you're saying
Well,
the
for
boats are
us
gonna.
to actually do the curvature, we would have to put a pole all around the fucking Earth, a whole bunch of poles, different
Nah.
sizes, different short lengths, and then what you're gonna
Okay.
find
Well,
out is that you know how when you got a piece of string and then you take it and you diagonal it and then you diagonal it the other way that it
Yeah.
won't reach the same exact point. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because different size poles and shit. That
Okay.
even
Well,
with the curvature added, that string is never gonna reach to that point because it's curvature, bruh. It's fucking
okay. Well,
curvature.
let's take a specific area. Let's say 10 miles across the Earth's surface. Is
No,
that curved?
that's not far enough because on how massive the world is. You're
Right.
gonna have to do at least, I don't know, what's a good mileage for that. I wanna say I wanna know how like long the Earth
Mm,
is. And then I
Yeah,
would
you should
say
look that
take
up.
about 50% of that, how long the Earth is, and then we'll go off of that measurement, not fucking 10 miles.
Okay, so you're
Because
saying there's
that's
no
just
curve over 10 miles.
more than 10 miles. I want to know how
Okay, so what about 20 miles? Is there any curve
how
over 20 miles?
long is the Earth?
How long is the Earth? Well, do you think there's any curve over 20 miles then?
All right, so there's 24,901 miles. So with that in mind, we'll just
So
make it
over 10
short.
miles, how much curve is that then?
We're gonna do 12,000 miles. All right,
No,
and I want
let's do
you to
something
go
realistic.
stand
Let's do
12,000
something
miles away
realistic.
from me, and I'll give you a telescope, and I
Well,
want
just
you
do
to tell
20
me what you
miles.
see.
Let's do
You're never
20
gonna
miles
see
to
the
start with.
cities. You're never gonna see that
Okay,
tower
okay.
You're never gonna know
Well,
how
because
see,
of the
anything
that's the
works.
curvature.
thing.
Shut your
That's the
mouth.
thing. That's the thing. We can actually see at distances that the globe says we shouldn't be able to see. That's how we know that the Earth isn't a cartoon ball, like you were told in
It
school,
is.
and it
It
actually
is.
measures flat. So see when you
No,
said there's
no,
no curve over
you're in
10 miles,
denial, bro. You're in
let's
denial
see.
of
Hold on, dude.
basic
Just
science.
hear me out. Just hear me out, dude.
You're
Just
in
chill.
this whole
Just hear
denial
me
phase.
out,
You know what
dude. I know
happens to
you're
people that
panicking.
are in constant
Dude,
denial?
I know
They
you're
find
panicking.
themselves in this
I know you're
horrible
panicking,
misery
dude. It's
spot.
okay. It's okay, dude. I know you're panicking, but just hear
Yeah,
me out. So you said there's
shut up.
no curve over 10 miles. Well,
No,
either that's
oh my
welcome
god,
to
bro.
flat Earth. Oh, wait, there is curve over 10 miles, you said?
Is there
Yeah, go and look up
curvature
your own
over
argument.
10 miles?
Yeah, you should have looked that up before you
I
answered.
bet money there is. Yeah, there is distinct curvature over 10 miles,
Oh,
though it's
okay. How
not
much?
noticeable by the naked eye from ground level due to the
Okay, how
massive
much?
scale of Earth. The
Okay,
planet's
let's
curve
say,
only becomes available apparently at the very high altitudes, such as a
okay,
commercial airline or in space.
okay, well, let's say horizontally, if you were to draw a line out from your feet from A to B, 10 miles, how much would that horizontal have dropped due to curvature over 10 miles?
I don't know, bro. There's a lot of things that go into that. Like, where are you starting at? Are you starting on
That's
top
pretty
of the
simple.
mountain,
Come on,
or are you
you're already
starting at
asking
the
AI,
plains?
so just
Because
ask it.
saying that all fucking ground, all the Earth's crust and all that is
That's all right,
completely
dude.
fucking is
Just ask the
ridiculous, bro.
computer again. How much
It's
drop over a
uneven
distance?
amount. Is an uneven
Okay.
amount of dirt.
Okay, so what's the average curvature rate over 10 miles? What should it be? What should the drop be?
Oh, fucking microscopic, man.
Like a
Micro fucking
nanometer?
scopic.
A centimeter?
Microscopic. Like a
2
germ.
centimeters? Have a guess. Since this is your belief, remember?
Oh my god, bro. I'm not gonna fucking go into the science
We're
about
not
it,
going to go into
bro.
the science about it, but you're arguing. You're saying the boats are going over a curve.
How
And I'm saying, what's the curve?
many what was oh yeah, curvature
How many
in
curvatures? Over 10
Earth?
miles.
I don't know what the fuck you're asking me, bro. 10
So over
miles.
10 miles, there's a drop over distance due to curvature, you're saying. So what is it? In feet or inches or centimeters, whatever. See, you've never even thought about this, and yet here you are telling us we're crazy for not believing the shit that you don't even understand. That's crazy. You coming in here acting like this? You don't even know what
Giving
you're
me
arguing
fucking
for.
math equations, bro.
Whoa,
This is
bro.
fucking bullshit, man. This is
Whoa, this
fucking
is bullshit,
bullshit.
man.
Giving me
Okay,
math
this is bullshit.
equations.
So how much is that curvature over 10 miles?
Microscopic.
Microscopic. What's that in a number?
Microscopic.
So what would
Oh
that be
my
in number?
fucking god.
Yeah, put a number to it.
0.001 .0000000000005% difference.
5% difference. No,
You're
like
happy?
in centimeters or inches or feet. That's crazy.
Yeah. Millimeters.
Millimeters.
So it's not enough
right,
to see
so-
boats go over?
Yeah, because you were just
Yeah.
saying,
That is though. Where's your math?
right, so you're
Where's
saying
your
over
math,
10
dumbass?
miles. So
Show
over
me.
10 miles.
Prove to me my math is wrong, you fucking idiot.
But bro,
Yeah,
you're
that's
not.
right.
You don't know the math
That's
though. So how
right.
could you know?
Prove it.
You
Prove
don't
it.
know
No,
the
I
math.
know the math. I did the math. I
Okay,
just did
so
it right
according
here.
to the math, how much drop over a distance is it for 10 miles?
I already told you, bro.
Yeah,
Prove
but
me
you said
wrong.
millimeters. That's not what they
Yeah.
claim.
Yeah, it's oh, they don't. What do they claim then? What is it?
Do you want me to tell you?
Yeah, what is it, bro? Since my math is wrong, tell me.
They claim it's around 66 feet.
What? 66 feet.
Oh, you didn't know that?
What type of fucking math is this?
Bro, that's what you're
So
arguing
you're telling
for.
me in a 10-mile distance, you're gonna be 66 feet higher than me.
I'm not telling you that. That's what the
Your
globe
math.
heads are telling you, bro.
Yeah, I like
That's
that.
what
I
the
like
globe
your
heads are telling
logic,
you.
bro. I
All right,
like
so you're
it.
telling me. All right, so you're like me. You don't believe
Oh,
there's
you're in for a
66
treat.
feet. You don't believe there's 66 feet a drop over 10 miles.
Fuck no. Well, I mean, it could. There could
All right,
be. If you
welcome
go
to
to like
Flat
the
Earth, my
ocean,
friend. We don't believe it either.
if you go to the ocean and you stand at like the ocean's beach and then you go 10 miles out, there could be like a drop into like a canyon.
Of 66
That would make your
No, not
66 feet
canyon.
theory
No,
possible.
they're saying it's the curvature, not topography.
That's crazy, bro. No, that's definitely wrong, man. That's my math is right,
Well,
bro.
you're
There's
like
like a
us then, bro.
0.000000000000000000005.
There's zero curvature. We agree. There's zero curvature. See, this is the beautiful thing. People like you come in thinking that we're stupid or whatever, but it's because you don't understand what we're saying. And then when we tell you what we're saying, which is like, hey, the globe's making this crazy claim about 66 feet over 10 miles, you're like, that's bullshit. Well, yeah. Welcome to what we're saying. That's what we're saying. It's bullshit. So you're on our side. I'm glad you've realized. Welcome. The globe is bullshit. See, there you go. We don't have to get all mad.
Nah, 66 feet. Nah, bro, that's not true.
Yeah, it's
That's not
bullshit,
true.
isn't it? Exactly. There
We
you go.
agree.
Yeah, because your math is wrong, bro. Your math
Not
is
our math,
not my
dude.
wrong,
math.
bro.
It's not my
Your
math.
math
That's
is
the globe
wrong,
math.
bro.
That's the
Fuck
globe
you
Not our
math.
talking
math.
about?
Yeah,
66
that's the
feet,
globe.
bro. I can walk
Yeah,
10
that's the globe
miles
math.
down the road and it still
Yeah,
be
that's
the
the globe
same
math.
exact fucking
Oh, you're
shit.
gonna have to take it up with NASA, my friend. You're gonna have to take this up with NASA.
Shit.
Bro, take it up with your local congressman. Take it up with NASA and the Don Pettits and all of the globe clowns. You should write into Star Talk and tell Neil deGrasse Tyson what you
Nah,
talking
your math is wrong, cuz you're
Yeah,
over
well, it's
here
their
looking
math.
at the
It's their
fucking
math,
math
dude.
on Google.
It's their math, dude.
66.528 feet, bro. Where do you get these
Gotta
numbers
shut
at?
up.
Huh,
Oh, yeah. Where did
dumbass?
they get those numbers from? That's a good question.
Yeah.
We should ask them. Where did they get those numbers from, do you think?
Well, I'm reading right now.
Yeah, if you find out, let us know, because it seems like they just pulled them out their ass. That's crazy, isn't it? 66 feet over 10 miles? They must think you're retarded.
Oh, I wonder if it's saying like the curvature, like here's the starting point, and if you were to walk 10 miles at that the curve to the earth is 66.5 feet. It's not really like if you were to go up into space and then do 10 miles, and then if you were to go onto the earth and do 10 miles, it's a lot more since the curvature of the earth, you're doing way more measuring. I
Bro, you're
think
trying to
that's
make
what it's
excuses
saying.
for it now. You're trying to make excuses for it.
No, I think that's what it's saying.
It's saying if you were on one side of a lake that was 10 miles wide and your friend was on the other side, he would be 66 feet of geometric curvature below where you are. Yeah? So there'd be a big hump of water between you and your friend over a 10-mile lake. And he would be obscured by about 50 odd feet from where you're standing. But then we can just go to a lake and test this, and there is no curve. So there you go. You were actually right when you said there's like 0.
I'm actually willing to put money on it, bro.
Money?
How about we go to my nearest
Go and test
lake?
it. Even better.
And
you can go and test it for free.
you stand on one side, I stand on the other side. And I'm gonna bet money.
bro,
I couldn't see I couldn't see nothing. I couldn't see nothing, bro. You'd be fucking
we've
blind.
already
You
done
couldn't
this.
see me either.
Like loads of people have already done this. It's not like we're just thinking about this. This has been done for years now. This is how people know the Earth isn't a globe. But yeah, you should go and do it. You should do it yourself, so that you can know. Because remember, you came in here thinking it was a globe, and then we told you what the globe
Shut your
was.
dumb ass up, boy! I don't want to hear your
that
fucking
can't be right.
bullshit, bro. I don't want to hear your fucking bullshit. Flat Earthers had too much time thinking about this bullshit.
All right, just pop this guy on mute. He's had bro, just go and like chill out, take a glass of water, maybe have a sit down.
I need a goddamn fucking scientist over here to argue with your fucking dumbass.
Yeah, if you could get a scientist, that would be funny for us. Do that.
Yeah, I bet money that fucking shit.
Oh, I would love to see a party clown.
What do you think the scientist would say to us?
They'd actually have the knowledge to outclaim all your bullshit.
Oh yeah.
You've had too much time thinking about this bullshit that no matter what I say, my small little claims is never gonna fucking do anything. Well, if I get a scientist that agrees,
need evidence.
Then we're good.
So what scientific experiment do you think the scientist would present for the globe?
Yeah.
Would they tell us to watch NASA videos on YouTube?
Yo, give me a second. Let me ask ChatGPT.
Oh, you gotta have a prosthetic brain.
Is the Earth flat or round?
You honestly think that ChatGPT?
Oh no, he's onto us, guys. He figured out ChatGPT.
It's an oblate spheroid, meaning it's slightly flattened to the poles and bulging at the equator. This has been confirmed through countless observations, satellite images, and scientific measurements over centuries.
It's bulging.
What do you mean by scientific measurements over centuries, ChatGPT?
Nah, we don't want to listen to you about.
A scientific measurement is simply a story that we tell you where we try and convince you that you live on a giant spinning ball.
Earth is round. Plus,
well, that's funny. That was a good one.
Yeah, I'll leave it until he quits. He spiraled quickly. He brought his own spiral too. That's the funniest part.
Yeah, got very excited, didn't he?
Yeah.
He wasn't having any of that 66 feet over 10 miles.
Funniest part is he started acting like it was your math.
Yeah, he was outraged at that. How funny is that? He's outraged at the notion of 66 feet over 10 miles, but then he's like, he reads it and that is what they're claiming. And he's like, well, maybe he means if you go to space, 10 miles, and then 66 feet. Yeah, that's what they mean. Makes sense.
He did an instant 180, turned on his heel, and immediately started defending it. Hilarious.
The best part was you couldn't see curvature over 10 miles, but boats go over the horizon.
Yeah.
Yep.
So are you done playing with ChatGPT?
Yeah, bro. Explain time zones. How does time zones work with your flat Earth theory?
Time zones only work on a flat Earth.
You have no idea how they work. We're about to teach you today, though. You're about to learn.
Well, let's learn. Tell me. Explain
well,
to
are
me.
you on the same page?
That's the best flat smack I've heard in weeks.
What was that?
That's the best flat smack I've heard in weeks.
No, thank you. So are you on board, new guy, with the 66 feet over 10 miles not existing? You're in agreement?
I'm agree with everything that you're going to get to the point where explaining time zones.
Okay,
Does that include daylight savings time?
Well, we have time zones, and the surface measures flat, not curved. So Consequently, they must be on a flat Earth.
How? How is it this planet, this side of the Earth over here is dark, but this side of the planet Earth is bright?
All right, you're actually meaning day and night. Well, have you noticed that you noticed every day that the sun moves through the sky?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Why do I think that the Earth, the moon sets on the whatever was to say
No, we were
north and
talking about the
east?
sun there. You got confused already. Why do you think you see the sun move through the sky every day?
Oh, but listen. All right, if the sun is moving for me, all right, but somehow on the other side of the Earth is fucking black. How the hell does this make any sense to your argument at
The
all?
sun's not 93 million miles away, obviously. Check the
sun's
side
not
chat.
there. The sun's moving over you, taking
Yeah,
its light with
exactly.
it, right?
Yeah,
so the
it
sun moves.
rises here and then it sets over here.
Yeah, but that's just it going to another part over the Earth. It's not actually going below your feet.
But shouldn't I still be able to see it?
No, because it's the light doesn't travel forever, right?
Yes, it does. Have you ever heard of light years? Have you ever seen stars? Light travels fucking forever.
No, it doesn't. Who told you that?
Scientists.
Which one?
Any sort of scientist that figured it out. If you really want to know, I can Google it real quick.
Yeah, tell us which scientist said light travels forever and is visible to the human eye forever.
Yes, an empty space, light travels forever until it's absorbed or reflected by an object. However, as it travels, the expansion of the universe stretches its wavelength, causing it to lose energy and become red-shifted. In other mediums like water or glass, light is absorbed and scattered, so its travel distance is limited.
Is light absorbed in air?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, but you said it's absorbed in glass and water, so is it also absorbed in air?
Let's ask, does light get affected by air? Yes, air affects light by causing it to slow down, bend, refract, and scatter. These effects are due to the interactions of light with an air molecule and the degree
so that'll be a limit.
of
That'll
change.
limit how much the light can travel to your eye in air then. So when the sun gets far away from you, it's traveling through all that air, can't get through it all, eventually just extinguishes.
Yeah, but this still doesn't prove your point of time theories, bro. Of different time zones and why this part's dark and this part's bright. Because if the Earth is flat, and I can see it, that means it's shining through all of that shit. Because it's fucking miles above us. It's fucking
but then when it gets far away from
above
you,
us.
you can't see it. But when the sun gets further away from you, you can't see it, and it's nighttime, right?
No, because it's an empty space unless it gets reflected by an outside fucking object like a mountain. Like if a mountain was tall enough okay, your theory would only work if we had a canyon and we had civilization in there, and then once you got over that mountain, there was another fucking civilization, and then another mountain and another civilization. And then the sun doesn't move up and down like it does, it moves side to side. That's the only way that shit would work.
Moving, right? So you agree the sun is moving?
Yep.
Okay, well there you go. That's why we have day and night.
Exactly, but you still haven't explained time zones.
Look at the side chat.
They're political designations. But there you go. I mean, you've already debunked heliocentrism, so you're not that far away.
Actually, no.
You'd understand.
We move. The sun doesn't move.
No. The sun is moving. You're not moving unless you've got some proof that you are
No,
moving.
we are moving at like
How fast-
trillions
how
or
fast-
however many miles per hour that is.
Oh, how fast do you think you're moving?
That's a good question. Ask Google because I don't know the number on top of my head.
You don't know? You say you know you're moving, but you don't know how fast you're moving? How does that work? You're just guessing?
Approximately 1,000 miles per hour.
Whoa, that's pretty fast. So when you go outside, do you notice that the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour?
No, that's because of gravity.
No. Gravity.
Yeah.
So
9.2 meters per second squared.
So gravity stops you from being able to know that the ground is moving.
Yep, because of gravity. If you were to take this object into this ball, and all of a sudden you start spinning the ball 1,000 fucking miles per hour, what do you think what's gonna happen? That ball is gonna stick to the side of it, and it's never gonna fucking move. There you go.
What? Now, when you spin balls, stuff goes flying off of it.
سبب الإخوان.
So if you can't detect any motion of the ground, how do you know that it is in motion?
Oh, how do I know that it's in motion?
Yeah, you just said
because when it comes down to doing the math of launching a fucking rocket up into space, you have to calculate where the moon's gonna be before it's even fucking there.
All right, but you're not doing
how
that,
I know.
are you?
Fuck no. Fuck no.
Yeah. So I asked how you knew that you were on a spinning ball that's going at 1,000 miles an hour.
I'm done with this, bro. You're in denial, man. You couldn't even explain time zone.
So you don't know.
Brothers, you know Dre Pop. Brothers, fuck you.
That's all right. We'll take
Dre Pop.
It's pretty sad that the guy wouldn't even look in the side chat. It's kind of pathetic.
Wait till he finds out that if he believes he lives on a globe, that he's moving faster at night than during the day.
Yeah. And that it's a lot faster than 1,000 miles an hour too when you factor in going around the sun.
Does that guy sound like a details guy? I don't think so.
Oh, absolutely.
Sound like a sad.
Excuse me, why are you interrupting?
I want to join the conversation.
All right. Well, you got a question? You got some globe evidence? What you got?
What are you talking about?
We're talking about how there's no curvature. There's no curvature or motion of the ground, so it can't be a big spinning ball.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
We're talking about how there's no detectable curvature or motion of the Earth's surface, therefore it cannot be a spinning ball.
I didn't understand any word did you say. By the way, I want to ask you a question.
My mic's cutting out, guys, or is he just
No, my English level doesn't allow me to understand all the words.
If you couldn't understand that, I don't know how you're going to ask a question and expect us to explain it in a way that you can understand it.
Just listen 1 minute, please. Okay? I have a problem. Can you help me?
Probably not.
I will not give you money.
What you said so far.
What the fuck? Who want money?
Yeah, I will not give you money. Sorry.
If you're a globe believer, you've got a lot of problems. You don't have curvature. You don't have motion. You don't have a core of a baller. You don't have any of that.
I don't need any money. I don't need money. Listen.
If you didn't understand what he said before, then how are you going to understand what he says if you were to ask a question?
What the fuck? Just listen.
Do you need a wife?
No. I have a problem. I have a big problem.
Did you visit your doctor?
No. I have a presentation next week and I am anxious.
All right, well, just practice your presentation. Make sure you know what you're talking about, and you'll be less anxious. There you go.
But when I stand in front of people, I feel anxious. I don't know why.
Just tell them the Earth is flat.
Yeah, there you go. No, Pro tip, talk directly towards the one person in the room instead of paying attention to everybody else there, and it should be easier for you.
And whatever you do, do not blink your eyes.
Yeah, no blinking, and if you can help it, no breathing.
Right.
You really want to moderate your breathing to about 0. No, that's a joke. We don't give out medical advice. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. So,
yeah, confidence.
Do you know what curvature of the Earth is?
No.
You don't? It means like a curved surface of a ball. You know, it goes down in a way. It's curved like a football. You don't understand that?
No.
Oh well. You can't be a globe believer then. So you don't believe in the globe.
What is glow mean?
Good troll, dude. It's very funny.
What?
Very entertaining.
Guys, my English is not that good to understand all of the words you say.
Yeah, your English is fine. See, that would work if you weren't talking semi-coherent
No,
English.
it's simple conversation, not a deeply conversation.
Okay, well, put yourself on mute then and just listen in.
Is there any more concise advices about the presentation?
Yeah, don't behave like you are now, or everyone will think you're a fool.
I am what? Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to act like this?
Yeah, act like this.
Just be cool.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll pass. Just tell them you don't understand anything that's going on.
The presentation is in French language.
Oh, you're French. That makes sense.
No, I'm not French. I'm Arabic.
Oh.
Same thing.
What?
Why are you speaking French then? Why aren't you speaking Arabic?
In our system, education system, we speak French.
Sucks to be you.
Yeah, sorry to hear about that. They might make a cream or an ointment for that.
On top of making you speak French, did they also make you believe that you live on a big spinning ball in a vacuum of space? What? What do you say? I don't understand.
Are you trolling or what?
Yeah, because you're avoiding talking about your globe belief, which tells me you're not really confident about the globe.
What is globe?
Yeah, what they told you Earth was.
Globe. Do you want me to post the definition in the side chat?
Yes, please. Yes, if you could.
All right.
I'm
Yeah, like
also
NASA
learning Deutsch. Is there anybody here speaking Deutsch?
No, it's English speaking.
Okay.
It's called English Hub.
Where are you from?
Doesn't matter.
Where are you from?
So there you go. The dictionary definition is saying that it's the third planet from the sun, the planet we live on. And the second definition is an object with a spherical shape, or a sphere on which a map is represented.
So now do you understand?
Yes, a little bit.
Yeah, do you believe that's what the Earth is?
No.
Why not?
I believe that Earth is like a ball.
Yeah, like a globe.
That's what globe mean.
Globe, B.
Globe, okay. Yes, Earth is globe.
Okay, why do you think that?
Because I see pictures from the space.
Now, is it possible to make pictures that aren't real?
How did you know it's not real?
Well, I'm just asking, is it possible to make an image of something that isn't real?
Yes.
So how do you know this is one of those or not?
That's a good question.
Yeah, you'd have to find some evidence in reality, not just images.
But
is there any
please,
evidence in
let me ask
reality?
you, what would this fact, uh, what would this fact influence your life? What would you, what can I say?
Well, understanding the nature of reality is important because you exist in reality.
And
in order to make the best possible decisions, you should have the best possible information about your situation.
Oh, please, how can the shape of the earth help me live a better life or a better reality?
Because then you'll be living in reality instead of a fantasy.
I am living in reality right now.
No, you just said you thought the earth was a ball.
Yes.
Where's that in reality?
Listen. I want you to understand.
Listen. Where's that in reality?
Just listen. If you want to understand me, listen. How
I don't think you're listening.
this information of the shape of the world, the earth, will
I
help
just told
you.
you. So you're living in reality. You understand
I'm
reality.
living in reality right now. Even
No,
even
no.
though, even
You
though
live on a
I
ball.
don't know really the shape of the world. Is it a bowl or a goal, or what are you saying? Or shape musattaha? So I
No,
am living
flat
right
isn't
now.
a shape.
It
Flat.
doesn't matter the shape of the world. I am living.
Yeah, but then you have to consider how did the earth get here? And then it matters. Because they're telling us that the earth
Guys,
got
you're
here.
caring too much about question that will not help you in your life.
No, you're just not thinking enough. You're being lazy.
Why I will think about something will not help me in anything.
Do you care about the environment?
Yes.
Why?
What do you mean why?
Why? Why would
Environment
that
is
help you?
good. It's good for the health, for life of the animals.
So understanding the environment is good.
Yes.
Okay, so the earth is your environment, so you should
Yes.
want to understand it.
You are just making it a complex subject. It's not that
No, that was
complex.
really simple. That was very simple.
Yeah,
If
it's
you care
really
about the
that simple.
environment, this is
Listen,
your environment.
bro, why are you caring too much about the shape of the
Why are you
earth?
caring about the environment?
Because it's what's the word? If the environment is not good, yeah, the
Do you care?
if the environment is not good, then
Do you
it will affect me. Then it
do
will
you
affect
care?
me.
Do you
How would you
care?
know if the environment is good or not if you don't know what the environment is?
The environment is everything around me. That's environment.
Is your environment a big ball spinning through space?
Bro, you are asking stupid questions. I'm sorry.
No, I'm asking if your environment is the ball that you just claimed.
Environment is everything around me. Now I am
Yeah,
in
the
my
surface
room.
of the earth that you live on, right?
Around walls. That's my environment right now.
Yeah, you live on the surface of the earth. That's your environment. Yeah.
No, I am living right now in my room. Around
Oh, you
walls.
don't go
That's
outside.
my
Where's
environment.
your room located?
Do you wanna really know?
No, but it's located on the earth, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so that is your environment, the earth. And if you think the earth is
Yes.
a
And
ball,
if
then you
the
don't know anything about your
listen,
environment.
listen. If the earth is having any shape. That's not affecting me because I'm living it 20 years right now. It doesn't affect me. Even though if maybe I don't know the real shape of the earth, but it doesn't affect me in anything. You
Yeah, it
understand
does.
me?
You just haven't thought about it.
What?
Yeah, you just haven't thought about it.
What if I thought about it? I am now
Well, then
thinking about it.
you would
What will
realize
that help me?
the truth about where you live is important.
Will that help me in my presentation next week?
It will help
No.
you a lot more than
Why
in your
will I think
presentation
about
next
it?
week.
Hmm?
Yeah, it will help you with a lot more than your presentation.
Help me in what?
Well, if you want to find out,
Mm-hmm.
do some research.
Bro, you are
Find out.
you don't have an answer.
There's
Yeah, I
some
mean,
other
we could
truth.
explain it. I mean, it's
Logan, can I ask you?
self-evident.
You don't
There's
have
some,
a.
there's some other truth.
Yeah, you want to ask me or ask the other guy?
No, he's going to ask you. And anyway, I'm
Okay,
gonna take off for the night. So good chats, everyone. Keep this on the rails if you can. I mean, this guy seems like a bit of a dead end, but feel free to persevere.
There's some other truth will help in your presentation tomorrow.
Okay, not tomorrow, next week. I am
Next week.
preparing.
Does the boiling the water will help your presentation?
What?
Does the boiling of water will help your presentation?
Water.
Yeah, boiling water.
Boiling water. No.
No, but I can show you, I can present you boiling water, and you can say, look, this is the truth, this is the boiling water, but this will not change your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
That means there is some truth outside of your presentation.
I don't understand the point you want to give me. You want to explain to me.
Okay, if surface is flat, it will not help your presentation. If surface is curved, it will not help your presentation.
Yes, that's my point.
That's my point also.
So,
shall we call this server 24/7 your presentations or 24/7 flat earth where we are, where you don't care to be?
If you really don't
Did you say
care,
that
why
you
are you?
don't care? Did you say that you don't care?
yes, because it will not help me in my
And where you
presentation.
are now, if you don't care? If I don't care to be in cinema and watch some scientific movies, then I don't go to cinema to watch scientific movies because I don't care to watch scientific movies.
Yes.
That's my logic. Okay?
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes.
Yeah. That means that you care.
No.
But you are still here.
In the earth, you mean?
No,
No,
you
in this
care enough to
server.
be here in this channel, telling us how little you care.
Okay, guys, I understand right now. I really don't know the room talking about scientific things. I just joined and ask if anybody can help. If you want me guys to leave, I will leave. Okay?
No, I want to help you. I want to help you, but you said that you don't care.
Yeah, you're free to stay here.
you
You're
wanna-
telling us you don't care, and we're like, okay, fine, leave if you want to. Then,
Yes,
dude.
exactly.
Whatever.
Yeah, you're welcome to stay.
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't matter. It's not now. You don't care to understand. You can stay. Everything is fine.
What's your presentation about? I'm sorry if you already said that. I missed it.
It's about time management. It's an easy topic, but the problem is in me, how I behave in front of people.
Yeah, well, you can save a lot of time by realizing the globe is fake. Then anytime it comes up, you can just ignore anything they're talking about because it's a lie and it's a waste of time. So Flat Earth would help you in your time management in that way. Then you
But it
can
is-
relegate anything having to do with the globe. You can just realize that's science fiction. Saves a lot of time.
Yes, actually.
Yeah, can be a discernment test. Like the person's really obsessed with the globe and loves NASA, and even though they've been presented with evidence that very clearly and logically explains how the globe is a complete fantasy, but these people are still clinging to it, then it tells you something about their discernment and logical abilities. So then it's possible they could be correct about other things, but it definitely calls their judgment into question if they have seen the evidence.
Yep.
Have you seen the evidence that debunks the globe, Bad R27?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, are you interested?
No.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
Well,
What?
I won't waste my time then.
Yeah, fair enough.
so are you guys talking about scientific things, right? Or about just the shape of the Earth? Do you understand me?
Oh, you want me to answer, but you're not interested in the evidence. So, gosh, that's kind of a dilemma. Yeah, I mean, you've been told that the
What did you
shape of the
say?
Earth. You've been told,
What did
yeah,
you
that the
say?
shape of the Earth might be a
In the
scientific
beginning.
question, but it's a mathematical, geometric question. If you're talking about the shape of an object, but we do sometimes veer into areas of science, such as how can you have gas pressure without a container? Why do people claim the Earth is moving when there's no cause and effect relationship ever been scientifically demonstrated of such motion? Why do people imagine that they're participating in science when they're really participating in a giant religious delusion? So, yeah, we talk about science.
Thank you for the long answer.
Oh, that was my short version. Yeah, that was the short answer.
I didn't hear the beginning, but thank you.
You're welcome. Do you have any other questions? Or Goodman, if you've got a question, feel free, because Siegbad R has ambivalent feelings regarding
No,
flat
right
Earth.
now I don't have any question because right now I have just one problem, one small problem is my presentation. I don't like to focus on a lot of things at the same time.
Well, my question is this. Is there something special about flat earthers that would have you come to them for advice
Please,
or guidance with
can
this
you
problem?
simplify? Listen.
Just wondering.
Can you simplify your words so I can
Okay,
understand?
I'll put it this way. Why did you come to us for advice?
Because I just saw you guys. There's a lot of people. Actually, it will be logic if one person can help me.
Well, we'd like to steer this conversation back towards the room topic, which is flat Earth. Okay? I'd
I didn't
advise
hear.
you, sir, to go put yourself on mute. This is a very advanced English topic.
Yes.
And I think you can learn a lot about different various subjects by just listening in to our conversations.
Yes,
If you
this
need
is
help with
interesting.
English speaking, there are probably other rooms that you can go visit and ask them for assistance with. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Great. Is there anybody else here that has any questions, particularly about flat Earth or the globe? If you believe in a globe, did you know that you believe that you move faster at night than during the day? Did you know that? Did you know that if you lived on the equator of a globe, that during the nighttime you'd be spinning into the direction of Earth's orbit during the night, And then during the day, you'd be slowing down away from Earth's orbit. And there would be 1,000-mile-per-hour difference. Constantly cycling and gyrating. Isn't that crazy?
Are you talking to me or to everyone?
I'm adjusting the whole room.
Okay.
Yeah, if you believe you live on a globe, you think you're not just moving and you're not just accelerating, but you're constantly accelerating and decelerating over a 24-hour period, getting yanked around and around and around and around. Nobody has ever measured that motion. Nobody.
Damn ground's trying to throw me to the east.
I know.
I want to.
Did you know that if you thought you lived on a globe, that when you look towards the east at nighttime, that you're looking in the opposite direction of somebody looking east during the daytime? Kind of makes it hard to pray to Mecca, don't you think?
Just goes to show that for that reason, there's no standard cardinal directions on the globe. There can't be, because it's always moving. And also, that problem of the accelerating and decelerating gets more complex as you go through the different vectors. Like if you're talking about an elliptical orbit, that's even compounded even more as far as the acceleration, deceleration. So you would have to add that to the rotation, and then you have to add all of that motion to the motion of the sun going around the great attractor.
Galactic
so
orbit.
That's really, really complex. Yeah.
With all that Coriolis going on.
Yeah. Let's see them. Let's see them adjust for that with their conservation of energy. How do they account for that?
Yeah. Do airplanes account for intergalactic Coriolis?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, they don't have to, because just like the curvature, it's minimal, or it's what do they call that? Negligible.
Yeah, so negligible it's as if it's not there.
Yeah. So the negligible part of the globe brings it right back to how we actually experience the Earth: flat, stationary, and contained. Thank you very much. So yeah. So why would we use anything else besides what it actually exists as? We don't have to make up these silly stories that the Earth is doing all these crazy things that cannot be measured, have never been measured, and are as an experience by anybody. Yeah. So the globe's got a real problem. They basically have reverted to like psychopathy, because they've backed away completely from the geometric horizon. And we've even had Globers come in here fairly recently. I haven't been on that much, but fairly recently they say, oh, there is no drop over distance on a sphere. Really? So where do they come up with this shit, man?
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, because they have to back off. They have to back off from the geometry, because they have no legs to stand on.
That's
when
right.
we start talking about geometry.
That's right. I'd like to see drag races going from east to the west to compare their times from going west to the east.
Yeah,
You get an
exactly.
advantage.
And yeah, why wouldn't there be a difference in that travel east to west, let alone, let's say, diagonal travel? Like, that would all have to be accounted for with aircraft landing on runways, like taking off from a runway, like the landing gear geometry would all have to be different. Like, how are they accounting for any of that? It's negligible, and and conservation of energy just is a blanket statement to take care of everything that they cannot show to be objective fact by any true measurement. So it's basically just like Dandelion was saying. These people are lost in an absolutely religious delusion with nothing empirical that they can stand on to say this is how we know. There is none of that how we know for a fact and can be proven, repeated, observable, measurable, repeatable, and falsifiable, which almost every fact or proof that we talk about in this topic as flat earthers, it is most indeed empirical. It can be repeated, it's measurable, observable, and falsifiable. And if it's not, then it doesn't belong here. So stick that up your equation and smoke it. The equation.
Y'all gotta try this one day. Earlier today, I was talking to somebody. Well, Indio was talking to him. I got to butt in for a second. And I was literally trying to get this guy to answer. Said, how far away is the horizon? What do you mean? That doesn't matter. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm like, so when the sun's moving across the sky, and I was like, steel man the globe, right? So when the sun's moving across the sky, that means the Earth is spinning. And so when the Earth is facing the sun, that's daytime. And when the Earth is facing away from the sun, that's nighttime. And I was like, is that right? And he goes, I don't know. Let me ask Google.
Very strange indeed.
Because I'm the flat earther, I can't be right.
Yeah, I was thinking, as early as like 4, 5 years ago, I was thinking, and I think others of us in this realm were thinking that they wouldn't be able to keep the globe going because, the evidence is just so overwhelming that at some point they'd have to do a new PSYOP, whether it be, getting everybody onto some kind of flat earth model that may or may not be accurate, but at least it would be, keep the white lab coats in charge of determining everyone's reality. But the way things are going now, I don't even think that's going to be necessary. They can just double down. Everybody's just looking to their Google search engine, and their Chat GPT is their new god. Like, as long as they just keep the globe illusion there on the screen, they probably aren't going to have an issue. They can probably keep it going for quite a bit longer. It's just going to be an even scarier. I mean, flat Earth will just become an even scarier discernment test as they just stop even pretending, like you just said. They're not even going to pretend, that they are going to be looking for drop over distance. It's just this whole brain in a jar. I don't have hands. Reality is whatever we determine it is. And you've seen person after person. You mentioned someone earlier. The person who was just talking to Cyclone was like that. We had someone last week who, if someone had, Gemsy had a turn of phrase that he couldn't find in Google, so he told him that it didn't exist, it wasn't real, even though it was just a creative expression that he used. They honestly believe that when they're searching something up, the first Google result, that's reality. Like, it's just getting scary out here. Like, they won't need to tell the truth about the globe because these people don't even want the truth. They like the comfortable lie and they like it more every day. Seems like it's going in the other direction.
It's even worse than that. Like, have you ever seen the movie Ready Player One? I know some people haven't, but it's an important movie to watch as far as psyops go.
No, I haven't. I think my sons might have seen it. I don't know.
So it's a dystopian future where everybody's wearing VR headsets and they all live in this virtual reality world and play video games all day instead of like going out in the real world and meeting each other and things like that.
Yeah,
I was in a group chat. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to build off of that, but go ahead.
I was just going to say really quick, and I'll let you build off of that. But so I was talking to a group of people earlier, and they said it's coming down to people making a decision whether or not they like the real world or the internet world. And some people just prefer the internet world over the real world. Like, that's scary.
Right. And augmented reality and virtual reality is going to further immerse people into this delusion. NASA's already been working on some interesting technology where you basically put on these VR goggles, right? And this stuff is going to present you NASA's view of other worlds. So you can go explore Mars. You could see what the rovers are seeing. You can be present virtually on Mars. Isn't that neat? So the two-dimensional projected screen is going to turn into a couple of 2D projected stereoscopic screens and upgrade your immersion into the same fantasy. I mean, can you imagine how many people are going to fall for this crap? Like, hey, I want to go see what's happening on the ISS. Let me put on my Facebook VR goggles.
What are you talking about? There's already flat earthers that fell for it.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is not necessarily that they're going to go along with NASA cosmology, but they're going to go along with a cosmology that they can't access, that somebody tells them is real, beyond the reach of where we can go into the sky. And they're going to live their life as if it's real, simulating the world that they live in their own minds, just like they were doing when they were Globers. Like, for example, stories about celestial entities, which may be angels or demons, floating above us, doing this or that, having certain ways of transporting themselves, having certain lands that they inhabit that are floating above us, all these things that nobody can validate. But of course, they're going to have dreams and visions and use obscure scripture passages to make their claims, and a whole masses of people will believe them. That's not will, that is already happened. As a matter of fact, I would say the majority of flat Earth videos that I've seen outside of our venue, I would give it a 90 to 95% certainty that the majority of those flat Earthers believe in a cosmology that some other flat Earther told them that neither of them have any way to validate. Yet they think it's the truth. And they preach it as if it's the truth. So how are they any different than Globers, really, truly, when you think about it? A territory in an area and a function on the most base unit of reality I'm making claims about. I can't prove any of it, but I'm going to tell somebody else. They're going to believe me because I'm a charismatic speaker, right? And then they're going to live in a world that's a simulated reality based on the not necessarily lies I told them, but on my mistakes and misinterpretations I told them, as if I knew they were true. Like, how is that any different than the Glover syndrome? Isn't it the exact same phenomenon? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong. That's a possibility.
No,
But
I
then
think it's
again,
the same.
I
Yeah,
could
I
be.
think it's
Go ahead.
right. No, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just agreeing. Yeah, it's outsourcing, to someone else who's going to tell you things are this way and not accepting the basic truth that we are not going to know all things or know all things on that level, and that we can't, and accepting ourselves as having that limited knowledge, which is really the only way to fully embrace the reality that you're living now.
Yeah, a lot of people just got to resign themselves to understanding that they don't know about the extent of the cosmos, and they may never know, and they have to just make peace with that.
So, harm reduction. Which one of these two cosmologies would you least prefer to be taught to your kids in school? It's a tough choice.
I would like them all to be taught.
Oh, I mean, you know what I mean, presented as though it was absolute truth.
Well, see, a lot of the globe claims in their quote unquote cosmological and cosmogenical models are just claims. And if they just had a primer before them, hey, this is claims that people made about the nature of the world, and this is how you can model it. Same like some of the guys that were instrumental in the formation of some of these ideas back in the past. In the books that were written about them, in the writings, they themselves said, hey, we're making models. But the underlying truth of the model can't be known because we can't access what we're modeling. So all we can do is do interpretive models. Mine could be accurate, the other person's could be accurate to the appearance of the celestials at particular times of day. However, that not need be the underlying truth of my model be actually reality. Right? So they were humble enough to know that they're not actually telling people what reality actually is. And fast forward to today, and people lost that humbleness. One day you're attacking Globers for using affirming the consequent logic, and specious reasoning, all kinds of appeals to things they can't possibly prove. And then the next day, a flat earther comes along and tells you that, there's an ether vortex that's coming out of God's butt. And then you just believe it. And you think I'm joking with what I just said, but no, I'm not. I was being a little facetious that it's actually coming out of his butt. They just say it's coming out of him, from whatever orifice it's extruding from. Pick one. So a year ago, the person had an entirely critical mind towards worldviews that they're being imposed on by society or the mainstream or whatever you want to call it. And then a year later, they're just lapping up whatever some dumb flat earther tells them. And then you know what? Some of them have the audacity to say, "Oh, well, I trust him. He's a good guy. He's a good flat earther. He's very prominent. Has a lot of good arguments. Why would he lie?" The irony. The irony. Yeah, so don't think because you transition from globe to flat that you've reached the pinnacle of critical thinking. You're still on a journey, my friend. All of you listening to the sound of my voice. The battle isn't over yet.
I think you're right. Mostly outside of our group, I think you'll find a lot more cog dissonance than you do with the mainstream cosmology thinkers. People like MC Toon are doing a service going after them.
Yeah, like you were talking just a little while ago about these globers receding into the brain in a jar. You know, who knows what's going on? I could be living in a simulation. But see, the problem is they don't go far enough. See, true simulationists understand that you don't need the jar and you don't need the brain. It's not I'm a brain in a jar, quote unquote. It's I'm a mind, right? So that shows me that they're still unintelligent enough to understand the real ramification of their claims, right? And that leads into a philosophy known as idealism, which is essentially all is mind. And the matter, temporal, and energy states that we perceive are, for lack of a better term, quote unquote, constructs, and for a worser term, illusions, which is kind of, silly because illusions are something the mind experiences, right? So if it's the case that the base construct of reality is mind, then that means that mind has to be preordinate to matter, which means that once they realize that, they're basically conceding that the sentient mind is eternal. Not how they used to believe, which is that dead matter, farted out of the Big Bang, and then eventually rocks decided to, get busy and make baby rocks, and then those baby rocks fought and died, and some baby rocks mutated into, Michelle Thaler millions of years later. Like that's what they believe. Start dead, end up alive, then end up sentient. But actually, it's the other way around. You start sentient, and then you can create matter and stuff. So they're going to be forced to believe that in the end, because that's where all the evidence is leading. But in that worldview, then they can make some kind of weird construct where, the base laws of reality are somehow not permanent in any way. So then a simulation could be operating on a multifaceted instance where every user has their own instance. Plus, there's a hub world which, decides how the instances are displayed at any given time that you are located in the game world. Much like a video game where, you can use mods in your game and the other player isn't using mods in their game. So you're both occupying the same world, but it displays itself entirely different to each of you. So they can retreat into that ad infinitum, just keep kicking the can down the road into new levels of simulation. Just completely deny any kind of base reality. And then you end up with this. It's, well, if sentience is the eternal source of the physical and natural world, which I'm experiencing, and I'm a sentient agent, therefore I am the source of the physical and natural world, which I am experiencing. And therefore, what are you then? If you're the source of it, right, you're creating it. And if you're creating it, you're the creator. What does that make you? Yeah, see how easy that was to self-deify? The oldest trick in the book, right? The creation diluting itself into ascending into the role of creator. Very interesting, isn't it? So why were they hiding the globe? Oh, to hide the creator. That's why they were hiding the globe being a lie and the earth is really flat, because they were trying to hide the creator. You hear that mantra all the time. Well, it turns out in their worldview, yeah, they were hiding the creator themselves. So they can go down that whole truth route, get the epiphany, and then end up back where they started. Isn't that interesting how that works? They can be played like a fiddle, like a fool, and still end up under the control of the system, even though they think they're free. Because they got their itch. They got their little I'm free itch scratched. So now they can go plug back into the matrix. Rest assured, if you're part of the very few that quote unquote have found the truth, and rather than actually living free and in truth, you just go back to another charismatic set of norms and leadership via somebody else, whatever they believe in, you're back in the matrix, right? Just like in the movies, what did the architect say? He said, hey guys, guess what? I played you guys like fools. The hero, I designed it to keep you guys in control. The guys who got free and created Zion, I designed that to make you guys think you were free so you could get a chance to exercise freedom for a while before I smash you all into oblivion again. Now, some people think that the people in Zion in the Matrix trilogy actually did get free. But if you pay close attention, nobody ever got out of the Matrix. Nobody. When Neo was jacked out into the quote-unquote real world, why did he have psionic powers over the squids that were coming to kill him? I'll tell you why. Because he was still in the Matrix. That's why. And rest assured, friends, at the sound of my voice, many of you think you're free, but you're still in the Matrix. Many of the people you listen to, you think they're free, but they're still in the Matrix. Part of not being in the Matrix is having the utmost scrutiny for information that comes your way, instead of just allowing it to be spoon-fed to you and taking it on faith. As Reagan said, trust but verify. It's okay if you respect me, or you respect another speaker, or you respect this guy or your friend, that you kind of trust what they say, but they should be freely offering to validate it to you, and you should be freely critiquing and asking for validation, right? If you just join a flat earth group and there's like 10 charismatic flat earth speakers that you just adopt as your new gurus, and whatever they say is the gospel truth, man, you're just as stupid and retarded as when you were a Glober. I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past, and I yield the floor to any questions. All right, since there's no questions, somebody posted in the chat about the movie The 13th Floor. What happened in that movie is that a guy was going into a simulation to discover some things that were going on. Then he found out that the simulation he was in a lower simulation, and there was a program in the simulation trying to escape up one level to the real world, but he only made it out of the simulation to the next simulation, which the other guy thought was the real world. And none of them were actually in the real world. Because they got to the end, and when they got to the end, they looked, and all of a sudden, the land just gave way to an unrendered state of vector lines and math. Like this part of the world hadn't been rendered yet, and then they realized, damn, we've been in a simulation, thinking we were in the real world, going into a simulation, thinking we were coming back to the real world, but the whole time we were in a simulation. We were being played. Very intriguing. If you haven't seen it, definitely watch it. Also, Dark City, that's another must-watch for all flat earthers. Matrix, obviously, that's a good one. Existence, yes, good one. Looks like it's literally all flat earthers in the chat right now, except Quad. Unless Quad's a flat earther. I've been gone for a few days. Did I miss anything good?
I don't know. I haven't been here much. I know there's 2 new podcasts from the live stream that I think are recent. I can post them. One is with Josh, Mr. Amazon NASA satellite fan. I think the other one's with Cowboy. They're both pretty good. I'll post them.
Yeah, it's being head up by our buddy Majin. Any of you guys that are in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and want to participate, ping them over there. Basically, this has been happening for a long time, where people make clips of the live streams more condensed, like from the beginning of a particular conversation to the end. Let's say it's 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, rather than pinging somebody and saying, "Oh, listen to this chat," and it's 12 hours long and half of it's garbage, and they have to sift through it. You can offer people more precise combos. And part of how we work together to accomplish that is, obviously you got to listen to know when the combos are happening. And all you got to do is just mark, this is a good combo. Started about 20 minutes ago. And then it's done now. So for the past 20 minutes, it was an amazing combo. And you just mark that in our home server that it happened about that time. If you're so inclined, you can make a timestamp. You can actually get the link from the stream you were listening to and timestamp it. That'd be helpful. And that's one job you could do. Another job you can do is take those timestamps and then rip out the appropriate content and repost it into a YouTube format so we can share it among each other. And then, of course, what you can do is bookmark it in our home server in a searchable form. So you put the link, and then also you put a blurb that explains in keywords what it is. So, for example, you might write gyro compass, Indio navigation or something. And that way, if other people search those terms in our home server, they'll find that content. So as you can see, there's many ways for everyone to participate in getting lots of good content going. That's speaking to guests, but it's also curating clips. For example, we got a legend clipcord. It's always pulling clips, and they're hilarious. So yeah, there's always something to do if you're willing to do it. And don't forget that if you want to share content, you can curate the content yourself, and you can post it on your channel, and then you can share clips that you're interested in with people who are talking about certain topics that may ask you, hey, I'm interested in flat earth. What about topic A? And you go, oh, hey, I'm interested in that. Here's a link right here, buddy. Too easy. All right.
Yeah, that's Majin's new channel that I just put in there.
Subbed.
Yay. Oh, does Yo have, I was looking to see if he had, Yo-Yo Ma as his profile picture. Oh, no, they're violinists. I don't know if Yo-Yo Ma's in there or not. You'd think somebody named Yo would possibly be into Yo-Yo Ma, but apparently not. Welcome, Yo. Just one Yo, not two.
Welcome, yo.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thanks for having me.
Have you been in the Flat Earth channel before?
No, I guess this is my first time.
Oh, great. Have you heard anything about Flat Earth before?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, basically, what we do here is we debunk the globe. So, as our friend AI Overlord up there at the top was saying, sometimes people think they have to have a replacement model to discard the globe, but most intelligent thinking people realize that a failed model can be thrown out and discarded when it fails to predict reality, which is what the globe does. So you don't have to have a replacement in order to explain the very obvious truth that the curvature predicted by the globe is not observed in reality. Because even though some people labor under the misconception that the Earth is too big to see the curve, but in fact, if this curve, which is predicted by a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles, i.e. a curve that increases at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared, were actually in existence, we would be able to observe it in many different ways. We would observe water curving in the oceans, which we never do. We see a flat horizon as far as the eye can see. We would see drop over distance over miles that are visible to the human eye, such as over 10 miles, we'd see 66 feet of drop. Over 20 miles, we'd see 266 feet of drop. Over 52 miles, we'd see 1,800 feet of drop, and yet we routinely see objects that should be hidden behind this imaginary curve. What do you think about that, Yo? Maybe you can't talk. If you can't talk, that's fine. You can just listen. We'll just continue on as we were. But if you do have any questions or comments, feel free to speak up at any time. We're glad you're here.
Well, I think that the flat earth idea is completely wrong and based on misunderstanding, not evidence.
Okay, so what is the misunderstanding in the explanation I just gave? I can give you some information to back it up. If you haven't seen, if you haven't heard of it before, I wouldn't expect you necessarily to have an instant answer to that question. But, you did make that claim that you think that flat Earth is based on misunderstanding. So what do you think it is that's being misunderstood?
So when someone says the earth is flat, it's not something to get angry. It's more like, okay, if it's just been misled or don't trust science or something. What about you? Do you find the flat earth idea interesting or something?
Well, for me, it is very hard to understand. You're kind of breaking up. I don't know if there's anything you can do about that. But I did hear you say don't trust science. Yeah, I do find that people who believe in the globe fantasy don't trust classical natural science and they don't trust the scientific method, but they do trust their TV screen, their NASA fandom, and the charlatan priests of flat earth, such as Neil deGrasse Tyson. But they definitely do not trust science or the scientific method, because the scientific method requires making a natural observation and then developing a hypothesis about a cause and effect relationship and having an independent variable to manipulate and observe, measure, and record the effects on the dependent variable in a systematic way that can be replicated by another scientist. So in no situation do we observe this happening with the globe. At what time has this curvature been measured? Can you present that for us?
Earlier he said something about that flat earthers don't trust science. And
I know. Yeah, and I was responding to that. Yeah, you want to respond also? Go ahead.
Yeah, but think about that's everybody. That should be the baseline. Your baseline understanding of science is that it has a baked in distrust. That's why it's repeatable, verifiable, and falsifiable. Observable, verifiable, repeatable. That's why it's such a robust, powerful system, is that it has a lack of trust. It's not a trust me, bro method. It's don't trust me, bro. Verify it yourself. So if your version of science, because like Dandelion said, you're in denial of science because you've taken the most powerful part of science, repeatability, out of science, and then assigned it to flat earthers when it's really you who have done that. Looks like he ran off.
Yeah, they tell us like, oh, you don't trust the scientist? No, that's the whole point of science. Let me check it out for myself. That's why there was a method created to remove the bias, because they knew that there's people that are in it for a profitable interest. And then somebody will ask, why would they lie? Oh, I don't know, for the same reason that somebody would tape a banana to the wall and call it art. Not even that they were lying. It just, there's people out there that are stupid enough to believe it.
Sure enough, yeah. That's all it took. All it took was some guy who changed the word science to no longer be a verb, a method, an action, then changed it to a noun, and then it self-identified as science, then told you some bullshit that you wanted to believe anyway. And you fell for it. Shame on you.
Okay, why do people think the Earth is flat?
Because it measures
it's not
flat.
curving?
Yeah, it measures flat. It's observed as flat. It's practically used as flat. So what would it be? If it's not curved, what is it? Damn, that one ran away just that quick.
No, he's still in here. He's talking quietly.
It's different if some lights should be all places at once.
If the surface isn't curved, what is it?
I mean, how do you explain the difference of places around the world?
Just answer the question.
What's your question?
If the surface is not curved, what is it?
If the surface is not curved.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. I still beginner in English.
If the surface is not curving.
Change surface for line. So if you have if you don't have a curved line, what type of line do you have?
I have no idea. I don't understand.
You can only draw two kinds of lines. You can either draw a straight line or a curved line.
Okay, fine.
You want to bet? Anybody want to bet?
That sounds like a wager.
Go on, I'm interested. I mean, I don't want to bet, but if you've got something, I want to hear it.
Yeah, a zigzag line.
Well, those are comprised of straight lines, though.
Are they?
Yeah.
They are straight lines. Each point to point, is a straight line.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, unless those lines, there's different changes
Well,
of angle.
yeah, fair enough. But there's actually, before the line changes direction, there's actually an infinite number of points. So which one are you going to choose?
I need flat earthers to explain a lunar eclipse.
A lunar eclipse?
Which one?
Lunar eclipse.
Well, what type of lunar eclipse are you referring to?
There's only one lunar eclipse is when the Earth.
Oh no, homie. You need to look into this. There are many types of lunar eclipses.
No, I'm pretty sure there's only
one you are
lunar eclipse.
There's multiple types. Look into this.
Blue ones, red ones, selenilian ones that happen during the day. There are multiple types of lunar eclipses, dude.
Okay,
yeah, you've got an
it doesn't matter what type of lunar. Explain a lunar eclipse.
You've got to pay attention.
How does it happen?
You thought you going to this conversation. You thought there's only one type of lunar eclipse. There's 3 categories that break into dozens of types of lunar eclipses.
There's only one.
No, there's 3 types, and each one of those types have multiple variations of them. So right now, you have no idea what you're even asking for.
And the answer still remains, we're not going to be able to give you what you think you're asking for.
Okay. A lunar eclipse is a lunar eclipse no matter which way you look at it. But if you want the type of lunar eclipse, I'm looking for a total lunar eclipse. A total
lunar eclipse. Okay,
yeah, it doesn't matter which one because I need you to explain it using the flat Earth map too. I need you to explain it to me.
Dude, one, we're not going to be able to explain it.
Exactly, because it makes no sense.
No, it just can't give you a mechanism for things in the sky for measured flat Earth.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so if that doesn't work, why is it that the time zone over in South America is the same exact time zone that's in your map, Antarctica, way above? How does that work? I'm wondering about your time zones. I'm trying to figure this out.
I know you keep saying the word map. You might have said it 2 or 3 times now. We're not going to be able to give you a map. What map are you talking about?
Oh, I'm talking about the flat Earth map that's been used for centuries. Is actually on the Flat Earth Bible. It's a big old stamp that you put on, and there's a big ass ice wall all the way around. And how
sounds like a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we know what you're talking about. I'm trying to help you understand. That's not the real flat Earth. If I want to put it simply for you, that's just a map.
Oh, so you have a different map?
Don't have any map at the moment, my friend.
So how do you know where to go and what to do, and how do you do that, flat earther?
We use reference coordinate systems, longitude and latitude. They're derived from the sky. No need for the Earth. Right,
it's still so what you're saying is flat earthers can't create a map, is what you're saying.
All maps are created from a horizontal plane. That the Earth will be measured flat when you create the map is my point.
So you could still create one, though.
I mean, I guess
that's all I'm saying.
My friend.
So I want you to tell me what map you're looking at, and I need you to explain to me why this time zone over here, the same exact one that's fucking all the way across your map, is still the same exact time zone. I need you to explain this.
Why? We're talking about time zones. That's going to be highly political, and also due to the path of the sun. Lines of meridian, for example. Do you know what they are?
Yeah, how does your sun work? That's another good question.
Dude, you seem to be asking a lot of questions, and I'm trying to hone in on things and ask you a relevant question, and you ignore it.
Yeah, because you don't tell me. You simply just don't tell me what the answer is.
Do you know what a line of meridian is and how you measure it?
No, you use a lot of big words for no reason.
Okay, so a line of meridian is an angle measurement to the sun in a relevant location. You understand what solar noon is? When the sun is at its highest in the sky? You can draw.
The problem that I'm having is I can't listen to anything that you say because it's a flat Earth theory thing. You know, I can't believe it because I'm looking at this and I'm looking at solar eclipses and lunar eclipses, and I'm looking at your guys' map, and I'm looking at time zones, different time zones in South America that line up with Antarctica, and it's not making any sense to me, bro. It's not making any fucking sense. Why? How is the Earth flat, but then yet we can cover the shadow with the moon, and the moon can cover our shit? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Okay,
relax.
It doesn't make any fucking sense, bro.
First, we're not going to be able to give you a causal mechanism for the moon in the sky. Second, you keep talking about maps and trying to point out to you that there are lots of different types of map, my friend. There are thousands of them. Right? This is just one, and you seem to think this is ours, probably because of some propaganda trick. Right? You understand what a straw man is, right?
Making any sense, bro? You're telling me flat earthers have no map?
My friend. You seem to be very agitated. Maybe I should pass you on to somebody else.
Maybe you should elaborate more on how you look at the Earth. How do you look at it?
Simply with my eyes. You want to understand how the do you want to understand how we know the Earth? My friend.
How do you know where you want to go if you just look at it with your eyes? You just choose a fucking direction? Okay, there we go. What map? What map do you use?
It depends, dude. It can be a maritime map if I'm navigating the seas. It can be multiple different types of map, dude.
Yeah, because I'm looking at your guys' ocean on flat Earth, and this is a whole lot of fucking ocean.
Dude, I've tried to warn you, tell you several times that isn't what we're claiming. So please, dude, stop saying this map that you claim when we're not claiming it. Right. Trying to help you understand. This is
the land map.
Hello? Please don't make me raise my voice, dude. I'm trying to help you understand that this is a propaganda tool, and you've been fooled. That's all I'm trying to point out. This isn't our claim of the flat Earth reality, mate.
Oh, I got tagged. Is there a flat Earth map up in here? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Flat Earth map right here. I like that.
Look, what about the edge? Why has no one ever found that? Yeah.
Okay, so we're just going to skip around from subject to subject.
Oh, I
Are
love
you,
this.
are
No,
you
I love
guys?
this, bro.
Hello,
You
this is
can't
talking again.
explain lunar eclipse. You
Excuse me.
can't
Are
explain
you? I
solar
don't hate.
eclipse. You
I hate
can't
to be
explain
rude.
the
This
different time
entitled
zones. You
American is
can't
annoying.
explain. You can't explain shit. You're dumb as fuck.
Just
You're
mute.
retarded.
Just mute him.
Quit your
Just mute
fucking
him.
bullshit. I win. I win, dumbass.
Also,
Okay, well done. Have some fire.
Dumbass,
then
get the
have
fuck
all
out
the
of here.
papers and he's believing that Earth is flat. Mars is
Wow.
not.
Okay, who asked about the edge?
Yeah.
Okay, what was the question?
Yeah, why no one has ever found it? Yeah.
Maybe they have and haven't told you. I don't know.
Why haven't people gone to the place which is fairly cold?
Maybe the idea, my friend, that I'm trying to point out is maybe they have, if an edge or limitation to the doesn't exist, if in this hypothetical question you're failing to forget that maybe they haven't told you because they want you to believe something else, and pointing you to the edge of reality is contradictory to what they want you to believe, potentially. So maybe they just haven't told you within your hypothetical.
Besides that, you don't need to go to the edge to prove to whether or not the Earth is flat.
And even Christopher Columbus went to the King of Portugal and asked him to fund his trip across the Atlantic. King of Portugal told him no, because he already knew what was over there. He knew there was land there. He kept it a secret, because that's what people do. When you have knowledge, you keep it secret, so you get the advantage.
If there's no more questions at the moment, or people are taking pause for thought, I want to get back to AI and these zigzag curve lines. I want to know what that was about. Because I'm still interested, dude. I want to know. But if you're not there at the moment, mate, I'll get back to you later.
Yeah, draw any line.
Okay, what type?
Right.
Straight one or
Any.
curve one?
Any.
Okay.
Okay, did you draw it?
Yeah, in my head, yeah.
No, you got to do it on a piece of paper.
Okay. Okay.
All right. If you drew a straight line, it's curved. If you drew a curved line, it's curved. I rest my case.
Okay.
This fucking guy.
I'm serious. Go ahead. Look at your straight line that you thought was straight. Guarantee you it ain't straight. You can't draw straight lines in reality.
Are you talking about maybe the thickness of the ink that I've drawn on the paper, and how if I was to zoom in on that ink, it's not a continual straight line definition?
That's right.
Gotcha. Okay.
Even a zigzag line, because at the time you turn the pen, right, it's going to have a variance of whatever you might consider points, which are, infinitesimally infinite, right? Because they don't
I hear
exist in
you.
reality.
Yeah, this is all conceptual geometry and whatnot. Yeah, I get you.
You're lucky we don't take bets on the live streams. Otherwise, I'd be a rich man.
Well, I've learned not to take bets with you because you've always got something. So I'm glad to
Hey,
leave.
I'm like a genie that when you wish, no matter what you wish for, it screws you over.
Yeah. Like the man who asked for the world's biggest penis and the genie decides to shrink everybody else's. Yeah. That was on the TV program I was watching the other day, by the way. But yeah, fair enough. I guess you